Welcome back to Katowice, everyone. It's the final day of the Legend stage, and we have already sent some teams home. And you hate to see it if you're them, and you hate to see it if you're a fan of those teams, but ultimately, that is just how these things work. Someone has to win, someone has to lose, and as we barrel down the Intel Extreme Masters bracket, it's becoming very apparent that some unusual suspects are creeping through. My name is Tristan Saranthus, and of course, here on this couch, where I'm going to begin to stand up right now, I'm joined here on the other couch, or I guess we could call it the casting couch, technically.
Technically, you'd be correct, I think. You can call it that.
Yes, and your name, you're Henry, and this is
Henry
Sadekist.
Greer, yeah.
Yes.
G-R-E-E-R.
Nice. Now, I think, yeah, that's spelled out pretty appropriately. I think that's how you pronounce it. Guys, we had an up and down yesterday, and I know a lot of the talk is about this FaZe complexity game, and I really and truly, I think that's where we should start.
I think that was my favorite game I've casted in a long time, just because it was so exciting, so enthralling. We didn't expect complexity to really turn up at all. We know they've caused some damage against a weak-looking NRG. We didn't expect them to get anywhere near FaZe. They managed to storm them out on the first map, look absolutely lights out, and it got right down to the wire. Great comeback, great resurgence, so many fantastic moments. Great T-sides and complexity, but ultimately, Matt, not enough.
Yeah, I thought the ingenuity of some of the T sides were pretty impressive. Use of utility, the secondary execution on the B side on Cash, for example. I thought the fact that they were able to dig deep and actually show that they could come back in certain situations against a team like FaZe was very impressive. And I think that they were definitely underrated in this event. A lot of people didn't have them on the radar. I think it's almost sad to see them go, but credit to them for an incredible event.
Yeah, I mean, with complexity, I think there were just a sheer amount of people that put them in the 0-3 column right away coming into this event. And for what it's worth, good on complexity showing those people up. I wasn't one of them. Shout out to you, Complexity Clan. But for what it's worth, FaZe Clan. Now, that one's the one I think is tripping up, stumbling, and just trying to get across this finish line today.
Well, that's the thing. As long as you get the W, that's all that really matters at this stage, right? Because as long as you get through, that's absolutely fine. They will be playing against Cloud9 today. That's obviously going to be, after what we saw yesterday, we weren't sure if Cloud9 would turn up against Hellraisers, but they absolutely did. They looked fantastic. So I think that's going to be one of the best games of today. And I'm not even sure who's going to win that one. After seeing them, I think Cloud9 could actually do it as well.
They could, because I think FaZe is beating up on themselves right now. Is that?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the fact that they've been so shaky in this event is concerning. It's not what we expect from them. We know that Adren's kind of on a trial period. Nico's still in-game leading. Yanko's behind them. I feel like there's a lot of ideas in the pool for them right now, and it's not really transpiring the way that they would have intended. Certainly on the CT sides, we're seeing conflict of which gun they still want to use, if they're going to adapt the AUG meta. We're not seeing the individual performances. That was notable against Complexity. The duels that we expect them to win, they were losing. It wasn't just that they were getting out-tacked, like tactically outplayed, if you want to call it that. It was a lot of problems all across the board for FaZe.
Well, really quickly, not going to dive too far into it, but I'm going to ask you. Nip Vitality, who do you got?
NIP for life, baby.
For Ryberg. And you for...
First off, Trace, I just want to say thanks for having us. Our album's out on February 29th.
Is it Ron and Ron?
It's the two
It's
Rons.
a vinyl-only release as well.
Ron Burgundy and Ron Jeremy, actually. But here's the thing. I think it's going to have to be Vitality.
Absolutely, and two Rons don't make a right, especially in this equation between these two. We're going to go ahead and start getting into what is today the final day of the Legend stage, and we're going to start that right now.
For me, I mean, obviously it's easy to say the Chinese teams because they destroyed us, and it sucks that neither of them made it through because I would like to see them play versus some better teams, see how they do. But yeah, I think them.
There's usually been a stigma recently about Chinese CS, but Tyloo and Vici both have erased that stigma right away. They've battled against the best teams, they've played some really awesome CS, and it's a really unique style, and it's just caught everyone off guard, so I think the Asian teams definitely.
I think I go with Vici actually. Even though they didn't go through, I've been really surprised by how they were working, what they did, the game style they approach, and the individuals in the team. They didn't have a coach. I think that was probably the only team that didn't have a coach in that stage. And yeah, they were just extremely resilient. They knew always what they wanted to do. So I don't know, they were very impressive to me. And yeah, I mean, they came in seed 16th and they made it that far. So, you know, I find it very, very impressive from those guys.
For me, it was Vici for sure, because they faced every good team and they almost beat everyone. So I would say Vici.
Yeah, same for me.
I can say a lot of teams. Renegade the most, the second Avangar, and also Vici Gaming, they did very well. Tyloo, it was very unlucky for them, they did just 2-0, and just something happened and they just lost, but they did very well, because they changed the team, and I guess for For first tournament, it's very good. Yeah.
I would say Tyloo. Tyloo, they impressed everyone, I guess. They were playing super well. I don't know what happened in the last games, but they are super aggressive. They take every fight. They play in a way that make the other team not expect their moves. So
They're like ninjas,
yeah,
but not in pajamas.
they are like ninjas, but not in pajamas.
Welcome to the Acer Predator pre-show.
Acer Predator pre-show is now, and so is the snow on the ground. But of course, it's rather cold outside. I can talk to you about how it's heating up here, but the reality is that some of these teams did not make it this far. And in fact, some will be joining those teams on their journey home. My name is Trace Donasaranthus, and if you didn't see me over there on the couch, you've joined me just in time here on the desk alongside of Sean Garrett and Jacob Beneke. And we've got a hell of a pre-show here for you this morning. Guys, my goodness, it's already been a turbulent ride here in Katowice.
Yeah, it has. I mean, we've lost a lot of the favorites, even going back to the Challenger stage, losing Fnatic. And then in this stage, I mean, we've lost so many teams. G2, we saw leave yesterday. It's been a little bit brutal. Energy going 0-3.
Yeah, NRG was certainly, I think, one of the picks where everyone was like, oh, okay, these guys probably go 3-0. They breezed through the minors, no pun intended. Let's talk a little bit about ENCE.
A team that so far have been struggling a little bit in this stage of the major. We saw them come in at the first stage playing some solid Counter-Strike. They only lost one game, and that was against a well-playing Renegade. So in that regard, you can't really blame them for that. That said, though, they came in slow to this stage of the major. They haven't really been looking at their best, but still, they find themselves in a 2-2 position and still have a good shot at going through.
Yeah, I think particularly that game against Hellraisers. I mean, I can kind of forgive them for losing that game against Renegades. It seems like Renegades is just a better team when you compare the two. But the game against Hellraisers was so lackluster on Dust2. All those B hits on Sergey and X7, they just kept collapsing at that site. And we saw that actually repeat more times throughout this stage. They dropped the Dust2 match against Big, and it wasn't until yesterday against G2 where it seemed like they solved some of those issues.
And I think one shining light they had for them yesterday would have been AleksiB. He definitely come online in his own way, which is going to be huge. And Shimino, I think we even talked about him a little bit in the pre-show, or maybe it was in the green room. All the conversations kind of running together at this point. But for what it's worth, AleksiB showed up in a big way yesterday.
One thing that's very impressive about AleksiB is not only that he's the highest rated player for ENCE thus far into the major, the fact that he's an in-game leader and he's very assertive in the way he plays. He always takes shots of the game, he takes control over the game, and he's the one going for the entry frags. He's the one trying to make spends for the other members of ENCE. I find that very admirable, and I think he's a great asset to the ENCE lineup right now. I honestly did not expect him to play this well.
Yeah, I agree. I was saying that actually backstage. Maybe that's what Trace was referring to. I think he might be the second best player on ENCE behind Sergey. I mean, he has so much impact when I watch him. He's so aggressive for an in-game leader. And he plays a lot of swing rotate spots, so he has tons of impact on rounds.
Well, I'm going to get your feedback on this one after we take a look into it. The next player we're going to be talking about is Ariel, and we do have a little bit of a piece here prepared so that we can all take a look at Ariel and understand who this gentleman is and what he's about to do here today.
I'm relieved because this was our goal here when we came here, the first goal, and I'm relieved because we didn't play that well yesterday, but I'm happy to beat them today. I think we are more experienced, we have a lot better results than Win-Strike, and we are much better overall. But today, myself, I wasn't that good individually, but we are better individually and team-wise as well. It was amazing because it's been so long, like 5 years since 3D Max was here, pretty much in the same situation. But Finnish fans have been looking forward to that situation once again, and we made it. Next goal is to be on the playoffs. It's the goal for us, the next goal.
Yes, that's right. ENCE with a tall tasking in front of them. Not only are they responsible for making sure that your pick'ems are safe, they're also responsible for getting themselves to this part of the stage of the major and, of course, into the playoffs. Now, talking about ENCE, we kind of touted them as this well-drilled, well-maintained, and this new Finnish Lappish soil, all this lore around it, and this enchiladas and everything. Not to be confused with enchiladas, but the reality is this. They have been a little lackluster here overall.
Yes, they've definitely been lackluster throughout both stages of the major, in my opinion. I know they went 3-1 that last stage, but they just don't look the same. Going back to that 2-1 against Windstrike, they dropped the map to Renegades here in this stage, dropped the map to Hellraisers, which I talked about earlier. I thought that those B holds on Dust2 were pretty horrible. They should have lost to Big, if I'm being quite honest. They found themselves down. And then yesterday against G2, we saw a completely revitalized ENCE.
While I do agree, I think it's also about managing your expectations just a little bit. Coming into this tournament, obviously we had high praises for ENCE. They've been a team on a steady rise. That said though, is it really a team that we expect to be a top 8 team in the world? I'm not too sure about that, and yet they find themselves in a 2-2 match with a good chance of progressing into what is going to be the top 8 at this major. So overall, yeah, they may not have looked as impressive as we expected them to. That said though, they've still managed to get the results, and they find themselves in a good position now to actually clinch a top 8 spot in the entire world, which I think is by no means bad by a team like ENCE.
And you know, that's why they spam the shrimp right there. That was the most positive sort of glass is half full. Or wait, I don't really know how that works. Anyway, the point is, ENCE still trying to grind back. They still need to win today in order to find themselves in that playoff stage, which is obviously what we're all here trying to do today. You talk about them playing G2 yesterday. I think they were only pushed through on one map to overtime, and that was just about the end of that entire thing right there.
Yeah, it looked like a very easy match for them yesterday. I'm not going to lie. The Dust2 match, they even let G2 come back in that game. I believe they had a 15-11 lead. The second map when it kicked to Mirage, they were never really challenged throughout that map, in my opinion.
And that's the one thing ENCE needs to work on, their ability to close out the game, because they always get a good start, they always get a lead, but the ability to close out the games and actually win them convincingly without using too much energy and too much stress towards a map is a little bit of a problem for them now. But again, they're getting the results, they're winning the games, so you can't really be too hard on them.
Well, it's interesting. You talk about closing out, and yesterday there was one team that you would have absolutely no questions a year ago about them closing out. However, they did make it a little bit tougher on themselves, and that would be the FaZe Clan. Today, they do have a matchup ahead of them that will determine if they make it to the top 8. And of course, as we take a look back at what was, in fact, one of the most standoffish maps and series of the entire tournament thus far. Complexity, obviously exceeding all expectations. But FaZe Clan, where is this team right now, Jacob?
There's two sides to this coin. One is Complexity definitely played better than we could by any chance have expected. Now the second one is that FaZe Clan is definitely not living up to what we expected them to deliver on this stage. They have guys like Nico, they have Guardian, they have some of the most skilled individuals, yet they weren't able to really flourish yesterday against a, I wouldn't say weak Complexity, but against a team that at any given time, any given Sunday, they should be able to beat Complexity convincingly. They just weren't able to get it done yesterday.
Yeah, I couldn't agree. We have to sing our praises to Complexity. They played better than we expected. But when we watched, FaZe play against them, especially on that first map, they didn't have a second gear that you typically see when you watch a FaZe Clan. Their initial, pushes and picks didn't work out, and they didn't have anything to fall back on, it looked like, and that's why they just got blown out on the first map.
I feel they cramp up a little bit. I feel this new style with Ryan coming in. He's trying to form this team and trying to have his impact on the roster, which is in itself a good thing. To me, it just seems like the players need a little more time to get adjusted to that style of play. We did see some good executes coming out of them, especially on Dust2 on the T side. But overall, as you said, they need that second gear where one player just steps up and takes charge over the game. We did see Nico do it a little bit yesterday, but guys like Guardian, Olafmeister, Rain for that matter, where are they when it matters the most?
Do you think that this is a situation now? I'll start with you, Sean. Do you think this is a situation where, yes, Yanko walking in as a coach is a great thing for FaZe, but also on the other side, he's dealing with about a couple LeBrons, a couple Jordans. Like there's a couple of very heavy-hitting players over here on FaZe, and probably very used to doing things the way they want.
I mean, Yanko definitely took some of the hardest coaching jobs in all of CSGO.
Absolutely.
To veteran teams that have mindsets in place, and he's not really going to get to change those, right? He's trying to get a massive boulder moving here just to change the smallest things. But you see that, actually. You see when you watch their T-sides, they're a lot more structured. But in the late game, when they need to be, you saw Nico get dirty and just go for those picks, and you just take over the entire game.
I think long-term, it's a good decision to bring in YNK. We have seen FaZe decrease in level for a long time. They haven't been looking great. They haven't been looking solid. Having YNK, I think long-term is going to be a good decision. That said, though, it may be a little bit too early to see now.
Well, we'll keep saying things, and what we're going to start saying now is about the Swiss format and how it has all transpired to this point. ENCE Esports and Avangar will be the first matchup of the day. We're going to have Ninjas in Pajamas versus Team Vitality, followed by what is going to be a very, very different looking FaZe versus Cloud9. The difference a year makes in this reality is that these teams are fighting for a lifeline here at the Intel Extreme Masters, not competing for the big title overall.
No.
Is the simulation, like, who's writing? Is it you, Sean?
I wish I was. I mean, Flush is just in Cloud9 dominating. Who would have thought, right? Flush and Automatic started off this stage of the major pretty poorly, actually. I think they were both quite low. Tim was in the bottom 5 performers. He's turned that completely around and is now in the top 5.
I find that super impressive, right? Because that happened in the first stage of the major as well. Flusha started out weak, Cloud9 started out weak, but they were able to turn it around, and all of a sudden, it's a team that we expect can go toe-to-toe against a FaZe Clan that is not looking too good.
Well, Flusha going 53-32 yesterday will certainly help convince you that Cloud9 are on that path to success here and finding their way into the playoffs. But they got to find it through FaZe Clan first, and well, first we're going to be going to a break before we start jumping to our first matchup of the day. Not only is it an elimination, but it's determining who's going to stay alive here in Katowice. Make sure you don't go anywhere. I guarantee you we will be right back.
The champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all? ESL 1 returns to Cologne in 2019.
Think you can't capture a clutch in full resolution while streaming the play to the world? Watch this. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
The synergy of brute strength, born of elite core power, to thrive under pressure in the most hostile conditions, and built to overclock. Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, HyperX, Bedway, and FaZe Safeguard. Vodafone presents the pre-match.
As the 11th largest city in Poland, it does appear as though the home of the Intel Extreme Masters and this major are ready to get underway, and they just gotta wait one more day before we get there. My name is Trey Saranthus. Welcome back. We do have the first matchup of the day to talk about here as we start to take a look at what is an elimination game and also one that will send a team through into the playoffs. Playing in front of the big arena, in front of the big Spodek, with all the lore around it. And I do have Sean Gares and Jacob Vinicki here joining me. Talk a little bit about that of ENCE versus Avangar. That is the teams in contention, fellas.
Yes.
A lot of S's. Sorry, you know how it gets. So
two teams that so far have given us a little bit of mixed signals, I would say, in the tournament, as we established before. ENCE having started out really slow in this stage of the major. That said, though, they have picked up the pace just a little bit, seemingly more strong now than they were before. Whereas for Avangar, I was very surprised by the level they came out with in the first stage, pressuring Liquid on overpass, I believe it was. They could have won that map. They could have sent Liquid down with a loss, but they didn't, unfortunately. So it's been good, it's been bad, it's been a lot of mixed signals, and I honestly do not know what level to expect from these two teams right now.
Yeah, it's hard to say, you know, where you rate Avangar, because they were done so poor, like they were done in a wrong way by the other teams by being put in the 15th seed of this event. Yeah. Their matches so far have been Liquid, Energy, FaZe, Na'Vi, and now they're gonna have to play ENCE in a best of 2. This is by far their easiest matchup, in my opinion. I guess Energy looked a little bit flat in this stage. But yeah, you don't really know what to expect from them because they're such a young team. They have such high highs and low lows. And they're so, I guess, good across all of the maps that you really don't even know which way the veto is going to go.
From an outside perspective looking in, and as to obviously what the vetoes are now, Mirage Train and, well, I don't know, a little bird and on my paper here actually came by and wrote Overpass. Oh, there it is, boom. Okay, so we know the maps, but to talk about ENCE, I mean, we have to say yes, we come in here and we think they're going to be disciplined. We think that they're going to be this well-drilled machine, and yes, they have had a tougher road on themselves. Sean, would you agree with Pimp's sentiment that we need to manage our expectations of what is to be expected of this ENCE lineup?
I think so. I mean, both of these lineups are extremely young. The only team younger left in the event is Liquid, whose average age is 21, shockingly. But these maps, I mean, looking at the veto, these work out really well for ENCE. Their win percentages on these maps, Mirage 80%, Train 92%, Overpass 86%. Now, by no means is Avangar slouches on any of these maps. I think they're excellent on them. They probably played tougher opponents recently, like I just pointed out. But this is going to be a tough best of 3 for Avangar.
In terms of implications, this is exactly where you don't want to find yourselves, on the cusp of going home or going through. And we actually do have the opportunity to speak with the coach of Avangar right now to hear what he's got to say going into this matchup. He's down on the sidelines with Frankie. Let's check it out.
I'm here with Dust2, the coach for Avangar, and I'd like to talk to you about that game against Na'Vi. What happened to the guys?
It was hard match for us because it's from same region. And they had best player in the world. It's a bit hard. I think we had some mental problems against them. We played a bit scary. That's all.
Simple, to be fair, wasn't on his best game in that match. It felt a bit like maybe Avangar was scared?
Not it was, I don't know. It was hard feeling to play against them. But it was on the second map we played good, but we lost some crucial rounds, 2 versus 5, and we lost anti-force round, and it was hard to come back to the game.
Well, let's talk about more positive results, though, because you guys beat FaZe, you beat NRG. Why are Avangar able to upset these huge teams?
Because we don't know how American players that much, or we didn't play it with FaZe. We played with FaZe a lot. We know that they had problems with communication. It's easier to know that they had problems. We practiced it with them a lot. And FaZe, I don't know, FaZe, it's FaZe. Right now it's not so hard to play against FaZe right now. They are not in good shape form. It's not good form.
So let's talk about ENCE. What kind of form do you think ENCE are in?
ENCE, today we and ENCE have different story to play this match. And we played against them in August. We beat them in online qualifier to IEM Chicago. But now it's different teams. We and they are now it's different teams. It will be a big game. I don't know about ENCE that much. We prepared. It will be good match.
Well, good luck to you and the guys with Avangar, Dust2. Let's head back to the desk.
And the thing about this is, and as we heard him say, of course, this matchup is the one. This is the whole thing here, the whole enchiladas.
I think it was a good point you brought up that this is by no means an easy task for Avangar, but it is the easiest opponent they could face in this instance of the matchup. Now they've faced FaZe, they faced NRG, they played against Na'Vi, they've been sending us some mixed signals, but so far I think Avangar have that extra gear. I think we're still to see them play at the absolute best, especially after considering that matchup against Liquid. I really felt that they were playing strong against one of the best teams in the world, and they could have won that overpass game.
Toe-to-toe, which is a crazy thing to think about. Liquid are certainly a favorite now that they find themselves on the opposite side of the bracket, to go through and win this whole thing. So if you're talking about a team putting them to the test here, the work is cut out all around when it comes to the teams, but perhaps like individuals, I know we tout Jame as being that one shining beacon coming out of the CIS that isn't just simple or electronic or flamey, but for Jame, he's going to have to step up big in his own way today too, Sean.
Yeah, and Jame, I mean, is used to playing really well under pressure, right? He's gone up against some serious teams lately, and he keeps continuously putting up numbers while in-game leading. Kicker's also been having a very good tournament. But 2 people you really need to look out for are Fitch and Crizzen. They've had very poor tournaments so far.
Well, I guess we can look out for all of them, because it is, in fact, time to get them down there on the stage. Get them situated, get them set up, and perhaps get those mouse pads fired up as well. Let's go ahead and get the teams on the stage right now.
versus 1. Denied here. Oh my goodness. She has a chance here. This is unbelievable. 1 versus 1 now. That is so sick.
Firstly, welcoming us to the stage will be that of ENCE. The time is due, and around the world, the word spreads. Sweden, the best, cowered, fear, and locked themselves in the nearest IKEA retail store. Brazilians run into safety of the, well, where they're from and all that. And perhaps we take a look at what is ENCE Esports. We're touting these as to be one of the best, but ultimately, this is going to be the toughest match of their entire careers at this point. Maybe not so much for Alu, but this is the one. This is the big one.
This is the big one. This one is the one that's going to determine whatever we can expect more from ENCE going into the future, or we should just manage our expectations. I'm not sure yet. I'm not convinced yet that ENCE is a top 8 team in the world, but I think after this matchup, we'll be much more smarter on that matter.
Well, Sean, talking about ENCE and Alu being that veteran over there, I think you obviously spent some time playing against this guy, but for what it's worth, is he that leader figure? Is he able to pull this ENCE lineup through?
I'm not sure if he's a leader figure. I'm sure he is amongst his teammates here because they're so young. I've never played with Alu, so I can't really comment. But he's a phenomenal player, and he plays very, very smart Counter-Strike, which, that as something to look at when you're a younger player is super important, right? He's spreading the right message as to how to play Counter-Strike. Yeah. And that's what you see when you watch ENCE. They play fundamentally sound Counter-Strike.
Well, talking about the sound of Counter-Strike, we will be hearing that rather sooner than later, but of course you need to join us on your favorite social medias, and that's going to be hashtag IEM. Make sure you go ahead and slide in the @IEM as well. Make sure they see all the tweets, all of the good posts as we jump into Mirage. That's the first matchup here in the series. It's one where Avangar have picked it, ENCE have selected CT, and we're seeing quite a strange phenomenon where everybody wants to start CT. Why is that, Sean?
It's kind of weird. I guess it didn't used to be like that for the first game of the day. It typically bodes well to start T-side because you can swarm people. You have the AK one-shot potential. And there's just way more opportunity to snowball a team if you have that first match of the day on T-side. But the way that the meta has been playing out with the AUGs, I think everyone wants to play CT side. They don't want to be in that massive hole. And that's why you're seeing a lot of CT picks.
I'm glad we get to see Mirage in this matchup. I was afraid Avangar was not ballsy enough to go for the pick. When you look at the win statistics for ENCE, they have 80% won on the map in the past 3 months. But if you dive a little deeper into that, they have lost 2 times in this major so far against Winstrike, and they also lost against Renegades on the map. So despite having a high win record, they're not really looking that strong at this particular tournament on the map of Mirage. So I'm glad Avangar was not scared away by a statistic that when you look further into it, is not really that strong.
Well, you talk about looking further into it. Is it something where we can say that both of these teams are not at the very A game, but today they're going to have to play that regardless?
They have to. I mean, if these teams are not in the A game, if this is not enough motivation for them to play the absolute best brand of Counter-Strike that these 2 teams can play, then there's no excuse for them not going through. This has to be the A game.
Sean, A game is about to be played. ENCE versus Avangar. You're standing there, you're in the booth, you got all the whiteboards, you got all the markers, and you're ready to draw out how to beat these teams. What are you saying to your teams?
Ooh, when I watched ENCE play yesterday, it would have been very difficult because their T-sides look very, very strong. So I don't know what to say about them.
It's a tough one no matter which angle you're looking at it from. We do have ENCE taking on Avangar here in the opener of the day, and what could be very well the path on into winning their way into the playoffs. Of course, to deliver the action will be Henry G and Sadakis. Take it away, boys.
Thank you so much. We will. This is going to be a great one. I have to say, if you think it's going to be easy for ENCE, I don't think you realize how awesome Avangar are, because they, in my opinion, are the favorites. I'm going to say it right now.
All right, they definitely have the potential to win, but these teams both have their individual problems. It's going to be Sergey finding that first frag, the execution coming in from the CIS team here. It's AleksiB holding towards CT spawn and Alu rotating in. The bomb is being planted. Avangar have quite the advantage here, but maybe not for long.
Bomb still planted, though. Round 4, aerial tagged up. Certainly the potential there is to scale and perhaps have the depth, the tactical prowess on the ENCE side of things. Let's see if Krizen, kicker, can match that of James. Alu He's going to rotate back around to the stairs. Aerial's already found Crizin. That's going to put down Sandwich, which means they can get deeper in from CT. Low HP on 3. Buster has to swing. He has to go wide. The problem is now the bomb's on the wrong side of the boxes, but Kickered, he's got the lineup and doubles up. In fact, Avangar, great start to take the first round.
The P250 in the smoke, and the low HP players trying to scramble for the bomb. It's Kicker that manages to clutch out the round there. It's a big one for Avangar. They get the T-side pistol, and it all comes down to this moment. You can see with no X-ray on, he can't actually see that much. He did see the second player, and only about 10 HP remaining on either. He manages to win the round. There is going to be a force buy in response here from ENCE, Ali with the scout. We've seen a lot of these second round force buys work out for teams, especially on Mirage. So this one can be effective. They've got 4 smokes on the CT side, Deagles, CZs, and Alu now waiting for an opportunity, seeing if anyone dares walk up the connector.
Fair enough, Alu. Good headshot on the scout. Kicker's the one to get him back. Similar shot to what he had in the pistol. Through the connector and toward the A site. Catches him off. Smoke goes down. Jame wants to push onto it. Watch Aerial as well in this. 14 HP. They're going to get away, or throw away, I should say, the AK inside of mid. Which, considering the fact that there's 2 MAC-10s, that AK might have been better suited to just go to James' hands.
Could be right. Kick up with the MAC-10 now. It's 45 seconds remaining. He's low. They make their way towards the A site.
Okay, so it did. Oh, no, it did. He did. I don't know why you throw that AK away in that situation. Fair enough. Sergey tries to get the tag. He's taken down to 49 himself.
We've got a Molotov remaining, a flashbang. We use the Molotov towards spawn and try to get the plant down. Running out of time here. That has been deployed. As the CTs will try and deny the plant the best they can. It's up to Sergey to do it, but he hits the shot, but unable to actually find the frag. Aerial now making his way through. It's 4 players to the good for ENCE, and they have not got a kit here. Jame, with this MAC-10, needs to find absolutely everything. Buy as much time as he possibly can.
Already on the defuse. Jame gets one already. They're holding it. This is going to be done. Force buy is going to work for ENCE. They're almost done a full 10-second defuse. I don't think they're even aware of it. James not swinging when he should be, but Aerial's already got him down. He's already holding off the angle on the CZ, and it's 1-1.
There we go. We have said that those second round force buys seem to be working very, very well. It's the scout that seems to have a lot of impact at this particular event. Alu opens things up with a very nice shot towards short. Manages to get the tag on the second as well. And at that point, Avangar didn't really have a response. They ran out of utility, tried to pick them off one by one, like you said, throwing away the AK-47 out of the map. Buster dropped as well. Aerial found the low HP. Crizin on the other side of that push. No force buy in response, actually. There's going to be Jame with the AK and armor. He makes his way towards the end of Palace here, just looking for a dry peek and see whether he can open up the bomb site. Actually going to make his way all the way out and commit towards CT spawn. This is brave. They need to open things up, but unfortunately for them, it's not going to happen as Sergey gets 2. Great work with the MP5.
Buster just waiting it out with P250. Swings, wants the headshot. He'll go for the body instead. Taking enough shots at that point, might as well just finish the job any way possible. Gonna go down eventually to Alu. That puts him in the open from Palace, but Alu snaps back to find Crizin as well. Fitch inside of connector actually finds 2. Gets away with the second through the smokies. More damage than potentially should have happened and should have occurred to ENCE, but they'll take their second round.
So no force buy there. No bomb plant. Avangar will be able to buy into the next round, but there will be compromises. They got 4 AKs so far. I think Crizin had to drop one. He's actually got Glock armor right now. He gets a MAC-10 thrown to him. Alu displaying some fantastic aim there. Manages to close things out as well. Always great to see the AWPer racking up some cash. As he got that to kick things off here. Just the AK for now. I say just. UMP's an Aerial next 7. And they're going to be pushing towards middle. Fast commitment from the Avangar boys here. Really trying to force the issue and surprise the CTs, but they're ready and waiting.
Kicker, though, good position to be in. Unfortunately, he went for Sergey and had to trade it, and he ultimately needed to get the kill cleanly. They needed to get back a 2-man deficit. It's going to all go away from them. That's how it ends. 2 men to the good. AleksiB and ENCE X7 being a little bit quiet to start off this game. Hasn't found a kill yet, but everyone else has. In fact, 5 on 3 and 4 on the other. 3-1 score in favor of ENCE on the CT side. And money gets limited again for Avangar. So just the pistol for them so far. This will be 3 in a row.
Absolutely. Like we said, the dry approach towards A, that's what we'd call a contact play. Making their way through and trying to crack open the skulls of the CTs. Not really looking too efficient right now. They'll have to be dropped down to just deagles here. No armor, no nades, as ENCE look to find their 4th in a row here. Loss bonus starting to rack up, of course, as Avangar look towards middle. The bomb's still down towards the T-spawn area. It's Crizzen trying to use the deagle in the most effective manner here. Takes a little bit of grenade damage. Can he survive here? I'm not sure. He is being hunted. Alu decides to fall back. He doesn't have to commit to this frag. He's confirmed the eco. If he goes down, wouldn't be the end of the world, but certainly not ideal. He'll be holding now with the MP9 towards Palace. You can see Avangar is trying to bleed out any utility they can. Wait for impatient players to start pushing. Buster might be able to get 1 kill here. Ali's been taken down to 59.
So deagles to try and crack things open and get it going. Again, 3 rounds in a row. This will be a 4th round loss bonus if it goes against them, and they've got enough money that will certainly work. Gotta be careful, though. Fitch takes out Ariel.
Hello.
Buster takes out Sergey. That's a start that they needed. AleksiB will at least pull things back as he gets out on catwalk with the AUG. Alu controls the A site against Kickard, and he's got to be careful of Buster, who's already getting him behind the box. That makes it harder with the MP9 to spray, and it gives him headshot potential. He nails it. Alexi, though, has spotted the fact that James gone back. Bombs down towards spawn, so James was hoping to get a free rite of passage toward it. He will pass by the nade, but they're still segregated. Buster all the way over on the site. Bomb, CT spawn. Okay, fortunately for them, Alexi gave up on the fight. Didn't want to hold it off because he could have cut out Fitch in that equation as well. And now all falls to X7 to catch them in transition. 6 seconds, bomb got by.
He actually gets it down. That 1 kill decided the outcome of this round. Was missed. X7 unable to connect, and it's now going to be a 3 versus 2. And they do have kits available here, and headshots it seems, as X7 looks towards CT spawn. There is a player there, and he needs to be aware of him. Spots him, and remember, no armor. He will melt even through the box here. It's going to be the 1 versus 1. Fitch does manage to bring it back in at least some sort of contention here.
He's going to hold. I don't know why Fitch doesn't consider this. He's already on it behind the boxes. Fitch is a little bit late, and not only that, he'll go down as X7 defuses and kills. 4 for ENCE as a result of it. I think he needed to go sooner. Backside of the box, you know he's at A main. 9 times out of 10, that's held.
The problem is, you know he's got an AK, you've got no armor. As soon as the bullets touch you in any sort of way, you are going to go down. He's hoping he's not full defusing. There's no way of knowing for sure, of course. You touch the bomb, hope for the best, and he went for the full defuse, and it turns out it's the right call. Great deagle shots from Avangar. They've certainly got the skill, but now need to start showing the strategy as well. It's been pretty weak in that department so far. Lots of contact approaches, and this is more of a default now. So I'll slow it right down, go for that classic mid control, and the CTs are going for an aggressive push towards the A ramping. You see 2 players maybe going to flash over now. There's the flash, and going for the first pick. They traded out. Not quite what they were looking for there, considering Ariel's gone down to 40 HP, but they'll take it. And that's going to push Avangar towards a B-bomb site.
Buster gets AleksiB immediately. He'll get inside of the ladder room as a result of it, but watch this because X7 pushed up. If Crizzen goes too far forward and thinks he's clearing out the site, he has to consider the off-angle. He will. Shoulder spotted. X7, poor timing, unfortunately for him. Little would he have known. And now, I must say, it's ye of little faith for ENCE because it's 4 on 2 and B site wide open. It looks like a save toward Palace instead.
I think you might be right there. The money has been a little chaotic for ENCE after the close call in the previous round against the Deagles. They don't really have much of a bankroll whatsoever. They hold on to the AWP and the AUG. So that all leads from the ENCE push toward the A ramp. As soon as you've shown 2 players there, Avangar have that mid control as we discussed. They've actually got the call. It's an equal trade. At that point, it's 4 on 4, right? You can confirm that there's 2 players that are pushing towards the A ramp. There's probably a 3rd waiting there as well. So you get towards B, trade out those kills, and they go with that 1 frag required, and it all comes crumbling down. ENCE have to save. There's no point even going for that retake. You got 4 kills to find. You got an AWP on the other side of the map as well, and Ali just decides to hold on to it. He is capable of winning rounds single-handedly, especially the AWP, so expect some fireworks from him in the next round. It will be Avangar finding their second. Will ENCE force into this though? That's the question. AleksiB with 1,400. He won't be able to buy next round anyway, so they might as well see what they can do off the back of this. They would have UMPs, a P250 in armor, and the AUG combo. Might want to take a time out here to discuss their options. I think Alu just dropped a P250, so they're not going to go for the full investment here. Still very early days, looking at the bigger picture. It's still possible to win the round. They're going to be boosting towards the B bomb side there. Maybe getting Aerial's rifle boosted towards short or C. Actually focusing all the firepower towards A. So the AWP and the AUG, both right next to each other on the steps and connector, hoping they can focus this side of the map and get a couple of kills and push them towards that stack.
James just waits at this point in time for the AWP to come into its own. Does have to consider that Alu has one on the other side, doesn't want to be caught off by that, but he'll just hold at A for now, and they slowly accumulate in that position. It looks as though execution is the name of the game. There's one inside of Palace, there's 4 outside on the ramp, and already I can tell you they are setting up, as you can see, for the smokes that will land both inside of jungle and bounce across on top of the stairs.
Now there will be a gap in that smoke. There is the option to boost behind it. But for now, the CTs might just let this one slip by. As Alu is in CT spawn now, rotating through the vent. Aerial does find the first kill, so they'll be interested in this round now. They do have a kit available, a flashbang, but no smokes.
I'll give it a crack. Because the pistols could justify it, but Fitch already sprays into one. They know he's in sandwich. Interestingly, there we go, it's early yet. They don't go over top. They can't go over top. If they tried to do that, they would have been caught off from A main, so wrapping around was the only option to try and double up on Fitch's position. He gets dropped. Crizin, but Kicker gets X7. That'll be the rounds. So 3 kills for Fitch in total. Again, Alu just wants to save the AWP, but he's surrounded completely. They're pushing down towards CT, and he's spotted. Even though he wants to back off, Fitch gets his 4th.
There was a moment there where ENCE had the advantage. It was Aerial that found the first frag, but the A execution was a little bit too powerful for them. They didn't have the utility to hold them off and just locked them outside the smokes. Had to try and duel 1 versus 1. You see Fitch opening things up with a wall bang towards AleksiB. Then they lined up for him as he found 2 more kills. Remember, that was the eco. They did have a couple of saved weapons and did not force into the round. Things actually get a little bit more problematic after losing the AWP. It's Avangar with a couple of rounds in a row here. They're closing the gap. It's 4-3 overall on their T side of Mirage. 2 players go towards lower here. Not fully equipped, not really feeling it. So Alu going to be trying to hunt for the first frag. 2 players have actually already gone past him towards B. He's going to get this first kill, not quite. Crizin reads it, takes him down. He had the AUG and a helmet as well, so that's a great kill to find. Aerial's hoping he can catch them, trying to grab the AUG perhaps. We'll see.
M4 versus AUG carried over, and it absolutely destroys Aerial. AleksiB's going to go down as well. Buster with the kill to follow it. X7 with a UMP. He was caught last time he transitioned inside the holes. This time he gets the spray down, and thankfully for his sake, he wasn't so far forward that he couldn't get out. He was still right beside the window, so he jumps away. Unfortunately, Buster gets him inside of the site, and it's all onto Sergey to save at this point in time. Bombs to go down on the B side of the map, and it'll be a return from Avangar. Now 3 in a row to tie the total that ENCE has.
Really nice play from Avangar there. Waiting for any potential threats at all the key choke points there. It's the Mac 10 opens things up. It upgrades straight away to an AUG. Ends up getting 3 kills in total. That's Crizin. Really great work from him. And they make their way towards B at that point. They know the money's low. There's not going to be an incendiary on the other side. They're challenging an SMG in the B apartments. Yes, X7 got 1 kill, but he's traded out very quickly. At that point, B side's open, and the round is done. Avangar could be able to sneak a lead in here. It's 4-4, and it's going to be a timeout as the coach of ENCE gets stuck in. Here was the initial kill. You see dinks him upon arrival and mows him down through the fence there. It's going to be Crizin with 3 and ENCE with a decision to make. With the money they have right now, as you can see on the screens, left-hand side, not really enough there. CT side, you need, for a good buy, like 4,500 to get M4s, smokes, flashbangs, 5k if you want the incendiaries. A bit more of your AWP. That's exactly what Alu is. He currently sits on 2,400. It's round 9. Avangar starting to wake up and show us that nice basic approach to Counter-Strike. Hitting shots, lots of skill, good coordination. That's what they've got to this stage, but they want to go a lot further. Winning in this series will get them the 3-2 status and take them into the final 8 of the tournament. It's a B stack from ENCE. Now this works out a lot more than you might think. A full eco towards the B site. There's a lot of teams that for some reason love to just rush B when they're against pistols, and it can all come crumbling down.
Yeah, it happens far too commonly. Fortunately, at this point in time, Avangar looks like they've got other plans. They're spread out across the map. They just need to get a little information, and that's going to happen right now. Buster rather, has already dropped inside of the site at A. He worked out from Palace, and given that he's gone all the way toward the CT stairs, not yet spotting anyone, Fitch confirms the jungle's clear. Bomb's heading that way. So it does work out. You are absolutely right. We see that all the time. Seems to be, in all honesty, more in the late game you see it. When teams are feeling pressured, when they're making sporadic decisions, that's when the mistakes start to happen. Right now, 4-4 map 1. It is a deciding match. Winner in, loser gone. It's extremely high stakes considering we're at a major and what that entails being inside of the Legends category for the next cycle, but it's pretty early yet to see the mental capacity break down that much.
If you're playing a map like Mirage and you suspect they're on pistols, just think about it for a second, because you're considering jumping through the tightest possible choke point of the map where you actually have to be mid-air before you can actually access the bomb site. It doesn't really make sense. If there's potential CZs in a 5-man stack which you have no information about, if you break that all down, if they are there, it's a massive mistake to actually consider it. So if you ever think they're pistols, default first, get some intel, work out if you can throw a MAC-10 in there, see what's going on, and then if there's only one player there, sure, send everyone in after. But definitely wants to make sure you're playing smart as we get into the next round. It's going to be Avangar taking the lead in round 10. 5-4 in their favor on the T side of Mirage here. It's going to be Alu who brings out the glass cannon AWP. Doesn't worry me too much. He can play this in the correct manner, I'm sure. Is he going to peek A ramp or doesn't fully commit to it, but we'll see if he wants to swing out a little bit further. Now watching towards Palace. There's a player making his way towards the end very quickly. He's taken care of by Sergey before he can get out.
That was well read. Alu didn't need to watch it. He knew Sergey was already up toward the door, so good find on the M4. He'll hold close as well on balcony. Bomb gets gathered up from T-spawn, already losing Palace. Naturally, that heads over toward B. Instead, Krizen is the closest to contact at B, but he's going to hold for now. They don't have information on underpass. So Kickert will give that a quick check, I presume, on the way by. But nonetheless, James heads up middle instead. To be a B split. Aerial forward of the smoke inside of connector as well could easily catch them off on this. There's no further utility to play with on the T side. They cannot smoke him off again. They can't even flash. They have to take the fight with him.
That's quite the scary process, isn't it? Alu's going to hit that, no problem. They did have at least a Molotov they could have thrown in there.
It's true, and I do see one flash on Kickert, so they could have done that, but he was over toward B, so it wasn't like they could use it in that position.
Well, this is the unraveling of Avangar there after so many successful rounds. Imagine get 4 in a row, it all starts to look very weak. Walking up short there, I guess not expecting Alu to hold the angle, but either way, jump past it at least instead of walking into a guaranteed kill for him. It is kick up, 16 HP, 5-1, just looking for any sort of damage he can cause financially. Bomber's down, he's not going to grab it. He's got a Molotov, flash and an HE, but at this stage just wants to take a player down with him.
Seven. Aggressive. He's anticipated correctly, and Kickert knows he's got to move out of the corner. 7 seconds, just wants to keep the AK. By confirming that he is still that far up inside of the apartments as well, this gives the option to chase through the underpass, but I don't know that Ariel's going to get far enough to get through the doorway at the kitchen.
Oh,
They'll get him through the window instead.
Yeah, that wall bang doesn't do a ton of damage, but when they've only got 10 HP, that will do. So knowing he was in kitchen, they go for the spam, and you actually see a kill come through. So Fitch gives himself up to Alu, and Aero uses that information to swing out from the connector and just take them down one by one. You were right. So yes, they had a flashbang, sure, but they didn't have the smokes or window. Connector walked up, and you could see how simple that was.
And to be fair, yeah, even a connector, the flash was way over inside of the B apartments. It wasn't going to do anything to try and get by Ariel at that point in time. So it wasn't in the correct position, unfortunately, just how the cookie crumbles, as you would say, Henry.
I would say that.
You'd probably say biscuit, actually.
How the biscuit crumbles?
The
no, I
tea
think
crumpets, or what do you call those?
Tea and crumpets, yes. How the crumpet crumbles. Sounds pretty good.
Yeah. Onomatopoeia. Not onomatopoeia. Alliteration.
Alliteration, yeah.
There we go.
Well, ENCE do bounce back, but with the reinvestment of grenades, they still have a potential reset on the cards here, even with keeping so many players alive in the previous round. There's an AK for Sergey, an AUG for X7 and AleksiB and Alu. bit of a specialist on this map. I'm interested to see whether he can really get going here. I think these teams are very equally matched. ENCE certainly have their issues, but Avangar a little bit streaky too. It's going to be Buster that goes down at the very start of the round through the smoke, and it will be AleksiB to find him there. 5 versus 4 in the first 10 seconds of the round as well. It's always a bit gutting to receive that. No potential chance of actually answering back. So B execution might be here. They're going to go for the smokes towards pillars perhaps and try and get themselves out. Setting up 3 players to make their entrance. If they can get a quick kill on X7 here, they actually have a chance. He misses the first shot. Does he have anything to hold them off here? Just 1 smoke.
He does back into the corner. X7 doesn't need smokes. He's got kills. Put it down now. That'll buy him some space because they have to wrap around the inside of the quad position. And he can do the same, try and greet them, but it's Kickert and James that get the entry for Avangar. Watch James pushing through as he'll catch off Alu as well from the bench position. Back up as well. He's got bomb. So he can get away. Jumps up, confirms hallways clear. Still has to cross the window to get out, to go the other direction. And he knows they've rotated over. He's got 47 seconds. He snuck far enough back to be out of sight. But does he go back? Does he consider it again? He could just wait. He could just not be. He's got them in the open, but Ariel's got a great shot in return.
A lot of skill on this server right now. He's seeing these 1v1 duels, and very quickly indeed. It will be ENCE to take the lead once again, 6-5. Ariel to get the first kill, top and middle. And once it goes to an early 5-on-4 like that, you know you've got to make a decision. Your defaults haven't worked out. You don't have a ton to work with. And they start walking towards B. They went for a very basic approach in terms of the execution. Managed to trade out a couple of kills, but in the end, the 2 versus 1 comes down to the 1v1 duels. And it is ENCE taking the lead now. Still enough for a full buy here. Avangar might try to hand in another default, it seems, as James doesn't have the orb this time. 5-7 to his name, considered the star of this team, and another man who's a star is Kickert. He's got 9. He holds the A ramp. They're going to go for a split here eventually. You can see them posturing towards middle, but the bomb's still down in T spawn, so this might take longer than expected, as Ali will drop the one-way smoke to allow him to get a bit more vision towards mid. But Fitch is on the other side. Flashbang deployed, waiting for the reaction, as he helps out towards Palace as well. It's AleksiB holding CPL, which has been a massive problem for teams this event. Like just walking past it, not flashing it. Need to make sure you drop at least a flash in there before you check it.
And I'm sure you've deduced at this point by the lack of action and the proximity of the radar, it's actually going to be Crizin down below in the underpass. So even though they were stacked on top of each other, they were 3 stories apart. Ariel will get Buster. Now you can see the result of Crizin working out inside of that mid position. Smoke down. Takes away vision from Alu. He wanted the PK main, take the advantage of the fact that he had a conceal to his left side, but was aware that a smoke is not a wall, as Stewie often displayed just 2 years ago that everyone started pushing smoke so wildly.
Yeah, a lot of teams at that time would consider them like force fields, but you can surprise them and push through. It's the same story for Molotovs as well, really. Ariel will get his 2nd kill of the round. It's one of the few players still using the silence M4 with clinical precision. As AleksiB confirms around here, Alu doesn't miss. It's 5-on-1, and Fitch has no grenades, half health, and at this point, no chance to actually do anything with this. 15 seconds remain. A slow default yields absolutely nothing here for Avangar. We'll see if he can actually hold the weapon. The loss bonus is there. Oh, it's only going to be a 3rd stage, actually, so probably better off holding on to the A-gate. His teammates 5k on James, Buster 4,000 as well. They'll probably go for this considering they have the AK and Fitch has no cash, so they can join him in that department. James can afford a glass cannon orb. Like I said, we haven't really seen much from him at all yet. Here's bottom fragging. He does purchase it up straight away, so fancies it. He's going to get a smoke to accompany it. Here's Ariel. M4, silence. Very accurate. Very satisfying to find the headshots, but you're only limited to 20 bullets in the magazine as they set up for an A execution here on the T side. They have fully invested a Krieg, an AWP, and a couple of Deagles as well. See if this is enough as they fend off the initial exchange of grenades.
Need to be aware of the fact that Sandwich is occupied as well. Grenades, the name of the game. There's 2 Molotovs left for Avangar. Can try and utilize those in that position. It's not uncommon. Crizin already with his draw, and he's actually going to throw a bench so no one can push through the smoke. That's going to buy Sergey space. Alu hits 2 as well on the way through. Sergey's going to be sitting there completely unannounced, but James will find him. He's got the angle just enough as Alu wants to try and respond. So far, no flank option for it because the other 2 are both toward A main. They could start to wrap around from mid. That would put a lot of pressure on the post plant if there is to be one. If they can get the bomb down, James, he's got to hold himself off at this point in time. There's literally not a grenade on anyone's belts. Neither of the players left with one, and he tries to even fake and bait with the AWP.
As far as they're concerned, Aloe is in CT spawn right now, but he's actually rotated all the way around towards connector. Bomb planted. They do take a gamble in that respect. They've got nothing to hold the CTs at bay here. No grenades, and AleksiB in T-spawn.
This is the obvious read. He knew that he could push through eventually. As soon as that bomb goes down, and Kickert's aware of it, he's had to turn around and look back at it because the AK, it's almost timing going against them. He's right in his thought. He's wrong in his time. It's so far away still. He's going to go back for a second one. Spots out the shoulder. That's enough information they can at least play off it, but they know the peek's going to come in from the opposing side as well. And Kickert, he's ready for more. Even tried the pistol fake. Not going to work. James brought it down to a 2-on-2, but he's locked in the corner with an AWP. They're jumping, and they want to get on the bomb. He's missed the first shot. They're going to get away with it, surely.
It's going to be close, but they have got it. ENCE with a massive victory there. Their bankroll is out of control. Their 1v1 duels are looking so satisfying, and it's Aloe with 3 kills on the sniper as well. That's a great play by him. He delays them so long by showing that presence in CT spawn. At that point, they're really tentative in their approach as he plant the bomb. He's made such a ruckus here on the A bomb site. Falls back in CT spawn, comes in the connector, and at that point, you've got the flank coming in from T spawn as well, and it's just a nice pincer. He saw Kicker and James. We did mention they are the star players of this team. They made it a little bit exciting there towards the end, but unable to hit the close range shot. James will go down with the ship. 2 smokes, 1 flash. Really not an ideal situation. I think they're going to wait for another contact play here and just walk in dry. Here we go.
Means as well, no Molotov to bounce in shadow. No way. Sergey's going to get displaced easily, and the attention drawn on him. Aerial steps out, but it is responded. The AK is getting kills back. A 3-on-3 situation. Half already won by ENCE. No money really for Avangar after this round either, so it becomes all important to make sure this stays within control, within a close score that they can then turn around and transfer on their CT side. Fitch, he's the deepest. James way over toward B, by the way, so they might just hold up. They might try and give him the space. AleksiB is over there as well, though, and he's just off angle enough that James could get caught out by this.
It's not clear which way this round goes, but the T's with no smokes, no flashes, really have got their work cut out for them. Need to try and flush Aloe out of the CT spawn area. He's watching towards Sandwich, but Fitch somehow does so much damage. Speaking of which, AleksiB needs to find this kill before it's too late. Oh, he's just gonna let him go by? Oh, I think that's a bad move.
It is. He thinks that he's clearing the site so they can rotate back. He's called it for X7 at least, but he's actually gone because he was hoping to flank out the rotation. Now they know exactly where X7 is. They may not know the second position. They may think it's a little bit closer given that he wasn't spotted, but they'll get the bomb plant down. I need to see Fitch's kill from his perspective, by the way. That was from Sandwich through the box. I don't even know how he got the lineup on Aloe.
Yeah, very impressive.
I think he just guessed. I think it was pure luck, but nonetheless, he knew the lineup, knew the skill to get that at least. AleksiB is back toward mid. He was the player in B. Fitch, he could cut him off. He can get him from jungle. And Buster's so far separated that even then he wouldn't be a threat. It's tradable perhaps by X7 if he swings out, not so much by Buster. Likewise, he's not tradable by them, and they're not going to look his direction. Smoke down mid-site's interesting because X7, he can already get on it. Fitch, he's got the shot back, but he killed him at the exact time the defuse started. Does he know the lineup? Does he know where it is? He hasn't found it. He should have sprayed in. He'll get the kill after, but that's not good enough. It's ENCE with 9.
4 kills for Fitch, and the full defuse came in. I do agree. The spray there with the low HP player in front of him would have been enough. He was hoping it was the fake. Even when the smoke's down there, it's not a guarantee they're going for the full defuse. These players have many different levels and layers going on, and a lot of common plays revolve around dropping the smoke on top of the bomb, tapping it, waiting for the response, and then taking the kill. But there's Fitch. Manages to completely wreck Aloe at that point. And you can see, okay, so he hadn't reloaded his gun, so that's why he doesn't go for the spray. He only had 3 bullets left when he actually got the final kill there, so he couldn't even go with the spray. So, fair enough. 5 versus 3 now. Some very fast picks from Avangar with the maximum loss bonus here. They've got the AWP in the hands of James, and Aerial has to try and fight here. He does very well to get the kill at A round, but it takes him to 3 HP.
Fair shot with the AK. Last round slipped away from them. The bomb plants enabled to buy. Now we'll see if that can be converted as X7. He stays in the window room. Removed from the situation, and he might be removed from the round if he's not careful. The Secret's still toward the top side of the middle. He's now the only one left alive, and that's exactly the way it's going to end with Kicker catching him out. 9-6 at half. ENCE in the lead, CT side. But this game's got all sorts of possibility to end in either team's favor.
Well, this is the pick of Avangar, but it will go in favor, at least in the first half. 9-6 for ENCE. All the stars are starting to shine. We're seeing some great individual duels come down, but it's Avangar who managed to take a couple of rounds right at the end there. We'll see who wins after this break.
You wouldn't want it any other way. A close game between ENCE and Avangar, 9-6 at the end of the first half, and this series determines which of these two teams go through.
We've had some great showings so far. Avangar low on money throughout that first half. They're battling still. Their individual aim and prowess is notable, I have to say. They're looking very sharp indeed. As ENCE still have the lead, though. It's going to be 9-6, and I think you're all aware at this point, there's been so many maps played so far this tournament. The pistol and this sort of scoreline is everything. And it's going to be an early kill. They're going to rush off this. I think that's a good call. They were going to rush B, but the fact they've got a 5-4 so quickly, why not just slow it right down? Let's go back into a default. Let's exploit this advantage instead of running into a stack here. I think that's a really nice adjustment made there by ENCE. What's the response here from Avangar? They've got 3 in towards B right now and almost no one on A. That's exactly where ENCE are heading. They have one player there, that's James. He'll be holding a USP and armor. He has no utility. And they need this shot to connect, and Bust up unable to pluck off that head. But James, my goodness, he certainly can. 4-on-4 now. He buys him some time.
James waiting, backing off, wanting them to overcommit to the fight, because they haven't planted the bomb yet.
Yeah, all 4 players swarm towards him, and he's still alive.
Yeah. Perhaps wise they did back off. If they had gone around the corner, he finds 1 or 2 kills on that. Bomb's not down. Everyone's on rotation. Then you get a massive problem. He knows they were there, so he goes looking. Good recovery by X7, but they've already given up the vent. He wasn't close enough to hold it, and therefore they get through. It's Kicker with 1. He'll smoke off toward the connector as well. That forces the hand of Ariel, who's inside of it. He's already taken down, though, by AleksiB, and now Ariel knows he has access back in. Crizin. If I'm AleksiB right now, although this works as well because he gets around the box, he played sound Q. The other option was to go far right, take away the aim from Crizin, force him to look A main, and then AleksiB would therefore be protecting Ariel from a trade, but time's gone. It's already worked out. The first man does the job. AleksiB just on his own. In fact, he'll just spray the ENCE logo to remind them that's where the bomb was planted.
Leave his mark on the bomb site has now been blown up. It's going to be one player surviving for ENCE there, but a nice B-rush approach is the start. Then, somehow, X7 gets a quick kill on a player jumping up to get information. Once he gets that, they cancel the rush. Take note from that, ladies and gentlemen. That's a great little call. If you are going to rush and you're somehow gifted a kill like that, you don't necessarily have to commit. It might seem quite tantalizing, but they all of a sudden are scrambling to make their way towards B, and you can capitalize upon the mistakes and overreactions there. No force buy in the second like ENCE did in the first half. They were actually successful there, remember. It was Avangar that picked up the first pistol, then the second round, it all came crashing down against the Scouts and CZs. I don't think there's any danger of ENCE losing this round, and they're not going to be rushing. They're just going to drop some smokes in. We talked about double pumps yesterday with the complexity game. This is just a little fake towards the A site and making their way back towards B. You can see it's worked out very well indeed. They managed to get an open B site here, and it's no fault of Avangar. They're on full eco, right? They see 3 smokes arrive at the A bomb site. They're going to rotate. They haven't really got much else to go on. Still actual kills going down on the CT side here. They've managed to get in position at least, but a lot of work to do.
Ariel tries to get the kills. Instead, he just pushes them around the block, and around the block they arrive. Back in comes ENCE, and they convert. Unlike the first pistol that went the way of Avangar, they are able to convert the second round, giving them now an 11-6 lead. This will be a tough battle for Avangar to get back into the game.
But this is where James can come to his own. He can buy the glass cannon AWP, which he has, and we saw how capable he is in the first half. We'll see if he can replicate that here. Very big round. There's no kits and just a couple of smokes. That's it. ENCE know they have a crazy advantage here. They've got 3 SMGs, potential unarmored heads here. You can see Avangar focusing on the defense instead of the utility. They've got helmets. It's the B-rush this time, and the flashbangs are super effective as Fitch manages to get 1, but that should be round. Kicker, we'll see what's available to him. With that smoke, does he even dare push this? He does not. He falls back. I think that's the right call, because their money's going to be destroyed here. James better off to saving the AWP and having another crack at it next round. Kicker, not going to go for this, but seeing if he could find a frag. But this couldn't have started better now for ENCE. We always talk about this, man. That first gun round now, you've got residual SMGs. You want to keep it close range, keep it fast, take some gambles, and see if the MAC-10s can cause damage there, and they absolutely did. Only losing 1 player in the exchange, and will find round number 12. And it's James and Kicker trying to desperately hold on to their weaponry. ENCE can justify the hunts. They've got lots of cash left over. I don't think they're going to find anyone here, but ENCE will get it. Bomb goes off. Avangar were $3,000 per player now as they save the 2 weapons. Maybe a timeout here required. We're getting to that dangerous scoreline. 12-6 down. Another potential eco here as well. So they want to force this and see whether James can carry them through the round. He buys armor at least, so he spent $1,000 there already. Got a smoke as well. I would say a timeout required here. See if they take it. They don't. So no force buy. Going to see if James can create some magic here as he heads towards the mid window.
He's going to have to stand tall. You said it. This is where he can come into his own, but that AWP has been such a staple for them. A Mirage, a map of many facets. It's not like Overpass where against Liquid he just saved it time and time again until he could finally get it rolling. Not to mention they started on the CT side on that occasion on the opening game for them, the best of 1. That started off their new Legend stage. Now they're playing from behind. He can't really have too many rounds of a cushion. 4 more and the map is gone in the favor of ENCE. So smokes on A. James there, he's inside of the site as well. Interesting position to be in with the AWP. Still looking toward connector. That's not going to be a problem for him, but he's completely unaware of that. Instead, though, Kristen and Fitch need to confirm. James going to rotate back. He's behind triple. That'll give him vision forward to the smokes, but the flash is taken away. His teammates are still fighting valiantly inside of the cave. Fitch will go down eventually, so too Crizin. And now they work out from Palace. James got to hit those. Those are the shots that'll win him the round. He goes back for more, but they know where he is. He's still got Kickered. Burning. They're both so low. But coming in to give him a hand, give him an aid, and now he can fall back towards CT as Kickered holds as well on the stairs. Bomb is escaping, and rightfully so. 30 seconds. They've got to take it elsewhere.
Alu just need to stay alive here. Make some distractions. He's making footsteps on purpose just to suggest they're still in this position. He wants to buy time for his teammate to rotating towards that B bomb site. If he gets one of these, it's round done. There's still a chance for AleksiB though, but he might as well get his skates on now. Try and plant for short as quickly as he can. And there it is. Short plant comes through. He might not have time to cross over towards short, and he knows it. Instead, opts to fall back, and he's been spotted. Thankfully, I was about to say James didn't fire, so has the element of surprise, but now that's been given away. AleksiB goes back to the bomb site floor. They might not be aware of this.
They'll work together, but the AK, oh, it's looked away. If it was looking at the door then, certain the round goes his direction. They're so low, he can still trade this. If they get anywhere near the bomb and they try and force the defuse and they're lined up, AK wins it. He now knows one is there. He's got it easily. Sees the gun. He wants the time in his favor because he knows he's also on 36. He knows he's tradable. Down goes the first. That's the round. James can't do anything with the AWP, and he knows he's got to try and escape as well, which means he can hold him with the AK bomb. Will take everyone down at this point, but it's 13-6 for ENCE.
Another fantastic call there in the late stages of the round. Comes down to the 2-on-2. It was looking very likely ENCE going to win that round. All of a sudden, the AWP does start landing shots. It was actually getting a little too chaotic there. Missed, what, 2 or 3? At that point, Ali just says, get towards that B bomb site. I will distract them. We did say, if he gets that 1 kill, this round done. He went down with nothing, but AleksiB couldn't have played that better. He's the highest rated player right now on ENCE, and that's a really massive clutch for a player that's still in his rookie year, really, and playing years above his experience as they go 13-6 up at this stage. Double AWP set up for the first time on the CT side, however. Alu slowing things right down as he waits for the flashbang to come in towards middle. And I assume they're going to smoke the window here as well. Double AWPs, though, could be enough to save the day.
Smoke in. James going to back off it. That is the problem as well on Mirage. Sure, the AWP is extremely powerful. They've got 2 of them. That's not uncommon either. But early round, that smoke in the window makes it so hard to get dominant picks. To have an early influence. Oftentimes the AWP is setting as a turret trying to defend on an execute.
Good damage done. That's even more. Kicker will be dropped. Prison. He's a low HP player. 20 HP right now. He sits in the connector. I was about to say, he's got flames next to him. He's locked in. He just jumps into them. Bit of panic there, perhaps. Buster recovers the secondary AWP, and AleksiB snuck through the connector. James, though, so good in close proximity.
It's 2 AWPs, though, to hold. He better be good in close proximity because they are going to be all over him. Already are. Alexi inside of jungle. Does he swing and check it? Back turn. Oh, he's got to hit those.
God.
He's been so good throughout. We've been bigging it up. No question of his performances being resounding, but that time not. The sound was, it'll be ringing in AleksiB's ears, but he's lucky to be alive, and another one missed. This is the problem. This is now a huge problem because 2 shots that would have easily influenced the round have gone away from them. Still, though, there's 18 seconds. If they can find just enough to deny the bomb plant, the round can still go in their favor. It's down to 11, and they're still not on. Fitch, he can't get the shot either. They might not get to this. 8 seconds, they want to go to the smoke. Fitch is right beside them. In fact, he's touching, but he's gone the wrong way. He's gotten behind. There's still a chance, but it's going to have to be on a defuse, and Sergey's gotten away. His own smoke that they threw in from CT has allowed the terrorists to plant, and potentially the round as James finally hits one. Avangar get number 7.
Was he blind there? The animation suggested he was. My goodness, that was very close indeed. James, you are right. He misses some crucial shots there. But he lands the one that matters the most. The problem is they only have 1 player that survives, and there's plenty of cash on the end side here. Here's the replay, planting in the smoke. The CT can't find it, but it actually worked out in the end. They managed to get a couple of kills off it and win out in the 1 versus 1. They will get $3,500 per player for winning by defuse. And as we spoke about before, that's not enough for a buy on the CT side. They're going to have a FAMAS here, a UMP, only 1 kit, and 2 players without any grenades whatsoever. If they lose this round, at 14-7, I would say GG. This one decides it, at this stage at least. Avangar have to win this round, and then follow it up with a victory as well.
Absolutely true. It's pressure point. That's what we'll refer to these hinge rounds as now. A make or break pressure point. Smoke at the bottom of connector. None in the window. That's a rotation away from mid. At least for now. Alu's still at the top of it with the AWP in case anyone pushes, and he could certainly go for a late take once they establish their presence on A, once they get in positions that they are comfortable with. Sergey naturally goes out toward Palace once again. But no aggression from the CTs. No one trying to really get information at this point. Even Fitch and B is well back toward the van.
James needs to start landing these shots now. Execution looking likely. Smokes are deployed. But James still with vision. Very traditional spot for the AWPers. Will Alu detect him on the other side? He's currently positioned towards top and middle, and it's X7 towards that connector. He'll get the first as a follow-up frag as well, but James can only find the one kill, and that's potentially all they get out of this round map, because, like we said, it must win, and it's not going to happen. X7, did he think he could? Oh, either way, it doesn't matter. He'll find the frag. It's 14-7. ENCE on the map pick of Avangar. Should be able to close this out, no problem. They've got $1,400 per player. You can't really let it go to 15-7, so they're going to have to force buy and see what they can do with it. Here he comes. This is the ENCE we know and love. They've certainly been up and down this tournament. Mostly down, considering they're in the 1 and 2, or 2 and 2 at this stage. Up against Deagle, CZs. No scouts, no SMGs, no kits. ENCE can close out the game here.
They can. They've got to consider Buster as well. He can try and shut them down, but pistols, they're not going to get aggressive at all with the peaks. Got to go with a little bit more speed than that. AleksiB, he will. Buster's behind him, though. I don't think he's aware of it. You know what, Spawn AleksiB yet in the corner? I think he's just far enough around. Okay, he is. That's a good view of it. Just far enough around the corner to not be spotted. And if he goes, he's not even going to look that way, I don't think. Gets back in the ladder. AleksiB with a flash will check it. Thankfully, he's already inside that door, or he would be a target easy for the AK. It's off throne. They can hear it coming. Geekert vacates the premises of Van. Alu's already got the opener. Buster just waiting at this point in time. Ariel's right down below him, but he's unaware of it. Top down behind. Buster's going to be staring at the window, expecting a boost. He's actually going to give up ladder room. Little does he know, Ariel's there with his back turned. He's got a free kill. It's a matter of who finds the other first. He will still at least get one. AK picked up. Able to press the use key, but here's where Ariel strikes back. He didn't see him. Did he? He just didn't react. He didn't realize he did. Somehow that's going to cost them because he goes back out toward Catwalk and Fitch gets the kill against him. It easily should have been the trade on window, and now it's suddenly just X7. He's found by a Deagle in the sight.
You can see them panicking somewhat there. ENCE will give the round up. Fantastic shots from Avangar and capitalizing upon the advantages they found, but you can see ENCE just looking stifled and not sure how to play off each other. Lots of one-on-one commitments and unable to trade out kills. Really probably wanted to avoid that short area considering they had pistols there. The CPO area is a very dangerous place to head towards against the pistols, and now they've let Avangar right back in this. As we mentioned, that was the chance to close it all down. Now they find themselves on the back foot. They don't have enough to buy 3,400 on 2 players, actually 3 of them. It's Sergey and X7 who can purchase into this, but they've got such a lead right now, I would say probably not worth. Yes, the idea is there to reset the CTs right now, but if you don't win that round, you're in a lot of trouble. I think just maybe a little partial buy here would be enough. So we head into round number 23. This could go the distance now. So they will go those Deagles and CZs that we brought out. A couple of smokes, and they sent all 5 players towards the A side of the map. They'll wait for the initial exchange of utility to go down. 3 smokes, so presumably steps, jungle, CD spawn. That's jungle, that's steps. I think CT, yep, but the grenade's coming from that area.
Grenade's coming toward that area as well, but they're too deep. Kicker's not sprayed. That's not a bad conversion considering 2 up front, and then he held it down to go far, and Palace gets a 3rd as well. Krizen's going to close it out. Flawless round from Avangar. It's now 14-9. Still a ways to go. We're not to the double-digit mark yet, but they're still not on overtime point on the ENCE side either, so this is on.
Well, this is when the experience really comes through. These are both very young teams, and closing out games when the pressure's on is a skill you have to learn as you attend more tournaments. And right now your mindset shifts. You're having a great time in the first half. There's not too much pressure there. You're hitting your shots. You're working well as a team. The strat book's working. As soon as you start overthinking things and you have one disaster trying against pistols, everyone kind of gets taken down a little bit. And here's Kicker. Lovely spray. You are right. Flawless round apart from the bomb going down does yield a buy here for ENCE as they bring out the AWP and everything required around it. Alu's had a pretty decent game so far with 17 and 16. Jame, I would say an average game by his standards. He's missed quite a lot of shots, but saved them in situations as well. Let's see what he can do here. He's not feeling like pushing toward that smoke is going to be beneficial. So he'll give in as Crizin with the AK, feeling like he can take some of these one-taps and he'll certainly find them. Sergey gets dropped in the Palace position.
Boost up toward the window for AleksiB. They could have doubled that up. There's 2 in that position, but they won't. He'll hold for now. Smoke down. Positions himself so as to check the ladder room. Alu's going around to that corner. AWP up close. For his sake, fortunately, it's empty. Now that that's cleared, AleksiB can start to use his position more aggressively, shall we say, toward the A side of the map.
CT's very comfortable right now. 3 towards the A sides, actually quite deep within the bomb side floor, as you can see. Sandwich and 2 players working off each other right in the middle. 5 versus 4 in their favor. Where do ENCE want to head? They are now feeling the financial burn. 1 smoke remaining, also a flash as they go towards jungle here. Can't find anyone. Alu gives it up by going for the wall back there. For 30 seconds, they need to act now.
Smokes go down deep, but they're already too close. Buster and Crizin dropped. It could be ENCE turning it around and find map point this time, but Kicker's still in the site, only gets 1. Traded back immediately by X7, and bomb planted. Alu holds the window, the vent as well with the AWP. James gonna go against him on the same gun. I think he's gotta go all the way around to CT and join Fitch. They both have kits. There's 2 flashes, a single smoke. Smoke gonna go now. That's aggressive. Aerial's played that perfectly. He's going to stay on top of it. Bomb's directly in front of him. He knows how to go, and the smoke's gone deep. It's gone way too deep. Forces Aerial to back off, but it forces Fitch around, and he's caught with nothing in his hands. Was finished throwing an 8 and not yet ready on the M4. Jame is, but I think he's already looking to try and save. Has red as well that they're in behind him. Alu trying to lock him in position towards CT. They won't pursue. X7 can't cross the site with the bomb due to go off, but Alu finds the shot anyway, and ENCE are on 15.
They certainly are, map. That's a great recovery from ENCE. It's a 5 versus 4. They have almost no utility whatsoever. They get some connector control, and they make their way through. The only smoke they had was to extinguish an incendiary, and it's Aerial and AleksiB trading out and finding all the frags. You see Kicker, he's very frustrated with that one. A lot on the line here. Making it to the top 8 is absolutely massive. Means you're guaranteed to come back directly into the round of 16 at the next major. That also guarantees, obviously, stickers and all the rest that comes with it for Avangar. A team we don't see too much of apart from these major events, which is weird to say. It's a big deal. And Jame isn't going down without a fight. That's a lovely shot to take down AleksiB.
Aerial also moving his way closer toward connector. First kill is massive for Jame. But it's overtime, the goal at this point for Avangar.
Yeah, 6 rounds to do it.
Alu holding. ENCE will slow the pace, they have to. Already with 1 inside a connector though. Crizin has his attention firmly fixed upon that entrance. Flash timing. Aerial waited for it to pop. If he had a gun as it was thrown, he might have had the back turn, but Crizin manages to get back in position, get back aimed, and find the kill in return as Kiekert will catch X7 and cross. Sergey's now on the site. Alu, we saw him already, was inside a Palace with the AWP. First task, get the bomb, and the smoke down is far too deep. That can be spotted from connector. That doesn't give Sergey much to work with at all.
Alu waiting for his opportunity. They still have time. He's hoping mistakes are made, but so far, so good. Avangar, 5 versus 1. Money will be reset, so this isn't impossible to imagine a world where they get back into this and take it to overtime. It starts with this. They can remove Alu's AWP as well. That will certainly help things out. I think everyone was certainly got at this stage, and he has no idea. As he'll turn around, he gets one of these players, but should be traded out in the second. There it is. Double digits for Avangar, as the money sits around $3,000 for ENCE. So I would say they're taking eco here and wait till they can stabilize. There are a couple of players in the form of Alu and Aerial that have just under 2K. So I assume we'll see something very conservative here, nothing too wild. They can even let a couple of rounds go by if they really want to and try and close it out properly. But there's James. 71 ADR. 18 kills total.
Yeah, it's not his kills that have been the problem, it's the timing of them. The missed shots that also are costing them. A couple of rounds that easily could have gone their way if he was able to convert sooner before late in the round when they were recovering, if he had to get the openers. This time the openers, they will go Avangar's way. They're already inside of the site. James got Alu as well, and it's just AleksiB to find. Followed up on the pistol by James. That gives him 2 more, gives him 20 total.
Ooh, they did force buy that. And that's going to be costly. They could have bought into this round. But unfortunately for them, the B-Rush unable to find much more than 1 kill. So at this stage, timeout will be called. Closing out these maps from our RT side can be very difficult once you get ruined financially. Coach is chiming in now, trying to calm them down. They have 1 timeout remaining after this. I'll just be saying, let's just focus on our own game, forget the pressure, wait till the money's stable, and we'll use our full gun rounds to end this. 4 rounds now for Avangar. Seems very possible at this stage. They have a double up set up for James and Buster. This round against the full eco will help them get everything they need for the rest of the half. As we come to the end of this pause. All on the line now. 20 kills for James, really posting decent numbers. Actually 20 for Fitch and Kickert as well. So they're all coming to life here. No one really dropping off in the server whatsoever. It's been an absolute pleasure to cast this one. See the skill available to them. They go for the rush out of Palace here. Objective, get that bomb down. Apply pressure to CT spawn. It's not actually impossible to win these sort of rounds as well. It's a 4-on-4. They have a rifle. Bombs planted.
His incendiary as well. Unfortunately, they weren't breaking wide enough because it forced Alu forward. He's now got an AK off of this. He's going to surprise them with position, but he doesn't have the HP to really go along with it. Sergey couldn't fire enough bullets. Kurt's got it back. Avangar get 12. We're within 3. It won't take much to push this over the finish line. But it seems like the object they're pushing is getting heavier and heavier because momentum is certainly starting to go Avangar's way.
Another gun round for ENCE. 1 more will do it. Alu gets the AWP out. They have a full buy here. In terms of loss bonus now, it's a 3rd stage, so lose this. They're not guaranteed a buy, even with the bomb, but they do have around $1,000 left over. We'll see if this is where it all ends. What's the call? They've thrown in a couple of B-rushes so far. Round 28, getting very close to the finish line. And they'll send 3 players towards a Palace. This is the flash attack approach. You'll set up 1 smoke towards CT, send 2 flashes over, and it's a very dry but effective approach when you have aim stars like Sergey and Ariel leading the charge.
Good shot from James, that's better. Prison's gonna follow it up as well. Alu does get 1 back from Palace, and he knows that his teammate's on the stairs, so he can start to swing. So long as the smokes are down at jungle, they'll have control and ability to do so. It's a 3-on-3. X7, he's got it down with the smoke. It's still there, Buster. All he had to do was click. He's gonna realize it. He's gonna see the bomb there as soon as that smoke dissolved, and it was a problem because it was too late. Post-plant got away, and now it's the advantage to ENCE, and it might be the map as well. Buster still so far removed, and I don't think he's aware AleksiB has worked his way inside of Connector. He checks it. He is fully aware. How dare I doubt him for a moment. It's an op on either side, a rifle as well, and Alu's going to transition. He wants to get back toward A main so he can trade off of X7 so that he disappears for a moment, and the absence of him in Palace is still a doubt that's causing them problems. Molotov, they go down toward it. They've got 2 kits. Krizen's got X7. It's Alu to peek it. He's got the shot on the AWP, and that should be the game in itself because there's no time left. They've got to run to the bomb, and the transition works. A main is what pays off for the AWP.
It takes the old master to close it out, but what a great job he did. Finds 4 kills in total. That's just what they needed. They were starting to drop off there. You could see the nerves getting to them somewhat, the money being wrecked, and Avangar getting stronger and stronger as every round went by. A valiant attempt there from the CIS squad. They didn't give up, even when frustration was showing. They managed to get 3 rounds in a row towards the end. A really enjoyable match of CS there, but it is going to be ENCE taking the map pick of Avangar as they go 16-12 up. We move on to Train next. Matt, what are your thoughts on that one? You feel like Avangar can come back?
This is going to be tough for them. That was a decent game. They did show resilience, but it was a little bit too late and too many mistakes early on that cost them certainly a slow start on both halves.
Train does favor the AWP. Let's see if James can get his accuracy back to where we know it should be. Nonetheless, great game from ENCE. Really enjoyed that one. It is going to be Train next, and James Stun to warm up as well. Will it be enough to deny the 2-0 events? You'll have to find out after this break.
Think he can't clutch through a smoke while recording in full resolution and streaming the play to the world? Watch this.
Counter-terrorists win.
Think he can't get famous in a flash? Like become your own meme famous? Watch this. Think he's been there, done that? With Intel Core i7, he's just getting started. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, HyperX, Bedway, and Pay Safeguard.
Katowice, 1,919 kilometers away from Helsinki, and well, of course, that is Finland, in case you're unaware. ENCE doing it here in the first map of Mirage, making things look easy. Don't want to go ahead with all the cliches, but you know what? We might as well at this point, because we do have a second map upon us, but not before we begin to break this one down. Let me go ahead and introduce you, or reintroduce you rather, here to my analyst desk in Pimp and Escares. Make sure you put the @ sign in Escares. He does get a little upset about that. But ultimately, guys, quite the showing here on the first map with ENCE.
That was a great team performance from ENCE. I feel they were all showing up, the entire team was working well, and in general, this is the level we expected coming out of ENCE. This is the level we expected to see from them from the get-go of the major. They have been looking sloppy, but this one was a great performance.
Yeah, and I think you're onto something with that, Pimp and Sean, at the same time. We're talking about the individual performers showing up in a big way. And my next question is going to be directed at you, Sean. Which individual performers?
So I actually think X7 showed up really big this game. He had 2 1v1s in that first half where he stuck the bomb against Fitch, and I'm sure those are going to haunt Fitch. Ouch. Those are really important rounds when you look at how this match ended up turning out. Also, he got that opening pick on the B bomb side on the second half pistol. And the starts to the halves are what made ENCE win this game, in my opinion. 4-1 start on CT, 4-0 start on T.
Add on top of that, AleksiB with that beautiful 1 versus 2 clutch on the B bomb side, totally outplaying Avangar. It's not often that you see one player just completely messing with an entire team in a situation like that, so that was very well played by ENCE. That said though, it was a relatively close game. Avangar could definitely have gotten more out of this.
I would really love to know more about why the rhythm is the way it is for ENCE right now, because we know them to be very methodical in their approach, and I feel like they've been rather scattered and disjointed. Up until this point, we're starting to see glimpses of what they could look like and are supposed to look like if it's actually truly going to be easy for ENCE. But one man it's very easy for is Mr. Jacob. Now, I have actually brought in a toy for you to play with, and you know, it's not like Mattel or Matchbox or anything, so let's go ahead and get you over there.
That'd be cool though, right?
Yeah, I think
Now, we have a little thing on the Telestrator where I'm going to showcase some of the stuff that Avangar actually did well and some of the stuff that they learned within the game. It's a nice little neat point that I would like to illustrate here on the Telestrator. You can see the round is being set up right now. If we just remove that, you have the entire team of Avangar spread out on the map. This is a force buy situation from ENCE. They saved 2 guns, so a round where Avangar should be very careful, because at this point, they already lost 1 anti-eco, and you cannot do that if you want to beat a team like ENCE. Now, if we play out the map, clip right here, you can see that they're all rotating back towards the A-bomb side. And there's no reason for us to see that entire thing, so we just clip it out here. Now, what Avangar is going to do is that they're going to do a full A execute in an anti-eco. And a lot of you guys would probably say out there and sit and think, all right, Pimp, we know that. That's very basic. We even do it in matchmaking. But you'd be surprised how many pro teams that opt to go for some other weird plays now. What I like about this is that Avangar take no chances whatsoever. A lot of smokes going down, Molotovs and sandwich, Molotov towards the bench, Molotov on the balcony, and they just take the A-bomb side very controlled, very convinced, because they have already lost an anti-eco and they don't want to do that one more time. So they're showing a great landing curve. Now, there's a nice little neat play that also is coming into play when we're talking about Train, this team play and the communication in between the Avangar players. You can see Cricket, he's rotated and he's hiding over here behind the screen. It's going to be tough to see for you guys, but he actually is the only guy with a flash. You can also see Fitch and Jamie currently in a position where they're being pressured. They're 2 against 3 guys here towards the Avangar player. So if we play out the clip, you can see Cricket, the only guy with a flash. He's going to throw a flash that's going to land up here, which allows for Fitch to peek into those 2 players that is currently fighting him right here. You can see how they're blinded up. And that flash is literally what's going to save them the round. So Avangar take no chances whatsoever. They displayed some good team comps. And this is some of the stuff they need to do on Train if they want to have any chance of beating ENCE now. That was well played by them, but ENCE just seems to be on another level right now.
Yeah, right now, and more importantly, that was Avangar's map pick, and that's got to pose a problem, Sean.
Yeah, but like Jacob said, I mean, they are prepared across the maps. I like the layers that you see in that strat, right? You don't have just the initial A execute, you have the layer beforehand where they spread out the rotations, and then the layer afterwards with the flash over the wall. So I think they're going to be prepared on Train.
Yeah, well, Train is the next map on the cards, and of course, ENCE and Avangar being the matchup here that does determine who, in fact, is going on the playoffs and who, in fact, is going on into the airport through security and that entire process that is very, very much as arduous and long as it is getting to the stage. Now we can look at some of the pistol round stats here. We talk about first win, first kill, win percentages, but in all reality, it's coming down to some individuals making some big plays here.
I think so. I think the clutch situations and the good starts to the half, as you were alluding to, was a big factor in this ENCE win. That said, though, I felt this game could have been much closer. There were some dicey clutches that could have gone both ways.
Yeah.
The economical game was also playing into ENCE's favor. So overall, a strong showing, especially from the individuals, but this could have been much closer.
Yeah, and the T sides, there's something to talk about. We're going to do that, but first we're going to go to a quick video here, kind of looking into Q-Kurt and what he's all about. Let's go check it out.
During all matchups, we were becoming stronger and stronger. We just learned our opponents, and we just were taking like step by step, and became enough strong just to go through Legend. We just need to play our game and adapt much better. Like then we played against Tyloo. It was pretty hard to adapt against them, so we have to fix it and adapt faster. So it's main reason that we have to work on. Our main aim is just to go to Legend stage spot, like to get this status. It's pretty important for us. It's our main aim.
Got to get them back on the stage, get them ready to go. Right there, you can see those eyes trained and focused on what is the prize, and that is moving on forward here in Katowice 2019. Quite literally, it was in front of his eyes. So what else is in front of the eyes is Train.
Yes.
Now, this is a map I think everyone can kind of put in the ENCE pool of being, okay, well, this is going to get a little dicey for us.
Yes. You know, ENCE is actually quite good on Train, and I think that's because they have such a lockdown inner bomb site. With Sergey playing that site, whenever I watch them play Train, he has such phenomenal impact there. And then Alu obviously can find his picks in the outer yard. He's not super aggressive where he's a liability. And I think that's a good combination when you play Train.
I definitely agree. You have the inside being locked down by Sergey, and then you have the outside being held down by the likes of AleksiB, Ariel, and X7 towards the Ivy area. They're so good at being disruptive in the way they play on the CT side. They're going very aggressive towards Pop Dog, very aggressive to T main, and there's never any space to be worked off from the T side. So if ENCE can sort of like disrupt Avangar and the way they want to play, that's going to be super tough for them to break through that.
But ENCE also starting on the T side. Here, Sean, I'm going to pose you with a real quick question before we get into this matchup. With, Avangar starting on CT, is that going to help them going forward in the second map?
I think so, because we just saw them, rally off quite a few CT rounds on Mirage. And if it wasn't for that poor start, I think they would have, pieced together a much better half. Jame, with that being said, I think Jame can play better than what we saw in that first map. And this is a map where he can have tons of impact.
ENCE haven't lost on Train in 2019 yet, so this would be the first time they would have to take a deficit for Avangar to survive in this game. I don't think it's going to be happening. I think ENCE is going to be too strong for this.
Okay, well, strong for ENCE wasn't necessarily the hashtag being used, but perhaps you can figure it out on your own in the Twitter sphere. We're jumping into ENCE versus Avangar on Train, and we've got two of the best storytellers in all of Counter-Strike Global Offensive. It's going to be Henry G and Sadicus. Take it away, fellas.
Oh, Trace is such a sweetheart. Indeed, we do have Train for you here. ENCE are the favorites going into it after picking up the map pick of Avangar. We're going to kick things off with a T-side start, of course, for ENCE, and they'll have one smoke. Any upgraded pistols? There is a P250 there, and Buster gets information towards the brown halls that two players reside in that particular position. They'll slow things right down, though, as they have the bomb towards Ivy, and they're waiting to make their move.
Fitch already peeking back in that direction. Spot anyone as of yet. Rotation starts to lead off towards Z connector. Kiekert's still on the other side of that at B. He can get back to A likely just as quick. Chances are You could go for a split at this point with X7 going in A main. Bombs out toward Ivy, suggestive that it's still going to be on A. But the other option to this is exactly what Sergey and AleksiB seem to have in mind. Push through B. At the very least, you cause concern for rotation, but you can push him behind. The problem with that is that Buster on the high ground was able to detect no one else was inside of the brown halls, and no one left the A site, so Fitch just mows them all down with the USP.
Oh my goodness, that's clinical precision there from Fitch. 3 bullets fired and 3 headshots found. Absolutely sensational. As we'll see him just absolutely dismantle the offense there. A bit of an inside fake from ENCE, trying to get the brown holes control. They did spot Buster towards upper. That's what begs the question to me. You actually spot him there, and then you run past him, allow him to get those 2 frags. It was all a ruse, though, as they sent most of their firepower towards outside, and Fitch is waiting for them, and he took every single player down with him. It is going to be 1-0 on the CT side for Avangar, as ENCE take the full eco here. They haven't even got a flash, so they will head towards inside. It's a very common position to get the bomb down. They crouch past this window to avoid potential wall bangs coming through from outside. And they're going to try and trade out 1 kill here, if possible. But 2 players there, I don't think this will happen. All I made.
It's gonna, yeah. They're so softened up right now by the... Surprisingly, it didn't actually get that far. They were so softened up by the SMGs, I thought it would just take them down. The problem is now, they're going to concede the bomb plant. Only 1 player up close couldn't do anything to deny. 5 players rounded onto him, so that's money for ENCE, and we know the money system now. It's not that new anymore. Means they can buy very aggressively with that bomb as well.
They could even bring out an AWP and armor at this stage with the bomb planter. That's actually a bit of a failure for Avangar. It looks great. Oh, we only lost 1 frag there, but you allow the bomb plant to go down, and you had a player that's defended as well, and they're going to be a little bit miffed that that happened.
It begs the question as well, because we know that B-site train is the quickest plant position to entry. You could argue that coming out of Palace and Mirages, but it's still very visible, right? It's very open. So why don't you throw 2 players up there on the CT side when it is second round, when it is against pistols? And teams never seem to do it, or at least have a Molotov ready for the default position.
Well, either way, it will be a full buy here for ENCE, and AleksiB has actually got towards Olof. CT's playing in front of smokes and looking to combat the frags here as Crizin goes in with the MP9. He needs to be very careful because there's a player waiting on the other side, boosting Alu, who's protecting him from those sort of flanks. That's going to be Aerial. AleksiB, though, will be dropped in return.
Good recovery by Buster, because the fact that they spotted the boost, they may not have been aware that there was a second, or rather in that case, 3rd player already pushing down toward Hell. And it could have easily caught them off. The fact that they had a second on the ladder as well themselves could have been very dangerous, very detrimental. Jame, here we go, up on train. We built that up enough. He's got to be almost perfect this game. Spots another ready box, but was already falling off the angle. He'll fall to 8 HP, but they keep the man advantage crucially. They do lose a lot of ground at the outer site. Molotovs, as you can see them on the radar, are down on the train itself, and they want to try and push forward and take advantage of that bomb. They'll leave it at Sandwich, but look at Buster. He's already behind them. AUG in hand, and they're not advancing past the E-box. He's got to be so careful. Alu getting that 1 kill allows Aerial to go deeper. He does not want to overstep the mark too soon, and Aerial seems to suspect he is going to arrive from that position. The AK already aimed perfectly positioned for a headshot. In fact, it just mows him down from the chest. We'll split the difference and say it hit him in the neck.
Amazing work from Aerial there. Managing to have the awareness towards the E-box that a potential flank could be coming in. This round was looking so good for Avangar, and it all crumbles at that position. Main entrance. Flank goes down, all of a sudden the round doesn't seem possible. Now, Matt, there's a stat I want to talk about on this particular map. So the AWP, of course, we talk about Alu versus against Jame, and that's a very important battle on train because it's the 2nd highest map in terms of AWP kills throughout this stage of the tournament. It's Dust2 at number 1, but it's train right in there at number 2. So Jame only gets 1 kill there. Alu as well. It's normally the opening picks the AWP can get, and that's the cue for the teammates to either swarm out of their choke points or push the T's back. 2-1. And to keep 3 players alive, including the AWP of Alu. So that's a very successful first gun round for them, but there still is enough to buy on the CT side. They save an M4 and an AWP as well. So you need to buy for 3 players, though. Aerial protecting Alu from the push, and seems to be protecting the entire team after watching the main entrance. Great awareness. Very well done. 70 ADR so far. We go into round number 4. Pretty decent buy overall from the CTs, but they've got 1 UMP in the hands of Kicker. So we'll see whether they can do it again. 3 players towards Ivy once more. Alu just going to go for the straight peek here, I think.
He's holding it. Buster's there on the AUG. Opposite side to where Ali's looking, though, so he's got some safety. And that means he can actually spot out AleksiB, but he's already very cleverly snuck underneath of the crosshair, spotted him with the shoulder. That's information enough. They won't go any further aggression toward Ivy as a result. At least not yet. Back off, let it subside. Aerial A main, Sergey ladder. Bomb at Ivy always suggests that A is the intention.
Well, we saw ENCE try to do that inside fake before. So they might have that sort of play in mind. But yes, you're absolutely right. With 3 players there with the bomb, it does suggest that A will be the final approach here. Oh, I was about to say, Crizin could have caught Sergey there, but he gets out.
It's a risk to do it with the bomb. But if Sergey can get deep enough on B, I think it's too early to go. You could wrap backtracks. There is a way to split to B from that position, but again, you normally do that with the lurk. They are going to try and target Buster, though. He's on the far side of it. Sergey never goes far enough. They look right. Does Buster peek back in, smoke down? If he pushes through it, he can't. X7's got him covered off. That would have shut down everyone at Old Train at backtracks. And wrapping in from hell. Now Crizin has to hold at the ladder. They've surrounded the outside site. ENCE, bomb plants. Round in itself, 3 players up. Sergey still just waiting over toward B. Couldn't find Kicker cleanly. So that does reveal he's up in the halls and doesn't really give him the edge anymore.
Well, he heard the UMP bullets fired, so he'll still be interested in that fight. Crizin trying to back him up here as Sergey dances with the CT. He will come out on top there. Look for a second as well. Detects he's there. He might have been better off not firing back. But now he's compromised himself. Alu with a brilliant shot there to take the AWP away. And Crizin certainly died here. He gets 1 kill, maybe a second. They won't let him survive though.
They're solving themselves.
Oh,
Alu. 2 HP. That would have been the that's such an Alu reaction.
Calculated.
Yep, not bad. Got away, boys. Don't worry. Still got the op. It's all good.
They would have got him no problem without that play, but he survives, so it seems like it all works out. They take down all 5 members of Avangar there, tie the scoreline up at 2-2. Even takes a bullet there, goes down to 2 HP, 1 more tick, and it was all over. He smiles and maybe has a sigh of relief after that as they get into round 5 here. Full eco for Avangar on their CT side. This is where ENCE can take the lead and really start to show us why they're considered the favorites here on Train. As I said, they are yet to lose this map in 2019, so we'll see if that translates here. Doesn't look good for Avangar right now. 2 players alive, both with Zeus's and USPs. Kicker hoping that someone goes hunting for him, but it's not a similar situation to the previous round. Now ENCE don't have the hunts. They know it's a full eco. Alu, I guess, can get away with it. He's got the MAC-10. Every kill he gets with this weapon, he'll get $600 or 0. Ricky is taken down by the Zeus.
Ricky's inspired them.
He has. It's actually a pretty cool weapon if you think about it. If you can play it like that and steal away an AK, they only got a MAC-10 there. It's certainly worth it. Much more effective than just having a USP. James, the AWP, like we said, if he gets killed with a MAC-10, that's 600 for him as well, but not going to happen. It's AleksiB that preempts his position. Kicker's the last player alive for the CTs. Osborne is starting to rack up here. They don't have enough of the AWP. 4,200 on James. They will buy this round. Crizin could drop the AWP, I suppose. Oh my goodness, he's actually gone for it. So he'll have to go completely naked with the M4 here.
Yeah, but think back though to the first game again against Liquid. The entire game plan was to revolve around the CT side and opt for James. It seems they want to do the same here to ENCE. They want to try and punish as much as they can. In this map, unlike Mirage, more like Overpass, you can do that. You can get aggressive positions with the CT side AWP. Again, Mirage, you get smoked off so easily. So much utility to hinder you. It's a bit like Cash, and when you're stuck behind quad, you pretty much have to just be defensive at all times.
Well, he gets the first pick, so it's working out right now. They're putting a lot of faith in James here, and so far he's delivering the goods. Alu, though, so strong on this map. Great movement, always very intelligent with his approach. They'll shoot a double Molotov towards the connector here as they get closer and closer towards our bomb site.
Spectator glitch. The smoke was deployed a lot sooner. Didn't show up for us all the way, but that's why Fitch was able to push up. It was down. Buster's got Sergey, and it's Avangar responding to the last few rounds, as now it's just Alu and X7 left. Fitch is already behind them. He's pushed back in from Hot Dog, unaware, though, that X7 is on top of the bomb train, but 1 on 4. They're completely around him. They don't even need to force this, because he's not got many options. Bomb is on his back. He'll back out with it. Just don't allow a plant, and it's a job well done. James on the AWP finds 2 in the end, first and last.
Seems like it's a very beneficial drop in the end. That's your star player. Looking like he's going to cause a lot of damage here on Train. Absolutely so. 3-3. It's going to be the timeout now from Avangar, actually. So after winning the round, they just want to have a chat, work out how this double orb setup, which has now been picked up in the previous round, is going to operate. It will be given to Buster, the secondary orb that is. And now that allows them to potentially have one player inside. They can go towards the upper halls and try and get control there and have 4 outside. That's certainly an option for them. They might want to change the pace and go for an aggressive pick somewhere. Hence, with one more buy here, their money's running low after they invest into round number 7. Here's the replay, Jay. Great shot to open things up. Takes down AleksiB. Got the final frag as well. Just a shout out to X7 as well. He had a great performance in Mirage. Really strong impact. Top fragger so far is Alu on 6 and 4, but we're in the very early stages of this second map.
It's taken out as by default, as per standard. Crizzen now knows they're above, and he's got to back away. Molotov will buy him some space, but they're going to stand in it. They are going to stand in it, and this time Ariel's going to go down. Sergey on 21. Alu wasn't anywhere near it, just to note. He didn't have to survive the flames this time. He'll go elsewhere. He's on the AWP still, and it's the one-man advantage pulled back, though, as Fitch gets Sergey. Smoke down sandwich. Can't spot yet as to exactly where AleksiB is.
Ooh, gotta hit those. Fitch sends a barrage of bullets towards the main entrance and doesn't get the frag, but Jay making up for it now. Really looking solid here on Train, and great movement just to bait out a bit of intel there. AleksiB will be the only player with 100 HP. Alu's down to 31. That's a great shot. 2-on-2 now. Very pivotal round of the game. If Avangar win this map, they send ENCE to an eco. If they cannot pick it up, however, they are going to be reset themselves after picking up the previous round. 45 seconds remain. No utility available on the T side. Where do they head towards here? AleksiB's got the bomb, and Alu, common trait of his is causing distractions and finding picks while his teammate goes to another area of the map. With 30 seconds remaining, he does need to start showing some presence here and working out where they reside. That's why he's just firing shots off now.
Yeah, he's desperate. If he could pull one out with that and get the kill, it's worth it. That's
it works.
Work. Buster holds in the corner. AleksiB slides in. He was fear from the up. And he drops. It's going to be Kikard onto Alu. Watch out, because he can wrap around. AleksiB can't plant. It's already gone. It's time! But AleksiB gets him. He thought he was on it. He didn't need to face.
I have no words. AleksiB missed the jump up towards the bomb train and decides, you know what, I can't plant anymore. I'll have to go for the pick, and he nails it. So jukes him out with the fake plant. Tried to jump over the bomb train, didn't work out. Comes around, takes the headshot anyway. As I mentioned, that is an absolutely crucial round there for ENCE. They have reset the economy of Avangar. They have around $2,000 per player. They get 1,900 next. They still won't have a strong buy even after a full.
It's very rare you see the time kills actually happen. Famously, Get Right did it on Dust2 with a second left. He hit the shot through the box on an op. Remember, Alu, you can axe there. The reverse side of it is there's a famous round by TSM in Bucharest, I want to say PGL kickoff season. It might have been Cluj, where Cajun B was in the pit, didn't peek, and allowed the full defuse. He had the AWP. And he actually said to me after, he said, I didn't think that he was going to actually hold the bomb plant. If I had a peeked, I could have denied it easily. But because he didn't, it then went to a one-on-one and Cajun lost it. And retrospectively, that is the right approach. Just hide when the time's uncertain. At least you give yourself a chance in the retake.
That's a good point. There should be no chance here for Avangar, however. USPs, a Deagle. There is a James Zeus. You can see how he's positioning himself just to get the full effect of that weapon. It's not guaranteed to be a kill, but most of the time, if you connect it, you're going to get the frag. It can be quite frustrating. It's all down to range. If you're very close range, it's going to do 100 damage. If you're doing it from like 4 feet away, it's touch and go. It might do 96. And they're going to do the totem drop down towards Pop Dog there. 40 seconds remain. It is an inside stack. You can see that on your radars right now. And AleksiB might actually be sending a bit of a diversion. Either way, ENCE will win this round. It's just how expensive it's going to be. Will James land the Zeus?
He's already got one this game, 2 for 2. Aaron's got the immediate trade. That time it doesn't work out to pick up a rifle because they're just too close. There's just too many of them, and that continues to be the case as they find Kikard as well. It's just Buster. He'll try and wrap back in with the USP, but he drops to AleksiB immediately after, and it goes 5 now for ENCE, 5-3. You mentioned it as well. The economy just not there, and it still really isn't, but they're going to try and force it. That op get passed across.
They're going to have to drop it for him again. So once more, a rifler will go over armor and utility to assist James here. I like it though. It's a very orb-centric map, and if anyone's going to carry them through it, it's going to be James. He is absolutely phenomenal with the sniper. He's got 7 kills so far. He's on the same scoreline as Alu with 1 less death as they go for a fast outside take here. Maybe not preempting an AWP to be available. One player fast towards Olof, and they'll kind of reel it in a little bit once he's got in position. James towards the inside, and like I said, once you have this player set up in this position, you can now see 4 rifles towards outside. Alexi though, he has got himself in a great spot. That's wallbang damage, I believe, towards Sergey. It is.
Yeah, absolutely. And AleksiB just standing behind them catches out Fitch. He was totally unaware that he was already down toward the hell position. It's going to be followed up by Alu. Finally, they get a response from the Flames. Kickert's feet. So much damage. He does very well defined too, but then Aerial is easily able to get this response. He knew exactly where he had to retreat to. Not only that, Buster's going to come back in from the same position, but it's too late as a response to get the bomb, or rather deny it, to get it out of ENCE's hands. So James comes back in late, smoke still down. Buster's on top of the site directly. James desperate for that off to find an angle, but Aerial does not have to move. Buster will. He's going to go aggressive. Gun barrel shows he sees it. He knows, and he's got damage. Not the shot. He's trying to bait the ball in at once. He's potentially overthinking it. Just get some down because now James left in a 1-on-3. I think that's done. He's already gone. He wants the AWP. If they're going to continue to drop it for him, we'll see him continue to save it.
You're absolutely right. In terms of the loss bonus here, they're going to be on 3rd stage. So that's going to be $2,400 per player. Not really an ideal situation, but they do save the AWP. I can confirm James has not been found. He sits in towards CT spawn right now as the boys discuss their next approach. This is looking very, very good for ENCE right now. Wouldn't say easy at this point, but still, they're comfortable. 6-3 on the T side of Train. It's considered to be one of the most CT biased maps we have. And they're not going to force buy around it, but James, with the AWP, he can still win the round for them. It's possible.
Boost up again, and you're right, this is going aggressive for the AWP. But it has to get picks early, surely. Can they recover from a deficit with just the op to work with? Buster's out toward Ivy. They haven't done anything unorthodox yet for James op. They haven't put it toward the corner at Down Halls or trying to play it toward Ivy. He's slowly coming over in that direction now because he knows there's utility, which means he certainly knows there's a presence. Oh, he was anticipating it. He looked above the server. Smoke down, he doesn't actually get the timing right. AleksiB's still there. They've got support for James. In fact, they're going to surround him. They're going to protect the AWP. It's kind of like playing AS Whale Ring, where he is the VIP, but he can't hit the shot, even with the bait served. James gets it back. He turns around and finds X7 instead. That'll force the bomb off. Smoke down. He doesn't want to mess with it. AleksiB's got to go around the long way. B's wide open. They haven't realized it. 50 seconds, they still could, but it may just come to kills. Alu's catching everyone, and that's the op down. James gone. He got a main. Once they knew there was 4 at long, he just got in a position where he could potentially catch them off, and he does exactly that.
Very good stuff. Alu, strong as ever, and they're not making any mistakes here at all. The fake plan, just in case CT is waiting by the bomb train there. It is going to be another ENCE round here. 7-3. Avangar can still come back and win the half, but it's looking incredibly scary now. If you are just tuning in, this is the second map of our elimination game here in a best-of-3. It's ENCE who looked very strong on Mirage. Avangar started to creep back into the game after a few eco victories. But now, on the map pick of ENCE, they're going to be 7-3 down on the CT side. Their money won't be fantastic either. They get 4-stage loss bonus after this. Actually, you know, it'll be fine. They can get the orbs out again, at least. Will they go with the double orb setup, though? Kick out with 3K right now. He's got the most. So they can afford 2 orbs. The problem is they keep buying these AWPs. They don't really have enough around it to get a very strong round here. So Fitch and Kristen have bought straight away. Kickout has to drop the orb again. James will drop an M4 in return. Buster could bring out the secondary orb. He is that player on the team. Here's Alu. His next shot's the most important one. Takes down James. He's so fast. Great stuff from him. Buster's still yet to buy. 5,100. Does he dare purchase the weapon? Could be the catalyst to their success or cost them the game if he doesn't have any utility or armor for that matter. Untrained is not a huge deal. You can just position yourself at a very long range. And he does purchase the secondary orb. There it is. You can see no real utility or armor. They have no defuse kits here either.
Avangar just aren't finding the crucial rounds. It's similar to the early portions of Mirage. They just couldn't get it done to take the economic advantage. And they'll keep the double up this time. Again, they've been doing very well to get it into James' hand, but it needs to start converting. It needs to start applying pressure and converting rounds, more importantly. Again, we know this is their style. They're going to play around that. It only goes for so long. He's got the bottom side of ramp. First time we've seen him really change it up from the A site.
And ENCE haven't really been inside at all so far. And this time it works out. ENCE will lose Sergey. Jame with the shotgun orb towards the lower ramp nails the shot. It's a difficult one because you don't just have one angle to watch there. You have the back wall, upper position, and the lower one as well. Sometimes it requires a flick, but this time his crosshair was in the correct position, and he nails it. Sergey taken down. 5 versus 4. But the fact they have no kits and next to no utility, ENCE could certainly pull this one back as they return towards Ivy. Alu, who takes his orb over there. Aerial to cover A main. Flash over. Alu gonna set his teammate up, but they're not striking just yet.
Mosh is at the ready. Kristen, he's gonna retake Pop Dog for the CT side. Aerial, meanwhile, has to work in with Alu. Quick cross, make sure no one's peeking down inside of A main. Buster, he's looking back that direction, but instead he wants to swing into the hitch. Allow them in a little further. Kristen's forced further up inside of the doorway. And that puts him straight into the smoke. That is so well architecturally designed. You could graduate from master's degree with it. They pushed him directly into AleksiB. He fires down in, and it's a 2-on-2. James wrapped back around though with the AWP. Keep that in mind, but he's missed another. Those are the ones. He can hit all the shots he wants, but he needs these crucial impact moments as Alu takes back kicker. He's got to rise up now. Sees them above, but looks away, and X7 gets the kill. It's 8-3.
Another miss there. Does allow ENCE to close out the rounds. And yes, you're absolutely right. That play towards the Pop Dog, that's certainly what we'd put in the realm of an alley-oop. You throw the Molotov in, it creates a sound cue for your player waiting above Pop Dog, and the CT's got no choice either to run out to certain death for main entrance or try and sit in the smoke beneath the Pop Dog. He chooses the latter, and then sprayed down, and Alu starts plucking them off once again. Just looking so strong. He wants to taste that top A once again. He's been there a few times. And it's looking like they're going to make it at this stage. Another eco for Avangar. They do have CZs and some Kevlar, but I don't see them winning this round. It would take a massive mistake here from Alu, but he's in a defensive position. Even if he misses the shot, he can knife out and get out of that, and Aerial to back him up. So there we go. It's all part of the plan.
She's going to get aggressive, can't do anything with it. Aerial already there on the AK. Getting desperate now on the Avangar side, trying to use pistols to make amends. Buster back towards CT, USP. It's really not much to speak of, is it? Deagle for Kiekert, he's got armor. So too does Jame. There's 2 smokes in play. What else can I tell you, Henry? Anything else positive?
I think you covered all the bases there, to be honest.
It's looking pretty good. It's a long list, right? Yeah. It's a good little laundry list.
It's looking pretty good, I think is the headline for ENCE right now. Avangar will have almost no chance of reclaiming this. They might as well hold on to their armor. Kicker, Jame, and Krisen. They must be at maximum loss bonus by now. They've just hit it. CT side only get you so far. And the T's don't need to hunt this. You might be thinking, why aren't they going for these kills? Because they've got nothing to gain from him. They're the ones that have the rifles and the orb. If anything, they just risk giving a very beneficial weapon to the CT side. X7's at a long range here. He'll take the target practice. Bit of a shooting gallery here. Trying to whack that mole. And he's getting whacked himself, folks. Things he'll just get out of there. Next challenger.
Yeah.
Also fair.
Step right up. Win your fair prize.
Didn't work out, but like I said, they didn't need those kills anyway.
No, they don't. 9-3, and still very much in the lead, very much in control, and already with a map in hand, starting to get a very, very uncomfortable place in this major for Avangar. Might be the last place they find themselves in if they don't turn things around. See if they can as we leave spawn. Aerial with bomb. He's going to take that in his hands a little bit further. So, okay, he's going to drop it. I thought they might. So they're going to play a pick strategy. They're going to go for defaults. Krizen, he's going to get aggressive as well. But the fact that they're holding and waiting for these kills. Jane, first time, finally to the corner, will get Alu.
It's that CT flash that we didn't quite see there, but it goes over the window and absolutely destroys the AWP, waiting for that upper pick. That's a really nice little push there from the CTs. Well crafted. As it goes 5 versus 4, but so far, Avangar have given up all the advantages they've had in these gun rounds. It is going to be 9-3. Remember, Avangar won the pistol here, had the 2-0. They have won a single gun round since then. Got reset. Scoreline is 9-3 on the elimination map. They're already 1-0 down. 9-3 on their CT side of train. And it's a 4-4 again. As soon as they get the pick, it's answered back straight away by X7.
Aerial inside of A main, down below. His teammates above. X7 with the bomb is the one coming into shot now. And with AleksiB and Sergey heading inside, Aerial's going to be a lurk. High smoke down, that does draw some attention, certainly. Maybe not. James out of there. It's not the right call. He thinks that smoke might just be a fake. Luckily, Fitch is good for one. Kiekert, he takes two. Inside on the spools, Lurk's gone. Kiekert holds the site. So far, so good, but X7 is the one that's still alive. And again, as I mentioned, has the bomb, but James got back in time. And Avangar will get their 4th round.
ENCE trying their luck towards inside. One of the few attempts they've made towards that position. 4-on-4, kick out playing in front of the spools. You don't actually see that too often, but it's a crafty little position because you wouldn't necessarily come in checking that because, if anything, the CT is usually behind the spool. So they come down, focusing towards that connector. He manages to get the trade kill as well and stay alive long enough to confirm the round. It is going to be number 14 here. Finally, some luck for Avangar. They have to spend most of their money, though, to actually get all the utility back in hand. Lose this, it'll be 10-4 with a massive reset. They need to get these last 2 rounds. 9-6 is recoverable, it always is. Doesn't matter if it's a CT-sided map.
Jam can't find the first. He was blinded that time. He'll smoke himself back. Inside of the outback, as Jason referred to it as. You would have thought that was Chad.
You would have thought.
He's going to rotate around Old Bomb. Krizen already inside of Z Connector. It's in B hits. It's an arsenal. It's an army. All 4 of them marching forward, but Kiekert's got orders going the other way. Fitch, he'll stand up on top of the bomb train. Og still in hand. Wants to swing. Wants to wait for it, though. Wants confirmation that one of them is preoccupied, and that is what Aleksi is as he tries to put the bomb down. A mistake by Fitch. X7 and Alu. That bomb sitting in the open. A problem to get back towards, but a smoke down on top of it after having found the first kill on Fitch, and Alu gives himself a fighting chance. It's going to be a difficult one with a 1-on-3. AWP to play it with. 45 seconds. He's got the bomb back. He surely has to know. One sliding up, nearly hit the shot, but it was in reaction, and he was 1 step behind. 9-5.
ENCE haven't learned their lesson, apparently. Kicker isn't to be messed with right now, and they went back towards inside, even while flashed he gets 2, and then his teammate Fitch waiting on the bomb site actually denies the plant. They were going for a bit of a gamble there, planting the open on the T side to enable their chances of denying the retake. But overall, great work from the CT side. They ain't done here just yet. Well, look at the final rounds here. There's still a full buy for ENCE. They've barely had to eco this half. Avangar trying to deny double digits. That's actually quite the difference. 9-6 and 10-5. Cricket's going down. They really want to make sure they teach him a lesson. That will do it.
Yeah, stubborn as they are, they'll finally get the last laugh, suppose. It is the last round of the half. But we'll see if it converts to a round. Buster's going to pull one back at the very least. Krizen, damage in, but couldn't follow it. Jame.
Great work.
Yeah, push the ramp with an AWP late and catches one off, completely unaware. Bomb still down toward a main. Buster's got Alu. It's both ops left against 2 AKs. And that's a bit of a problem, because if this gets close, if they get inside of the site, the ops are going to have all of the trouble and all of the work to do. Buster's unsure where to look. They don't have the information to the front of the site either.
X7 saw that smoke and where it came from, though. He saw the trajectory of the throw. So he'll just hold his position, knowing there's one likely on the other side. It's Buster with the AWP, who's not going to be checking Ivy. If he goes any closer now, he will be taken down. Did he spot the feet? of AleksiB there? It looks like he has, but making footsteps now. X7 might be persuaded to move on. He has to now as it goes down to the 2 versus 1. We saw some great moments of Mirage from this young man. As he holds towards Ivy, they won't be 100% sure this is clear.
But it's still double up. And with one on it, this puts so much pressure even to hit the shots. One's gonna go to the CZ because they have to, but he has the lineup and they're coming out of the smoke. He's done the damage. X7's gonna make it 10 for ENCE.
Well, it's looking like the second map might be theirs. It's 10-5 at half. ENCE on their map pick and looking to book themselves a place in the top 8 here. Fantastic showing in the first half, and Avangar have to pull their socks up here if they're gonna stand a chance. They're going to have a massive comeback on their T side, and that's not going to be easy. We'll see what they can do after this break.
Never look down, never fade out, never fade out. And I'll take it, yeah. Reminding myself to just let go. Don't wonder how far I can fall. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out.
Formerly, based on how the draw went, you could only play a team who was above you. In other words, if you were 0-2, you would play a team dropping down who was 1-1 and went 1-2, etc. Point is, now both these teams with the reseeding have come from 0-2. They both had slow starts in this stage. One of them will make it on, and one of them will have heartbreak despite battling back in all best of threes. Keep that in mind as well. Different from the previous majors. This time it looks like ENCE has the upper hand, 10-5 and a map already behind them.
They really do have the upper hand here. It's their map pick. They've won 10 rounds on the T side. If they win this pistol map, I dare say they've locked it in. Aerial challenging towards the lower ramp there. He only gets one with the CZ, and Alexi goes down to 2 HP. So they've taken casualties there. Advantage goes back to Avangar in this round at least.
X7. Moves out toward the sandwich position, spots one, then rotates back around. Let's see another at Ivy. He'll position safely as a response. But Sergey already has Jame. Jame got Alu. 3-on-3.
One smoke remaining, a flashbang as well. All the T's separated right now, but that's the low HP player. trying to back it up, and AleksiB now has to get this kill in return. He knows he has to land the shot. He'll do it, but takes a lot of damage in the process. Fitch and Crizin make their way towards inside. No CT presence there at all. That was bailing towards the site, and it's up to Sergey now, who has got a kit to do what he can. He doesn't know they're actually in there, doesn't spot it, but they seem to be pretty aware this is going to be the play. Good damage done, takes Crizin down to 5, but can't quite get the frag yet.
Still desperate as Sergey. Not in position to be spotted from toward the hitch. Fitch goes aggressive, he gets X7 as well. It's going to be the round again to Avangar. That gives them both pistols.
Indeed.
They're 3-1 in the series, but yet they find themselves 4 rounds down at 10-6.
So that stat there, Fitch has lost 6 out of 6 of his opening duels.
It's actually insane.
But they win the pistol. Trust me, they're right back in this. ENCE, as one of the team owners, Natu, just tweeted out, they struggle with closing out games sometimes. A lot of pressure here. They're still a young squad. A lot of talent here, but they're still gaining experience, learning from every tournament. Getting to the finish line is a slight issue of theirs. It's a full eco from the CTs with an outside stack. Not much chance of winning this. A couple of kills would be okay.
To go back to my point as well about coming from 0-2, to do that in previous majors, you just had to win 3 maps.
Yeah, not
both these teams have already won 4 just to get into this best of 3. You have to win 3 full best of 3s now to come from that far down.
A lot of people saying this is the best system we've ever had. I tend to agree.
It certainly is going to put people in shape.
You still have the exciting format of it being a Swiss system, but it seems like it's not as random or surprising these days. If you get knocked out 0-3, the best of 3 there as well, you kind of feel like it was almost deserved at that point. But either way, it will be the 2-0 coming through. ENCE do have the option to buy here, which they will. Silence them for purchase straight away by Aerial, but this is still a difficult round for them. Yes, they'll have the rifles, but they won't have the AWP. They won't have incendiaries. They might even have a single one of those. I don't think they do. So they get 5 smokes, actually 4, with Aerial, who only has the HE. But they have the AUGs, and we know how powerful these can be on train. The addition of the scope on this long-range map certainly is very promising. Keeping a couple of SMGs themselves. It's going to be Avangar head towards inside with 4 players. James will be throwing the AWP. As Crizin had a decent spawn, just wanted to face that lower ramp and try and get a quick pick. Not going to be found, and they'll go back into the default, I'd imagine.
Buster goes very slowly back over toward the brown halls as well. Sergey and Alu, the inside of B site covered off between them, but they both play far left side from CT perspective, so they are toward the tanker. And Sergey down below on the floor as well. Watch AleksiB, he's gonna get back in towards the connector, Aerial. He gets the opener. That's off site, that's on A. So it's 1 less to lurk, and Crizin's not even gonna bother. He's gonna join in with his teammates. Avangar need to convert rounds. They need to make sure they keep this momentum going in their favor. It's not working out so far. Sergey, AleksiB, each finding kills back, and AleksiB spots another upper, goes off the ladder to try and find it. Alu beats him to it, but communication works. It's a tandem. That's Crizin! Got too quickly. Could have gotten a little bit uncomfortable, but eventually they were going to surround him, and inevitably he will go down 11-7.
Those 2 kills actually have a knock-on effect, though. If Avangar can respond here quickly, they'll have a chance to reset the CTs, but taking a tactical timeout, Avangar not looking too pretty themselves. Kick out of only 1,500. They will buy up into this. Crizin's dropped the AWP. I assume from Mr. Jane once more. Their star player needs to shine once again. So 2 AKs, the AWP. Let's look at the rest of them. What a great inside setup that was. The AUG showing their true power there. As we go 11-7. Avangar need to try and win this one. 3 AKs now. They do have a couple of smokes. A little bit of a
That was just to wake you up.
Yeah.
My alarm clock, actually. That's what I wake up to every morning. I never press snooze.
A 3-second clip
I do a ninja flip out of bed. Do a little windmill. Air guitar, that is.
Okay.
And then I get on with my day.
Man, whatever you do in your private space is absolutely fine with me.
Thank you. Glad you approved.
Windmilling and all. Anyway, it is going to be round 19. Slow approach. Makes sense considering they've got the AWP. Smoked out though, James feels like his efforts will be wasted there. He'll fall back towards the main entrance and leave Fitch to his own devices. KitKat's got down the pop dog at least. In terms of firepower, it's definitely ENCE who have the edge. Prison with just a P250 here. KitKat will take a lot of damage. He's burning. Down to 20 HP. They're midway out of the main entrance. Aerial just the one. Answers back straight away. Still possible for Avangar to win this run, absolutely. They are taking a lot of damage though.
Fitch is going to sneak in. He's already down from Ivy. No one else watching it. Should be a, I was going to say clean kill toward AleksiB, but that's already been taken care of. Buster's got him. X7 could foil all plans. They thought they were clear from E-Box. They still have Jame working in, but it's not be up close. He's got it this time. That's more like it as he'll cover off the position, allow Fitch the comfort to work around the bomb. Low HP though for Kickert and Jame. This could be a massive problem if they get in, and Sergey will. Bomb not planted, 32 seconds. Kickert's got to recover it all. He's got 20 HP and his position's been revealed, but he's against an op. If Alu misses a shot, if he doesn't have the information as to his HP, it could be a problem. There's a bigger one now, and that he knows where the bomb is. He knows it's down, but can he figure out which way Kickert's going to rotate?
Alu's so smart in clutches. 10 seconds remaining. He knows something's up here. Oh, he's just watching the perfect position. What an absolute legend. As he outplays the opposition there, wins the crucial round. He just knows exactly what could be happening, all the potential threats and how his opposition might be thinking. It's 12-7 now, and Avangar can't justify a force with $2,000 per player. But Sergey, the man at the moment there, denies the plant, gets the double kill. He does go down in the end, but it's enough for Ali to win the round. 12-7, Glocks, Deagles, no armor. Apart from KitKat, who spends a bit more than his teammates. They'll need some absolutely unbelievable 1Deags here to stand a chance. And ENCE will take this moment to purchase a couple of MP9s. Take it easy. Smoke coming in just to push back Fitch, and that's worked out quite nicely. They can leave one player in this position now.
Prison will back away. It's a Dota championship today in the spot. If we're a week away from ours, only one of these two teams is going to have a chance at it.
Right now, it's looking likely to be ENCE. They're about to post their 13th round and map up. It's been a long road for them, like you mentioned, the 0-2 start, but it's character building. It will enable them to get more experience.
Well, there's two things that you can say about that, absolutely. One is by putting best of threes in those situations, plus the seeding. The best team should get through. But not only that, you've got more time to recover if you have a slow start, such as many teams did, FaZe included. Yeah. Both of these guys, you've got time to build back into it. Building into this round against Pistols, not really much to report. They did lose 2 members on the ENCE side, but they now find 13, 3 to go, and this series is over, as will be Avangar's major. It's been decent for them, considering in London we weren't really sure. They finished 4 out of a 4-team event with Heroic and North, who were not even in this entire sequence of 24 teams at the major, placing ahead of them. But as we said then, we said it last week, we say it now, they always have the potential to be in the mix. They always have the potential to upset and make it through. They just always seem to be on the cusp.
Absolutely true. Manny's still not in a great position. They don't have the comfort of an AWP in the hands of Jame this time. Actually, looks a little bit troublesome for them. A Deagle for KitKat. He spent a lot more cash than his teammates in that eco. Got the Deagle and armor out. And it's up to Aerial now, who found 3 kills in the previous round to strike first. Going to do it, but surely traded out here. He does take Jame down to 1 HP, however. So advantage still lies with ENCE. Alu with the AWP patrols towards main entrance. Jame goes down in the end. And Buster now looking to recover the situation. They have 2 smokes available to them, a couple of flashes as well, but no positional control. If Buster can make this work, they're in business, but there's the bomb, and the CT's can now triangulate around his position and presumably win out the round. It's a 4-on-2.
Kristen does have the AK to work with, but is it enough? Silence for now. That might work to his advantage, but not if Alu continues to watch the angle. They know the bomb's down inside of the site. It's where the closest and most likely approach will come from. So he should be ready for it. Missed the shot. Got a slight fractional damage returned. In fact, it was absorbed mostly by the wall, but I think Kickert's told us exactly what's going to happen for the next 35 seconds.
They're on 4th stage loss bonus after this, so they're hoping the 2 AKs, and I guess at this stage it will be Galil's. To join them will be enough. It's not the sexiest option by far, saving 2 AKs, especially when it's going to lead you to a 14-7 deficit. But they've got to look at the bigger picture here. There's almost no chance they win this. Hold on to what they have. Quickert and Krizen will get no money into the next round. Here's the scoreboard for you. Alu, great tournament from him. 19 kills, 11 deaths. Ariel posting decent stats as well. Only have one player not really turning up for them. That's Sergey, but the fact that the scoreline's 14-7, he's had a couple of impact moments, 8 and 14 for him. Top fragger on the Avangar side, it's going to be Jame with 16 and 12. So Orpa's kind of backing up that stat we mentioned earlier. Train has the second most AWP kills in terms of maps in this stage of the tournament. It's Dust2 is number 1. And they'll force with what they can. Buster opting to take a deagle, not investing much money at all. Relying on these AKs to do the work, and ENCE in the post. Elimination points in for Avangar.
Try to. The Fitch Deagle. Map point and series point for ENCE on the line. How incredible is that as well with a Finnish roster? And what seems to be the trend of going to international superstars, Alu included in that for a long period of time. They've gone back to their roots and they're building something. Alu said it himself in an interview. How far can they go? They know there's something here, but how good can this team get?
When it was first formed, no one believed in this at all, including us. We were like, well, that's the end of Alu's career.
Yep,
we didn't know about any of these young players. We weren't aware of these names, but they've proven themselves, and there's a reason he believed in the project, and he's always said he wants to play in a Finnish team and put them on the radar. Getting into the final 8 of a major will certainly do that. It's huge for the organization and these young players as well. X7 detects threat towards the back of the old bomb train. He'll spot the first, and Alu will get both.
He does, absolutely. That's pretty much shut down the round. AleksiB, he's got Buster as well. And the Finns will find 15. Kicker's got the AK. Jame only on the CZ75. Now, he has been disregarded in some ways because they were already covering off Ivy. He gets there late. He could surprise them. It's unlikely he'll get much done now, though. With the flash going out, they certainly turn their attention. He walks in. He'll be a sitting duck and an open target. Ariel gets kicker. Done. Surely it's done. X7 confirms it. We've got one more round. And there's so much behind this organization as well. It's not just the fact that it's 5 Finns. It's that they took chances. They brought in young talent. Sergey, Ariel, both relatively unknown. AleksiB, same thing. X7 did come from the iGame roster that had potential in Finland for years, but didn't have the backing, didn't have the, I guess, the experience, you could say, of Alu, or not to, for that matter, or Lurpus behind it. They've built something, and they've put everything into it. And with one more round, I would say they completely validate the entire project.
One more round will do it. They do have 8 chances here to close it out. I don't think that'll be a problem, but stranger things have happened. This could be the round. Good grenade damage as well. Look at it being done. That's wallbang effect with incendiaries and grenades backing it up. Not looking good for Avangar now. The bomb's still down in T-spawn. They've got no opening picks. Jame with a desperate attempt there will fire off through the smoke and realize that his efforts are in vain and will have to fall back.
It's been a good year for ENCE so far. This would make it so much better. Let's not forget as well, first time in 20 years, a non-Asian winner in the StarCraft World Finals.
That's a good point.
And it was surreal. Also finish, also ENCE. Another type of finish we're looking for now. One more round, as we say. Kickert's already down at the bottom of Pop Dog. Decoy. Desperate, perhaps. Molosov's already extinguished. Alu on rotation. He's going to cover off B. 3 players over here with bomb. Sergey's the only other one inside of the site, and they're playing very passively.
Great smoke. It goes down at the perfect time. If you land a smoke just before they execute, you've done a really good job. As Kicker will get 1, but is that enough? They'll commit towards the lower side now. It's up to Sergey to defend.
They got to rotate office. They're not confirmed that it's out toward Ivy as of yet. Alu's left alone. Ariel didn't see anyone at A main, and they countered off the player at Pop Dog, but now it's all on Alu. Bomb's going to get down there very far forward. This is a good post plant. ENCE might have to wait. They might have to consider just giving it up for one more round. They've got money enough, but they've got the AWP on Alu, and they don't want to give Avangar any further chances to get back in. That said, AleksiB gives it a go. Krizen, he's found. They know he's up there, but he's so far forward, it's hard to get past him, and they'll run into him yet again. Ariel with 1. Alu's gotten closer. AWP down the tanker side. Ariel
Fitch to drop as well. It's a 2-on-2. Nade, it's going to land on top of the bomb. It's a smoke. Jame on an AWP switches to the knife. It's all he has to work with. They're on it. They tap it. They want to bait him out. He's swinging, but he's missing. They're going to get it in the smoke. ENCE, they're going to be legendary on one defuse. 16-7. And Avangar goes down, but ENCE are through.
What a fantastic showing from them. 0-2 down in this stage of the tournament, and they've brought it all the way back. They go 3-2, and it's 16-7 in the second map against Avangar. Everyone showed up. They managed to post an amazing amount of frags. It's been a rocky tournament for them, but like I said, I feel like this has been beneficial to the squad. They've learned a lot on this path, and thank God it's successful for them, because there's a lot more to show from this young team.
3-1 last week. They went 0-2 off the start of this. They got rated higher by their peers than Renegades, who actually got the 3-0 over top of them. Much like Renegades, they've made it through. Both of those teams making legendary status for the first ever time. Both challengers that have now made it into the legendary stage. Fantastic turnaround from ENCE this week. Incredible all the way through, and Alu's got to be impressed and very, very happy with his AWP performance. With that said, we're going to send it back over to the desk.
And they've done it, and they'll continue to show that promise going forward. Quite the showing here for ENCE, and doing it in a fashion that would convince you that this is the ENCE we were supposed to see the whole time. Matt nailed it right on the head there. They had a real rocky start here in Katowice, but ultimately they got it done at the end of the day, and that's what matters.
Yeah, and they ended this stage here with 4 amazing maps, 2-0ing G2, and now we see them 2-0, a very, very strong Avangar team who honestly never stood a chance in that trend game. They won both pistols, both follow-up rounds, and still only end with 7 rounds.
That's what's so impressive about this win from ENCE, right? Because as you said, Avangar did everything they could in the early stages of the game to give themselves a good chance of winning it, or at least giving themselves a chance of getting into the game. That said, though, ENCE was simply just stronger in every single aspect.
And making it look easy for what it's worth. We might as well just throw that one in there while we're there. Very, very hype moment to see Alu return to this form and putting himself back in this. That's a storyline all on its own. It's been a long road for him. What we were just discussing is about this lineup and their formation and the very creation, as there were doubts, as there is with a lot of lineups in their formation. But in this moment, they have really proven us all wrong.
Yeah, they really did. When this team first formed, we thought Alu would be the only star on this team, and then it looked like Ariel was emerging. Sergey came up as this young talent, 16 years old. And then now we see AleksiB as the in-game leader, you know, just coming up big time and time again in these clutches. I think his calls were very on point today. And there's not many deficiencies when you look at this team now.
No, and that's what I love about ENCE, right? They have so many different tools to choose from. As you said, and Alu have been very dominant with the AVP, have been doing a lot of opening kills, have been very assertive in the way he has been playing. AleksiB as an in-game leader made a lot of great calls. You have that young star prospect in terms of Sergey and Ariel with the rifles. So you have so many different tools on this lineup to work with, and that is very impressive considering how young they are.
Yeah, and the young part about this is what's keeping it very, very much alive, though. I mean, I think that's very much a part of the flame that is ENCE. Yes, they're newer blood and newer guys on the block, but they're certainly getting it done in a manner that's making it a strong case for conviction.
Yeah, and that's something that I mentioned earlier on the desk is when you're such a young team like ENCE is, you haven't been burned by doing crazy things.
Yeah.
You know, you're willing to make those risky plays in pivotal parts of the match because you haven't had the experience that burns you yet, so you can see them, you know, come time and time again with the heat.
You want to talk about the experience and the risque and risky plays, and we do in fact have a man that has been at the helm of this ENCE lineup. It's going to be AleksiB as well as Frankie.
Just now, AleksiB, as soon as he got through to Champions, literally whipped out his phone and started writing. What were you tweeting?
I just wrote that we won over Avangar and we're now on the big stage, and I'm just speechless.
How does it feel to be on the big stage, if you can find the words?
It feels amazing, but I have to experience it first.
You do, but you've done pretty well on this stage, and this stage is not small, AleksiB. And I want to talk about you as an IGL and also a huge power player. You're never afraid to go to those clutches, so how do you make those calls?
I'm not sure. Everyone was just feeling it today, and everyone was playing calm. We just played our own game.
Can I ask you about those final moments, though, when Ariel was defusing that bomb? Because historically, you guys have trouble closing. I thought you were going to save, and suddenly Ariel was there in the smoke. What was it like on the voice comms?
I'm not sure. I was sure that we are going to lose this round, but he just defused it.
And what did you say when he did?
Holy shit.
I think you can have that one, AleksiB. So I know you guys are confident as a team, but I also know that you must be feeling so elated right now. But what's the plan for the top 8 now you've made it?
We're going to face Liquid or Astralis, I don't know. But we just have to beat every team here. And we're glad that we're on the top 8 now.
Can you beat them?
Of course.
I absolutely love interviewing this guy, and I can't wait to see you in Champions, AleksiB. Congratulations to ENCE, and we've got to head back to the three amigos to talk about how all of that went down.
Yeah, there's some Migos over here, that's for sure. And perhaps we even begin to talk about that statement there. He knows he's going to be up against the wall and what is either Liquid or Astralis, perhaps at some point, no matter how the seeding and the brackets all do play out in the end. Those are some big scalps to take.
I mean, ENCE is starting to fire out, though. They're playing better and better. They're playing more structured. They're having a higher level, I would say, in general. I think no matter who's going to face ENCE, they have to be aware that this is a strong lineup now. They started out slow, but they're definitely bringing the heat.
I definitely think they're going to struggle in like the firepower matchup.
Sure.
But they have such strong strategies. We saw that on Train. We saw that on Mirage. And they play these tactical maps so well. So, you know, the Mirages, the Trains, these are maps that they can upset Astralis and Liquid on.
Yeah, and there are some key components to that as well. I mean, we could talk a little bit about some of the players that, in fact, make that very possible. I think one player that, Sean, maybe you can give me some insight on is AleksiB and what he brings to the table.
Yeah, I mean, we saw in Train time and time again right there. Those outer hits were amazing. They had all these planned Molotov set, cut off the rotation really well, smoked back 6, and they just get Alu out in space in that T-Train yard.
Yeah, well, we do have some numbers here we can run really quickly and take a look at what is Fitch versus AleksiB. Now, AleksiB being the big brains here and talking a little bit more about it in depth. Jacob, what do you got for me?
We got a little Telestrator segment here I would like to show you guys, as we have talked about AleksiB a lot, being this in-game leader that is playing assertive, that is taking shots and leading by example. Now, we found a great example here, and if we just play it out in the beginning, you can see AleksiB going out of team main straight away to create a lot of space for his team. Now, the round has hardly begun, and he's already out in a very favorable position. Now, if you stop the clip here, and we just focus a little bit towards the minimap up here, you can see how the ENCE players are currently spread out on the map. They're not really ready to go with him, but what happens in a second, if we clear the screen and we play out the clip again, is that they're going to be ready now. They're regrouping. They're all going to go towards team main and group up with AleksiB, and that's simply down to the communication that is coming from him. He's telling them, I'm in a favorable position, be ready. As the kill comes in, all the terrorists is coming out of team main, and once again, AleksiB is leading by example. It is very, very impressive to me. I mean, a lot of players would like to play like this. A lot of in-game leaders would like to be the AleksiB. This guy is 21 years old, and he's doing it on the big stage against some great opponents. I mean, you have guys like Zeus, you have guys like Glaive, each with a different style. This is a guy that is coming up in the ranks, and I think he's going to be one hell of an in-game leader for the future.
And I do think that that is a very echoed sentiment. It's something that we can really drive home. Sean, I want to ask you for one last point here as to, yes, we look forward, and yes, we're going to be positive about ENCE and how easy it might be for them. But for what it's worth, what could be that kryptonite going forward?
I mean, the kryptonite is definitely going to be their opponent, right? Whoever they play in this next stage can play 6 maps, and they have 5 strong players, because it's going to be Liquid or Astralis, as AleksiB said. So, I mean, they have some days to prepare. They can obviously develop a crazy game plan, and they also have young talents to compete.
Let's manage expectation. Now, ENCE got inside in the top 8.
Yes.
That is definitely impressive, right?
Yes.
Nobody expected that coming into this. Could they be a top 16 team? I would say that would be impressive. Now, they're inside the top 8. If they're facing an Astralis, facing a Liquid, nobody expects them to win. So this would be another layer of the ENCE lineup. Seeing them play with no pressure at all, that's going to be interesting, because they have some of those playmakers in Ariel, in AleksiB, and in Alu, you know, showing up once again with the balls.
Well, yeah, you couldn't have, my goodness, couldn't have said it any better. And I'm not sure exactly how to phrase that one myself. So I think you nailed it, Jacob, not bad. What we are going to do, though, is go to a quick break. We got another elimination or, well, a matchup that could put a team through to the playoffs. It's do or die time here in Katowice, and it's going to be NiP versus Vitality. And you don't want to miss that one. So be here with us when we come back.
the champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all?
Are you ready to be a part of Counter-Strike history?
ESL 1 returns to Cologne in 2019.
Are you searching for a better Counter-Strike experience all in one place? Compete for over $1 million in PUG and League prizes all on one platform. Track and share your performance with our advanced stats pages. Frag out and rank up on the industry-leading anti-cheat. Sign up for ESEA today.
All eyes are on you. So give them greatness with Intel Extreme Masters certified PCs and notebooks and game like the pros. When you see the unique IEM certified stickers on the outside, you'll find high-grade components with Intel Core i5 and i7 processors inside. Every purchase includes in-game content and supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Game like a pro, because the world is watching.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, HyperX, Bedway, and FaZe Safeguard.
Swiss round 5 continuing on, and that means that these teams all have a 2-2 record, and that the winner also advances on to the playoffs. Therefore, the loser is being sent home. And that is going to be the storyline all day long. We actually just sent ENCE on into the playoff bracket, and now we're going to look to secure a next victor here in Ninjas in Pajamas versus Vitality. And well, if you're just joining us, you picked a pretty appropriate time because things have started to heat up here inside of the Spodek as people are finding their way to the exits. And I mean the people that are being eliminated. And of course, we have actually reintroduced one Australian to the desk. He's ready to go. He's fresh-faced. He's showered. He's good to go.
I got the late call time today, so stayed in bed for an extra hour or two watching the games.
Game changer, right?
Yeah, it's nice. Nice to have a line.
And then we have Sean Gares, the always beautiful and always present, and I guess everything that you are and stuff. So
thanks, Trace.
You cool with that?
Cool.
Cool. Well, I'm cool with it too. Let's keep the show moving along, and let's get to know the pros that we have here in front of us. In fact, it's going to be Vitality that we're going to get to know. Let's go ahead and dive right into it.
I'm gonna suck at that one.
Dubs. 2017.
2017. Semphis? Fuck.
Liquid guy in Team Liquid.
Still?
No. Stanislaw.
Yeah, right. Yeah, true. Yeah, he's gonna be 5-0 anyway. I know it already.
Nothing?
Yes. Oh, for Oscar, yeah, I was thinking Oscar Mixwell. Yeah, no. Wrong player.
From FaZe. Carrigan.
Guardian? Because Russian, stuff like that.
I know that Carrigan speaks German, English, Danish, and
yeah,
that's it. Fuck.
Not like?
Whew. Taz.
And there are 5 of them, so.
Yeah.
Pasha biceps.
I did it! I'm faster! Yes! As we did at the same time, I do.
Oh, come on. No. There is camera record. You will see my finger, my thumb going first.
I did it!
And what is a test of response times? You can see right there just how close it really is here at the top level at the Intel Extreme Masters.
Do you think they call each other beautiful too, or is it just an ex-teammate thing?
Well, I mean, we're current teammates
too.
I mean, do you want to get into this one, Chad?
Current
I feel
teammates, like you didn't have a team name, you didn't have a tag on last night. The Commonwealth, me, Henry, and Alex, we actually had a tag going on for
there
our
was
clan.
one letter you forgot about that, Chad.
Which one?
The L.
Yeah.
All of them.
We did cover.
In fact, that's a different story for a different time, and perhaps if you follow along on social media, you might get involved in that too. But for the time being, we do have what is Ninjas in Pajamas versus Vitality, fighting for a lifeline here and fighting for that playoff berth. Now, we're going to start talking about Vitality. Obviously, quicker to the clickers, but for what it's worth, what is the real story behind this Vitality that we're seeing?
Zywo's sick.
Nice. Yeah, Zywo's sick. That could be a huge problem, right? Because whenever he's not carrying them, they struggle a little bit. Now, Apex has come up big time and time again throughout this stage, NBK in the prior stage, but I've never really seen them win games when Zywo doesn't step up.
Yeah, so they definitely need Zywo, and if they get Apex and MBK, well, then they're really just having a party, right?
Yes.
The fact of the matter is this would be a whole different looking Vitality because we know they have their structure, we know they have the strategies, and the fundamentals are down. It's just the star potential isn't all clicking at the same time other than Zywo. So if he underperforms under the pressure, they're in a lot of trouble here.
Now, it's two guys that have been playing against some of these players in this lineup. Obviously not Zywo, but this man on your left, MBK, and I guess what he has grown to become over the years. We've watched several iterations of French lineups where this guy has been sort of a centerpiece, a very focal part of what these lineups are. Chad, what is it about MBK that makes him such a good player?
I think it's how diverse he has to be as an individual. In Source, he was an AWPer, he was a do-it-all kind of player, and then as you move forward in his career in CSGO, he had to be more of a supportive role, a bomb site anchor, and now he's taken the mantle of in-game leadership, which is one of the most difficult. And I've noticed, especially with Apex and MBK, back when the French teams were dominant, their strategies were more based around in your face, catching players off guard, taking fights. Now they're actually trying to play mid rounds, and you can see it sometimes takes a toll coming around a corner with a nade out because that's part of the strat as opposed to being heads up aware. So some of those details are really taking their toll on this Vitality roster, but they're slowly getting better and better, Sean.
But, and Sean, actually, if you don't mind me, I'm going to interject here. What is it that I guess has been sort of the weird wedging that happens there? I mean, people talk about all the time the politics in the French scene and what it is to play in the French scene, but where have we seen the most bouncing around of MBK?
Yeah, I thought MBK was stubborn for a little bit with the whole in-game leader thing, not wanting to bring Existence in or other in-game leaders in the French scene. But what he's done with this team is very impressive. When I watch them play, they have a full map pool, and they play all of the maps properly, which is something that's honestly pretty rare to say about, you know, most of the teams in the Legend stage, to have this broad of a map pool and play them all so well.
Yeah, we were having a conversation yesterday about how many teams that we could name just off the top of our head who we thought were playing the ABCs of Counter-Strike, right? And that list isn't very long, all things considered. Astralis have definitely done that, but they can do everything with all that star power. Everybody else is playing catch-up, and it seems weird having to go back to school to learn how to do the basics again, but everybody's having to go back to that. Renegades is another example.
I mean, playing catch-up and then also bringing your teammates on the same page. I mean, there's a whole lot of ways to formulate how you want to approach a team, especially in its infancy. But in this moment, we talked a little bit about MBK, and we're going to take a deeper dive into who is this man and what he's all about, going into what could be an elimination here from the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice.
So the main part about that position is to work well with the guy that is controlling gaps, because you have to take it coordinated. Because if one goes before the other, you can get picked and then they can fall back and there's no revenge kill. So we often use 1 or 2 moddies to push back the opponents that would want to push apps on the city side. And then it's all about taking it together. That's the main part of what we're doing. And there are not 10,000 options. So it's just using 1 or 2 moddies maximum and going together. There are 2 ways that actually take in order to go middle and take middle. Either I'm gonna fall back, get back middle with our sniper, and we take middle together with Alex coming from Boiler. Or we're just gonna storm through middle with 1 flash and try to catch our opponents off guard and get the kills from there, and then secure the position and wait for the CTs to push us.
And this NBK individual that you might have just learned a little bit more about has been the brains for the most part of the operation over there in the French side of things, and really has been a staple and a real talking point for years now. And to find himself in what is another major and what is another pivotal match and another crucial one, there's no way he can dismiss this as, oh, it's, this one's an okay loss.
I don't think they would by any means, right? They've been humbled. They've had to rebuild, especially the likes of Apex and MBK. They've had to work back through. RPK, sure, they're bringing him along. He's never made the top 8 at a major, if I remember correctly. And then you have Alex, the newer blood, and ZywOo, just the prodigy from the French scene. So for this whole roster, it's definitely not just going to be, we can just be, that was just another loss. There's a lot on the line.
Yeah, I mean, there really is. And of course, the building blocks is what we kind of looked at this team for what it was, and the building blocks being ZywOo. Now, Sean, tell me about ZywOo and maybe about his performance here in Katowice so far.
ZywOo's an up-and-coming player. I mean, he's not even up-and-coming anymore. He's here, right?
Yeah.
He's a young superstar that has joined this Vitality team, and we always wondered before this team, where was he going to go first? He could have literally just went straight to FaZe, potentially, in a lot of people's eyes, and he's lived up to the expectations. He performs time and time again. He plays situations very calmly as an AWP player, and being so young. And he's just so aware when you watch him. He's aware of his surroundings and the possibilities.
Well, that's the thing with these younger players, right? We notice with all of them, especially when I'm watching them, just how aware of every opportunity and possibility there are. Like, if it was me back then playing Counter-Strike at that level, I would be, laser focused on one point, one direction. But these guys are ready for everything. And I think that's what separates them from, the older players. But there's only one older player who's still being able to do it continuously. And we've talked about him throughout. And that's the man on the other side of this matchup. That's Forrest from NIP. And I don't know how he's been able to keep up at this level for so long, but he's still performing. He's only had 1 bad series, or 1 bad-ish series, I think, so far.
Yeah, I mean, we actually can talk a little bit more about NIP. It would make exact sense because that is who Vitality is playing. And for what is an elimination match, it's do or die, live and let die, all of the things that to include, well, elimination, of course. What is the Ninjas in Pajamas, and how have they found themselves in such like a crunch here?
Oh, they're in a weird spot right now, and I'm sure Chad can agree. They don't really have too strong of a map pool, especially going up against a team like Vitality, and they're really, really relying on Rez and Force throughout this event. Dennis and Get Right just haven't been putting up the numbers that we're accustomed to seeing from them. And I mean, the lack of a true star opera on this team might hurt them.
I really wanted to dive into the Dennis discussion because he's been very vocal about his poor performances on social media, in interviews with HLTV.org. And I think the issue here, you know, is being vocal about it and owning it. That's one thing, right? That everybody knows when they've had a bad game. But I'm worried that he's getting in his own head because we know he's a player with a lot of potential, but he's kind of been pushed around into roles. Whereas Fnatic was free flowing, NIP seems it's still very free, but maybe he's not getting positions he likes.
Now, the thing is, you talk about Dennis, and that's exactly right. I'm just going to quote from the very top here of what the article is all about that Chad is actually alluding to. Quoted by Dennis, "In officials, it feels like I'm playing a game I don't know how to play."
Yeah, and once you're in that mindset, you've already lost, in my opinion. Right? You can't get out of that super quickly. And he says that he's doing fine, you know, practice and scrims and even the boot camp here, but he just can't translate that into matches, which means he's probably getting nervous, which means it's getting worse and worse and worse at this point.
But I guess as things get worse and worse and worse before they get better and better and better. I mean, we talked about the young guns over there. We talked about the ZywOos, and we talked about players over on NIP. I mean, for what it's worth, they've had their share of young guns come in and out of this lineup, but they've also found that they're actually farming some veterans in the meantime, too. We're talking about a player such as Lekro, for example.
Yeah, look, I think when you look at Lekro, he was a player that was seen as a fragger. I didn't think he was a star by any means, but he's had to take over the in-game leadership role. And if you look at the NIP team, you probably shouldn't be him. He's the one with the least amount of experience, right? I would lean towards Forrest as wanting to do it just from the veterancy perspective because he's someone with so much experience of playing Counter-Strike under his belt. But I guess that they've just gone with whoever the willing candidate was. And in this case, it is Lekro. They're not by any means strategically sound. You know, they don't you know, play necessarily by ABC like we were talking about before, but they've got the basics down. They have very good team play. And one thing with the Swedish teams that, you know, I've always admired is the way that they communicate. It's always very calm, and that's why they can play such patience, And
in the sort of, to me, chaotic language it's all done in, too. It's a pretty interesting thing to have watched and witnessed from the outside. Let's learn a little bit more about Lekro. In fact, let's take a look at some of the ways that he does approach the game itself of Counter-Strike. We're going to take a deeper look into Inferno, to be exact.
I think mostly why you choose different ways of going mid is either you play against an aggressive opper who knows you're playing AK, which sometimes I am, but sometimes I like to change it up. Either go second mid, or I could jump sewers pretty fast, or if you play off you can punish other oppers when they believe you have AKs. So there's a lot of ways you can just try to mind game the other players. Good way to know where if you're gonna head banana or mid is by counting the smokes a lot of the times, or utility. So you know how many smokes there are left, or molotovs or something like that, or if you just feel like if you have some call in the beginning of the round that you feel like they're playing heavy B or heavy mid, you can use your previous information to choose where to go. Personally, I think smoking off long when you're taking mid is the most important thing. I think smoking short is making yourself very spammable, and if they are boosted on the roof and they have a crossfire from long, you're not gonna end up well. I think flashing the short angles, if they have an opper holding boiler, I think is the most important thing. But if you're playing as a team, you should have a standard mid take, but if you're playing in matchmaking or FaZe or ECA, I think you should just use flashes a lot.
Would love to see your adaptations live there in matchmaking. That is always a plus. I think that should definitely be driven home for what it's worth, as you know, as a matchmaker myself. More importantly, though, when we look at these two lineups, and we're on the precipice of what is NIP versus Vitality. When we look at these two lineups, we've talked about MBK. We could talk about Lekro. We can run the numbers. We can actually just run them right now, I think is the safest thing to do. And kind of understand what it is that these two are bringing to the table from a firepower statistical standpoint.
Well, the last major, we saw Lekro actually top the scoreboard on the stats at the Challenger stage, and he was playing lights out throughout that major. He's a big reason why NIP is here at this major, because they got that invite. Now, this time around, he's struggled a little bit. He hasn't played up to, you know, what we expect him to, but he also doesn't really play the best roles. He plays like B-Site Mirage a lot, and I don't really think he's set up for that many.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of the grunt work, right? He doesn't put himself in a position to be a star, but it feels like there's 3 players on this team, Dennis, Rez, and Forrest, all feel like they're very similar players in the way, you know, they're hybrids. They can all AWP, they can all rifle, they're all, you know, can get it done with the pistols as well. One point I wanted to talk about when we had Dennis up before was, you know how we used to say, you know, he was the best pistol player in CSGO? That's dropped off significantly. That's not the storyline for Dennis anymore. And maybe because he's not getting, you know, multiple kills on the pistol, not getting the confidence there, then that's flowing through into the game. I used to play with teammates, unless they, you know, if they didn't get kills early, like within the first 1 to 2, maybe 3 rounds of the game, they would just have quiet games because they weren't confident, they didn't feel warmed on in.
They weren't there, basically.
Exactly, right? And that could be a symptom. That's something that it's not on the surface by any means, but can always factor in.
Which you can't necessarily address that, right? I mean, oh, step it up, or you could positively reinforce it, and even then, you never really know what's going on. It's just how it works out, I think.
The one real thing you can do if you're an in-game leader is if you get a chance at an eco round, you know, where you have guns, the other team doesn't, you can send that player.
Let him go for the eco bash.
That could backfire.
We'll follow you, bro.
That could backfire.
Yeah, he could die, not get anything done, and then his confidence goes even lower because he just died to pistols.
Give him 4, you lose the round because of it. Happened to me before.
Now, so another talking point here between these two teams is the fact that they have been in this situation to qualify already. They did find themselves in 2-1 matches, respectively. Obviously, they didn't go in the way of them. So I guess we could talk about the fact that MIBR and NIP have squared off. We could talk about the fact that Vitality and Renegade squared off.
I think, you know, if we look at the maps between these two teams, Sean alluded to this a little bit before, right? We know that we're not going to see Train. Vitality are going to ban that, and that is one of the maps that NIP have looked more than comfortable on, right? Throughout the matches we've seen earlier in the tournament. Then it appears to me that Vitality, if they want to go for a punish just off recent history for NIP, they want to be playing like a Cache or a Dust2 or something along those lines.
Yeah, or Inferno. I mean, NIP has yet to play a Cache or Dust2 game in the last 3 months, and Inferno, they've lost all 4 times they played it, so...
Yeah,
there's a lot of options right now for Vitality as far as punish picks go. And by the way, on those maps, Vitality has won 86% of the Cache games, 81% of their Inferno games, and 54% of the...
And then if you're the guys from NIP and you can't pick Train, do you go with Overpass or do you go with Mirage, right? That would be the two that I'd be thinking, because if they go for Mirage, Vitality have looked more than comfortable on that map time and time again. That's where they push Na'Vi into overtime. That's where I think they've played that in almost every series or every game that they've had throughout this whole major run.
Well, the only other option, like you said, is Overpass. NIP has won 17% of those games. Vitality has won 86% of their games.
It doesn't work with the maths here.
Yeah, they don't have any good choices. That's all we're saying.
So on paper, it looks like Vitality the clear favorite here, but this is the interesting thing about this matchup, and this happened for NIP before, is that they have the veterans like Forrest, they have Get Right, they have Dennis, they have all of these players who have played at the top level, who have won tournaments, going up against the younger guns of Alex and Zywa, who could crumble in this environment, and that's where you get the stark contrast between these two rosters. That's what makes this matchup so interesting.
And let's also keep in mind, you know, NIP has played MIBR, Hellraiser's Liquid, NRG, whereas Vitality has had a little bit of an easier run, I would say, especially the fact that you know, they have the minor results thrown in there. Teams that basically aren't of the caliber of what NIP's matches have been.
Now, that was exactly kind of where I was going with that whole thing, but we'll get back to that. Don't you worry, Chad. We're going to go to a break first, and when we do come back, we're actually going to We're going to dive into the pre-match of this game and actually talk about the maps, the vetoes, and everything there. And so make sure you're with us when we come back.
Think you can't capture a clutch in full resolution while streaming the play to the world? Watch this. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
forth and conquer.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, HyperX, Bedway, and Pay Safeguard. Vodafone presents the pre-match.
Yes, it is the Vodafone pre-match, and yes, this is an elimination game. Teams with a 2-2 record now look to find their way into the playoffs with a conviction as they go on into that champion stage here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice Major. My name is Trace Dennis-Ranthis, and the next matchup that I have for you on the cards is that of Vitality and the Ninjas in Pajamas. Now, we've already got quite a bit of discussion in detail here about some of the storylines, some of the teams, and perhaps even some of the names within these teams. But for what it's worth now, it's about the matchup at hand, a best of 3 to determine who will win and go on or who will lose and go home.
Yeah, and you know we're in a weird time when you look around and you see more people picking Vitality than NIP, right? I mean, this Vitality lineup has surprised so many people, especially given the struggles they had trying to even qualify for the minor itself.
Yeah, and I think the real factor here in all 3 of the matchups isn't actually to do with, on paper, which team is better. I think that all these games can go either way, and this one here especially. Now we have 2 teams with old cores. Apex, you've got the likes of MBK, and then you've got Get Right, and you've got Forest. So those guys going toe-to-toe, they used to do that back in the start of CSGO. Right. And then you have these younger players who are the ones who are actually going to be the swing players. This is where ZywOo needs to show up. We've already highlighted that. And we're definitely going to need Dennis to be here, because if he's not here right now, NIP are going to have a hard time. Yeah, I mean, between Get Right, Forest, and Dennis, there should be plenty of firepower right there, not to mention all the other tools that they have in their toolbox. But for what it's worth, Nip, and you saying they're in their shaky place when we were talking earlier, what is it that's going to be the game changer here, Sean?
I mean, the game changer has to be, like Chad said, Dennis stepping up, because we know Rez is going to step up. We know Forrest has been here all tournament long. Lekker's been calling pretty good strats, if I'm being honest. They have a couple executes to make things easy on him. But Dennis just has been missing. I think people, when they're sitting here and they're listening to us just name players, and talking to them that they need to show up, need to understand that NIP as a team who all play fundamental Counter-Strike, that they have the basics down. It doesn't come down to, who has the better strats at this point, because the map pool is there. This roster has been playing CSGO through all of the changes. They know how to play. It's just about showing up in the server today. And I'm pretty sure in all reality, we can take a look at these numbers all day long, but as pound for pound goes, as this story is unfolding in real time, this is a matchup where both teams know the implication of it, and for what it's worth, the playing field can be somewhat equal as we look at the vetoes. And I'll tell you all about the vetoes. Since we're here, we can talk about Cash being that first map, and it's going to be Nip starting on the CT side. Now, veto theorying, all that aside, we can dive into the first map. I think that will be the best play, fellas. So Cash used to be a map that Nip used to be really, really good on, right? Like, this is a map that I would be scared to play NIP on when I was a player, but that is faded. That's gone away completely. I rarely see them play Cash anymore. And I don't know. They have that same style that they had back then, the 2-1-2 setup time and time again. Their last official on LAN on this map was at Epicenter in 2018 on the 24th of October. So that just shows you how few maps that they've actually played, not only just on Cash, but in general, right? They haven't actually had that many maps played in the last 3 months, let alone the last 6. And that is a big problem. Whereas if you look at Vitality, they had that game against Renegades. It was Renegades map pick. They won it 16-11, but they started that first half of CT super hot, very dynamic, pop flashing for each other, taking jewels across people in Sunroom. Then they lost to a CZ round, and it kind of all fell apart. But it was looking good in the early stages. And people might say, it's just Renegades. Who cares? I'm telling you, Renegades is the best Cash team I ever played when I played North America. There's no team that I would not want to play more than Renegades. The Caches, all of it aside, it is Cash we're going into here in the first map, and we actually do have a better look into what Cash is and how it has all come about.
Cash is a map that has it all. The slow, default-based spread of attackers helps relay critical information and find picks. A main, Squeaky, mid, and B main are all watched by the terrorists to hold off any counter-terrorist aggression. Perfectly crafted and rehearsed executes using every inch of utility to its fullest is used to bombard each site and cause cracks in the armor of the defensive side. Simple but effective aggressive moves from the counter-terrorists often catch stragglers unsuspecting and unaware. This acts as a constant push and pull between teams as the counter-terrorists constantly try to regain control of the map as the terrorists take their own. A heads-up, fast-paced battle of pure individual skill and talent is showcased across each site, tilting the advantage from one team to another. And more often than not, it all ends up with the bomb down and the retake ensuing.
Yes, Cash being that first map of this series will prove to be where these teams stand coming into today. Again, the implications and everything considered, both of these teams, pound for pound, should deliver a pretty good fight.
Yeah, and when Sean was talking about the NIP that was really good on it, they used to have Threat as the coach, right? And they just had those anti-ecos that had all the perfect Molotovs.
Yes.
But a lot has changed since Threat was the coach of this squad, Trace.
Quite a bit has changed. In fact, that was one of my favorite videos to ever watch, was the full-on execution on A, where they Molotov literally everyone out into the open and fire and Inferno and everything all about it. Either way, it does appear as though we do have I guess a word with the new coach, or not new, but returning coach of this NIP squad, Pita. Let's hear what he's got to say.
I'm very lucky to have nabbed Pita, the coach from NIP. And before we go into your crucial game against Vitality next, let's just chat about what you learned from that match against MIBR.
A lot. MIBR was playing really, really good. We knew it before that they would play good. We have played against them in practice. I think we beat them in practice. So we had some confidence going into the game. Something happened during train. We didn't play our game at all. We came back on Inferno, but unfortunately it was too late. And yeah.
What does your game look like at the moment?
It's really like from day to day. One day we play really good. The other day we can play bad. I really hope that the good day is today. We really need it.
So talk about your preparation going into this match against Vitality, because if there's anything we do know about Vitality, it's that they are desperate to get through to that top 8 just as much as you guys are.
I think Vitality is really underestimated as a team. They have a lot of experience, but also have firepower. I think Zivu is most likely going to be top 5 players this year, if not better. It will be a really difficult game. They have a really good mix of players, and whoever wins will deserve it.
Have you structured your strategy around Zivu's AWP?
We know how to counter good players. We will see.
Okay, I can't wait to see what goes down. The one thing I can tell you, Peter, is that here in Poland, the crowd is firmly on your side. So how does it feel to have people cheering for you?
It's amazing, especially the fans here in Poland. Sweden and Poland, who would expect to have the audience behind us, but I really hope we can make it to the arena, meet all the Polish fans, and it would be, I don't know, I really just want to play now, and I really want to win.
Well, good luck to you and the guys, Peter, and let's head back to the desk to see what they think.
Yes, and he's kind of alluding to the fact that there are very vocal fans here in the audience for just about any team that you can imagine. And I do kind of have to wonder how many of that rides on the back of that NIP magic.
Yeah, I think ever since then, I mean, they've had so many fans. Them, Cloud9, and FaZe probably have the most fans in the scene. I would
VP.
say. Close, yeah, VP.
Yeah, probably here in Poland. Too bad they're not actually here.
Yeah, VP would probably be able to.
I was really curious about what he was saying about ZywOo, though, right? Like thinking to be a top 5 player. That's a very audacious claim. If ZywOo wants to be a top 5 player, he has to have a big performance starting now. You know, it's not that he's not performing; it's that his scale of opponents have gotten better and better as the tournament's progressed. And NIP are another, mantle to take a good performance against.
Well, in terms of the mantle, I mean, this is the one that you want to put the most on, because this is the major. This is going to be the biggest stage that you're going to play on, and perhaps ever, I don't want to wish that ill will on anyone, but this is where you have to either, show up or put up.
So I was going to be here for a long time now. I promise you. This guy is way too good. I agree with everything Peter just said.
Top 5 this year?
I think he could be, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I've gone on record saying you put ZywOo on a team that's solidly in the top 10, they become a top 3 team.
Okay.
Okay.
So, that's how good I think ZywOo is.
Well, we do have the players getting turntabled around here, but there's no DJ in sight. I think actually he comes here next week, so that's a totally different story altogether. And for what it's worth, trying to join ENCE will be that of NIP or Vitality. Now, we have actually seen Vitality play this match before, and you were talking about it against Renegades. Renegades coming into this event a lot hotter than people expected. So having taken them to the brink, does that say anything indicative here?
Yes, because like I said, I think Renegades is the best cash team I've ever played in my professional CSGO career. So it's for a team to dismantle them the way they did shows me that this team is extremely good on the map.
The problem is, though, that Vitality, when you're reviewing demos, you're coming into the unknown, because this is a map that surely NIP would have bootcamped, right? I would have to assume that this is a map that they would be considering themselves playing at some point in the tournament.
Sure.
They have the chance to look at Vitality's more recent games, because Vitality have had to play a lot online due to the amount of open tournaments they've been trying to attend, because they've really come from the bottom to get to this point. And when you look at NIP, these guys, when they know, they should be able to look to exploit tendencies and pressure the inexperience of a team like Vitality on any map.
I think what worries me the most about NIP is if they're going to fall into a standard 2-1-2 setup time and time again. Because when you watch NIP, they play such a vanilla style, and I know that Vitality is going to have the answers to beat that standard 2-1-2 on CT side.
Do you think that's a testament to some of the old heads within the squad still?
Oh, I don't know if, it's stubbornness in that regard.
It's not stubbornness, but more so the fact that, these guys have been playing this game
and it's worked for them like that before.
Yeah,
the culture of winning. Yeah, potentially. Like, if it's worked before, why doesn't it work now? But it seems like their T-sides, a lot of it is slower. It's uninspired. It doesn't feel like they're trying to shape the meta or change the game. They're just doing the basics, right?
And like you said, they just communicate so well, and they rely on that communication. And they understand, I guess, how the communication flows in a 2-1-2 setup.
On the 2-1-2 setup, they can't just rest on that being their laurels. And I think they're going to have to start to make a statement here in this first map. As we do look to get it underway, guys, it's going to be Vitality versus the Ninjas in pajamas here in the opener of this best of 3 to determine who's going on here at the Intel Extreme Masters and who's going home. To deliver that, though, it will be Jason and Vince. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Trace. Thank you, boys. And the deaths of historic players on each of these lineups that have gone head-to-head so many times. NBK, RPK, Apex. On the other side, you have Get Right. You have Forest. Various lineups and various teams over the years. They have had some amazing clashes. This one here for legend status at IEM Katowice. This one here for a place in the top 8 or going home early.
And of course, the last French hope too. G2 weren't able to make it out. The Ninjas, there for the Swedes.
And this is part of what they just touched on the desk. This is a pretty standard pistol run out of NIP, and the claim is that Vitality is going to be able to kind of counteract that they'll have the answers for the standard stuff that NIP shows them. Not a whole lot of trickery, not a whole lot of variation in this pistol run. A retake on the A bomb site. Dennis back at car. The kid is on Forest, and he doesn't have a smoke either. There's a great goosh. Long range from the USP. And NBK is going to be forced into a passive position.
Get Right tried to take the aggression, but double stack through mid will yield the kill onto him. Lekro gonna try and stand tall and has done a lot of damage to RPK. Finishes him off, plus in mid, Apex down to a measly 17 health. An important trade. This is wasting vital time, though. But Forest is there to help him out. Apex has been bested, leaving it a 3-on-4 in favor of Nip, but the bomb, of course, has been planted firmly down. Headshots being exchanged. Alex is going to be able to deliver one more. Can he go any further? They're going to need him to, and he has. He's struck twice. This now puts a lot more pressure on Rez, but he's going to be close range with a pistol. Once again, Mr. Consistent for NIP is alive and kicking. That flashbang destroys ZywOo, and NIP may be able to get this. It's going to be very close. But they've got it done.
Yeah, he's got it for sure. And that flashbang might have been the big one. ZywOo might have been able to get that kill. Might have been able to just delay long enough as you saw the defuse, how close it was. Well managed from NIP. I thought that was a cool twist from Vitality. The A smokes and then the punish with the boost over. NIP rotates a little bit too quick, a little bit less cautious than perhaps they should have been. And that could have been a real issue. Nicely done from Lekro to hold that off.
Yeah, quite a few key trades that NIP were confined to through mid Lekro. Then you saw Rez with a beautiful flashbang alongside it. Forest chipped into Apex, who was low, but Vitality gonna bounce right back in with a full force buy, leaving a bit of funds on RPK, but they've got 3 assault rifles off the back of this with 2 upgraded pistols. So NIP, great start, but they're gonna have to be very careful here. This is still a very dangerous round. Some nades as well here, Moses. They've got Molly, Smoke, and Flash on MBK and RPK. Haven't committed to anything either.
Yeah, well, I mean, part of it is dangerous because NIP1 has no idea what's what's happening across the map. They don't know what Vitality is setting up for quite yet. And also, obviously, because of the rifles that are invested in this second round. Here we go. Here's the first glimpse as ZywOo gets aggressive over the boost, clears things out. It's only Get Right at the highway box, and this UMP, you imagine he would have to fall back pretty quickly from this fight. It'll be interesting and important to see how NIP rotates if that scenario comes to pass. Over towards the A bomb site we go, 45 seconds left. It will be a hit here. No one's in the bomb site just yet. Lekro, a scout, and there goes Get Right, not able to get away from the fight. Good wins from Dennis and Forrest. Dennis, a lot of confidence issues, not showing here in this round. He swings out and he goes to get the AK-47. The bomb is on the other side of the smoke, and Vitality must commit.
Apex is going to do just that. Gets the entry, but only 25 seconds now at their disposal. He's going to try and interject by taking down Lekro long range, but the scout's going to reign supreme. And now RPK, two headshots in quick succession. This is now doable. Actually, it's very possible. Forrest is just down to 11 health. He's got enough time to get the bomb planted. The P250 comes up massive. He's also got the Galil. He's going to smoke out just to allow himself the opportunity, and RPK has got the clutch. A 1-on-3. What a start for Vitality.
That is so dirty from the P250. I said it yesterday, argue with me, P250, best pistol in the game. That is so incredible, the second shot over towards the truck. I thought NIP had that one, certainly. The tank delivers for the Frenchman. That is a thing of beauty. Just a nice little one tap. Put Lekro in his place, and obviously the low HP, Forrest needed that kill immediately. That one's tough for the Ninjas. They're going to be forced back to Deagles, a CZ on Get Right, the scout on Dennis. Dennis very vocal in an interview about, and on Twitter, about some of his in-game issues, saying when he gets into an official, it feels like it's a game that he just doesn't really know how to play. Freely admitting he's having some kind of struggle with his mentality. Rez gonna smoke off the Molotov. Actually, the damage is actually more inflicted on the Vitality side. The Deagle gets one kill. That's a low HP player. Force is gonna chime in, and now NIP can just wait. They don't have to be the aggressors, but they're winning every fight. RPK and ZywOo gonna go down at the end, and NIP were gonna respond in this third round. They turn it right back.
That is unbelievable. Maybe RPK can do damage again, but to be in upgraded pistols and a scout and come out with 4 players alive, Vitality have been obliterated there.
That's, as you said, 4 players alive is the big swing. 2 AK-47s are salvaged off the ground. The MAC-10 on Lekro, they can keep that. I don't think that Vitality will invest here. They might go for it, but they won't be able to get any of the rifles that we saw them win with in the previous round that were so important. The Galil's doing damage, and a lot of this, I mean, just straight luck through the smoke. So the NIP, a little bit of magic showing up early.
Well, we were expecting a back-and-forth game. So far, Cash has been a seesaw of Counter-Strike. Some more chip damage to RPK. They posture just outside of the B site. Smoke some Molotovs. I think it was extinguished, and now our Apex straight in. Rez has been found, did do a lot of damage with the flashbang into the eyes of Forrest. He cannot see a single thing. The snowstorm descends, and now Get Right gonna be spraying through the smoke, finds one. They still have control of the bomb.
This is so sloppy so far, Vince. I think maybe NIP assumed the same as I did, that there wasn't going to be a buy, that Vitality would be forced away. Playing in positions, Forrest just completely blinded, just eats a flashbang full force, and I think NIP at least has to try and go for this, at least at the start. It's going to be so tough. AK and FAMAS both salvaged. Here comes the utility from the retaking side, but crossfires are set up across low HP. There's a MAC-10 kill on the site, and now NIP have secured a way in to get this defused. It's just NBK. They know exactly where he is. Good opening kill, the follow-up as well. NBK needs a third, and he's not going to get it. But is there time? I think he's just going to have it. The kit is going to bail NIP out. A stellar retake in a backs-against-the-wall situation, and NIP convert.
They convert, but again, it's at the cost of 4 players, so their economy is still very much in danger. That being said, even with the bomb plant, Vitality's funds aren't looking great. What do they do here? They must know that NIP are on the brink of collapse.
This would be so risky if they call for a buy here. This would be pretty big implications for their money moving forward. So they're going to sit back. Half purchase, half investment coming in. Upgraded pistols, light armor on a couple players. Good amount of utility. So still some danger if NIP get caught again, as they did in the last round. But certainly this is a buy designed not necessarily to win. Obviously, that's the end goal. but at least do damage. At least get 2 or 3 kills. Keep NIP in a position for the reset. Op rings out true.
Molotov there to force Lekro out of position, but he's already struck hard. Dennis now able to hold the line, only for a few moments. His flashbangs are going to be very efficient. RPK with the P250 again is going to find himself some damage. So even in this round, one that Ninja should still win. They're taking so much in terms of financial damage. Forest is going to clean it up, but considering that was a half buy, that's a really solid round for Vitality.
These defenses have been so scrappy. It's great trading from Vitality on the way in, but it's the NIP, I have to feel like, I mean, Lekro with the AWP gets that opening kill, not able to get into a safer position. The Molotovs force him out of quad, a hectic scenario. NIP has not been able to prove that they can handle it well. Now we have the AK-47s for Vitality. 5 kills for Force and Get Right, 7 for RPK off the back of some stellar rounds, as you said, with the P250.
$0 for Rez and Get Right. Dennis goes for a peek, but he's all alone. And the 2 kills to start off round 6 have gone the way of the Frenchman. Collective shiver down the spine for NIP. An integral round here to start things off, and it's pretty convincingly going the way of the T side, and we've already discussed this. Even the rounds that NIP have been winning, it's been scrappy, it's been late, but it's not been effective and clean.
They're gonna have to battle again. Going for an aggressive play when you don't have the funds to risk it, they're on the verge of being punished massively. This is a long time for NIP to play in a 3-on-5. I like this call, rotate 3 players over. Maybe you can catch someone trying to find a pick. That needs to be a kill, and Forrest gets aggressive to find it. Vitality rotating to the other side of the map. NIP gonna stand their ground at A. I think possibly, because Forrest has defended this B bomb site, when they see him over at A, maybe they assume it's a stack, because this is a pretty convincing and a pretty confident hit. They didn't slow down even a single bit.
Yeah, precisely. MBK has been around the block too many times. As soon as Forrest claimed a kill, I think they knew exactly what was coming up. And NIP, with their dodgy economy, will be looking to save onto these guns. They've got an AK, M4, and an AWP, Kevlar, some nades, plenty of equipment value that they want to take into the next round. But Vitality, they are going to pull this off. So the first proper rifle round for both teams has gone the way of Vitality, and you'd have to say, Moses, pretty convincingly.
Oh yeah, pretty convincing. I mean, it's helped out obviously by the pushes in towards A main. It's a cool idea from NIP. Obviously, Dennis throws that Molotov deep towards the choke point to isolate that player behind the box. The pop flash is meant to come in and give him a 1-on-1. He doesn't win that 1-on-1, but even so, ZywOo put the Molotov out and took a swing as well. So that was going to be a 1-for-1 pretty much no matter what happened.
There's a man on your screen that has been really charging down first on Vitality in the opening stage of this first map. 8-4 with 113 ADR, or 116 ADR as it says there on the screen. But either way, he has been a mammoth for Vitality, and they're going to be hoping that he has one of those big performances, because in 2018 it was a bit of an up and down. He obviously had pneumonia, which certainly took him off a little bit, but ZywOo gets one before he's brought back down to earth. Another player that's actually struggling with sickness at the moment, so we'll have to see how he can perform today.
Well, NBK is struggling with 11 HP. You never like to have that at the beginning of the round. I imagine they just leave him up on this boost. Maybe be able to catch someone off guard, playing at a very narrow angle, so his HP doesn't always matter unless there's a nade. Lekro's going to creep up a chance, and actually Lekro spots NBK before he even realizes the possibility. Now over to the A bomb site. Dennis and Lekro rotating deep within the site. The AWP can cover highway and mid, but its attention is taken away. His gaze is averted. Apex is out of the forklift. Alex pressuring the truck. 3-4 players coming in for NIP to defend this. We need some stellar entries. It's not going to happen, at least from Alex, but Apex, as we know he can do. What a great flick from Lekro. He's managing this so well, and he's still alive. Now he has to chase him down. Forrest has the angle. RPK does great damage, not able to complete anything, but it's the AWP in quad that comes out on top.
Yeah, excellent work. Not just getting the kills, but also forcing the last remaining player to be caught in this dungeon between two players. Couldn't really do anything. There's just the head protruding over the top for MBK, but this is really the play here. Not just the 2 frags. Second kill is disgusting flick. But now you can see how much it stalls the final player. He can't do any more economic damage. So keeping 3 players alive and the AWP is really significant.
Yeah, finally they've been able to have a pretty convincing round on the defense. Well done from the Swedes. Peta over there, hyping the players up, means a lot to them. And obviously, Vitality, as you mentioned earlier, the last remaining French team, almost playing for the entirety of the French scene that has really slipped in these past few years in terms of their impact and their standing within the professional Counter-Strike scene. One time so dominant, one time neck to neck with the Swedes in the early stages of CSGO. And while the Swedes have remained a constant near the top, Vitality and the other French players and teams have dropped off entirely.
It's interesting, this match really is almost one from a bygone era.
It's a throwback.
It really is. Only one team can progress to the top 8. And one team, this is where it ends for them in Katowice. It's not a great buy for Vitality. Again, though, even with keeping 3 players alive, NIP haven't exactly recovered themselves either, so this could be a fulcrum point of the first half. Looks like we're going to see some aggression on A side. Smokes and Molotovs being exchanged between the 2 teams. It's Alex that's going to take the bulk of the damage, but Get Right is going to find RPK before MBK bounces back and makes the most of that opportunity. Lekro, who has been so precise with the AWP, is able to survive again, somehow, some way, on 11 health. And sure, Vitality have got control of the bomb, but it's going to be a 2v4 retake.
And look at all the utility on the NIP side. They can slow play this. They're going to wait for that smoke at the front of the bomb site to fade. It's going to give time for Rez to start getting a flank in. He's going to come all the way around. He has to choose door or A main. He's chosen A main. It'll be Alex's responsibility, but does he have the read is the question. Dink on a Dennis, and now Alex is pulled in 2 directions. 3, excuse me, as truck is also a factor, and there's just nothing you can do. It's going to be another retake, another defuse for NIP, and another round where they keep plenty of players alive, so that money is going to build up.
Yeah, starting to build up, but Vitality, one thing they're going to take out of this as a positive is even when they're losing rounds, they're consistently getting bomb plants. They're consistently getting onto the site. Pistol round, they got 1. In round 4, they got a plant, and now in round 8, they got a plant as well, even though they lost. So they're going to take some positives out of a couple of losses there.
The toughest part for this half for Vitality so far is that the 2 rounds they win, they haven't been able to convert into a second in a row. So they're immediately getting responded by NIP. And having close rounds only counts for so much, especially when you consider, as we've seen a number of times throughout this event, Vince, Cash has been more T-sided.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be able to rack up a lead on this offensive half. It is feels like a pretty even map overall, but from what we've seen so far, you know, 10 rounds on your T-side isn't out of the ordinary, neither is 9.
Yeah, exactly. We've actually seen that quite a few times already, so Vitality have got their work cut out for them. We already know that the Ninjas, going back quite some distance, are pretty damn strong when it comes to their T side. But Dennis going to be using the E-box to perch up. He can't see over the smoke. It is just pistols across on Vitality. And Forest now going to claim 2. It's also going to stop any aggression from the site. They've all been cleaned up nicely. Alex, the last player left. 4 kills for Forest, but he's not going to get the ace. Rez takes it away from him, but a very convincing round. Now Nip are turning it around in their favor.
NIP did a really good job of using their utility before the retake to make sure they could use that forklift. They denied that control for Vitality. That can be such a tricky spot for CTs to have to retake against if a terrorist is able to gain this position. But the Molotovs prevent anyone from Vitality from utilizing that. And it's actually Forrest who's able to kind of cheat over there. When the Molotov fades, he's obviously got an easy angle into the bomb site to eliminate 3 for the retake. 4, excuse me, that one towards door as well. 7-2 in the favor of NIP. It started out sketchy, but now it's looking solid. Now they're holding on with no real issues. They've kind of built up into this game, and on top of that, they have the money behind them.
Absolutely. The storyline was there that it was a sketchy start, but now at this stage, I think you've got to say that they've definitely started to fall into the shape we were expecting from them.
How aggressive does GetRight want to be on this flank? You know, he loves the lurk. You got to assume if you're in this position as GetRight that someone from Vitality is watching for it. It's not the case at the moment. GetRight can hear some footsteps now. He's getting a little bit bored, a little bit antsy. This could all come down to timing.
And the timing has not worked out for the Swedes. He's on the receiving end of the entry. Dennis feels his way through the smoke. There's going to be another one put down, but 2 Molotovs will force Vitality away from claiming checkers as their own. Another Molotov down from Alex. Interesting decision, considering they couldn't really make the most of that.
Interesting as well, a lot of Molotovs used by Dennis and Rez, and they're going to need him for this hit. They just don't have them. Rez is going to have to back away, see if he can get lucky and then play retake. But NIP, if they don't get something soon, they might just decide to save.
Rez is going to try and force the issue. Pop flashes himself through the smoke. You can respect the aggression, but it completely backfires. Forest did get another one. I believe that was through smoke.
It's through vents.
Oh, through vents. It's Dennis that's smoke. Pardon me. Now the smoke is cleared. Can they try and make this retake a reality? I'd say with the amount of counter flashes, it's not looking good. If Lekro doesn't get a pick in the next few moments, they may just pull the plug and get out of here. I think this is probably around the time where they decide, yep, let's tap out of this one, boys. Let's keep the AWP and AK, which is going to be very useful going through into the next round. They've got such a good lead. There's no reason to throw these guns away. They're not in desperation mode.
I thought they might try and stick around and just take some guns away from Vitality right at the end as they try and evacuate the bomb site, but that final kill that comes out from Vitality just forces them back. Obviously don't want to lose the AWP. That's the really expensive weapon. Even though NIP have plenty of money reinvesting in the AWP, it never feels good. So still a 4-round lead for the Swedish side. Forrest and Dennis high up there, 112 ADR for each of them. Dennis with 6 kills, Forrest with 13. Even GetRight talked about in an interview, he thinks their map pool is very, very strong. He said they have some specific issues with each map that they play, but they're very confident in being able to play all the maps that they like, despite those issues.
Yeah, I'd say you've got Dust2 that's pretty much an insta-ban for NIP, but apart from that, they can play most maps. It's a pretty decent level. In terms of cash, in the past we've seen how good they can be here. ZywOo gonna have an AWP in his hands. He's had a bit of a quiet one thus far.
Hasn't really had that AWP a whole lot. We've seen him a couple times being the main instigator of mid pressure for Vitality, boosted up with the AK or Galil and clearing mid on his own, which hasn't been the worst thing in the world considering NIP haven't really defended it too aggressively. It's usually just been GetRight in middle alone, either spotting or close up. Apex is going to give ZywOo a chance to move out slowly with the bomb, now under vents.
Just waiting patiently for that smoke to fully bloom before they do decide to start to push. Alex gonna get the entry. Apex is taking so much damage, but will he be aggressive and confident enough to go through the other side of the smoke? No, he's gonna hold on for the time being. Vent has been popped. Alex gonna try and be a bit of a nuisance for NIP, but Lekro and Forest now doing so much damage. Forest has picked up another one. There's only 15 seconds left. The last line of defense on the site is Rez with an AUG, but he's gonna get burnt to a crisp. And now Lekro from heaven tries to do what he can. I don't think Apex realizes the player actually burned on that side of the site, and it's gonna allow Dennis to come in. 2 seconds left. Can Apex get this done? No, Dennis knows he's came off. He's gonna play the time perfectly. Apex gets the kill, but NIP get the round.
I mean, great shot from Apex. A little bit of a one-tap on Dennis there. But Dennis plays that so smart. Drops down the pressure, the footsteps, the noise, the aggression that he brings out, forces Apex off the plant, and then he just plays the time. Knows it's in his favor. When the bomb doesn't get planted within a second or two of him going down, he realizes what's happened. Great hold from Forrest. And even this defense reading it right in the nick of the right at the correct moment. I mean, they were all started to rotate over towards the A. There was a lot of pressure in mid, a lot of pressure on that A bomb site, and they came back into the B site just in time. I think because Rez took an aggressive peek, you could see he was so damaged when the Molotovs eventually rained in. He was down to 14 health, but he got the critical information.
So another solid hold by the Swedes. They may be called upon on A again. Forest seemingly has made a move over permanently from B to A at this stage. It is more of an A-centric defense. Only the isolated player on B of Lekro with his AWP.
That's the beauty of the AWP on this map, especially if at the B bomb site it has such a deep angle that you can get kind of some information, especially if you have two teammates that are keeping eyes on mid very well. You know they can't get towards vent, so you can feel the confidence to just stand in the open. Gonna be a boost up. Again, that'll be ZywOo going up. Dennis and Force on the initial defense. Gonna bring Apex down low before the hit begins. And here come the smokes. But it looks like Vitality trying to do some trickery. Boosting up. The bomb is gonna go in towards A main, but Dennis has got that covered. 2 quick kills for him, and there's Rez from Connector. This has fallen apart for Vitality. They were never able to get the opening they needed, and that looks too easy for Nip.
And it continues, doesn't it? It's a case of Vitality get around, instantly lose the next one. Their economy is constantly in the bin. This means ZywOo's had a lack of orbs. He's not had anywhere near as much impact as he would have liked. And Vitality look a bit dejected at this stage. RPK's also slowed down. Of course, he had that sick P250 play. But I think he's only added 1 kill in the last 5 or 6 rounds to his name.
He's really slowed. Obviously, those P250 kills help. I mean, it doesn't help at all the case for Vitality that Forrest seems... He had a quiet series against MIBR, who absolutely trucked NIP.
Yeah.
But, I mean, for the rest of this tournament, and now in this map, he's been stellar. He's saved them in a couple of rounds now.
And to be fair, MIBR looked rejuvenated. They looked really solid. So Forrest was just kind of getting obliterated as everyone else was on NIP. But now that it's a little bit more of an even playing ground, it's all Swedes all day long. This round should be more of the same. AKs and Orcs going to task. All too easy. 10 rounds on the CT side already. And again, this is one of the few maps in the pool where you're expecting the Ts to maybe get more rounds. So this is even more one-sided.
Good to see this performance from Dennis as well. Probably needed it for himself on top of everything. Not the greatest of score lines, 10 and 8, but the ADR is fantastic, leading the way for his team at 117. This is really cool to see out of NIP. The dominant CT half. AKs once again for Vitality. The question is who's gonna have the production for him? ZywOo on 3, so is NBK. Alex on 4. Just not enough frags coming out. His strategies could be great, and some of them have looked very good. But if you're not gonna get the kills, it just doesn't matter. Lekro with the op now, giving a new look. I don't think he's had this angle yet. Vitality might walk into it. ZywOo's very, very deep. He's on those stairs, so he's in no danger quite yet. But without a flashbang, Lekro could have an easy kill, and NBK walks right into it. Not aware of the possibility, but they're gonna have a fighting retreat.
And they get baited into pushing to try and deal with Lekro. Dennis is stood there. And the way he's playing, he's not going to be missing out. It's great to see. You know, he came out, as you said, on Twitter and fully admitted that he's had a bit of a stinker of a tournament. It's not going well for him. Excellent that he's came back into this game and he's just dropping bombs.
If there's any team, though, that's going to, you know, be good for you to have to recover mentality in the middle of a tournament of this size, it's going to be NIP. Forrest and GetRight have been playing this game for so long. Playing Counter-Strike, I think, what GetRight said, 18 years, a third of his life. And obviously they've won so many things and they've gone through slumps themselves and they know what it's like. And GetRight even in an interview saying, you know, we're going to help him as much as we can with whatever he needs to be able to get back on track, and obviously been very patient with him. And here he is delivering when they need it most, when their backs are against the wall, facing elimination.
I mean, the truly terrifying part of this puzzle for Vitality this stage is one of the players that's been the brightest for NIP, Rez. He's their lowest ADR, he's their lowest fragger. He's typically a guy that's right behind Forrest or above him. Well, he's actually at the bottom of the scoreboard. He hasn't really been required.
Yeah, well, part of it too is that there's been, Vitality has leaned more on the A bomb site than they have on B, and Rez is playing over at that B bomb site more often than not. He's played mid 1 or 2 rounds, but he hasn't had to have all that action. Forrest has been much more mobile and changing where he's defending. Desperation buy in this last round. Scout upgraded pistols, which you could argue the P250s and the Deagles have been more effective for Vitality than the AK-47s had, so maybe a small chance in that sense. AUG is waiting for that jump up. GetRight keeping his eyes there, but 2 players to defend, and it is Forrest. We talked about Rez not being needed. It looks like this round he will be.
But again, Forrest on the correct position. He's been playing A when they pushed that, now he's on B. Looks like they're going to be trying to push him down. He's only died 4 times on this half. Pretty excellent plays from him. MBK is getting some ground, but Again, as you highlighted, there's not a huge amount to play off with it. Only 2 players have nades at this stage, just 2 smokes.
But just that presence. GetRight's backed off of connector. Force is now rotating over. They're shifting towards A because there's been so many A hits. Rez is all alone, and he's going to be all alone for some time. This is going to be a really difficult defense. Flames at his feet. He's forced into the open. He does get 1. That's great, but he needs to build upon it. The spam from Force isn't going to give him any help. Going to have to be a retake from NIP. Good job from Vitality pulling the defense out of position and then striking this B bomb site.
Yeah, they need to wait for Lacro as well. He's the player with the HE and the Molotov, and they've both just been tossed in towards Default's going to force the terrorists out into the open. At least gets 1 out there, but they can still hold the backside. RPK going to use Rez's Org against the CTs, but Lacro flicks onto him. Frost going to get caught in transition, and it looks as though the pistols once again will play it out for Vitality. Desert Eagles to the head. ZywOo has at least an influential round to finish things off.
A monster defense by the Swedes in the opening half. 11-4 is the lead, and once again, as we've seen in this event, Forest leading the way. Can Vitality recover? We're going to find out after the break. And we're back at IEM Katowice. NIP with an 11-4 lead over Vitality, switching over to the offensive side. And I have to fix something, Vince, because I said GetRight had been playing this game for 18 years, and then I said a third of his life, which may seem insane. That would make GetRight 54 years old. I don't know where the 18 come from. I'm just gonna give you the quote. This is a game that I've played for more than 2/3 of my life. It's the game I still enjoy watching. I love everything about it. So there was no sign of 18 in there. This is just about the stage of every event where I lose my mind. But we've got 3 days off after this, so I'll find it.
Yeah, it's been a long one, mate. It's been a long one. We'll let you off. Probably has played for somewhere close to 18 years, though.
I blame it on all the pierogies.
Well, let's see if Vitality can sweep aside that very poor first half and come back with a blaze of glory. MBK and ZywOo going to try their best, but Letcro and GetRight are going to be able to get 2 kills of their own. Bomb's been dropped on quad. ZywOo is now feeling it. He is landing headshots. Oh my goodness, a 4K. And Vitality pick up the second pistol. Just what they were looking for.
Yeah, that's so good for the young man. A big time play in that second pistol round to keep Vitality in this map. They absolutely desperately needed that one. As we mentioned, he's had it as the first half was such a struggle. I mean, he didn't really have a whole lot of impact, and part of that is due to the fact that Vitality never able to have a lot of money, never able to get an AWP in his hands, his preferred weapon. So it's really good to see him after so many people have hyped him up. If you're just tuning in, this might be the first time you're watching ZywOo. He's considered to be one of the next up-and-comers, one of the next players to really be a force to reckon with in this game. And that clip at least shows you a little bit of the reason why.
And that's not really his main role either. It's when he gets the AWP in his hands. We didn't see too much of it on the T side. A lot of that was down to Vitality constantly tripping over once they'd won rounds. But Nip, 0 investment other than a few pistols. No grenades in sight. Just 2 deagles. So you'd hope that Vitality can start to make a game out of this one.
You certainly would. Great chance to do it. Despite, as we mentioned, this map more leaning towards the T side. It is going to be an uphill battle. And you imagine if they can convert this round, we'll start to see the AWP coming out for ZywOo. Second guesses himself playing aggressively, realizing he's got Nog on Alex that can help cover, that can use that range, and he transfers around to the close angle, which NIP might not even make it to. It's going to turn into a B split. There shouldn't really be a whole element of danger. I think RPK and Apex would have to take their hands off the mouse and keyboard. There's no nades on NIP. They're going to rely on these deagles, which we know can come out, which we know can ring true, but Apex is pretty safe because of the lack of smokes on the Ninjas side.
They've got that safety net of events again as well. Once that gets popped, they're going to know exactly what's coming up. Expect to see ZywOo either try to push into vents or make a move around the backside. But Forest has found RPK with a Glock. Letcro did a bit of damage beforehand, but this is where the cleanup comes into fruition. Apex with 3, Vitality with 6. But as a result of a small bite, here we go. Rifle round in effect from the Swedes. Could even afford an AWP if they choose here, Moses. Forest has enough for a glass cannon, but we know they're just as comfortable with full AKs as well.
I don't think it's time to really go glass cannon. I could understand if he was going to have even just light armor to protect from some of the nades, but you never know when the nades are going to come over mid, you know, for the reverse, if it's going to come flying through a smoke. So I like this decision to go for the AK-47s. He was stellar with the rifles in the first half, a very versatile player. NIP might go for a timing hit. Looks like it might be a small fake. Maybe you send GetRight in towards the B bomb site to try and get controls of Checker, maybe find a pick. But they had 3 players swiftly walking into A main. GetRight blind. I don't think RPK saw him though.
Oh, that flashbang. Destroying the eyeballs of GetRight. Couldn't see a single thing. MBK going to be found by Forest, and this does open up A somewhat. Alex is here. They're going to have to send over an extra rotator in the form of Apex to the truck. How long can Alex survive for? So far, so good. The first kill is going to definitely stall down NIP, but Forest again, of course, is coming out with more kills. Lots of damage inflicted across to Apex, but he's just about to hold on to the frag, but now it's down to Forest. He's in a 1-on-3. He's got the first onto Apex. Now RPK and ZywOo need to follow. They both have nades, though. Molotovs and a HE. Forest has been chunked down to just 50, but they're going to both be coming from the same way, and Forest may take the fight to them. Oh, that was so close. So close to a double spray, but ZywOo, with his AK-47, is able to clutch the round.
This is what makes Forest so dangerous. He's obviously incredibly skilled and gifted, but I think the big thing is he's one of those players who is more than willing to just take a heads-up fight with no utility. There's no warning that he's just going to peek. That kill onto NBK, like you have to imagine in this first gun round that NIP is going to throw a smoke to cover off the cross. It's going to throw a flashbang, a Molotov towards forklift, anything. And as soon as the smoke fades, Forest is just like, I want to fight. And he just wins him straight up. This one, yeah, they almost lined up for him, and if maybe ZywOo's in a different position, he's not able to trade that and forced to get another shot at it.
That would have been a 1v3 clutch and an ace for Forest. He got 4 kills at the end of that round. The guy is just on fire right now.
He's a monster. A little bit slower, a little bit less utility for the Ninjas. Probably have to see some more of those heads-up fights from Force, just straight duels. ZywOo's had a really good start to this half. The 4 kills in the pistol round, obviously that final kill to lock down the round win. The trade onto Force right at the end. In terms of its impact, that is a huge single kill to get.
NIP once again going to be slowing things down, just trying to poke and probe their way to see if there's any weaknesses in the armor of Vitality, and Rez has found it and will exploit it onto Alex. Gonna get mollied out. Oh, actually does kill him. He was so low on health it actually finished him off. I didn't think it would spread in time, but there we go. MBK now gonna call in the cavalry, and it's coming in thick and fast. They've actually got 3 players in close proximity. The 3rd on highway, but Forrest and Lekro gonna batten down with kills. RPK, who started so well with the pistols, now gonna have to try and trade off with the rifles instead. Takes minimal damage on his approach, but still Forrest, Lekro, and Dennis to find. He's got Forrest, but that's where his comeback will be laid to rest.
Gives up his position, had to take that fight. Never knew if Forrest had seen him or was going to swing over eventually. Dennis is able to adjust. Nice take from NIP. You could see there the strength of that forklift position. NBK had to give up the bomb site with no teammates on the other side of that smoke. Once Forrest gets towards forklift, they're exposed out in the open. 12-7. And at least this time on their CT side, they were able to get the first 3 rounds right in quick succession, but NIP's reset them either way. That 4-kill round from Forrest that ends in a loss, it takes all their money to buy up again afterwards. Yeah, this one right here, you can see MBK, nowhere for him to go. Forrest can even respond on Apex if Lekro wasn't to get that kill. A sick round, a sick game so far from NIP, looking very deadly.
And of course, the grueling aspect to this, Moses, is this is Vitality's choice of map.
Yikes!
Cash is theirs. We're going to Overpass next.
That's a big yikes. And you can see, I mean, they're feeling the pressure. They go for a force buy. AUG, SMG on Apex, upgraded pistols. Vitality know how important this round is. Alex is brought down by a nade, 51 HP. IP have heard a pistol. They're not going to realize how much of an investment, especially on ZywOo and Apex. Oh, this is a pretty dirty way to try and get into the round. Boost over in the back. Will NIP expect it? I think if you're NIP, at the very least, you just play every single round as if it's going to be a full buy, as if you're going up against armor and Molotovs and nades. You have such a lead. Don't want to give it away by making any assumptions of a save. Teams at this stage on the verge of being eliminated tend to take a little bit more risks. There's Dennis to go down.
Alex is still alive somehow, some way, but ZywOo has been drilled, and here comes Forrest again. He's an entering machine to add to all of the other strings to his bow. And Vitality can do nothing about it. There's the other veteran, and Get Right finds NBK from the side, and there's a second one through the smoke. Apex has his head taken clean off, and RPK has to just run away and try and save. The Ninjas are in such fine form.
And it's hard. I mean, this isn't even anything special tactically. This is just a brilliant performance from Forrest at this stage of the major. I mean, when he's playing like this, you just let him do whatever he wants. If he wants to entry, which he normally isn't doing for NIP, let him do it, because he's just winning every single fight. Actually, pretty impressive that Dennis has been able to maintain that ADR at 108, considering all the work that Forrest has put in.
He's got 9 assists, has been a great team player for the Swedes on this map, even though flown a bit under the radar. But here we go again, Forrest straight through.
That one.
That's the shot, but Dennis has already weakened him anyway. And here's Get Right with the spray through the smoke here is just disgusting.
I don't even know how Forrest saw that player so fast. I don't know if he pre-fired it, if he was just like tapping as he goes, just in case, but either way, it looks real dirty. And for Vitality, there's not a whole lot you can say about them at the moment. This defense, we knew it was going to be a really, really tough battle in the second half once they got blitzed on their own offense, once they got held back so much. All of NIP is here and Rez is waiting. Some players with nades in their hands, but Rez is very aware, and Dennis is going to get the final 3 kills. A hat trick.
Yeah, the full eco going to allow him to pad his stats a little bit more. And now, here we go again with another buy. ZywOo does have enough for an AWP. He's going to take the opportunity. It means no nades, no kit, no armor for him, and actually no kits at all across the rest of his team. So Vitality, I mean, this is as desperate as it gets, really. They're going to need a hero here, Vitality, you have to feel, if they're going to bounce back in this map somehow. Someone to really take over. So we're a bit unfortunate to miss out on both of those players pushing through after the flashbang connected. But he knows that that is an untenable position, so he will back away. But this gives up mid control to Nip once again. They've been so good at exploiting this so far.
It's such a difficult part of the map to cover. At least they have the AWP, but it's like the last chance for ZywOo with that AWP to really have an impact on this defensive side. RPK's pushed out, NIP knows it. They have him trapped. They're going to start coming out of the vents. He's trying to fall back. Oh my god, that timing, he just gets away, goes back for the fight. Knows he couldn't retreat any further. Apex alone in the site. He's got Lekro low, but it doesn't matter. Instant headshot, and Alex is going to try and be sneaky. Catch him off guard coming through the smoke, and he's got that one so far, but Dennis with a great return. And now the smoke on towards upper to cover his teammates as the bomb comes in.
3-on-2 in favor of NIP. Vitality want to go for this again. I mentioned earlier about no kits and the lack of grenades, and without armor and ZywOo.
I think they have to go for it. I'm actually kind of confused of why it looks like they might be falling back. I thought maybe MBK was going to go to the flank.
Yeah, surely at this point, when you know you're going to effectively give up 8 map points, you just go for broke, right? You just try and make the plays.
That's my thought process as well. A 2-on-3, it's not an unwinnable situation. Obviously, not having a kit is just kind of dissuades them, and not having armor on ZywOo. But at some point, and I mean, I guess that point is now that they just don't have any rounds to give up. They have to fight for this. They have to take some disadvantaged situations and see what they can make of it.
Maybe gives you a bit of insight to the lack of confidence that Vitality are currently having.
Yeah, it could just be a testament to how battered they feel by NIP in this opening map.
On the other side of the coin, Nip are feeling fantastic at this stage. Vitality's choice of map is crumbled in every single way possible. And now Nip have 8 map points to move across the overpass at a 1-0 lead. Then they'll be 1 map away, Moses, of reaching top 8. We have to say there's going to be quite a few grenades at least purchased for Vitality. They do this time have a kit in the hands of Alex, but Dennis is going to be just going in without any grenades. It's going to catch them off guard. He's picked up one. Oh, and get right with a second. That could be it. The final nail being put into the coffin. And Vitality, simply put, have been outclassed, outbested in every single way.
It's one of those things you can pull off deep into the playbook when you have such a lead. You can risk a round of just walking in and see what you find at a duel. And if Dennis, if this is him recovering from whatever confidence issues, whatever mental issues he's had in this tournament so far, NIP is going to be scary moving forward. It's NIP alone in a 1-on-5. He's going to go down. A statement from the Ninjas. 16-7 victory here on Cash, led by Forrest, 25-10. Lekro's next with 21 kills. But a very, very good team effort, and Vitality simply never got into the map. That is a brutal way to start a series, fighting for your life in the Counter-Strike Major. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, the desk is going to talk you through it.
Champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all?
Are you ready to be a part of Counter-Strike history?
ESL One returns to Cologne in 2019.
Are you searching for a better Counter-Strike experience all in one place? Compete for over $1 million in PUG and League prizes all on one platform. Track and share your performance with our advanced stats pages. Frag out and rank up on the industry-leading anti-cheat. Sign up for ESEA today.
All eyes are on you. So give them greatness with Intel Extreme Masters certified PCs and notebooks and game like the pros. When you see the unique IEM certified stickers on the outside, you'll find high-grade components with Intel Core i5 and i7 processors inside. Every purchase includes in-game content and supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Game like a pro, because the world is watching.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, HyperX, Bedway, and FaZe Safeguard.
And getting right back into it, we will here at the analyst desk because, well, for what it's worth, Cash was a bloodbath, but more of a one-sided affair than the others. And I think I could simply sum this up as a forest is a large area dominated by trees. However, in this equation, it was Cash dominated by forest.
It's an overgrown part in Ukraine somewhere, right? That's what the map's based off, Chernobyl, isn't it?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, so there's probably a lot of leaves out there, but he had a banger of a game, and like you were mentioning, it was a blowout, right? Yes. Only the pistol round was the only thing that made the buffer of score lines for this Vitality roster. Otherwise, that was very commanding from NIP. They did a fantastic job. They just, they did the basics, right? They did the basics well.
Yeah, I'll just say it. I was wrong. I mean, they literally spread out the map in a 2-on-2 setup and dominated Vitality, actually. They held every execute perfectly. The ops at quad reigned supreme. People at taking forklift control, retakes on the A bomb site 24/7. The B bomb site holds were fantastic. Even the retakes, we saw Get Right win that one-on-one against MBK. I mean, everything looks so strong right now for NIP. Every player is clicking.
I think when we look at Vitality when they played against Renegades, they had that really strong start on their CT side. Then they got locked out. Then when they had to go to their T side, the only reason that they were able to close that was because they broke the economy late on an eco/pistol upgrade round. And when you look at that, it's like, okay, well, their T side, it wasn't fantastic if you put it in the context of that Renegades game. I think maybe, I romanticized that a little bit too much. But here, ZywOo was one of those win conditions that we talked about. He only had 5 kills within the first half, and 2 of them came within the last round, the 15th round of the game. So, he was kept very quiet.
Yeah, and I guess it's for what it's worth. This is the nip that we wanted to see in terms of the machine itself, the sort of the mechanisms at its very core.
Yeah, it is. I mean, every player is stepping up. They're playing just basic Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
Very good communication and fundamentals. And you can see on T side, they opened it up. They mollied the front of A main almost every round, just allowed Force to just peek behind it. They said, Force, go kill.
You know what was
he did?
What was interesting before this game was Rez was one of the in the top 10 highest rated players in the tournament. He was actually the lowest fragging performer in this game. So that's positive signs for NIP going forward that he doesn't have to do, so much work in this game right here to get them across the line. So good signs there as well. Everyone else getting kills.
Yeah, Dennis got the triple-double.
Hey!
Got the 19 frags, 11 assists, 114 damage round.
Yeah, and on a 4-round half, that's pretty telling as to how that all sort of went down there on Cash. We are privileged enough to hear from one of the Ninjas in Pajamas themselves, and it's going to be Dennis that we're going to check in with Frankie.
I'm here with the man of the hour, Dennis, and it's been quite a quiet major for you so far, Dennis, but when it mattered most, you came out fragging. Where have you been?
I've been trying to find myself, actually. No, I've done a lot to try to get the confidence back, and I think people misunderstood me in previous interviews. It's just been certain games where I've been losing confidence, kinda, but I've got it back now.
What is it like seeing what people have been writing about you?
Honestly, I don't really care, because I know what's been wrong this whole time, because I've been playing very well at home. It's just like I just have to focus more and just be myself and not be nervous. That's it.
How did you get your focus back for this game then?
I just tried to relax and just, yeah, that's about it.
So Overpass next? You got your focus on, you're feeling confident. Is it going to be 2-0 today?
Yeah, it will be.
Thank you so much for talking to me, Dennis, and good luck on Overpass.
Thank you.
Back to the desk.
And for one of the players that needed to step up over there on the side of Vitality, it was Dennis that reigned supreme in terms of opening duels. We're talking about a number of 7-4 there against Apex, and, well, that is not going to help things either.
No, yeah. I mean, I tried to paint things in a way when I was looking at this that, Vitality just kind of could have won this, but they blew certain situations.
Yeah.
No.
It was a blowout.
It was literally just a blowout.
Yeah, and I think, you talked about the numbers just before, Sean, the 19 kills, the 11 assists, and the 13 deaths. Let's give a little bit more context to that. His teammates in that game combined only had 10 assists. If he converted half of those frags, he would have been the highest fragger in the entire server. He would have been up there with Forrest. So Dennis' impact, especially on that force buy round after they had lost the second round of the game, where he had 2 assists in that round and a kill. So his contribution was definitely felt, while ZywOo, the prodigy, the kid that we're talking about here, he's been kept quiet, and that's the experience for versus the up-and-comers, the young blood, pressure's always going to be something in these big matches.
Yeah, and the pressure is on now, as it does look like Vitality will be facing elimination. Meanwhile, the Ninjas of Pajamas are trying to barrel on down this one and march forward into the playoff brackets, also known as the champion stage. It'll be kicking off next week. Now, for the time being, we should probably start to discuss the next map in this series. That's going to be Overpass. Interestingly enough, you guys started Theory Craft, the vetoes there a little bit of Theory Strike, never killed anyone, I think. And what was initially Vitality's pick over on Cash, right, is a punish pick?
Yeah.
Not much punishing going on around there. We're going Overpass. That's the Ninjas of Pajamas pick.
If we use Counter-Strike maps, we were just looking at the previous games while in the green room before coming out here. They both played Vega Squadron within their major runs. NIP lost to Vega Squadron in overtime, whereas the guys from Vitality 16-1 Vega Squadron. So Counter-Strike maps means Vitality should win this game.
Yeah, and that was the game of MBK's career. Yeah. He had like a 2.31 rating, like 3 deaths the entire game. It was incredible. But you can't do that.
Of course, that's not going to happen
Yeah.
again, right? And I think another thing to note is NIP have like ramped up slowly, especially with decision making. So if you look at like that Overpass game against Vega Squadron, they were super sloppy. They were running into positions when they were just not meant to be, making really bad mid-round calls as a team. And that looks like it's gotten a lot better as this tournament's progressed.
Is there a chance that this is a slow start? We see a better showing Vitality, perhaps?
I think so, because we'll see them on CT side. They can control things. ZywOo can op around that A bomb site, be very aggressive. Get a feel for the game, right? Because we know how dependent Vitality is on ZywOo. So I think we could see a comeback here.
Yeah, definitely an opportunity, but my thing is I just think that NIP is so poised and prepared for situations like this that they're mentally in the same state they were in their opening game. I think they were more nervous in the opening games because that's where we expect them to win, whereas Vitality, we didn't put a lot of stock in them. We still aren't putting a huge amount of stock in them because we're getting proven one game at a time. So Vitality right now going into this on paper as the favorite have all the pressure, where NIP are just like, it's just another day at the office for us.
Yeah, and that map cushion's going to go a long way when we get deeper into this best of 3, and that depth might just stop here in 2 maps for all things considered, as it does look like Overpass is just about ready to get underway. My real question is this, if you're the French side, you've got to have an answer for Forest. We talked about stats. We got to have, you can't just let this guy run around and dictate the pace on his own.
Yeah, especially on the T side of Overpass, right? They need to just shut him down. If they can lock him out of the game, there might be a chance for Vitality, Trace.
There might be, but time will tell. And someone somewhere once said, "What's up now, Swedes?" And we're going to find out as they try to lock in their berth into the playoffs. Take it away, Jason and Vince.
Well, last chance for Vitality. They must win this map to force a 3rd map in this series if they want to try and continue in this major. NIP, it's been a long road back for them to be in this kind of a situation, to be poised for this kind of an accomplishment at a major. It's been so long. And Forest just might stop them cold single-handedly. A monster on that first map. Who's going to step up for Vitality becomes the question.
It really does, because we didn't see much other than an RPK sick P250 play in that first game. I mean, it was pure, unfiltered domination from the Ninjas in Pajamas on Cash. Whole new ball game, of course, on Overpass, and Vitality with the opportunity to start on the CT side. Maybe they can put down some solid work early on, but ZywOo's been caught and fragged by Rez. An individual effort, only losing 30 health in the process. Deary me, that is exactly the opposite of what Vitality were hoping for to start off Overpass here, because NIP, they will convert these T rounds if you give them a chance.
Good start for Rez. It's going to force the defense back and do actually pretty passive, and now Apex has been hit in the face. He's at 1 health, but he returns the favor. That is stunning, and obviously Rez going to be able to finish it off as he comes in. Just one little bullet, and there goes MPK, and there goes RPK so quick. The Ninjas are relentless, and this is going to be a pistol round for them.
I don't even know what you say. I mean, we said this on Cash as well. It wasn't a case, as Alex obviously coming up the smoke, you were expecting him to die pretty quick. He's going to get the first, so just hold that thought for a second, especially if he can take down Get Right. This gets quite interesting, but not going to happen. You highlighted this, and I completely agree. We saw some set plays from Vitality on the T side. We saw they were trying to do different things. But when it came down to it, all of the duels, all of the AIM confrontations went the way of NIP. They didn't win a single one of them.
Yeah, that's the scary part. I mean, you just don't know. I mean, if you look at the NIP side, you know, guys like Dennis had a brilliant first game. Forrest had a brilliant first game. The veterans are stepping up. Rez wasn't even needed. He might get a chance here. Get Right and Lekro both played solid. When you go over to the Vitality side, the first three people you look at, you say, you're the veterans. You've been here before. You've won majors before, well, most of you. It would be Apex and NBK and RPK, although RPK is still without a major. But those are the guys you'd expect to at least be able to carry Vitality through the rough stretches or get them off on the right foot in a map. Need to see some fight out of them. Stacked towards the B-bomb site for Vitality, and all across the map is NIP. Lekro in the underpass, Get Right outside of the B-bomb site. Forest over at Party. As Dennis slowly moving up long.
With just a Deagle P250 and flashbang to the name of Vitality, it's going to be quite the uphill climb for them to get anything out of this round. Even a kill is looking like a distant pipe dream at this stage, but they haven't lost any early players this time around, not playing anybody in bathroom. It was ZywOo who died there on the pistol. Up long, they're going to find Rez. This can get a bit interesting now as 2 kills have gone their way. The downside is they can't retrieve the guns and use them against the ninjas, but it is now a 3-on-3. And that Deagle and P250 still in play.
That one was actually a miscue for NIP. That was a team flash that blinded those players in such a fashion that allowed Vitality to get a couple kills. Alex has rotated over towards Monster. You have to imagine NIP, 2 players going to go up towards Sandbags. It's going to fall on Forrest to clear this out. If he falls, a great chance for Vitality. Forrest, he's not going to clear it. He hasn't looked whatsoever. Alex is being so patient. There it is. Finally, he pounces. Lekro's got Apex, and Get Right covers where Forrest had fallen, and it's just NBK. 4 health. And he's going to go down, even with the dink on Get Right. A nice attempt for Vitality. Again, good reads, good rounds strategically. Not able to complete the kills when it was necessary.
Yeah, nice effort by NBK at the end. He actually dinked Lekro and Get Right. They're both a couple bullets away from death, but as you say, there was just too much firepower. There was too much for Vitality to handle in the end. But I mean, considering the huge discrepancy in firepower in that round, the fact they even took 3 players is pretty astounding.
Yeah, it's very nice, and it bodes well for the future. Obviously, that's got to make you feel a little bit better if you're Vitality. Just a tiny bit. More importantly, it keeps some of the money low. 3 UMPs on NIP this round, and they're going to go fast-paced towards the B-bomb site. Force eats a nade that's over in that short sewer. 4 players here to defend. Again, we'll just go back to it real quick before this starts. Better tactical decision out of Vitality now. They just need the kills.
That has been the issue. Dennis is going to get the first, but ZywOo with 2. Going to double up quickly onto Dennis and Rez. 2 of the hard-hitting NIP players. Get Right's making a move through the smoke. Can he pull off something truly spectacular? Well, he's going to have to, because he's all alone now. He's being tagged up from the side, tagged up through each and every angle possible. They're going to line up, but he's not able to get both. And Vitality will weather the early storm and find themselves with a round.
That might have actually worked if Vitality didn't have so many players there at the start. That's just a couple UMPs walking up past Sandbags. And again, another contact play that Vitality wasn't quite prepared for. The first kill goes to NIP. ZywOo there with the quickness to cover things. Maybe a little bit slow in the initial shot, but obviously a double kill and then adds a 3rd at the end. So first round for Vitality, and they should have an easier time of getting a 2nd immediately. It's just the AK-47 on Lekro. The rest of NIP stuck at, 2100-ish. So no investment outside of a flashbang and maybe some P250s. But as long as Lekro doesn't go King Kong on Vitality, they should be fine.
Yeah, this is where that 2nd round catches up with NIP, where they lost 3 weapons against a Deagle and a P250. But we saw Vitality were able to get scrappy in the first few rounds of Cash, and then it just quickly got out of control once NIP established an economy. So we'll have to see if that is a case of history repeating itself. Lekro wasn't far off there, but he does get tagged down to 89. Did he get dinked?
It sounded like it might have been through the boxes. I think Apex, when he landed, just fired through the bomb site boxes and got that dink.
That would make sense. But it did look on my screen that he was a millimeter away from connecting the headshot there, Lekro.
Just a fraction of a second from connecting that midair shot. NIP being massive, allowing plenty of time for Lekro to take every chance, find every opportunity to find them an opening pick. He's going to be alone at long with his AK-47, using a smoke to potentially cover the ground. That all going to chew them up so quickly, and it is. Great sequence from NBK, 4 kills. It's just Lekro. unarmored opponents with Glocks and P250s. MBK's gonna love that. Hopefully it gets him started. Hopefully a taste of things to come.
And he's had some excellent performances over this major. In the Challenger stage, he was probably one of their best performing players. ZywOo had a few moments, but MBK was having some stormers. So, yeah, as you say, if he starts to feel it, then it could inspire the rest of the troops.
There's been some pretty solid in-game leader performances in this major, and I saw a post on Reddit, which is, I mean, it's a little bit too much, but you know, the age of the in-game leader, of all the different in-game leaders that have called games and have been the top performing statistically for their teams and everything like that, and it's just very, very cool to see in-game leaders starting to get a little bit more comfortable, which for me, it signals that teams are doing a better job of preparing, because I think that's the biggest thing with in-game leaders that causes their performance to diminish, is having to focus so much on marshaling your troops in the game. And obviously, if you prepare better and your team knows exactly what you want them to do in certain situations, you don't have to micromanage as much. You don't have to think so much about things that aren't your individual gameplay.
I mean, one of the most compelling cases of that was Stanislaw. Complexity having a hell of a performance, and he was putting up some big numbers. ZywOo able to hold off on Therese. Double stack in play. MBK's got his back covered with the Org, moving over from Bathroom from the round prior. This does mean that Banana and Bathroom themselves are open for business for the time being for the Swedes, but of course, they're going to be quite cautious on their approach, not take anything for granted.
I'm wondering if that was some kind of a read from Rez, if he said, you know what, we've seen Vitality on this map, they like to play someone far back and have a rifle close up, because he threw that flashbang really, really deep. Didn't even blind ZywOo along the wall. Obviously a flashbang thrown to maybe block off the AWPer. There's NBK again with that AUG towards the A bomb site. GetRight's going to respond, a much needed response. NIP's first kill of the round, and they're in a 3-on-4 trying to get in, and GetRight's going to drop the bomb. NBK, really, really good performance. 2 kills, the assists onto Forrest, and Dennis is the last one left.
Won't be happening for him. Had a good, solid showing on Cash, but Vitality going to take the lead for the first time here on Overpass, NIP's choice of map. MBK has picked up, I believe, 6 kills in the last 2 rounds, with 3 assists, 178 ADR to start things off. I'll be hoping for much more of that in the upcoming rounds.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Never know that one round where he gets those 4 kills. Yeah, it's just against P250s, but you never know how that can kind of unlock a player in a game, make him just feel a little bit more comfortable. Here we go. 3 players in the underpass for NIP. Dennis might join up with them. Dennis and Forrest currently working through Playground and Fountain. They want to crunch anyone who's being aggressive, but it's not going to be there. ZywOo still not with an AWP in his hands, just the M4. Will be that first line of contact, and going to choose to get away as soon as he sees one. Doesn't want to mess with that Deagle. Doesn't know what's coming. Nice off angle there, but he's going to have to stick forward and take these fights, and he's going to win both of them.
Damage inflicted is significant though onto Vitality. Dennis is going to finish off ZywOo. MBK is also very low, so more of the pressure now finding its way onto Apex. AK at this kind of range should chew up armorless players and spit them out. Damage gonna keep Forrest at bay, but all it takes is for one of those Desert Eagles to rain out and things to get interesting. Forrest has been silenced momentarily as his teammate Dennis falls down. Blackrow in the meanwhile trying to get through this smoke, which is completely blinding him off. Now it's gonna clear. But it's more of the same. They can't quite connect these Deagle headshots. Oh, I say that, but Forrest is gonna go in on Apex now. 25 seconds to play with. Gonna get caught from the side, and that should be round done. And indeed it is. Alex holds the line.
You can see the danger, though. NIP being very smart about not just throwing their lives away, waiting for some more peaks, waiting for an opportunity, getting 2 kills out of that. Not going to do a whole lot of damage to the money. But every bit counts. 2-4 in the favor of Vitality. And NIP, first time it feels like in a while since they've had a full... I think this might actually be their first time with 5 AK-47s with everyone with utility. That first gun round had, what, 2 or 3 UMPs on it. So this might be the best buy they've had 7 rounds into the half.
It certainly is. They're not going to go for any aggressive play this time around through connector or B. Blackrow now starting to get a foothold in the connector side. There is a player up there. But it's MBK, and he will start to back away, slowly but surely, just making sure no one peeks him from the balloons or the staircase on mid. Gonna be smoked out anyway. So NIP doing a good job of systematically grenading and moving into the free space. And as you say, Moses, with these nades I should say, in this arsenal with AKs, to get this much ground already is good news for the Swedes.
It's not bad at all without taking really any damage. So here we go. Force is tagged just a little bit. Dennis and Force going to be out towards long. Rez was covering from a distance. This Vitality defense, though, has been showing a lot of different looks. That's a great kill from Get Right. That's through the smoke. Oh, and Lekro's going to add on to it. That's ZywOo getting aggressive, and now NBK's going to take up the mantle, try and catch Lekro off guard, but he loses out on that one. 1 HP for NBK, and he's no chance of him getting away. Apex and Alex are both committed to this B bomb site, trying to maybe gamble stack at the last second, which isn't going to do anything for him. So Plant will go down at A. Get Right is over here at B, though. He can actually trap them in if they want to hunt these guns down. It's not a whole lot of money for NIP, so they have to be careful if they want to go that route. Alex is going to flash so Apex can open up an escape route, but he holds on to it. Doesn't want to give up the indication. It is essentially the one route of safety, as Get Right is just lurking in the short sewers in that dirty water, I believe is what the Aussies call it.
I feel like this is where Get Right's reputation precedes him as the veteran lurker.
As everyone's just like, he's still alive.
Yeah, he's somewhere. he's in the shadows.
I have had the pleasure, I guess maybe the honor is better, but it wasn't really that pleasureful, of playing against Get Right at one point in his heyday. And as a lurker, he is so frustrating because he is just so patient.
And that's something that hasn't changed. He's still an incredibly patient player. We've seen it time and time again. Here's the spray through the smoke. RPK could do nothing about that. And, well, wouldn't you know it, they get AK-47s across the board, plenty of nades, and they convert. They get their first round in 4.
Get Right is such an interesting figurehead in this community, just because, you know, referencing that interview I talked about in the previous map, he also said one little nugget. He said, I'm not really that skilled of a player. I'm just one of the harder working. Which there's some truth in that, and you understand what he means. Like when you compare him to a Force, when you compare him to a Simple, he doesn't have that like necessarily spectacular gift to the game. But certainly, than the average player, he's got to be considered, you know, extremely skilled. Maybe not when you consider the top players, but he was always one of those guys who could beat you with his brain rather than his brawn.
Also, of course, a very humble guy, too.
Yeah. That as well.
But yeah, you can definitely see he does put a lot of hard work and effort into the game. Rez, oh, he just caught, but Apex sees him too. It works both ways, Rez. And his head has been taken as a result. So Vitality are at least going to claim the first kill in this round with rifles on both sides.
That's so sick from Apex. I don't think Rez expected that whatsoever. He didn't even flinch when he spotted Apex jumping. Maybe he didn't think he saw him, but he didn't even consider the fact that he could get eliminated. That is a wake-up call. Get Right just waiting for his moment. They might allow Lekro to probe a little bit, but he's going to fall away back towards the B bomb site. Just a very small amount of pressure over towards A. They've at least held ZywOo, NBK, and Apex here, so only 2 players they have to deal with. Dennis is going to have a really tough time coming through Monster. Forrest needs to come join up with him because he's got the bomb. They cannot drop it there. Apex is on the rotation. He's now actually here.
13 seconds left, though. They're going to have to get a move on right here, right now. Alex able to spray down 2 in Monster. NIP a bit too slow after losing the first player, and they have been punished.
It'll be another buy, though, because that win they had in the previous round was so strong. All 5 players surviving, so plenty of money. And again, just a stellar rotation. Vitality dumped their utility over towards A, so when the defenders feel that safety, Apex can cheat over and get there just at the right moment. Five to 3 in the favor of Vitality, looking much, much better than on Cash. Defense holding strong so far. Still plenty of time in this half for NIP to show us something on this T side. Back to the contact plays. Force perhaps going for a heat check, maybe just one flashbang coming over. Dennis is actually going to lead the way. They spot RPK. Force is looking for that peek. There's the Molotov. He must come out now, but the smoke is going to give him some safety. A few seconds, and Force goes down from sandbags.
Yeah, that flash that was tossed into the CTs was absolutely on point. Blinded all the terrorists on their incursion, and I'll get right for the last to fall. Can't do anything. The counter flashes was spot on.
Yes, and obviously RPK being able to survive at the toxic barrels with that smoke. All the focus on him. NIP couldn't find the other players. And that's going to force them back to pistols. So great job by Vitality. I think the big difference that we're seeing here is the initial stand of the defenders. They're actually having success this time. Where on Cash, because Forrest was playing so well, as soon as he turns a corner and peeks, he's eliminating at least one player on the defense. Now, that kill is either coming out slower or it's just not happening at all. Vitality's actually winning it out. So the hits get stalled, the rotations can come in. As you said, the counter nades have time to come out and be effective. Much, much better showing from Vitality so far.
Yeah, Forrest has certainly slowed down. 2 and 8 with 46 ADR. Let's see if he can start to pick it back up again. MBK gonna just be spraying with the Orc up on flower beds. Able to get 2. Rez does bounce back, but it's just pretty much a P250 in play for the two of them, and ZywOo and Apex are going to make sure that no more casualties come down for the French. So Vitality will take a 4-round lead.
I think the cool thing, too, is this is a team effort from Vitality. This isn't, we talked about who's going to step up for Vitality. You're looking at guys like NBK, RPK, and Apex as the veterans, but, 3 players for Vitality are at 9 kills. ZywOo's at 11, but if you go over to NIP, it's got right at 10 and Rez on 4, so they're having the same issue that Vitality had in that first map, just not a lot of production in terms of frags. See if that can change. Still 5 rounds left to be played. 3 rounds at this point isn't great, but it's not bad either. They can still close this gap a little bit and have a great chance, and oh, that's awkward. They get caught. I think they're trying to do a run boost, and this has backfired horribly, although ZywOo's going to cover it, and there's Apex as well. Somehow, Vitality has sustained, and ZywOo still delivers a triple kill with the op. That was so close to being a disaster.
I need to see that from his perspective, because Get Right looked like he had him dead to rights, and he just spun around and flicked him. And you can see the expression on his face. He's almost surprised with himself, so here we go. It's this Get Right kill that's coming up. He gets tagged from the left. Just flicks across to him. Oh, that's unreal. This is the ZywOo we didn't see on Cash.
Didn't even get a chance to. The game was over before he really had it. They never had money for the op in the first half, and the game was just over very, very quick. So fair play. 14 now on ZywOo, leading the way for Vitality. Ooh, okay. That's Apex. I believe that was jumping, so Rez returns the favor. Apex has been doing that quite a lot this half.
Yeah, telegraphing it a little bit at this stage, but MBK is able to find himself Dennis.
Double op setup brought out now that NIP realizes is on the map. I think it'll be interesting to see what NIP actually falls to get a few more rounds, Vince, just because we saw those contact plays on Cash work so well, and NIP's tried to bring those out here on Overpass, and it's gotten stopped twice now at the B-bomb site.
Yeah, absolutely. And even some of these rifle rounds, they've had control over bathroom, long, connector, the sort of linchpin angles that you can rotate quickly off, but they haven't really done many fakes. They haven't really tried to draw out any rotations from Vitality, so maybe that's something that we can see.
And it has felt very like all or nothing. Yeah. Like all in kind of tactics from the Ninjas.
Sure. Well, in terms of this round, MBK is teeing off with his P250. There's a shot on Telecro that he's going to be happy with. And MBK finishes off with a 4K with the AWP. Nicely done.
Yeah, it's very nice. Look at that scarf. Stylish while he frags.
And I was going to say they also had 4 timeouts remaining, Moses. They've used one of them, at least.
Which is good. Talk some things over. And I think you have a good point there, because we haven't really seen NIP, when it goes to those, all or nothing, like the set pieces or the contact plays into a bomb site, we haven't really seen them kind of probe a site and really move across the map, try and get a pick. That's going to be more difficult to do now that there's a double op setup. This is where you'd almost say it might be you know, a smart idea for NIP to go, okay, they have a double op. Let's keep doing these set pieces. We just need to find a way into a bomb site. We need to get fortunate with one of the entry duels, with one of the opening battles. If we can get that kill and get the bomb planted, those ops are going to be in awkward situations. But now you have a situation where ZywOo just got a triple kill on a contact play towards the B bomb site, and NBK just got, what, a quad kill with an AWP over at the A bomb site. So the ops are playing well for Vitality.
Seems like one of the potential answers is going to be Rez with his own AWP to try and battle back against the two AWPs in play. Lekro's found MBK, goes aggressively into connectors, going to be his demise. That is exactly what the Swedes were looking for. And to make matters worse, their other AWPer is coming under heavy fire. He's been tagged down to 42 alongside RPK. This is the best chance that NIP have had in quite some time. It's been 5 rounds in a row now to Vitality.
It's a really cool defense, though, in a way. 4 players at that B bomb site, even when their teammate goes down. Because you're really... Hold the thought. Force has gotten way advanced, and he hasn't spotted the second player, ZywOo. Waiting patiently. If anyone's going to turn this round in the favor of Vitality, it would be him. Or RPK's not here yet. They know his position, but he's able to back away slowly. Couldn't find that kill. Get right on the verge of finishing him off. That's a battle they took earlier. And look at that cheeky little crack between the wall and the dumpster.
Can't quite land anything from it, though, and it seems Vitality may be forced into saving, with ZywOo very low on health. And all this really comes off the back of Vitality getting aggressive and looking for the early trades and just coming out worse for wear. But actually, Vitality are hanging around. This is going to allow Get Right to come in with his AK-47s. That's really going to hamper their economy going forward. They are, of course, pretty damn strong in that department, winning 9 out of the last 10 rounds.
As long as RPK survives, they should be fine down the stretch of this game. They have 2 players at 10,000 before the purchase. Oh, that's a big kill for Rez to get. That's going to force some extra money out, which might have an impact in the last round if NIP can win this. But the money's so strong for Vitality, they shouldn't have too many issues, and at least it won't be a complete disaster. It won't be like the apocalypse.
Yeah, MBK and RPK both down to around $1,000. ZywOo's going to have 150, but when you consider that Apex and Alex are both pretty good on their funds, should be okay after this round. We'll have to wait and see what comes to fruition. The good news, though, for NIP is they've finally got themselves back on the scoreboard. 4 rounds is enough to play off, but they'll be eyeing up 6.
Keep in mind as well, for people who might have just tuned in, this is a qualifying game for the top 8 at the Major. Losing team is eliminated. The winning team gets a free ride to the next Major, which is such a phenomenal luxury to have, and they also continue to the playoffs of IEM Katowice.
Yeah, so much history between Intel Extreme, Masters, Counter-Strike, and of course other games, and one of these teams looking to get one step further. So much on the line. And fair play to Vitality. After getting battered on cash, they have came back with authority on NIP's choice of map. And they could get a really solid half out of this. 11-4 half would be fantastic for them. Most of these rifle rounds have been going in their favor. MBK this time, instead of Apex, is going to be hopping over there and looking for information. Hasn't really gathered anything just yet, and I think that's why they're starting to maneuver one of those players away over towards the A side. This does leave B pretty vulnerable, though, and with about 25 seconds left, this could be the moment where NIP decide to push forward. They don't have enough time to rotate. They're going to have to go in for this.
Just waiting for that smoke to clear. I think Dennis is going to lead the way, but this might be too long, and yeah, that seals it pretty much at the moment. And the follow-ups certainly do. RPK gonna hold down the fort. 3 kills for the tank, and it's a 10-4 lead for Vitality. A very strong defense being mounted at NIP. They've really had to battle for what little they've gotten so far. They would love to get 5. 5 is a respectable amount of rounds to get in that T side. Another timeout for the Ninjas as they want to talk things over for this last round. Racking his brain. It's like he's scanning his inner eyelids for all the different tactics that they've created.
That's where his scrapbook is, on the inner side of his eyelids. might explain why things haven't been going too well on this team half. But GeT_RIGHT's the only player that's actually got a positive kill to death ratio. Everybody else is below that mark. He's been having a great game, 102 ADR. Apart from GeT_RIGHT though, it has been pretty miserable for NIP.
Yeah, Forrest has cooled off in a big way from that opening map. 3 kills for him in this half. Dennis has 4, Lekro with 5. All 3 of those players, I think they were the top 3 players on Cash. So things have slowed for the Swedes. ZywOo's gonna get aggressive, feeling a bit more confident as that Molotov fades. Forrest started to kind of creep up the stairwell, and ZywOo's gonna back away. There's a timing, obviously, likely NBK calling it out when that stairwell becomes a point of danger.
Yeah, you're living very much on a hot spot there. Flashbangs are solid by Nip. It's gonna draw away the CTs into the more close-knit angles of Bathroom. Not really where the AWP's at its most powerful. NBK and ZywOo are both feeling their sting, but ZywOo comes out with one. Looking for a second and finds it through the smoke. GeT_RIGHT's been sent, relaying and he gets the third. Unbelievable individual effort from ZywOo. He has definitely arrived here on Overpass.
And they needed that, not just him performing well on Overpass, but this specific round, him and NBK were under so much pressure fighting a retreating and losing battle until ZywOo claims it. There's Forrest coming alive in this last round, 2 headshots for him, but can't convert on NBK, and that's gonna be the half. Vitality respond, an 11-4 half on the defensive Overpass. NIP sent reeling. Looked like it could have been a quick 2-0 for them, but Vitality has other things in mind. We're gonna go to a break. When we come back, we'll see if they can force a 3rd map.
On my own, when you spill that rum and coke on my t-shirt, yeah, your eyes made it difficult to get my baby. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high-pitched feel, baby. We shared a cigarette by East Versailles. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby, you make me feel something. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high-pitched feel, baby. We shared a cigarette by East Versailles. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby, you made
Ninjas in Pajamas have not made top 8 at a major since 2016, early 2016. The first major of that year was the last time that they made it to the quarterfinals. It's been a long road back. They're almost there, but they would need a phenomenal half on the defensive overpass if they wanted to make it here in just 2 maps of this series against Vitality, who had a phenomenal defense of their own.
This really is a story of redemption for both teams. Vitality have had their issues too, if you look at the likes of MBK, Apex, of course RPK when it comes to majors. Whatever happens, there's going to be some hearts broken. Lekro looking to make sure it's the Frenchman. That will be very much sad after this game comes to its conclusion. MBK's lining up the smoke, going to be tossed on to B. They also have a Molotov. It's thrown to the back of the site, going to get extinguished from Get Right, but there's so much smoke, can't see anything. ZywOo comes in with a double kill already, and he is looking to pick up from where he left off after that first half, where he really took over and started to rampage through the Swedes. Post-plant 3-on-5, it is looking very, very bad times for NiP. They have landed the first, but really may be the last kill they get in this round. The positions for Vitality are looking very strong. Rez is the last player behind the sandbags. As soon as he peeks, he's gonna have 2 or 3 players staring right at him. He's able to get one alongside him, but Vitality, they've got the second pistol, and now they are in such good shape.
Yeah, 12-4 lead now for Vitality, and they have the stronger economy. They have that one. This is such a great entry. Feels like a little bit of miscommunication from NIP of who's supposed to be watching that wraparound, but such a convincing and such a quick take of that B bomb site. There was no chance of NIP getting into that retake. As soon as they come over, the bombs planted, post-plant positions for Vitality were so strong. And the difference in this map has been ZywOo, 21-10. He was almost non-existent on cash, outside of maybe a round. He's helped to give Vitality a massive lead to force a third map.
I think the only solid round he had was that pistol round. I think it was the second one with USP from quad. Other than that, it was pretty quiet times for him, but complete role reversal. The same could be said for Forest. He ended the first map 26-10. This one, nowhere near the same level of impact. Vitality looking to push their advantage further yet. No real investment from NIP. Saving up for a much healthier buy in the next round. Vitality not going to take any chances. They're moving in now, going to start to find the CTs out in the open. Rez and Dennis have been dealt with, and that leaves A site ripe for the taking.
That'll be a battle. Ooh, that's an interesting win with the USP. That's going to be a battle that Vitality will probably have a chance to take throughout this half. Rez loves playing aggressive in those bathrooms. He'll do it all on his own as well. That's something that Vitality's going to have to be very, very mindful of when they take that portion of the map, or if they rotate back from the B bomb site towards A, they have to be mindful of the fact that Rez is frequently aggressive there. Get Right's trying to save this Galil. He's kind of being hunted. Apex, if he continues on this route, will surely eventually find him. Force is there to distract, so might be able to lure, but he's gone away from the position, so Get Right comes down to timing. Which direction is he looking? Is Apex going to be aware of the possibility? Oh, Apex, the footsteps are told. There's a good kill, and all of a sudden it's turned. Force can actually maybe get that AK-47. ZywOo is chasing him down. That's a big kill to get. Get Right gonna survive with an AK of his own. No, he's not. RPK finds the spam. Great hunt from Vitality, even losing some weapons, but it's all worth it in the end.
That was really cool, actually. Forest made noise just as Apex was on the prowl, and suddenly the hunter became the hunted. Get Right got him from behind. No saved AK-47, though. You know, I'd like to have had that. Means that Get Right would have been able to have a full stack of grenades. Instead, it's just a smoke and a flashbang for him. But NIP's patience, they're going to hope, is going to pay off. The firepower, though, does drop down the grenade total to very few. Just 3 smokes and a flashbang left, and Apex already making inroads up short B.
We saw NIP in these similar situations in the previous map being very, very aggressive, trying to take advantage of the fact that there wasn't a lot of utility for Vitality. They can do the same thing here, but this seems to be a little bit slower. NBK, the only one on this side of the map, just kind of throwing out some standard grenades, but with the aggression from Dennis, the aggression from Rez halfway up bathrooms, and Get Right in the staircase, they're going to know that the A bomb site is not actually under any pressure. They haven't rotated anyone. Get Right will be there pretty quick. Apex is going to be held off. Get Right missed his chance.
It's not a great smoke either. Apex feels free to just push. Gets it onto the oncoming CT from Connector. ZywOo's going to find Lekro. The bomb now starting to get planted. And this is where the lack of grenades and kits is really going to sting for NIP. They need to get these kills quickly. Cannot afford to stall any longer. All three of them also one-dimensional retake from Graffiti, and they're being sprayed down in unison. Rez the only player that can get anything done, and Vitality will take a 10-round lead.
Yeah, that should be it. That should be the knockout punch, and NIP are going to have a decision to make if they want to force buy here, invest here, before they can get the rifles back and fight to keep Vitality off of map point. I think what, NIP had 7 map points or 8 map points in cash, and Vitality have a chance to get there right now and have 10 chances to close this out, which would just be incredible. That would be such a difficult retake for NIP, almost insurmountable odds. But they do a half buy. So some danger to turn this round in their favor. That's a good opening tag. Rez is going to go back for more, not content with it. But Vitality already pressuring this B bomb site.
Forest point blank though will execute ZywOo with his Desert Eagle, but pops up one too many times. MBK gonna get himself 2, could be in for a 3rd. But Apex is in hot pursuit. Finds Get Right, there's the spray on point. B side will fall. And it's definitely worthwhile for Dennis to hold on to this Kevlar with the Desert Eagle. It gives him a much stronger buy in the next round. Scout, not quite as much, but can always play for the exit frags. But either way, whichever way you spin it, Vitality are now going to have 11 map points. And the team's looking to actually trade each other's picks of maps.
Yeah, this is pretty sick so far. This is a great performance from Vitality to come back into this series. It almost looked like it was just going to be over quickly in 2 based off of how NIP was playing. But Vitality, whatever they talked about between maps, it obviously worked. 15-4. And you don't even have a performance from any of the players. It's not like anyone on NIP is lighting up the scoreboard where you can say, you know, maybe that can help propel you forward. Good kill from Dennis right at the end. Not going to do a whole lot of damage. And now the armor is surely being taken away from him. He wanted that gun so desperately. You could just see every little bit means a lot at this stage. Realizing the kind of scenario and just saying it's worth the risk. If I can get an AK-47 or a Glil, some kind of rifle, that would just, you know, be an incredible gift for the next round. Even Rez going to drop the Scout. That investment didn't do much for NIP. He's going to upgrade to an AUG, as is Get Right.
Yeah, I mean, really, the only performance that would make you somewhat happy if you're on NIP right now would be Get Right. It's 15-15 with 87 ADR, but apart from him, it has been very quiet, and a lot of those kills haven't been hugely impactful either. Oh, this grenade's going to chunk away ZywOo. He's down to 32 health now. So early confrontation certainly favoring NIP.
It's still a great aggressive play. Oh, this, he's gonna find Get Right, just one tap before Force takes him out. That's all he had time for, and it nets him a kill. I was gonna say this is great for Vitality as well, considering that early pressure. It forced so many nades out of NIP. This is a good angle. NBK is kind of expecting it. Electro's gonna have to fight a retreating battle. Apex wants to hold the angle. Might have assumed he's already gotten back to the other side.
This needs to be clean as well from NIP. Even if they pick up this round, there is such a long haul ahead of them. Can't be affording to lose 2 or 3 weapons from this point. It's all well and good getting rounds, but that's really only half the battle.
There's so many win conditions for Vitality. You're exactly right. I mean, they can grind down this economy of the CT side over the course of a losing streak and just always have a situation where maybe NIP's going to be missing a kit. Maybe they'll be missing a smoke, a Molotov. RPK going to come back and meet up with Alex. They want to test this A bomb site. 25 seconds left on the clock. If they get into a weird situation as well, they can always choose to save these. Able to both of them drop weapons. But they're going to go for it.
It's going to be to their demise more than likely. I think economic damage was higher on the priority list. RPK thinks it may actually be long. If he can get a plant down here, that would be even better, but it's That's not going to happen. Rez finds him out in the open, so they've only got 10 more map points to deny.
Only 10 more.
Just a small amount. Vitality. I mean, yeah, if they'd actually saved one of those guns, they'd be in much better shape. MBK just down to 3.4k, so he's gonna have to go for a CZ instead of the AK or Galil. But the rest of the team have a very healthy purchase.
Oh yeah. They're loving it. CZ on NBK. Other than that, Vitality not really diminished a whole lot. Rez holding the angle with the AUG. He's gonna get a second kill. That's the bomb on the ground as well. 5 on 3 for the Ninjas, and yes, I mean, this is a perfect start to this round, as you said, needing to keep weapons alive in their wins. Awkward timing for Lekro, who's got to back away from the fight. Forrest, of course, just gonna swing out wide so he can take it. Look at the position of Alex, though. That can turn everything on its head. Obviously, he doesn't know that no one is watching this. There's no one actually in that A bomb site. And you imagine he'll make some noise turning that corner, not wanting to go slow.
Interesting smoke. Not going to get away with it, though, for the time being, but Rez with the AUG. As soon as the smoke lands, he has a quick look towards long. Bombs dropped in bathrooms. And IP get a clean sweep. It's hard to get too carried away at this stage because there is such a long way to go, and in their minds they're going to be thinking, just take it one round at a time.
Yeah, we're not quite in comeback mode yet. We're still kind of seeing exactly how this is going to pan out for NIP. We saw on the first map as well, Vitality pretty solid on some of those force buys, pretty solid with the pistols. Could use more openings like that from Rez. A triple kill in the round as he starts to creep up the scoreboard to join Get Right, but it might be too little too late.
Well, there should be a gimme round. Really nothing invested. A few upgraded pistols along the ranks of Vitality, but they're not pushing aggressively. They're sat back in playground near the staircase. Connector, gonna have MBK. Just has a quick look, finds Get Right, but not gonna take any damage for his troubles. Now that they've found the kill onto Zaiwu and I believe Dennis saw 2 or 3 players. It should be the beginning of the end for round 22. Get Right's gonna get another one. Another clean sweep round. So NIP are at least navigating their way through these anti-ecos very comfortably.
And that's all you can ask for if you're NIP at this point. I mean, it is very much a one round at a time scenario. But you know, when we mentioned just a few rounds back, all the different win conditions for Vitality, they can just straight up win a round. They can grind the economy down. Like NIP, goal of those early rounds when they get this comeback started is to eliminate some of those win conditions. And by having a few rounds where 4 players survive, they build up enough money to where they're no longer going to be in a scenario of missing some important piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, and they're also a team that doesn't necessarily have to use AWPs. You know, they're all proficient riflers, so not as much investment required to get the AWPs in play. Obviously, we know that they're a versatile team. Forrest can pick it up, Lekro can, Rez can, even Dennis could if he needs to. It's only really Get Right that I think would probably not prefer to take up the sniper rifle.
Damn, you gonna single your boy out like that?
I love Get Right, but he's
not known to be an AWPer?
Definitely not. And I think he'd be the first person to admit it as well.
He probably would be. Yeah, I can't think of all the highlights. I can't think of a round where we've seen Get Right with an AWP highlight.
And there's a reason for that, Jason.
Auto Sniper, on the other hand.
Oh, yeah.
Loves that weapon. Well, Forrest, an off angle towards sandbags. Feels like not much of one, just because T's coming up that ramp would be aiming in that direction anyways, clearing off that main ramp into the B bomb site, but now he's got a little bit deeper. Can hope and pray that Apex might wander into his crosshair. Lekro holding behind a smoke, Get Right is there as well. Vitality just making sure that they won't be punished by aggression from Rez or Dennis, which they have been in the past couple rounds. Avoiding that pitfall. I think Apex, with that position, gathering information, heard the footsteps of Get Right backing away from this B site, and now Vitality coming back. towards this side of the map. A timing hit that could be so deadly. It's just Lekro and Forrest here.
35 seconds left. Not a huge amount of utility at the disposal of Vitality, and Lekro will be looking to flash into Monster. They both had their backs turned to him, and he's still alive. How is this even possible? He's still able to be raining down fire, raining down damage onto Vitality. The bomb's also been dropped, and NiP have the advantage. Well, only for a few moments. MBK with the SG perforates Rez's head, but Get Right answers back. A 1-on-2 retake with MBK. Did get flashbang, but now it's cleared up. But there's Get Right once again. He's moved to 20 frags for his team, and NIP, they do live another round at the very least.
And we mentioned Get Right was the one player on NIP that we felt was really delivering. Rez has crept up as well, now 16 and 16. That is a great hold. Obviously, Forrest gets a crucial kill in sacrificing his life. That first player that gets past Rez, or excuse me, I think it was it Lekro? Yeah, first player that gets past Lekro over towards Monster. Forrest eliminates him. Lekro was able to have a strong hold and even adjust towards sandbags. That is a nice defense. Only 2 players because Vitality found a very, very good timing for a softened up defense.
So 4 rounds in a row to NIP. That's the first time in these 4 rounds that Vitality have actually got a bomb planted. So they're into a half buy instead. NIP slowly but surely starting to make their presence felt here on the map. Once they start to get up to 10 or 11 rounds, that's when Vitality will start to feel the alarm bells ring.
Certainly not the alarm bells, but they're definitely feeling pressure. There's a great peek. Again, I told you that fight was going to be available to Vitality. Look at them pressing the envelope. They know exactly where Rez is. He's gone down. This could be it. Get Right's here trying to hold the line. He's got 2. He's made it possible for Forrest and Lekro, but they must deliver on this retake.
He's given them the opportunity. Are they going to take it? Forrest? No. He comes out second best against Alex, and now Lekro's going to get pushed. Able to get 1, but he's only got 22 health remaining. Gets caught from Apex, and it's a half buy that will yield the second map for Vitality. We move to Mirage.
Yeah, they return the favor on NiP. A powerful win on Overpass. Vitality is not going to go out quietly. They're fighting back. And as you said, the third map is coming up, but that'll be after the break, after the desk. We'll be right back.
All eyes are on you. So give them greatness with Intel Extreme Masters certified PCs and notebooks and game like the pros. When you see the unique IEM certified stickers on the outside, you'll find high-grade components with Intel Core i5 and i7 processors inside. Every purchase includes in-game content and supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Game like a pro, because the world is watching.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
thought that is absolutely stunning! They are the champions!
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, HyperX, Betway, and Pay Safeguard.
And a best of 3 that has turned on its head now after a 16-7 showing on Cash there from the Ninjas in Pajamas. It is now 16-8 on Overpass for Vitality. Turning it right around here is ZywOo leading the charge. Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters. And, well, we're going to 3 here, and the life is still living for both of these teams.
I really didn't think a team like Vitality, considering the younger players, would be able to pull it back, you know, under these conditions. This reminds me a little bit of the Cloud9 versus Furia game we had during the Challenger stage, where they won each other's map picks 16-1 in the 2 opens.
Reasonable.
It's not as stark as that, right? It's not 16-1 blowouts, but they still feel like very comfortable victories.
Yeah, and this is a game they started down 0-2, by the way. They only lost 2 gun rounds from then on out. 0 clutches this game, which means that throughout that entire CT half, the rounds they lost, there was 2+ Vitality members alive in every single one of those rounds. It was utter domination the first half.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess what really led to that CT domination? Was it a show of force? Like, what are we looking at here, Chad?
Well, we were talking about ZywOo having a very quiet first map, and then on the second map, he comes alive, right? I think this is another issue as well. We talked about Dennis. He even did an interview talking about how his confidence here, and then he is very flat. So I think if you take those factors and you apply them, you know, obviously by the numbers, then yeah, stark contrast, stat-wise, it really adds up. But also have to consider, you know, just maybe the confidence Vitality have starting on the CT side on a map like Overpass. It's one of their strong maps.
And it kind of gives them that sort of, hey, we can control, dictate this, there, and the other. If they do feel that comfort level, even though this isn't their map pick, they still have to have something up their sleeve, right, Sean?
Yeah, exactly. Comfort is the thing to mention here, because when you watch that T side of Cash that ZywOo struggled on, he was stuck with Galil's, maybe 3 different gun rounds. He had pistol upgrades because they kept trying to break NIP's economy. Here, he never had to sacrifice his weapons.
And the sacrifice is kind of what we have right now. It's a very team game, but of course, in this moment, some of the sacrifice would have to come down to just showing what it is that is the, I guess, the volatile portion of this this Vitality side.
So we can actually show on the telestrator some really nice kills from the boy ZywOo himself, but this is under pressure. First of all, I've already set it up, so I want you all to look at this setup. ZywOo over here, picking over the smoke, MBK making sure nobody can push underpass. This is fantastic transitional defense on the CT side. So I'm just going to clear her off, and we're going to start playing this. But you can see I've sped it up, but it's still quite a fast-paced default from the side of NIP. A lot of pressure is going to be applied off that flashbang, and just quickly, I want you to note the damage done here. So these 2 players are the main A defenders, and they're under a lot of pressure already. So we're going to clear it again. We're going to keep playing it. And right now, because they're on the back foot, where they are, these 2 positions that you can see these guys in, right here in the bathrooms and right here where MBK is, they're in the danger zone. They can get collapsed on right here. But what happens next is some ZywOo magic. So I'll let the telestrator do the talking as this guy picks up 3 big kills. We missed the first one, but the second 2 are more impressive. This one through the smoke, just completely blind shot, grabs this one in transition. He will go down. And the last little nice piece of this is MBK's awareness to stay alive. We can fast forward this because it drags out for a little while, but you can see that his other teammates have rotated to the bomb site. He stayed alive to make sure the bomb can't go down. And then he's really influential in just closing it out and giving them a 10-5, an 11-4 half as opposed to a 10-5.
Yeah, and I think very simply put, Sean, you have anything to add to this?
Yeah, that just goes to show, you know, how Vitality managed to keep so many people alive throughout the half. You know, MBK falling back into the site, playing the numbers like Chad said. They're just playing good Counter-Strike.
Well, good Counter-Strike, and Chad alluded to the words danger zone, which always wants to make me say, where's the highway going? And in this instance, it's going to be Mirage. So perhaps what the decider is for everything that's on the line here, there's a lot at stake here to just be playing risky and doing anything unorthodox.
Well, you were talking about Lekro a lot before we got stuck into the game, right, about this in-game leader. And I think this is the map where he needs to step up and be counted the most, because when games have been close or on a map like Mirage, or when they've, you know, had big victories over teams like Astralis, if you have to delve into last year, it was when Lekro went huge. And I feel this guy right now, it's a comfort map for him, and he's going to need to be able to turn it on again. And Forest was kept very relatively quiet as well on that map.
Yeah, like you said, Lekro has such impact at that B-bomb site on CT side. And when we were backstage, I kept saying, I wish NIP picked Mirage. Obviously, that's hindsight call by me, because on Cash, they were winning all of the aim duels, and Mirage, they could have gotten those. Now their confidence may be a little bit wavering. I don't know where NIP is at mentally after, you know, getting dominated so hard.
Yeah.
But this is going to be a very exciting match because I think it's 50-50.
Yeah, I think it's got a very erratic tone to it. You know, it's got that sort of explosive potential. And, you know, perhaps you're actually joining us from some other parts of the webs right now. Perhaps you've never even heard of Mirage, but this is one way to summarize it. Let's take a look.
Mirage, Mid, and Mayhem have become synonymous with one another. Whether you want to take it clean and tactically or scrimmy with speed, Mid features in every round of Mirage. The standard Mid routine is used to force the defenders back and set up the potential for splits using connector, window, and short. Responding with aggression, the counter-terrorists can push back, aided by grenades of their own. More often than not, it ends in a bloodbath, with a huge investment of players and utility being launched back and forth. Elsewhere, wide bomb sites surrounded by tight choke points make for a map in which individual plays can turn the tide of play. Eyes to the sky on the CT side, utility rains down from the sky before an inevitable hit. When the smoke clears, battle continues in plain sight.
And Mirage does in fact set us up for a very fickle affair here when we start to look at what the implications are. But I have to kind of dive into who the playmakers are that are going to have to step it up here. I mean, we've had a whole series now almost. We're going into that deciding map. You can basically wipe the slate clean and say, you know what? These are your guys that need to step up.
So I've seen enough of Lekr at the B bomb site on Mirage in the last 6 months to know that he's going to get his. He's going to hold that site pretty well, but it's honestly on Rez and Forrest to get the frags necessary in middle. Forrest on catwalk, Rez by that connector spot. It's on them to come up big in this match, in my opinion.
On the other side of things for Vitality, they played 3 Mirage games in a row, and in all of those, Apex was towards the top of the scoreboard. So he's a must for them to be competitive. But the guy that I actually think is in transition and really can have a lot of impact is Alex. He, has seemed to me, at least from an eye test, had better performances on Mirage than some of the other maps. He doesn't look as out of place, and it looks like when he rotates in to help his teammates in certain situations, he's finding a lot more success.
And seriously speaking, I mean, yes, his numbers aren't exactly the best, but in this level, it's more about, obviously coming together as that team and maybe flashing for your team, maybe taking the fall, maybe landing on the sword. Is that right, Chad?
Yeah, exactly. If he's just able to get 1 or 2 impact frags, maybe a clutch here or there, that could be all Vitality needs.
Well, what I need you to do right now, and you might have taken note to the poll that was on your screen just a few seconds ago, was to go onto your favorite social medias and use the hashtag IEM. Let's hear who you think is going to be winning this one, who's going on into the champion stage, because this is it. This is where it all comes to fruition. Map 3, you've got Mirage, and as Ninjas in Pajamas or Vitality, this is the moment for you to do it.
Yeah, I'm going to have to be siding on the side of Vitality here. They've turned my head on the last map. They made me think that they can do it. I'm going to side with the French.
Yeah, they definitely have proven in the past to have a very strong Mirage, as has Ninjas, though. I mean, this is really going to come down to who can control mid.
Who can control mid, who can hit their shots. All the variables are at play. I mean, there's really nothing off the table at this point. There is no more saving strats for the major meme that could possibly be said. It is all about pulling it all out now. All stops have stopped. And in fact, we're going to stop talking so we can jump right into action, because it's going to be Vince and Moses who gives it to you. Take it away, boys.
NIP not making top 8 since Columbus 2016, and in that same time span, the core of Vitality, NBK, the French core, has only made to the top 8 once. That was in Boston. Both of these cores, both of these lineups with something to prove coming into this last map. NIP gonna start on the defense here. All 5 players for Vitality towards the B bomb site. Set up smokes, you imagine it's gonna be a real big hit here, and it's Lekr who's going to be blocked off, but it doesn't matter if he gets that first kill. That's huge. ZywOo, the big impact player for the Frenchman on overpass. He's down and out.
Makes NIP a little bit more confident in backing away and playing for the retake as well, now that Vitality are down to 4. The clarity of mind for Lekr not to overextend and give away that early advantage. They have the kit and smoke in the hands of Get Right. They can still make this a reality. Lekr long range going to try his hand on bench. Nothing forthcoming just yet, but now there's strength in numbers. They're starting to push through apps. Get Right and Lekr both going to chime with the kills. It's all down to Alex. Oh, 2 insta headshots. Going to make the round interesting, but Dennis is going to take it away. And NIP will get the retake and make it a success.
And NIP, I mean, obviously the first kill from Lekr helps, but that's a designed retake on that, because you can see the flank came in so quick. They had the entire theory behind it. They take the B bomb site, we get 2 to 3 players flanking through those B halls, and Vitality, even though they had good positions, they could never coordinate and set up a crossfire at any one point of attack because it was just so well coordinated from NIP. Aggression coming from Market at the same time as Halls. That player in bench could not transition over and guard the Halls exit and help his teammates out. Really, really brutal retake for NIP, and they have a 1-0 start.
I feel like the explosiveness of that round is just an indication of things to come. This Mirage could get really hot real quick. MBK's been tagged up, and Dennis is gonna find ZywOo. Some pistols were picked up, but they've all been taken away. And Dennis is actually on for the ace. He's picked up 4. Hasn't even lost a single point of damage. Still completely healthy. MBK separated from the rest of his team. Probably the only reason he's still alive. Not taking any part of that mid-massacre. Desert Eagle's gonna find one onto Rez. How much damage can he inflict across to the CTs? Bomb under control from the Swedes in mid.
Kind of like this. I mean, a great round from Dennis, obviously. Unarmored opponents, but we saw that this NIP team looks so much different when Dennis is playing well. We saw it on Cash, a dominant victory, and he was having phenomenal impact. They need that back. Not only Dennis, but just the drop-off on an individual level from Nip in that second map, and a well-played map from Vitality. Got to give him credit for that as well. NBK going to do what he can to build upon that 1 kill, take anything away from the Ninjas. No real chance of winning this, only 40 seconds on the clock. But would love to add some kills onto it. I think it's interesting that we saw Vitality. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Forrest is going to be the next one up. He's not going to let NBK get anything off. I think it's interesting that the desk seems swayed by that second map performance.
I think it was just the nature and how one-sided it was, and key players that weren't active and weren't really around for Cash, like ZywOo, suddenly turning up in a big way. That being said, though, we have to take into consideration that starting on the T side, this is where on Cash Vitality really struggled. It's always going to make it easier when you have like an 11-4 first half lead.
Yeah.
Win the second pistol, you're already pretty much towards the finish line.
Good point.
And again, if ZywOo can't keep a decent economy to get AWPs, this is where things could get sketchy for Vitality. Aggression up mid. Dennis going to try and take the fight again. So oozing with confidence after that last round, and so he should. 2 kills alongside Rez. Shutting the door in their face.
And Rez over the smoke. Well, Dennis is close up. Finally, Dennis is dropped from behind, but it's just 2 players. Disaster striking Vitality in this third round. NBK and Alex gonna try and hit a timing. Lekro's the only defender here. Force is rotating over. They can get in quick, but it's not gonna happen. He spots him out. Great fight from NBK. He's actually spotted him and done great damage. Alex left alone, 1-on-4, but he's gotta find a way into the bomb site. He has no idea Lekro is here. Or does he? Or does he? He swings back out for the fight. Lekro just too much of an advantage. It's 3-0 for the Ninjas. And you talked about avoiding economic issues. That's I don't know if that's a NIP flash, maybe a mistime flash from Vitality to take top mid. Apex completely blind, had no chance. But certainly economic woes early on as NIP have complete control of the money situation.
It's a risky play as well, because you could see from Alex's perspective, if Dennis dies instantly at the top of mid control's completely lost for NIP. They're going to lose 2 players up there. So vitally important that Rez and Dennis were on point to deliver 2 fatal blows and take this around and away from Vitality. Now they're on upgraded pistols. We saw what damage MBK did when given an opportunity with the Desert Eagle, and now they have 4 of them.
They should be able to get a plan out of this, or they maybe not should, but they might be able to. Get Right is playing it so passively. Dennis is there with him. Oh, that is great nade. Beautiful utility damage, and that 1 HE just scares Vitality off of it. They've pulled Rez away from Connector, which is going to give Apex some space in mid, but it's going to be tough for him to find anything. Back to mid we go with these Deagles. Now in Connector, Forrest is not peeking a whole lot on Catwalk, and oh my god, they don't have it cleared whatsoever. Get Right just completely oblivious to the fact that no one had that covered. Oh, that's another big mistake. NBK onto Forrest. The middle of the map has been opened. It's just Lekro.
Such a head scratcher. NIP on the brink of being broken back down from these Deagles, but can Lekro survive? The last line of defense on B has been around here for long enough that now the remainders of Lekro and Rez can also move in position. Bomb now realizing, okay, hold on, they're all stacking B, let's rotate around, but in the meanwhile, so Nip.
Yeah, this is actually kind of scary for Vitality. They had a chance there, but they were so scattered across the map, they couldn't group up and take advantage of it. NIP have now rotated back towards the A bomb site. This is all on Lekro. He spotted it out. Great positioning to be able to stay alive, but he's got to get aggressive on Apex. He's got to do it quick. Big kill. Can't convert over. Dennis is here now. They shouldn't be able to salvage the M4, and indeed they won't. That should be the end. He's not going to stop the plant, but he's got a great angle and a double kill for Dennis. A dangerous, dangerous round for NIP, but they still come out on top. They're going to lose a lot of money for that victory, though.
Yeah, and off the basis of just a couple of slip-ups, like having no one watching Connector, that is almost unforgivable, and Get Right gets the ultimate punishment for it.
It's very rare to see that level of miscommunication. I don't know if it was, I mean, we obviously can't know if they were speaking to each other, but Get Right might have just looked at radar and thought that Forrest was covering Connector from Catwalk and not realizing that he was so deep and playing it a little bit more passively. Maybe he just didn't have the timing in his head right for the rotation around towards mid from Vitality, obviously because Apex came from underpass. Might have been a little bit quicker than he thought. Still no op on ZywOo. But look at NIP, going for an aggressive defense. Dennis and Get Right have both pushed down with a flashbang to clear that A ramp. Lekro a chance to get information, maybe a pick, maybe damage.
Oh, this could come down to timing if he moves again. He did just see the legs jumping across. Now he can go back in. How long can he survive for? Already players starting to rummage their way out of kitchen. Forrest is there, he's been tagged, but Lekro's still alive. He's done so much work already on this B side by his lonesome, but this time it's a bridge too far. He gets blocked out in midair, but it's gonna be a decent hold, all things considered. NIP gonna weather the storm, have a 3-on-2 advantage, and Apex just down to 6 health. MBK, though, does get the first in this encounter.
Oh, he gets the second as well, and now it's just Get Right. 2 low HP players. Historically, one of the best clutch players we've had in Global Offensive, and he's waiting in market. He knows NBK's on Catwalk. Must find Apex. Gonna try and stop this. No one's covering it. NBK's not watching. I think it might be a flank. The bomb gets planted. Get Right's gonna do it. A double kill for the legend, and NIP on 5.
And he was loving it as well. Both players so incredibly low, but he played it to perfection. And Vitality still can't strike onto the scoreboard. They've been close a couple of times. Again, their Lekro stalled for so long with that opening AWP pick and also focusing their attention down towards the site where he was.
And that was really the winning factor of it. Lekro only gets the 1 kill, but the fact that he had such a deep angle in towards B and he could call the B hit coming in before, like, so early on, because they actually lost. I mean, Lekro only gets 1 and they lose the follow-up duel after that. But all of NIP was there, so when they finally get those 2 kills of the main B defenders, there's still 2 other people to follow up waiting in the site. Just resistance every step of the way from NIP. And Vitality, it's close, but they can't pull it out. They call a timeout on the back of that loss. They have plenty of money now. You have to imagine ZywOo can be dropped in AWP by NBK or Alex. They're not going to go for it yet. So even without monetary issues, still keeping ZywOo away from that weapon just for the moment.
Get Right, too aggressive. Gonna get punished, but actually does get the molly frag onto ZywOo anyway. So they're gonna trade 1 for 1. But now that damage is being afflicted across to NIP. This is maybe the reason they didn't pick up an AWP. They wanted a faster up-in-your-face approach, and Dennis, he's whiffed out on the opportunity. It really should have been a kill, but same can be said for Apex. Dennis survives on 20 health, 2-on-2. This is still up in the air, and now it's going the way of NIP. Vitality have had opportunities. They've had moments where you think the round is gonna go their way, and it just slips through their fingers. There's still a lot of time, though, for RPK, and he does have control over the bomb.
I think they realize the possibility, but want to see if RPK is going to double pack. He has a real chance, a real chance to take this one away. Dennis and Lekro are going to stick together on this retake. Dennis with low HP. Neither of them have any kits. There's plenty of money for it. Lekro just picks one up off a dead body. They've got to be careful. Now they've split, though. Lekro's going to have an interesting one-on-one duel with RPK, who has a chance for some kind of a miraculous clutch for the French side.
Yeah, Yeah, chance at redemption as well. Up into this round, he only had 12 ADR, but now here we go. It's a one-on-one. His position compromised, but Dennis, only with 20 health, does have an up to his name. Gonna smoke on and try and get the bomb defusal in amongst it. RPK spraying, not entirely sure where the bomb's planted for. Oh, not like this, RPK. The tank is about to come to pieces. He assumes it's a fake, but it's not. NIP get the ninja defuse in the smoke, and Vitality are gonna be gutted.
He just completely forgot the angle needed for his own plant. A great shot on the Lekro, and Dennis all smiles. Inside of the smoke, steals away the opportunity for the clutch. That one hurts. NIP off to a phenomenal lead, 6-0. Money still right on the edge. Those two faces say it all. The difference is in emotion. ZywOo finally with the AWP, 7 rounds in.
He was such an integral part of Overpass. They've left it late, but can he still have the impact? Only 1 kill, make it 2. Dennis goes for the slow peek and gets punished.
Late peek as well without a flashbang that was just thrown, oddly enough. So Dennis wins a clutch, but comes down to earth real quick. He's got $0 in the bank. This is a critical round for Vitality to get back on the board. For the first time, Rez gets blind, but he just takes the shots anyways and does pretty decent damage onto Apex. That one pick, though, is really going to thin and spread out this defense, which means there should be more opportunities for ZywOo in the future. Back to the B bomb site, NBK and Palace has been spotted by Rez. That'll keep him frozen. That'll keep them considering A. Lekro's jump spotting, but he doesn't have a Molotov. He doesn't have a smoke to really slow them down once he spots them. And no backup is going to come quickly.
Timing on that nade, though. Everyone's been chunked down. Lekro, again, on the site, able to deliver 1 fatal blow, looking for more, finds it onto Alex, and no one's there to be able to avenge him either. Lekro's done enough. What a hold by the man, and now MBK's all that remains. 25 seconds to get on the site. Surely no hope of Vitality once again. Gonna be swatted away by an IP.
Oh, just completely shut down. That is so good from Lekro. The timing on the nade, as you said, softens him up. Forrest gets to catwalk just in time, in great positioning to catch RPK off. Also a situation where Forrest rotated to catwalk will be able to take the first contact, at least pull attention away from Lekro, which leads to his 2nd kill. But great maneuvering throughout that bomb site. And somehow, even though the opening pick goes to Vitality, that's a strong win for NIP. They survive with 4 players. No one falls after that pick. Dennis and Lekro at the top of the scoreboard, each with 11 kills.
The thing is, though, that consistently Vitality have been chipping away at some of these guns. You can see that Dennis down to $850, Lekro 300. You go back to that RPK play, the 1-on-2 where the diffuse comes in the smoke.
Yep.
It's such a vital part in both these teams' careers to miss out on that clutch. That is absolutely brutal.
It really hurts. I mean, you're right. Vitality, up until this point, have had NIP on the ropes economically. They just haven't been able to convert. They had 3 plants in a row, 2 of those getting NIP down to just 1 player. Now we have aggression from Rez. How long does he want to stick around? He's got to know they're going to start circling behind him. That flashbang, I think, dissuades him, but it's too late. No one else there to cover. Forrest is smoked off in window. Nobody in connector. And Rez just runs out of time at top mid. So a 1-for-1 trade off that aggression. You have to imagine Lekro's done enough for Vitality not really to want to test this B bomb site again. Oh, great shot as the smoke fades.
Yeah, definitely think that's a point worth making, that Lekro has been so good. Maybe going to focus their attention on A, but here's Dennis, and he's feeling it again. He had a bit of an off-second map.
Apex is going to be so disappointed.
Those are the kind of encounters you expect him to win.
He just missed every single shot. He had about 5 bullets before Dennis could even react. Dennis is still going to be tested here. So is Forrest. Who's going to win? Who's going to come out on top of his test? But now we go to Dennis.
Molotov's not going to sway him, though. Can just stay in shadow. He's got a player on stairs, which is going to be Forrest. So Crossfire has been implemented by NIP. They assume that Dennis has gone back to the side. I have no idea, but he can hit the freest of kills. Now the bomb's been dropped out. NBK has to watch all the angles, and NIP continue their winning ways.
What a great round from Dennis. No one's going to care about the slow start in this event if he delivers in this fashion from here on out. This is a very well-played round from him. Gets just a little bit, well, he gets very lucky. That would be, I have to imagine that sequence with Apex would be one of his classic reaction pictures. We've seen some insane faces come out of Apex in the heat of gameplay, and that, you would imagine, would be another one. That's a missed opportunity. The RPK clutch, a missed opportunity. The ZywOo pick into a B hit that just gets demolished is a missed opportunity. There's too many of those early on for Vitality, and now this is going to be tough to recover from.
Is there going to be another opportunity here? Because smokes are being deployed. The hit's imminent, but Get Right's not having any of it. Does get taken down through the floorboards by Apex, who's looking to find a second, but this push has been repelled. There is a flank, though.
Yeah, Alex has pushed all the way through the B bomb site now. It's be so tough for him to have an impact that could turn this round in his favor, and you think he's been spotted? Not yet. Dennis hasn't looked over. Alex is just telling Apex to stay alive. This could be a knife kill. I think it is. He's coming behind him, considering it. And there's just a straight down execution, but he's got an AWP now. They need to recover the bomb. They don't have any nades. This AWP is pretty much all they've got.
Yeah, flashbang was picked up, but they desperately want to smoke right now. Smoke for the cross, and that's why Lekro was holding it down from jungle. Now Alex is like, okay, I'm probably going out. Let's just make sure they don't retrieve the AWP. Which is fair enough, all things considered. But I mean, at the end of the day, you can try and save the economy all you want. Your team's down 9-0.
Well, he didn't make the AWP over the wall either, so NIP are going to have that back in their hands for free. Nothing's going right for Vitality, is it?
One of those days. I mean, everything was going right for them on Overpass. You have to also tip your hat to NIP to have the resilience and to just completely wipe away that last map, knowing that you had a chance to 2-0 this best of 3.
There's just so much experience across these two teams, even if you have some I mean, not so much on NIP side of things as Rez and Lekro are got to be considered like pretty big veterans at this point. But certainly on Vitality, young players. But the veterans have put them in a good position to win, or I mean, to at least fight for this third map, although it all seems to be crumbling down. Helping them to stabilize after getting demolished on Cash, winning Overpass in convincing fashion. Here on Mirage, not yet able to put up a fight. Lekro spots both of those. That's a very narrow crack, but he just wants the information to get that wider angle. We saw that previously as well. Misses that one, but utility can be used to keep him safe.
Almost may get lulled into a false sense of security because Forrest is also on the truck. What's happening? Get right, but the flank got caught. MPK is a step ahead of Lekro, but this is it. They had no idea that Forrest was also stacked on the side.
I have no idea how this round just got so close. So many kills coming out quickly. NIP must keep their focus. To lose this kind of a lead in a round at this point in the tournament is just not acceptable, and Forrest has to assume that Alex has picked up the bomb, which he has, but gambling on this B bomb site, it's not going to yield anything positive for him. Alex taking it slow, no idea as well where Forrest could be. But I don't know. This is going to be a long route over to the other bomb site. Alex is going to have so much time to get into a position, and we're going to have to see one of Forrest's trademark shots if he wants to win this. He does have a kit, he does have a smoke as well. But Alex putting himself in a position to avoid a smoke-diffused disaster.
Still relatively out in the open. It's going to come down to the peak, and DeForest just see him before the flash detonated. Maybe he did, calling that he's gone back into the smoke, finds him, but Alex is quicker on the trigger this time. Vitality get their first round, but they still trail 9-1.
Tell you what, Alex plays a dangerous game in that round. He gave Forrest a couple opportunities to win that outright. Here's one kill. You have to like NBK getting this aggressive and just getting tired of losing, going for everything. Alex gets got right, as you said, on the flank.
I believe that was still at T-spawn as well.
NIP is going to be kicking himself for losing that one, but still with a 9-1 lead, still in pretty solid control of this game. This one's going to hurt, though. Unfortunately, Vitality, if that win had come earlier during certain points of this half, NIP would have been broke immediately upon this loss. As it stands, because they were able to win some pretty convincingly in that stretch towards the end of it, they have enough money to get a very strong buy. Op on Lekro, Rifles on Forrest and Rez, SMG on Get Right. They've got 2 kits as well and pretty good amount of utility.
But the power comes in here, Jason, that if Vitality win this round, NIP will be broken. There's a chance they could even pull this back to 9-6.
This round is probably the most important we've seen in this half so far. If Vitality cannot win this, it's going to be such a huge lead in the first half for NIP. It's the same situation. Vitality, upon a loss here, economically speaking, would be decimated.
So much on the balance, on the scales, to see which of these 2 teams progresses to the top 8. Vitality deciding to go mid again. They've been hurt quite a few times down this avenue of the map, but this time NIP don't have enough firepower to contend it. Instead, Forrest is going to be coming around from the side, misses his chance. He's done a lot of damage, though, and Apex is down at just 22. He has to back away in mid. Rez also, though, has to fall out of window, so Vitality, they've won the mid battle for now.
Well, here's the next play. Dennis with this push in Palace. It's great positioning. What does he decide to do? He decided to go clear A ramp. He's got to call out to his teammates that A ramp is open. They could be inside of the site. NBK's now dinked. Very low HP and a couple players, and that could be an easy mop-up for Dennis. I don't think NBK is going to expect this flank so early, and even if he does, no HP to really get in a fight. Dennis holding the trigger. He can stop the plant, tapping away, runs out of bullets, but again, ZywOo is so low, and now he's got to turn his attention. ZywOo peering towards spawn. That's a great shot. More is needed. More is needed from the young player, but it's not going to happen. Forrest from behind. A kit in his hands as well, in a 2-on-2.
And there's a smoke. Forrest can put that smoke down. This is such an important trade. It's going to go in favor of Alex for now. Dennis down to 28. Apex watching from connector. Here comes the smoke. It's just about on point to go for the defuse. Forrest finds it. Here comes Alex. He's going to spray through the smoke now. Can't quite land. Onto Dennis, who comes around the side, gets the kill, and NIP are going to do it just about in the nick of time.
Oh, they've done it. They have. They've got the defuse. Dennis, and you could see Vitality maybe having some nightmares of the previous smoke defuse, really commits to trying to find that diffuser in the smoke. Smart play from Dennis. Just tap the bomb and wrap around the box. You know he's going to be overexposed, and Apex not happy. 10-1 now, and we mentioned how important that round was. Vitality do not have much to fight with. The MAC-10 on ZywOo, a Deagle, some P250s. They've got good utility, but the weaponry is just so outclassed in the favor of NIP. And it's Dennis leading the way. Been waiting for this kind of a performance from him in a Ninja's uniform, and now he's delivering in the 3rd map of his series to get them to the top 8.
What a time to step it up. 145 ADR. 3 of NIP over the 100 mark, though. Lekro and Rez also having a performance to be delighted about on the side of NIP. In the meanwhile, though, Vitality have gone all in on this round. They know that NIP still haven't fully recovered. There is still a way back in. May not be all doom and gloom yet if they can pick up this round.
Lekro's been phenomenal here, though. He's been so good. Force in assistance as well. And here's the tough part. I don't think NIP is really going to make any jumps on cheating over at this point in the game, especially with the knowledge that it'll be a low buy. But there's no noise across the map. There's some smokes in mid at this point, but Dennis is going to get information with a pop flash that mid is entirely clear. So NIP probably has a good read of what's coming, and now they know as the smoke starts to rain out, this nade is going to be a catastrophe for Vitality.
Lekro's been flashed a couple of times. This is where the MAC-7's at its most prolific, and Lekro with 2, make it 3, nearly a 4th. Apex gets the buckshot to the face, but he is going to be able to hold the line again.
All smiles for the Swedes. I love the fact that Lekro went back for that 4th kill as well. What a great sequence with that shotgun. They have to get close. They don't expect it. Nice kills all around, and Forrest there just for a little bit of assistance. Lekro has been an absolute rock at the B bomb site.
This is one of the best B holds performances that I've seen in quite some time. Lekro has been on point. Often by himself, getting 2 or 3 kills. Here comes a stack. Hoping that one of NIP decide to push this, give them a weapon across. And they may actually get their reward because Rez, unbeknownst to him, is coming through. Cue the Jaws music, it could be. A kill going across the Vitality, and Rez is going to be quite surprised. A bit of a jump scare.
Rez has had a bit of an awkward half. Him and GetRight haven't seen a whole lot of action. Probably itching for some kills in this deciding map. 11-1. And yeah, they have an M4. They have no armor. They have one smoke that's picked up, which could actually be pretty useful. But GetRight's going to be playing in front of it. He's actually peering in towards Palace right now. This could actually be dangerous. If GetRight goes down, he's not pushing in, though, which is smart. He can get away if he spots this push coming early. Here they come, turning the corner. 2 quick kills. That's the bomb down. He's going to stay here. A ramp is being covered by his teammate ZywOo. Does get the kill with the M4, but is quickly taken down after. A commanding lead for NIP.
Is back to the raw dominance that we saw on Cash. And in that round, Vitality didn't have any armor. Here's the stack again. You can see Rez drilled into the head by 3 separate players. But this is really where the SMG is going to rip through oncoming terrorists. No armor there to help them out. And as you say, I mean, this has just been dominant. Pure.
And, I mean, here's it's a dominant score, but the start of this game, like the first 7 rounds, were not dominant at all. And there can be so many ifs, and it's not going to be any kind of consolation for Vitality or for the French fans. But this truly is one of those games that could have been so much closer, that could have been a grinded out battle back and forth, and so many things could be different. There was about a 4-round stretch where Vitality was able to get 3 plants and just not able to convert any of those rounds into a win. If they had at any of those points, they would have reset NIP and been able to get 3 or 4 rounds early on. But now this is just falling flat.
Yeah, I mean, there's been 3 times where they've got a plant down and 1 NIP player has survived. There's been another round where 2 survived. So you can see that Vitality, they've had the chances, they've had the opportunities, just not quite able to grab onto them. And now best case scenario is a 12-3 half. And it may not even go that nicely for them. NIP, again, of course, have Lekro, joined by Forest on B side. Mid control not really being established, and NIP, I can't think of too many times they've had an AWP on their CT side. It's been pretty much assault rifles across the board.
We've seen, I think Dennis has had it 1 or 2 rounds and Lekro's had it once, but it hasn't had any kind of like real impact. So for them, they're just like, yeah, let's just play with the rifles. It helps as well that they haven't had to contend. Remember, Vitality didn't get an AWP in ZywOo's hands, even though they had the ability until round 7. So they haven't really had to contend with an opposing AWPer either.
Yeah, they were definitely going for the more explosive hits and slowed it down maybe a little bit too late. He does have an AWP for the time being. MBK is going to get tested, just sees the elbow. Round the corner from GetRight, who still gets the upper hand. And what an important kill that's going to end up being. It funnels the rest of the T's through ramp and mid. Alex is at least counteracted with a kill of his own onto Forest, but it leaves RPK in Sandwich and Apex just behind him. And Alex has decided to start to make a move around the other side. The Molotov is going to finish off GetRight. In fact, he gets plucked out from RPK instead. But now, Alex, who was previously seen in mid, has to try and come through ramp with 15 seconds to go and just 52 health to his name. The bomb's in a pretty awkward spot as well. Does find Rez to start things off. But when you have an NIP player in Palace, this round should be done.
Yeah, even going to run through that Molotov, even if Lekro wasn't there. But now the time is out. They can actually let him live. They can go for the hard punish for that last round. I don't think they got it. I think Dennis killed him just before the round was over. 13-1. NIP just suffocating Vitality in this, not giving them any opportunities for a comeback. Another hit. Feels like Vitality relying on that up from ZywOo to find them a pick, and just an awkward peek. Shuts him down from jungle. Buying up what they can, and I mean, you can tell. Still late getting out of spawn. I think they're all stumped on what even to do. Everyone just kind of snatching things up right at the end, and they've just called a set piece towards this A bomb site and see what happens.
Throwing everything at the wall, seeing what sticks. And right now, not much. Alex has died to NBK. Okay then, well that's awkward. Rez in the meanwhile, gonna hold on, but the grenade lands by his feet. There's Dennis with 1 and 2, looking for a third. NBK answers back. Gonna try and make amends for that barbecue onto his teammate, but GetRight is there to deliver the fatal blow, and it's 14-1 after the first half.
So much riding on this map. There's got to be so much pressure on these players, but certainly getting out to a 14-1 lead on Mirage is really going to help calm down the nerves. NIP on the verge of accomplishing one of their biggest goals, making it to the Legends, or to Legend status. We'll see if they can do it when we come back. Vitality could not find enough weaknesses in that NIP defense, and because of that, they face a 1-14 deficit. NIP needing just 2 rounds to move on to the top 8 of IEM Katowice, and they're doing it in stunning fashion. Dennis has struggled all tournament long with confidence, with his mentality. He's spoken about it, but this map, you don't see any of that. 22-7 in a resurgent performance.
You could even extend that to his career in NIP. What a time for him to find some form. Apex gonna find one and a second. This is what we're looking for from Vitality. It could have been a whole different scoreline had a couple of rounds gone slightly different, but Rez gonna look to breathe down the next collectively of Vitality, put some fear in amongst them. RPK fears no man. Rez has been put down alongside him. NIP should follow. So Vitality at least gonna make a go of this, but it is the grizzled veterans of Forest and GetRight that stand between them and their second round. GetRight does have a P250, and he's found the head of ZywOo. As some information, though, that's gathered from Vitality, they now know that GetRight's in mid. It's all about where Forest is, and there is still a minute to play with, so they can't take anything for granted at this stage.
Oh, I mean, of course not. GetRight and Forest have won so many of these situations, and it's not easy to do. Their heyday came in eras past when they were able to do that seemingly at will. I like the way Vitality is playing this, though. Alex and RPK are so far back in the B bomb site. Apex is so passive in window. NBK so passive at that A bomb site. They're not biting on this fake of the smoke. They're just saying, you know what, we're going to wait until you're committed, until we see the bomb being planted, and then we're going to have everyone alive to rotate over and ensure this victory. Even in a 4-on-2, with a 14-1 deficit, you never, ever, ever feel comfortable. It's going to take so long before Vitality can feel any kind of positivity in this half. Off the back of Apex pushing up mid, they're at least going to get this pissed around. Only 12 seconds left, and Forrest is going to fall. Triple kill for Apex, but that push up mid was stellar. Not even a smile cracking his face. He knows the stakes.
Yeah, he'll certainly feel that that's just a drop in the bucket at this stage, but it could start to get a lot more interesting if they can chip together some consecutive rounds and get a solid economy on board. He had a couple of moments where he did whiff an opportunity on Dennis, of course, on the A side. We discussed this before, could have had a big impact on the round. But here we go. It's a lot of rifles in play. Gonna have 3 alongside a UMP, and an MP9 is the MP9 that's taking the fight up mid, and so far, ZywOo, he's picked up 3 headshots with it. Solid hold. It was an eco round, but that's money in the bank towards his AWP.
Now, I was going to say, money in the bank for the AWPer is never a bad thing. I don't think NIP invested anything in that round. Just very, very little. Obviously, no armor. But with such a big lead, why even go for that? Which is, I think, their kind of thought process, which is probably why ZywOo survived. So many Glocks shooting at him at that range. It's like the Klob from GoldenEye. They just don't do anything. Shout out to all my 90s gamers out there.
What a classic game that was. Meanwhile, Vitality now have to deal with the superior test of AK-47s, and Apex is going to come out swinging. ZywOo narrowly missing out on that chance. Lekro just hold the line for a few more seconds alongside Rez. But now ZywOo flicks across to get right. This is the half, remember, that they posted up a lot of rounds on Overpass. So you may not write Vitality off just yet. There could be some more twists and turns. And remember, with so much on the line, the Nips start to feel the pressure.
This felt like NIP kind of testing the waters in mid of what exactly they were going to see moving forward. They knew eventually they'd see that AWP on ZywOo, and it's got get right, but I mean, really not even waiting, not even pausing to set up the smokes that we so often see. It's quiet across the map. NIP at least have Rez in a good position. He's a top connector just waiting. Lekro, with plenty of time on the clock, can be very patient, can be very meticulous in how he clears this out. And Vitality, again, falling back into that very passive defense to ensure the round win. They're not willing to take the fights far away from the bomb sites. They want to make sure that everyone is going to be alive. If NIP do get in, do plant that bomb, they'll have enough bodies for the retake. They have 2 kits as well. And NIP have given up the game. Now Alex rotate into Catwalk. He could stop him before they even get into the bomb site. ZywOo completely blind. Rez is going to be exposed from Catwalk. He's got to move forward. There's a kill, but there's 2 for Vitality. 8 seconds. He's going to go for the burst fire, which so often betrays you. And NBK keeps 3 players alive by finishing that off. A 4th round now for the Frenchman.
Actually, a pretty important narrow miss with the burst clock. That would have been 3 players dead. So 3 replenished weapons that would have severely hurt the economy of Vitality. As it stands, they can replenish no problems, but ZywOo and Alex below $1,000, Apex dead on $1,000, and then IP decide to upgrade with some deagles, but not too much else. Of course, they know that this lead can quickly dwindle if they don't manage their economy properly. That flashbang does catch the player pushing out connector flush in the face, but Forrest, he's been doused somewhat, down to 29 health.
Yeah, nade hurts a little bit more than a flashbang. Alex on Catwalk, Apex and ZywOo very centralized around top connector and window room. Alex and RPK together have pretty much been sticking around this B bomb site. Inside of it, Alex has strayed over towards Catwalk when they're convinced the A bomb site or mid is going to be under an attack, but for the most part, they're playing the buddy system.
Yeah, quite a different style to how Lekro was holding B when he was consistently in B apps and trying to push and look for information. He is now going to be moving over on the B side. Now the timing could not have been worse. Alex switched weapons, but Lekro's not able to capitalize on it. And now Alex and RPK going to hold on for dear life. Forest 1 on 5 with 29 HP. This would be one of the plays of the major for sure, but it won't be happening. Apex finds him and puts him down.
Plays of the major, that would have been the graffiti play if Forrest pulled that one off.
Oh yeah.
Not to be. 14-5. Some narrow misses. Lekro almost causes enough havoc at that B bomb site to open things up for his teammates. Probably a little frustrated he couldn't find that kill on Alex, who gets caught with timing and a nade in his hand. Long way to go. Still, NIP now aligning towards this A-bomb site. They've tested mid, they just tested B and Catwalk with Deagles. Now the A-bomb site seems to be under pressure. Alex and ZywOo in mid. Here come the smokes, here comes a set piece. They want to block that AWP out from having impact. Apex gonna step in front of the smokes. He's gonna get in before it plumes. Now he's over at triple box, completely blind. This is a tough situation to be in. NBK's gonna get 2 though. He's gonna hold so well. No one from NIP, any kind of aggression. And NBK, the captain of Vitality, gets 4, and he holds on strong. 6-14. And Vitality do not look phased at all by the scoreline coming into this half.
They did not lose a single point of health in that round either. Everybody 100 by the end of it. What a hold by NBK. Phenomenal work by him. You can see they did look actually quite relaxed. Hand over, the CT side is now 5 unanswered rounds. No plant in amongst those 5 rounds too. Is looking grim for NIP additionally. Mac 10, UMP. They do have max round loss bonus, of course. Molotov gonna draw them out up close and personal. This is where the SMGs could very well get the upper hand. RPK now really needs to hold on for his team, but he's only able to get the one alongside ZywOo. All 3 remainders of the T's, though, are very, very low. Now Apex is finishing them off 1 by 1 as he reclaims the site with a 3K.
I think Rez was looking for where the bomb might be and just gets caught, not ready for market. And you're right. I mean, just even though the hold wasn't the strongest we've ever seen, enough damage dealt to be able to mop them up. Vitality inching closer. Now 6 in a row in this second half. And NIP, the scary thing is when Vitality was having that stretch in the early stages of their T half, they had 4 plants in the first 6 rounds. NIP hasn't even gotten close to a bomb site.
Yep. That's exactly it.
Oh dear.
Well, that was just incredibly awkward, and Apex is going to pay the price. Did some damage on his way out, but that's not good enough for Vitality. This really now spreads them thinly. The pressure will be mounting. It's all well and good getting 6 rounds in a row, but when you're 14-1 behind, all it takes is one mistake. One lapse in concentration and everything can come tumbling down.
It also means because a pick comes out so early in this round that NIP can really slow down the pace. They can wait and see what the reaction. You can see hitting the pause button, letting Lekro just watch and hope that someone from Vitality is going to peek into it. They don't have to be the aggressors and kind of swing into the angle of the AWP. ZywOo was peering over the smoke at the base of Connector, now blocked off. Oh, and Dennis, that nade gives up the position of Alex. And also the running gives up the fact that he's fallen away. Dennis is going to try and catch him. That's too close for RPK. No backup. This could be NIP getting to map point. Alex has everything to do inside the site. So many different angles. He's tagged down so low. Dennis is going to find him. ZywOo has to do whatever he can. They have to at least try and see if they can make an opportunity for themselves, but it's not to be. NBK in a 1-on-5 can only get the 1.
We've reached that stage, ladies and gentlemen. Ninjas in pajamas have 8 match points. 8 points in which to secure to get to the top 8 of the major. They are so close, it is now tangible. And Vitality don't have any timeouts remaining. It's not as if they can call one to try and slow things down, discuss where things went wrong. I mean, really, that came off the back of Apex just getting caught out in the open.
Yeah, so you can still recover from that scenario. Obviously, that one hurts. Also, I mean, RPK getting caught in those holes, not able to get anything done. Either way, here we go again. Back to the B bomb site. They want to pressure. That Molotov isn't going to do anything. It's thrown into a smoke. Rez jumps through. His teammates can't follow. His teammates can't do anything about this. RPK is going to be able to hold on. This B rush is stalled out. There's going to be 3 defenders here very, very quickly, and they must find RPK.
Lekro's found Alex though, so RPK is the last piece of the puzzle. MBK's gone down too. Still smoke in the eyes, and they've called it. They've decided to just spray through the smoke. Why not? ZywOo though, able to get 1. It's a 2-on-3, and he's down to 40 health. He needs Apex to get a move on through short. ZywOo cannot push through by himself. He needs Apex to draw away some of this fire, and everyone was set up for the play from ZywOo. Allows Apex to strike, but the Ninjas in Pajamas, they've done it. They get top 8.
You can see what it means, a historic performance for NIP. It's been 3 years since they were top 8 at a major, and through all the personal struggles, through all the difficulties of the team, they finally made it back. For the Frenchmen, the core, the veterans of that team, RPK, Apex, MBK, they'll have to wait a little bit longer. But this journey from NIP has been rewarded. The first accomplishment is theirs, and they can rejoice. Our desk is ready. They'll be with you to talk you through it.
That's right, the Ninjas in Pajamas have done it. Got a little scary there early on in this second half, but fear not. NIP are here, and they're here to stay for what is going to be the championship stage of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice Major. And after what was a 14-round sort of just, I don't even know where to start, Chad.
Yeah, 14-1 in the first half. That's pretty crazy, right? That felt like it was never going to get taken away from them at any point. I think when you look at all those clutches, Dennis, you know, he's been so harsh on himself. The community's done the same, but he stepped up in the moment that's mattered, and he's been the top fragger here in the map to get them across the line. Fantastic scenes from NIP.
Yeah, and I mean, we said before the match started, Dennis needed to come up big, and he did.
Yeah.
In both of these games that NIP won in this series, he was, in my eyes, one of the biggest performers.
Yeah, and I mean, those numbers would speak for themselves. You can see the sort of defeat and dismay there on the side of Vitality, and rightfully so. Guys, we need to say a few words perhaps as to what their run has been. I mean, this was a true run through into the major.
Yeah, and I think that what they've done is they've really set up some big building blocks for the French scene in the future just based on the way that they've played Counter-Strike throughout this tournament. We've got to see some really good things from ZywOo, but also the other members have stepped on up. They've played a brand of Counter-Strike that I don't think the French have ever touched before, especially at this level. So all things said and done, they're going to be heartbroken right now, but positive signs for the future.
Heartbroken is one thing, positive is another, and that is exactly what Ninjas in Pajamas find themselves in right now. We do have Dennis on the sidelines with Frankie. We're going to get some insight as how that's going down there.
As Moses said, after nearly 3 years, Ninjas in Pajamas have finally got their legend status back. How does it feel to be going to the top 8, Dennis?
I mean, it feels great, of course, and I think we're gonna do great. So I'm very satisfied.
Now, I don't know if I owe you an apology, but I have had some messages saying I jinxed you in that second map, Dennis. What happened, in fact, on Overpass?
Actually, I wanted to make it interesting. The whole team did, so we made it go to the third map.
Faking. It's one of your specialities, isn't it, Dennis? Now, how did you get your motivation back to bring it home in that third map?
I just tried to focus on myself again, and we all did. We just said, let's go this last map. We knew we were good on Mirage, and then we did it.
And what is it like to be part of this roster, Dennis?
It's great. We have a lot of fun, and it's an awesome. They are awesome, so we have a lot of fun, and it's great. Yeah.
And those fans are here for you now, so I should let you get to them in a moment. But I do just want to ask about being under a team with the legendary Forest, because again, we're still asking ourselves, how is he still so good?
I don't know, actually. He's just good.
Maybe one day he'll talk to me and I can ask him myself. Well, congratulations, Dennis. Go celebrate with the team. We're going to see you next week in the Spodek. Go and meet the fans. NIP, they're cheering for the boys. Let's head back to the desk.
That's a feels good man there for the side of the Ninjas in Pajamas. What has been a turbulent run over the course of a year.
Yeah, and this is just a classic NIP game. You know, that dominant CT half, winning so many clutches in the first half. Actually, Vitality got the bomb down 4 out of the first 6 rounds, walked away with none of those.
Yeah, and that's where I think, you know, the pedigree, or at least the experience from the core of the NIP roster really showed up, because on the Telestrator, we actually have the clutches you were talking about.
I think Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Should we check it out?
Let's just jump right over into it. Let's do it.
So this is where heartbreak happened as I walk a little bit too quick for the cameraman. This is the first clutch right here. This is at 3-0. This is just a 2-on-2. It's only with pistols. It's not, necessarily anything bad, but it's how all these are going to stack up. So Dennis here, he gets both these kills. As if they lost this, okay, money's on the rocks early. Let's move on to the second clutch. This one here is a little bit more dicey. It's Gerai in a 1-on-2 situation. The HP is low, but the fact that he's still able to pull this off, able to stay poised, and continue to put rounds on the board for NIP, the frustration at this point starting to build from the side of Vitality. You're going to see him walk on in here, get these 2 kills. Nice. And there's one. The other guy's on low HP. It's not planning for him. There's 2. And this is the last clutch. This is the nail in the coffin. This is RPK in a 1-on-2 situation. He does fantastic to get the bomb down. Does fantastic to find the kill. But look at this. Dennis on low HP. Smoke in hand. No kit. Sits the 10-second defuse. And at this point, that's the heartbreak. That's Vitality done. And that's when I thought the game was over. He's just sticking it. That's an in-your-face move right there. So good stuff from NIP.
It's almost an insult to injury at that point, huh, Sean?
It is, especially given the fact where NIP's economy was at that stage in the match. They obviously, if you're Vitality in that situation, you just feel the life is sucked out of your team.
Well, when they broke them, right, they won that one round. It looked like they almost broke the economy. You already saw like a compromised buy come in. If the guys from Vitality were able to win that following round, they were able to string 2 together, they may have actually had a decent comeback, but it just wasn't to be. They lost another clutch. I think Alex was left in a clutch against Dennis in Connector, and just nothing went their way on that first half of Mirage. So to mount a comeback from 14-1 down, it's impossible.
Yeah, and I mean, for the run that NIP has had here, it hasn't been the easiest affairs. I mean, I think one of the best scorelines we did see was like a 16-5 over Hellraisers, and even that isn't indicative of a very functioning, a very mechanically sound Ninjas in Pajamas.
But to be fair, they did play, very tough opponents, yes. Liquid and MIBR being two of the 2 teams that they lost to here in the Legend stage. So you can't really take too much away from those losses, especially the Liquid one on Overpass. We had no data on them.
I definitely feel that they've gotten better as all of these tournaments have progressed, right? Each day they've shown something new and they've been getting better as a unit. Hasn't just been Forest with a big performance, hasn't just been Rez with a big performance. Now it's actually the whole team is coming together, and that's positive signs because the next stage is the championship bracket.
Yeah, and the championship bracket is starting to be determined, but of course we do have one more matchup. We've already sent ENCE through, now we're sending the Ninjas in Pajamas through. And the next matchup is a real spicy meatball. If you're into spaghetti, you might want to stick around, but make sure you don't let your hands get too sweaty. This fork and knife starts slipping and whatnot. Either way, FaZe and Cloud9 coming at you live and direct here from the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice when we come back from this break.
The champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all?
Are you ready to be a part of Counter-Strike history?
ESL 1 returns to Cologne in 2019.
Are you searching for a better Counter-Strike experience all in one place? Compete for over $1 million in PUG and League prizes all on one platform. Track and share your performance with our advanced stats pages. Frag out and rank up on the industry-leading anti-cheat. Sign up for ESEA today.
Think you can't clutch through a smoke while recording in full resolution and streaming the play to the world? Watch this.
Counter-terrorists win.
Think you can't get famous in a flash? Like become your own meme famous? Watch this. Think he's been there, done that? With Intel Core i7, he's just getting started. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
forth and conquer.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, HyperX, Bedway, and Pay Safeguard. Vodafone presents the pre-match.
It was over in Boston just a year ago, January 28th to be precise, where Cloud9 and FaZe clashed in the grand final of the major. North American soil and North American victors, Cloud9 did triumph and were plagued by underperformances, unable to match the peak they reached over in Boston. Now, Cloud9 are back and better than ever, but with a very different roster, and now against the ropes. FaZe Clan, their opponents again. They've mixed and matched a little bit in their roster, and we're going to be seeing one of them fall and one of them lock themselves in for the top 8. Just one spot and 2 teams. Now, before I go ahead and set the scene and talk to my analysts about how this one's going to shape up, vetoes and all of that good stuff, we're going to go ahead and head over to the couch for some very special analysis and a bit of Counter-Strike chit-chat. Why don't we go ahead and see what Trace has managed to rummage around and find over on the players area.
Yeah, you know, Alex, thank you very much. First and foremost, I just want to say it's a very complex situation. I guess we could easily summarize that. I do have some guests here, very special ones indeed. And they happen to all know each other, so that works out very well, I think.
Great transition there. Smooth.
Hey, I'm learning from some of the best around here. That's about how it goes.
Yeah, enjoying your time on the desk, huh?
Not about me, Jordan. It's about you. Let's talk about you guys.
Here.
Now, my whole life, that's a different story. That could take minutes and a half.
I think we could probably break down your life.
You could probably individually already have broke down my life in different ways. But for what it's worth, we did see a hell of a game yesterday from you guys. You guys really exceeded all expectations coming into this tournament. And, well, unfortunately, as the story is told, you run into FaZe, and then you have this just banger of a matchup.
I'm kind of upset that your expectations weren't higher for us.
I didn't say me personally. Let's not point fingers around here. That's where things get a little...
Yeah. No, it was a good match. We were glad to take it where it was, take it to the third map, 16-14. Get to that point. Obviously upset with how it ended up, but, you know, of course, you know, we could look at all the shoulda, coulda, wouldas, which I know you're going to want to do a couple of, but...
There will be time for that, absolutely. And perhaps we can start that off right now. We've actually selected some of the footage from yesterday and some of the things that maybe were pointed out or not pointed out, or maybe we wanted to just get your perspectives on this, because that's not something that's very often thrown out there. I mean, we can break it down on the analyst desk all day for what it's worth, but hearing Jordan Gilbert, Shazib, and Mr. Sean all in the same place is just, it's a real delight.
Pull Band-Aids off real quick.
No Band-Aids necessary. All right, let's roll that footage and start talking some Counter-Strike, because I think it's about time for us to at least take a look at where this all comes down the line. And for what it's worth, there were some very interesting things that we could see from the outside. Jordan, right in this moment, tell me about your whole life.
Tell me about, well, you see, I got the AK right there, best spawn. Going long, basically, if you get long A control in a round like this, a lot of times they don't have a lot of nades. They're force buying. It's very common for teams to force buy in the second round. You can see I'm thinking about throwing a flash, and then I realize, you know, I'm just going to take the dry fight. I get one. I see the other guys here. They're peeking me. No damage to me done yet, so I just stay tall with the fights, get naded, doing my thing, pulling out nades in the open. You know how I do.
Yeah.
We get a 5v3 situation right here. So what happens is Rory kind of, he admitted a little bit. He made a little boo-boo right here. Unnecessary play where he assumed they were already rotated.
Now, pause it right here if you can. The real thing here is that Pimp spotted out the 1v1s, and I kind of want to ask you guys about the comms and sort of how it all goes down in that moment. Not exactly
maybe you remember better than me, Shaz. I remember like 2 things maybe.
Yeah,
like,
there were like
don't peek, then peek.
Multiple miscomms here, so it's a 5v3. We're out long. You know, Jordan got those 2 kills, and you know we're supposed to reset. You know, they're forced to make plays and make peeks. We can get the scout in the pit and then progress from there. Throw deep smokes or something. Instead, some people wanted to swing and fight because when Rory walked out mid, which he owned up to immediately after as a mistake, he said there were 2 mid. So like, okay, we should scale quick, scale quick. So I see Ricky out wide swinging, fighting, right?
Just out there.
And I'm like, oh man, I gotta go help him. So I peek to trade 2, and then the other 2 guys are getting ready to smoke and wait. And like that kind of miscomm just
And then I didn't peek long because I was like 50 damage, and I heard the call that I was like, I wanted to wait. And then it's a classic thing of a little too many ideas and a little too hasty. I think overall just the settling down was needed.
Yeah, because I think if you had to do it all over again, you'd probably have Shaz get in the pit,
Throw
hold
one
from
flash.
the right side of pit, and then you guys scale up on the left wall probably and throw a flash.
Either do a flash like that, or if he keeps getting fought, maybe from top A, right, you would maybe throw smokes.
Okay, well, I mean, obviously that one didn't necessarily break down in your way, but...
Still early in the match, luckily, but it was
Yeah.
unfortunate. We could have started off cleaner.
But I mean, it does really only take one round to kind of snowball and get things going in one direction.
Yeah.
In the other way, I guess the viewers at home, they probably don't understand what it is that when you guys get done with a matchup like this. For example, for that round in specific, when you go back and review that, what is the process for reviewing a demo?
I mean, you look at like what the plan was the original round and like what people can remember what the comm was, the comms were, and like you try to take that context and kind of break down like the different mistakes. So like the first big mistake I would say was Def walking out mid there in a 5v3. You know, I think he heard the two guys rotate CT and he assumed that they wouldn't care about mid, but I forgot which player was aware. And then from there, you know, we need to be on the same page about progressing up long there. It's a 5v3. We're not supposed to rush into anything and just follow the game plan.
Yeah, I mean, as an in-game leader yourself at one point, I think that you're probably on the same page.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they're both correct. Like, Depp probably shouldn't have gone out mid. Ricky shouldn't have swung wide long. And at that point, you know, everyone's just trying to trade off of each other and play off of each other.
And trying to get something going back in the round. Well, let's keep looking in here because we actually have round 14-14. And I think when we talk about this game, first, we need to just kind of set a preface here. Nico went nuts for a while. Fair?
Yeah, well, it was kind of funny. As like his opponent in the match, we were kind of laughing because he wasn't playing that well. But like before this point, right? Like he wasn't. His team was like doing all right, but you know they have better performances in them. So this round, they rushed long. We don't have a great buy. We probably should have saved, but we thought, hey, we could get away with kind of like a cheeky buy. This unfortunately happens to Rick right there. I end up getting a kill, but the whole play this whole round is Rory pushing top mid. So if we want to pause, if we could pause production, I don't know if we have the ability right now.
We do.
We're right here. And then I'll let Shaz take it away because it's kind of funny. So you get this kill. I don't know if we're going to be able to stop. Shaz, just keep going with it.
Yeah, so the whole play was supposed to revolve around Rory that saved the AUG, pushing off Cat because they knew that like a really slow default. He's got that opening, flank them long.
7 HP.
We committed a bit too much on the fights long because we wanted to throw nades and like contest it and make sure that we had their attention so he could flank around. Because if we didn't, then they would be like, okay, wary of it. And then from that point, we kind of misplayed the trade battle at long, as well as we weren't sure how many were out long. The comm to Def was that there was only one more long.
Kill.
So
and then they just showed the double kill right there.
Yeah. And
so
then,
they didn't. Shaz spotted him lower. I'll just from that perspective. And then I was actually watching Peter's screen, and I think because it's a 1-on-2, he didn't expect Nico, like, to just do that. Like they knew they had space at long, so Peter's probably like, oh, I'm just gonna hold this. And I remember watching a screen, and like you can tell it kind of caught him off guard, which is unfortunate because Peter is so on point in many other situations.
And just to clarify, when you say Peter, you're obviously talking about Stanislaw.
Stanislaw,
right?
yes, correct.
Yeah. In hindsight, round 14-14, how would you have approached it differently?
Well, we could have either saved straight up and went for like a more stronger buy on the tie round to OT, or I don't know if maybe we should have just let Rory fight that guy along. You saw him take all off to 7, and we told him to fall back to mid. Like we're like, hey, take away to mid. So like he might have got that kill, which might have forced Nico to like not smoke mid ramp because he smoked out that because he knew Rory was flanking him, and then he might have just been more vulnerable to getting traded by Shaz and Stan. But it's looking back like that, it's so bad. Like you said on the eco round, the only things you could really take away from review are high level things. Because if you get too specific, it's like that situation might not come again. You just got to look at the protocols, let the guy maybe play next time.
And Sean, what's your take on this 14-14 scenario we have here?
Oh, well, I think they had a pretty cool idea, you know, playing long heavy and then Rory flanking long like that. I think he probably could have gone back to T-spawn, but it's literally just a judgment call at that point.
Right. And, okay, let's round out this entire matchup, right? 15-14, you know, dare I say, balls to the wall.
Yeah, vetoes coming in.
Everything has went chaotic. And as the veto's flying for this Cloud9 FaZe game, was it a calm at the end that you guys knew they were going to be running off on long? Is that how that all panned out in the end?
Well,
so we didn't know what their play was going to be at the
15,
start of the round for that round, and so it was like we knew we wanted to contest it to take attention for Rory, but we also kind of played it wrong because we miscommed to him and told him there's only one more out long, so that's why he didn't commit to that fight flanking. He was worried about being flanked from T-spawn.
Yeah.
Well,
might have been a miscomm.
Well, the miscoms, it's Counter-Strike, right? That happens. Now, the biggest matchup we have of the day right now, it might sting a little, but it is FaZe versus Cloud9. Okay.
Oh, this is interesting. Cloud9's permaban has normally been Dust2, but they banned, one of them banned Train. I don't know if that's Cloud9, but it looks like they are going to be playing Dust2 in this matchup.
Yeah, I think that was the sentiment exactly. But I guess my last question for you guys is this, and Sean.
Well, I have one question. So Cloud9 picked Cash, which is the same thing FaZe picked against you guys, right?
Yeah.
And you guys had a lot. Oh, you guys picked it. I'm sorry. You guys had a lot of success at stopping the A main push. What would you guys suggest Cloud9 does to have that same success?
Yeah, so we did a lot of preparation since it was our pick, and we knew kind of like what they like to run, how they like to play. They seem to go in like the same spots, and when they do their A main control, they'll pre-smoke it. And we kind of read the round that they were going to do it when they were on that kind of low desperation buy, and so we were using pre-nades, pre-naded them both. We actually killed both of them with our nades, I think, and then on like another gun round, we pre-naded highway box, and then we were just
There's like 4 different rounds where we took players to 20 before seeing them.
Yeah.
So, all right, we're going to round this all out, and I'm just going to ask you guys straight up as, you came fresh out of the server as of yesterday. If you're Cloud9 in this situation, how do you face up against FaZe?
FaZe is a pretty simple game plan. They're trying to create space. Guardian will play spots and try to make himself seem bigger than he is. A lot of times we just literally put the pressure on them that they probably didn't want, and it gave us a lot of kills in a lot of situations. So I'd say Cloud9 just needs to not try to get too desperate. They have the ability to outshoot these guys if they need to. Keep it pretty simple.
Shaz, closing thoughts?
Yeah, pretty much what he said. Like, if they do their preparation, as we did in our best of 3, they played pretty similar to how we prepared, and so we kind of expected the things that were going to happen. And, they don't have a whole lot of time to just change everything that they do.
Yeah.
So I'm confident Cloud9 could do this.
Yeah, well, we will see in due time. The map selection has already been locked in. Of course, the vetoes, everything is there in place, ready to go for that last best of 3 of the day. So it's about time we kick it over to the desk. I think that's the sentiment. You good with that, Sean?
Yeah, I think I'm good with that.
Awesome. Let's get out of here and hand it over to Mr. Richardson.
Thank you very much, Trace. Yes, awesome to have those guys there and getting us some extra insight ahead of a very big game. Now, let's think about this. Thinking caps on. The veto has gone down. I guess that's where we'll start. So I guess we should probably get some introductions in order. I am not alone at this desk, thank goodness. I'm your host, Alex Machine Richardson, and I am going to be joined by 2 beautiful chaps, the voices of Chad Sponge Birchall and Jacob Pim Finicky. Oh, I did it again. He's polluted my mind.
It was close. It was all right, Alex.
Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. But yes, FaZe Cloud9, we have that rematch, and it is, of course, air quotes for the rematch, but either way, we have already seen FaZe tested by complexity to an absolute limit. That is, of course, why we got the opportunity to hear from them. Some of the same maps showing up as well, Chad.
Yeah, I'm sure that played into Cloud9's pick, right? Seeing what complexity were able to do to them yesterday, but what's most interesting for me is the fact that we have Nuke coming through as the 3rd if we go the distance, right? Yeah. FaZe historically, not a map that we see them play, It's not a map that's been their wheelhouse. Yeah, but most times it is, right? And actually here they've removed Overpass in the first phase, and that Cloud9 have removed Train. So I'm curious to think if Train was still in the pool, if FaZe would have gone for that pick instead of Dust2. But Dust2 feels like, that's a map that FaZe should have all the players to cover that quite easily.
So FaZe float their permaban in a major elimination match. Jacob, am I saying that correctly?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Well, it means they've been practicing it, surely, right?
Exactly. It means that the team is involved and they've been trying to work on their map pool. I was looking into it because I was very surprised to see these maps coming in as well. The last time C9 played Dust2 was the 28th of September in 2018.
Wow.
That is quite insane to think about. This Cloud9 lineup is not experienced when it comes to Dust2, whereas if it goes to Nuke, the last time FaZe played Nuke was at ESL Belo Horizonte in 2018. I think that was the 16th of July or June or something like that.
Yeah, early.
It was a J.
It was definitely early.
Almost a year ago. So we're going to see maps that we normally never see any of these teams play right now.
I think what is a unique point here is as Cloud9 have played more games, they've started to look more comfortable, but FaZe, it seems like they're trying to be more strategic, which is definitely the path they have to go. And with Nico as the in-game leader, I'm sure Yanko is bringing in a lot more of that structure. But you can see how flustered they look in certain situations or unsure of themselves. When it is just 5-star players running default, you're making your own instinct plays and then looking at the radar and following what gap make sense. But when you have protocols in place, when you have contingency plans, you're kind of following a blueprint that's been laid out for you.
But how much can truly have been fixed of FaZe's cash? Because you guys were heavily critical of FaZe's decision-making. You said they have an A main play, and then they stood like statues. That was your summary of cash from FaZe.
Yeah, when they got bullied off of being able to go into A main aggressively time and time again, they just sat on the side. They had Nico try and solo Orb, and Complexity did a fantastic job of swarming him. And then the retake at that point with a number disadvantage, it's quite difficult to get back into, especially if Nico doesn't get one kill. Right. So I think they're definitely going to adjust what they were doing, maybe be a little bit more structured on their A main takes.
And I know there was a conversation, the word middle was thrown around a lot, Jacob. There was an absence of mid-control from either side. I assumed Cloud9 are probably going to be looking to exploit that.
Definitely. The good thing for FaZe, though, coming into Cash is it is a lovely map in terms of you can switch that blueprint off. You can just go in and play as 5 individuals and just play the typical FaZe game. So I would expect them to come out and look a lot different than what we saw from yesterday against against Complexity, because that's needed. You said it yourself, Chad. Yesterday they were getting absolutely outplayed by Complexity. They cannot let that happen against Cloud9 today. So I expect to see FaZe come out and be that unit of 5 individual star players and actually go off.
Well, the most star-studded individual, and this is what Peter from HLTV.org has coined him, I believe, the ultimate legend. This is his chance to get back into the top 8 of every single major. If he goes out here, that streak stops, and he was the last survivor. I think it was him and Crims, and then Crims didn't make it through last time round in London, and now Olaf is the sole survivor of that legacy.
I mean, I'll add more to that as well. Not only that, but also, let's not forget, Guardian. This man has been a staple of competitive Counter-Strike for so long now, seen as a star for years. He had his major trophy taken away from him 3 times, most recently versus a Cloud9 organization.
You ready for one little step further than that? Here at this event last year, the IEM Katowice, Flusher and Fnatic broke the hearts of FaZe Clan as well in that 5-map thriller, right? So the Cloud9 name, Flusher in his clutches.
Oh my goodness.
We got Russian automatic. You know, there's a lot of revenge to be had here for FaZe.
This is essentially, this is like a MMA fight with mouse and keyboard. There's a lot of fire in the bellies of these players, and the last team talk's going on. Of course, Yanko on the microphone there talking to them. What do you reckon, what can you possibly be reminding them of coming into this one? You've had a day to prepare for this. Your cash got exploited and executed versus Complexity a day ago. You're going into it now in an elimination match. What's the chat?
You have 4 or maybe even 5 of the best aimers, you know, you can look at in Counter-Strike, right? This FaZe roster is so star-studded. Just stick to your guns and be confident in your plays, because that's what gotten them so far. That's what they built their bread and butter on. You know, just adding a couple of protocols, some defaults, some strategies, some mid-round contingencies, that should just make their play better and elevate them.
And for Cloud9, Jacob, I mean, this is a roster that have, even in this tournament, had ups and downs, a very close couple of losses, some very opposite of close losses, 16-0s, not pointing fingers towards Astralis, and of course a big win versus Hellraisers. So at the moment, we still don't really know where their ceiling is. Can they compete with FaZe?
Yeah, I would say so. I don't think FaZe have been looking that scary, and considering Cloud9, you're right, they have been sending us a lot of mixed signals, and Flusher is a great example of that.
The mix
I know, but mixed signals is the best thing.
Yeah, that's the worst.
But a great example of Cloud9's major run so far has been Flusher. He started out playing poor. He started out being one of the worst rated players in the tournament. Now, the last 3 games in those best of 3s, he's been absolutely outstanding. He's one of the highest rated players in the tournament right now, considering all the circumstances that is going on with Cloud9, with him right now. That is super impressive.
I see Rush warming up there.
Same as Automatic, right? You know, I remember doing a desk segment with Sean, and we were talking about how low in the stats Flusher and Automatic both were.
Yeah.
And they're 2 players now who have just skyrocketed up. They've had to put in some gargantuan performances to get them this far. And the cool thing about this team, you saw in the post-game interview yesterday, was that they talk about patience. They talk about staying calm and trusting each other. And I think they're going to be able to do that here.
Fist bumps are coming in. If you have just joined us, you are right in time. A best of 3 with an absurd amount of hype. Not only is the veto blowing our analysts' mind, hopefully the Counter-Strike will too. We're going to be playing Cash first. We've got Dust2 to look forward to, and FaZe's permaban as a decider. Hopefully we see all 3. FaZe, Cloud9, they start on Cash, just 1. We'll see the top 8, we'll see the Spodek. Your casters are locked and loaded. Let's get into it.
The stage is set so beautifully. FaZe and Cloud9, star-studded rosters on each side of the map. We're going to get right into it with this pistol round. Elimination for one of these teams. Top 8, legend status for the other. Nico. Going to get aggressive. He might get caught in no man's land. But they're going to get aggressive. Pop Flash comes in, and there's Rain with the opening 2 kills. A third, and Nico's going to chime in as well. Cloud9 is stopped before they can begin.
and that's a whiff Molotov as well from Flusher. A bit tentative towards the end, but yeah, I mean, you hit the nail on the head. The hyper-aggression through in main yields all the kills that FaZe could have asked for. The bomb's been dropped out in the open too, so even if Flusher can somehow get it around here and get the first pick, it shouldn't be doable. This should not be possible. As well as he played in the previous best of 3. This is a bridge too far. Can't even get his hands on the bomb. Turned around a bit prematurely. Still a bit of time to play with, but also Adren's watching the back. So even if Flusher does pull away here, Adren's going to have him dead to rights.
Maybe.
Or not.
Maybe. Adren.
Dude.
Oh my god. Looking for his little toes. There it is, Flusher. He is such a scrappy little player, isn't he?
2 health remaining.
I mean, the odds of him winning this are insanely low.
20 seconds. Could get the drop on the first player actually up on the box. This is where things could get interesting. Oh, but the hitbox is always going to be a bit of a nightmare. He has finally got that kill under wraps. 8 seconds to go.
He needs to die. He needs to die. They could actually let him live if they wanted. Yeah, they can. Don't kill him until before the timer. This is an absolutely catastrophic mistake from Flusher. Now he's got to fight for survival and money, and he's got the first, but not the second. Nico's going to finish it off. That pissed around could not have gone any better for FaZe.
Absolutely. Even though they die, of course, they're completely fine replenishing those armors because now Flusher is screwed for cash. He's got $1,300.
It's actually, because he got, what, 3-4 kills, it's not the worst thing in the world. He does end up having a decent amount of money. I mean, it's going to hurt a little bit in the next round when they go for a buy, but it's not completely destroyed his possibility of mounting a fight in that round. But still, you have to admire. The Dust just talked about it. FaZe on this map the other day against Complexity looked very lackluster on the CT side. They had the A main aggression and not much else. At least that time, at least in this first round of this map, that A main aggression works out beautifully.
FaZe relying on a monster performance from Nico to get past their previous best of 3. Maybe calling upon him again if things start to get a bit sketchy. Speaking of the man, he's up on the boost, but it's Rain that's going to chip in for the first one onto Rush. It is full Glocks at the end of the day for Cloud9. So in terms of their hope for getting anything done in this round, it's pretty low.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You might just be trying to see if you can find out how they're going to react to some kind of a situation, but I don't think you'll be able to gather any information that's going to give you any kind of massive edge moving forward. Obviously, all the research done prior. And yeah, I mean, FaZe had to lean heavily on Nico to win that series against Complexity. And likewise, Cloud9 has leaned heavily upon Flusher to deliver solid performances every step of the way. Here's Adren going to clean things up from behind. Flusher, after dying after the round end, getting no bonus money in the pistol, he has 3,700 to work with. That's an AK and armor.
Could dip down to a Galil if he wants to get some more grenades, but we'll have to wait and see. I mean, he was one of the main stars, really, in their previous matchup. They had moments of Rush as well, especially on Cash. Rush was very good on the CT side from A main. He was pulling off some crazy plays.
He said it in the interview as well. He's like, I haven't had my best performance in a tournament, haven't had my best performance in this series, but he's like, I did my job. You know, I'm going to be a CT rock, and he delivered on this map specifically. We'll have to wait till the next half to see if he can repeat it. There is a tech pause as we saw Dren popping off one of his headphones to talk to the referee. Mic issues, I believe. Going to get those sorted out very quickly. We'll get back into the action ASAP. How are your pick'ems? There's a lot of people out there that are riding this pick'em wave. You're one of them, and you're living the dream. You're already set. You've got your 5. You're chilling.
Feels good, man. I had Renegades. Yes, the boys.
Yeah.
There you go.
That'll do it. I'm not sitting so pretty.
You need FaZe, right?
I do need FaZe for my pick'ems. However, this is a very difficult match in my head. You know, I like to do the predictions every morning. I avoided this one. One of the rare times in my life I've avoided giving a prediction. I don't really know where to go with it.
No, I'm completely alongside you. I just tweeted before that I think this is like a 50-50 match.
This feels very close, especially because, not least because both of these teams have shown us an abysmal level and a pretty solid level.
Yeah. It's been two very separate sides to the beast. I mean, we've seen FaZe, again, you know, Nico's had that huge performance, but then additionally, he was one of their bottom fraggers for a couple of maps. Cloud9, of course, have been ebbing and flowing. I would say that their trend has definitely been going upwards, though, as the games have progressed on. So coming through into this game, there is a huge element of uncertainty in the unknown. But flusha has been, as we've already kind of said, that he's been one of their main guys. I mean, he has been performing exquisitely in parts, like entry frags, holding sites, getting clutches, everything you could ask for from him.
Yeah, same with Keo. Keo's been solid. You can see him on your screen. Rush has had a pretty up and down affair. Automatic has recovered nicely in this event, but it does feel like, and it's weird to say this about Cloud9 because they have such like that America's team image to them, to say like their top two performers that they've kind of leaned on are European.
Yeah, and I think Automatic, though, deserves some props as well, Moses, switching over to the AWP. I think he's actually been much better with the AWP than I was anticipating.
He's been super impressive to me, and I have a little bit of the benefit of being able to see him a little bit more than you do. I know at E-League, I thought he did a phenomenal job with the AWP, and it's not like putting it, you're not going to be comparing him to you know, the top operators in the world, the Simples, the Devices quite yet. I think the comparison to Device is interesting just because they're primary riflers that are now, well, I mean, Device has already done it, but Automatic is kind of in that progression. But certainly it seems like if Automatic gets some more time with this AWP to kind of flesh out how he wants to play with the weapon and get comfortable with it in different angles, he seems like he's going to have a pretty quick learning curve. So I'm really interested to see where he's going to be at with that gun in, you know, 1 to 2 months.
Yeah, I mean, on the opposite side of things as well, there have been a couple of disappointing performances, and I was a bit shocked. I knew that Olof was having a bit of a rough go of it this event, but to see his stats, he was rock bottom for FaZe. I think he had something like 55 ADR over the duration of the tournament, which for a player of his caliber, that is, and obviously he hasn't been at his golden age performance for a while now. He's had his injuries, he's had his problems, but yeah, I was expecting an event to really remember from him, and it hasn't been the case yet.
Especially as the Dust just mentioned, the ultimate legend. He's made legend stage of every single CSGO major, which is an incredible achievement. He's the last one to still be holding on to that. I mean, he even tweeted out, remember, he's also former teammates of Dennis in the Fnatic days. Dennis had his confidence issues, and even Olaf tweeted the other day, I need to step up. Which is, as you say, you know, being all the way at the bottom, an understatement. Although, to be fair on this team, you look at the names and it's like someone's got to be at the bottom, and you know, I don't think you can really fault anyone for necessarily being behind. Like, yeah, you're going to be behind Nico, one of the top 3 players in the world. Rain's been stellar at times. Guardian, you know, historically one of the best players. So yeah, every once in a while you're going to have one of those events or one of those games where you dip beneath them. I think everyone's just kind of shocked by the consistency of Olaf's quiet performances.
Sure, and plus, if FaZe are banging teams out left and right and they're getting easy wins, it's one thing to say, yeah, he's at the bottom of the stats, but when they're struggling, that's where the pressure mounts. That's where you're looking for your big players, the players that have been around the block. You know, we're talking about Get Right and Forest as veterans. Olaf Meister's certainly up there. He's been around the scene for quite some time.
Oh yeah, he's seen it all. And for me, you know, I've always talked about him in the context. He's one of my favorite players in global offensive history because he's done everything for the teams that he's been on. He's played in so many different styles and roles, and you know, he's been the hard carry in his 2015 and the glory days where he single-handedly was spurring comebacks and beating teams and winning series on his own. He's been more, you know, passive and supportive roles, as we've seen with him at times in this lineup. We've seen him use the AWP, seen him clutch. You've seen him with Tech9s. Like, he's such an adaptable player, and I've always admired that in the various players that we have in the pro scene.
But maybe alongside Dennis, who just put in a hell of a best of 3, maybe this is where Olofmeister really steps things up when it counts. Because again, if you have just joined us, the winner of this goes to top 8. The loser is done. This is the very last game we have of this stage of the major. Next up will be the playoffs.
Next up, yes, it will. Next up, we get those quarterfinals. That'll be what I believe those begin next Thursday. 2 quarterfinals on Thursday in the Spodek, 2 quarterfinals on Friday, 2 semifinals on Saturday, and the grand finals. We will crown a major champion 1 week from now on Sunday. The technical issues have been resolved, so I hope you got some popcorn, some water, whatever it is you choose to eat and drink, and we're going to get back into the action. It is going to be a bye from Cloud9. The utility is all right. Nothing to jump up and down with joy for. But the 5 AK-47 still an element of danger. flusha if you recall, survived the pistol round but died after the round timer. Didn't get any bonus money, so he's stuck with just AK and armor.
The only player for Cloud9 to actually strike and get kills in the first 2 rounds as well. He's on 4, everybody else on 0. Of course, still very early on this best of 3, but let's see if he can add to that notch. Meanwhile, FaZe have themselves a pretty standard stack. It's going to be olofmeister up on the catwalk side, joined alongside Nico. And the sweeper role of Rain, who's on highway but can quickly turn around. Flusher has got a dink for his troubles. He's down to 15, and now it's down to this crossfire that's been established so well by olofmeister and Nico. They've got themselves 2 kills. MP9 close range. Doesn't necessarily need to move Olof, but he's going to get the kill anyway on Kiyoshima. And the player that was tagged up first is the final to fall. Guardian finds Flusher in the back.
Just talked about olofmeister gets 3 kills with the SMG and then swaps out for an AK-47. That was a beautiful crossfire, a bait and switch almost. Olof taking contact, getting that first kill, a really, really tough angle to clear coming out of A main. Nico jumps up on top when the second player turns to take care of Olof. And that's a tough fight to win right there. Over towards the door, a very narrow crack. Well done from olofmeister. 3-0, and with all the storylines that the desk highlighted, it's easy to lose track of former teammates going head-to-head. Flusha versus olofmeister. They've won, what, I think Flusha has 3 majors and they won 2 together.
Well, once close teammates, now adversaries, whatever happens. Swede is going to move through for one of these 2 teams. Kiyoshima will hope to keep the French dream alive, because unfortunately G2 and Vitality are both out at this moment. Speaking of the man, not too far off landing on that Desert Eagle shot, but Cloud9 just have pistols.
That's got to be a point of pride for Kiyoshima, especially considering he's been left out of a lot of these quote-unquote French super team lineups. He's been almost abandoned by that scene, it feels. Certainly proving his worth in Cloud9. Nico, I thought he looked like he knew. Smoke just covering up the legs of Rush, but he's going to adjust nicely. Zels is still waiting in door. Olof's at the off angle. This will be easily managed. Nobody falling quite yet for FaZe, unless Keo can land one of these deagle shots. It's not to be. Quickly 4-0 for FaZe, but finally you're going to have everything you want if you're Cloud9.
Yeah, full AKs and AWP available for automatic, which he has elected to go for. With Kevlar, additionally, can get a nade behind it in the form of a flashbang. So yes, this is where you're looking for Cloud9 to turn it up. Rush, Zelsis, automatic. None of them have a kill to their name in 4 rounds. Automatic with just 5 ADR. Now, will quickly change if he lands a couple of AWP shots. Let's see where he's maneuvering into for the time being. He's actually just posted up watching for a potential boost, but also having a quick spot across to Rain, who gets caught. He's been legged down to 18. Some significant damage traded, going in favor of Cloud9, but here come the grenades, and there's a stack of them towards Adren. He's lucky to just stay alive from all those nades that flew his way.
He really is. That's not bad way to apply pressure for Cloud9. Keo now waiting over in Sunroom. A boost gonna come up, and this is part of that slow, methodical style that Flusha brings out as an in-game leader. Rush has talked about it in interviews, really enjoying this kind of play. Already out of mid. In the corners, Olaf pushed in towards A main. Flusha knows, trying to spam back, and Rush is going to get close up. Timing of this is going to be difficult for him. Automatic has 1 flashbang he can drop over the box, but he's also got to hold connector with that AWP. Would have to take a risk to pull out the nade in this kind of a scenario, and Rush is actually just going to turn dry without it. Nico's got the spray. Actually, he's dinked up right through the box. There's the counter flash. Nico, no HP to take this fight.
Rush was also tagged though, so both players exchanged a headshot through the box. Somewhat of a stalemate at the end. Both pull away. This is going to favor FaZe Clan though, because time is now of the essence. 25 seconds to go. Although most of the damage has been on the side of the CTs, if they can hold the line here, it's going to be a massacre. Cloud9 forced out into the open. Adren's going to hold down with the Orc, not able to get it done, and neither is Guardian. The Slovakian just misses out. olofmeister and Nico gonna get caught in transition. 8 seconds and Nico can't stop this bomb from being planted. Rush finds the headshot. And welcome to the scoreboard, Cloud9. They finally get it done.
Great shots from Automatic with that AWP and all the hectic nature of that battle. I think Guardian, I don't know if he might be stopping them from swinging in towards checkers, but if he puts that in the choke point, I don't know if Cloud9 can win this. They can't take any of those fights until about 10 seconds, so he might have just made a mistake on the Molotov there. That is a tough, grinded out round from Cloud9. Still off in Automatic's hands, and Guardian's got one as well. Quick flashbang, Flusher wants to go through, looks away, mid is smoked. He's got safety.
Love the aggression, the switch up in pace though from Cloud9, and Flusher will reap the rewards. Olofmeister peeks out of it too far, loses his head. And with that death, it spreads out the A side even more thinly. NiKo feels compelled to take the trade, but he comes out worse for wear. Excellent start for Cloud9.
This is the ugly side of FaZe's style. Two players go down in individual battles, no chance of refrags coming out from the rest of the FaZe members, and now all of a sudden you're playing 1 minute and 10 seconds with a 2-man deficit. Gonna have to choose to stack a bomb site. Guardian's rotated over with his AWP. Not a lot of money left on the FaZe side of things. Guardian and Adren have a decent amount of cash if they can ever choose to save. And Cloud9 are actually adjusting towards the easier side of the map, towards that B bomb site. Adren rotating over, but I don't think he's gonna enter the bomb site. I think he wants to be able to save this weapon. Cloud9 need to make a decision without bleeding players away, and Adren's just going to toss the smoke Molotov, establish some kind of a defensive presence, and hope they call his bluff. Or excuse me, hope they don't call his bluff. But they are.
We'll see if they don't. Okay, I was about to say if they don't smoke the tree, which would have been craziness, and the AWP could really open things up. Looks like they're actually going to go for this. Adren's going to try the timing. The flashbang, though, from his teammate actually blinds him. You can see what he was going for, but it backfires.
It's one of those tough scenarios where when you're throwing that flashbang, you don't know exactly the best place to put it, but you could see that was actually a pretty shallow smoke from Cloud9, which means when Adren walked through that, he would have had at least a little bit of cover, at least towards the blue tarp, at least a little bit towards checkers, and he might have been able to get something done. FaZe, Rain, and Guardian just have to back off as Cloud9 are going to get their second round.
Saved AWP and M4 will give FaZe some options, but considering Olof's down to $0, NiKo below 1,000. Be curious to see if they do invest behind it. It's 2 rounds on the bounce that have now gone to Cloud9. Guardian has 4.5k, Rain on 2.3k. Adren could buy and Guardian could drop, so let's see
They're gonna buy.
if FaZe go for it.
I would be surprised if they don't buy Guardian. Yeah, drop over an M4 and AUG over to Olofmeister. That's been its own conversation to have.
Yeah.
FaZe Clan in this meta and with all the, I guess, controversy and discussion around the AUG. Actually, they're not going to buy. That's actually kind of surprising to me. The lowest rate of buying AUGs is FaZe Clan of the entire event so far.
Yeah, NiKo's been pretty outspoken regarding the AUG, hasn't he? And I don't think we've seen him have it a single time thus far.
Well, they are fighting for their tournament life, so that might tell you something.
Read between the lines.
Actually, interestingly enough, Astralis is pretty far down on that list as well, in terms of one of the teams who buys the AUG less frequently. But they went 3-0, so who cares?
Yeah. And some of those matches, like the 16-0, didn't really get to see too many of the CT rounds.
That's a good point, actually. I didn't even really think about that.
Oh, I was about to say, Zels's got to be careful. Olofmeister's got 2. He's also got the AK, but automatic. Wall bangs him down, stops this nightmare. But it may be re-picking up some speed because Cloud9 are not out of the woods just yet. They still find themselves a player down. I think Rush has definitely has seen him now.
He's also heard the scope on Highway. Guardian comes back for it, a tough situation to manage. And Adren is pushed up in Sunroom. Just the USP, and look, Keo, he's clearing everything. Great reaction. He's dinked immediately. The bomb is so far away, and so is Automatic, though, so they can't really take advantage of this. And it leaves a lot of space for Guardian to get close towards mid with an AWP. He can cut off the bomb right here, right now. Automatic looking, is he gonna be aware? Yes, but there's nothing he can do. Molotov gonna go on the ground. That would definitely stop things, but Rain just waiting patiently. And there's an Olafmeister round. 2 kills with the P250 up close to steal one away from Cloud9. This is part of the result as well. You know, we mentioned Rush and the style that Flusha likes to bring out, the slow and calculated. You're pretty passive in the early stages of the round. That's kind of one of the elements of danger that it exposes you to. It allows Olafmeister to get a pretty advanced position without any kind of knowledge of it. So once in a while, you will see those kinds of plays really hinder C9.
I mean, this has knocked them back quite a few steps. It was looking like they were moving forward. Galil, lack of grenades on Kiyoshima and Rush, and if they lose this round, then FaZe are in great shape to start picking up some rounds for themselves. Guardian, though, 50% of his health evaporates through the smoke.
He'll be all right with that. He's got the AWP. He can play far back from here. Still very passive from this Cloud9 offense. And you can see as well, FaZe holding on to a decent amount of utility. Still 4 Molotovs, excuse me, is smoke. Plenty of flashes and nades for when a hit eventually does come in. Rain getting some information. He's been relatively peaky in this connector. Saw him flirting with Rush in the previous round. Olaf's gonna get aggressive.
Just as that Molotov subsides, but Zelsis slightly behind, using the wall as sanctuary. Olaf gonna close that door behind him. A lot of time has been going down in amongst all of this flirtation, though. 35 seconds remain. There's only 1 smoke to play off here, Moses. This is dangerous.
Especially with the Molotovs in hand. Nico has one of those at the A-bomb site. Olaf has an HE grenade. There's the Molotov. That could slow things down. Olaf is forced out of position. They're looking towards mid. No one's really covering that. Rain has gone passive. They can peek up. That would be a big fight for Flusha to win. Does damage. Nico with the AWP. He recovers in time. Another chance, and he's got that as well. No plant gonna go down. FaZe ain't gonna let that happen. And Automatic, the last one left, but he can't get away. He needs to save this weapon. It's not gonna happen. Nico with 4 kills on the defense. This is a much better looking FaZe than what we saw yesterday.
Absolutely. Nico showing he can play with the AWP, the M4, AK, whatever you put at him. Unless it's an AUG. You'll drop that straight away.
Everything except the AUG.
But who needs an AUG when you got AWP skills this good? He will hold by himself. Also got an assist on the other player, so he had so much impact in that round. 6-2, and as I mentioned earlier, Cloud9's economy was on the balance. And it's gone completely away from them. And they're going to have pistols, only 1 Desert Eagle in play. That's it. And that's in the hands of Flusha.
That's a really cool round from Nico, because I don't necessarily mind this double op setup whatsoever from FaZe, but at times, especially on Cash in the safe bomb site, Nico's op has been less than impressive. So it's good to see him get that kind of round under his belt right there to establish that he can wield it and be deadly with it. Just so it sticks in Cloud9's mind. Rain, gonna hang out in mid. He's looking for that first peek from Rush. He's got it. It's an easy one. 1 Deagle in hand of Flusha, and it's now on the ground, and Rain, too much damage that he's taken, gonna back away.
Flashbang, absolutely spot on to yield the kill on Automatic, and Kiyoshima's given his position away. He's gonna go the same fate. 7-2, Cloud9 will have a bye.
It's so much money on FaZe now. Guardian's got 12,000 or 11,000, I should say. Nico's sitting at close to 9,000. So plenty of money in the coffers should they run into any trouble. Before this event, we kept hearing out of the FaZe camp, and Guardian said it in an interview that was, you know, the best boot camp they've ever had. Probably had him personally feeling like it was the best FaZe has ever been prepared for an event. I talked about Yanko saying the level that Nico was at was incredible heading into this major, and that FaZe was going to have a strong performance. We obviously haven't seen that yet. We've heard teams a lot of times kind of talking themselves up before the major. Now for FaZe, it's about walking the walk.
Absolutely. That's a small gap in that smoke, which allows Rush to land the headshot. Oh, he's going to get 2. Nico gets finished off. Additionally, looked like you'd have some More damage on the way. Automatic's been tagged, but the bomb's going to get planted nonetheless. There's a Dren from Connector. There's the power of the Org in a nutshell. Long range, going to get the better of Flusher.
They're going for this. Olaf had backed off, making it look like a save. If he peeks mid, he could spot Kiyoshima. I don't think he knows. There's the peek out. Kyo has the angle for the re-peek. He knows exactly where Olaf is. When does he take his shot? There it is. Wanted to see the head. Wanted to see the whites of his eyes. And a Dren now going to slowly back away. Would love to try and save that op, even though they have a lot of money. No reason to reinvest in an op if you don't have to. Just going to see if there's any response or reaction to that smoke. Waiting for the spam to come through before he knows it's safe. No one from Cloud9 there to watch that. They get closer. It's a third round for C9 to end a 3-round winning streak from FaZe, but still a big lead on the CT side. Saw it from Nip. Big lead on the CT side can be tough to overcome, seeing as how this map has been so T-sided, especially, remember, Complexity, what, they got 11 rounds, I think, on FaZe on their offense?
Sure. Yeah, this can be a real nightmare of a CT half. It comes down to the economy more often than not, but speaking of which, Cloud9, yes, they've got a round under their belt, but they're not exactly looking great in terms of money. Maybe one of the reasons they didn't want to chase too much onto a Dren at the end there.
That last round, though, they picked up the pace of aggression. That wasn't the slow and calculated Flushes style. It was much, much faster from Rush. So mixing a different look in, and that yielded success. Now, down a player as Zelsis takes an aggressive peek at door. Cloud9 going to be forced away for the moment.
Starting to clump up in Garage. They already have Kiyoshima making moves over on the B side of the map. They may join him momentarily. Don't have mid control though, so can't bust out of vents. And Automatic has found Olafmeister. That's going to alleviate some of the pressure that was beginning to mount on Cloud9. They really need to strike twice and double up, but there's Nico regaining the player advantage now for FaZe. Does Kiyoshima expect the Dren to be on the right side again? Just flicks across to his head. Lightning reaction speed, and 2 of the 3 of the terrorists are over on B. Meanwhile, they do have some interference play in the form of Automatic. He's been found out. This is going to keep the player of Nico interested towards the car. It's a 1v2 on the B side. Once they start to push in, Guardian needs to land a shot right here, right now, and he's got the first, going to be looking for the second, but Kiyoshima won't allow him to while this bomb is in such an awkward position. It's going to waste a few seconds, allows the CTs to get that much closer. Kiyoshima going to plant on default. Meanwhile, Rain's moving in from vents, and up close is going to be Nico. Can Kiyoshima pull this off? This would be a massive round for Cloud9 to capitalize on, but Rain is going to deny them. And FaZe breaks straight back again with their 8th round.
Yeah, really good 2 versus 1. Really good play in that B bomb site, even picking up the second op to bring it forward for Guardian, who fell. That's a nice round from FaZe, and you can see they're just playing back. They're just saying, if you're going to play this slow, that's fine. We'll just sit back. We have the double op set up. We'll watch all the angles. Nico prepared for Rush to kind of make a play over towards mid, waiting from around the boxes. And this time it's Cloud9 who's getting into fights with no players able to trade it out. Just individual duels, and that's what FaZe loves to have. I even like the push, even though it didn't work. Olafmeister trying to push late in towards door to get some information. And that's going to be a little bit of warning bells for Cloud9. They're going to say, all right, well, they're willing to flank. They're willing to get aggressive in a 5-on-4. Nico far back with an op. There's 2 flashes, no smoke for Cloud9. So Nico, he could have a chance if he can properly dodge these flashes, and he's far enough away. I don't think it'll affect him for too long. Olaf as well on highway can transition up very quickly because Rain's going to get aggressive in vents. There's the run boost. There's the tag. Nice shot from Nico, but no finishing kill. That's the bomb getting into the site. They're trying to distract long enough for the plant to go down. Zelsis is burning, and the plant doesn't go down. It stopped at the last moment. And that's everything Cloud9 had in this round, was just to get that plant. Now there's no chance of it.
Yeah, he was a mere millisecond away from getting that bomb planted. He wanted to risk burning alive for the plant to get them more grenades through into this round. Didn't quite work out for them. The worrying sign for Cloud9 here is that no one's really performing. I mean, no one's really stepping up. No one's really having a performance where you would say, okay, yeah, they can rest off this guy. Flush has been the closest to that, but even then, remember, flash in the pan.
4 of those kills came from the pistol round,
yeah,
which was him in a one-on-4 situation. That had really no chance of him winning it. Now they pick up the pace. Now they're tired of sitting back. They want to get into the action, but Olaf, God bless. Dennis stepped up earlier after a tough start. His former teammate Olaf Meister, also a very tough event for him so far, and he even tweets out he needs to step up, and he has. 15 and 7 for Olaf. And remember as well, he had the 2 kills with that P250 close-up that allowed FaZe to make sure this game stayed in their advantage. He's the one who got them started on this 5-1 win streak.
A lot of history between these two organizations, not necessarily with these lineups, of course. So much on the line. Kiyashima takes the grenade damage. Straight to the head. Down to 56, he will fall. FaZe already in solid shape, not just on this half, but this round additionally. Adren playing in checkers behind the box, has Guardian helping him out. Nico with the secondary AWP on highway. That looked like it may have hit him, but apparently not. And Automatics can use that advantage. Actually pushes straight into Connect. Oh, he whiffs his chance. That was maybe the road back into this round.
That was such a huge kill to get, and he fails. Guardian in a tough spot. Adren's gonna peek out, gets 1. There's 1 more coming in. Celsius gets the sight. Automatic's not gonna miss 2 in a row. Smoke gone down in the choke point. Nico up top. Gonna try and hit the timing shot on Celsius. There is a smoke on Automatic. He can't flick down fast enough, and there is the smoke. But Olaf's got the flank. 3 kills in the round, and it's all on the young player. Can he deliver again? He's been great in clutches, but the time is not his friend. He has to stick this. Again, FaZe may just let him live until the bomb, or until the round timer runs out. How aggressive does Olaf want to be? Not at all is the answer, waiting for Celsius to come pick up the AWP. Celsius does everything he can in a sure loss. But Cloud9 need rounds.
I was a bit surprised that Olaf didn't push him. There's only a couple rounds left in the half, and there's a lot of money on the side of the CTs, but at the end of the day, FaZe get the win, don't they? So I was a bit nitpicky.
I kind of was too. I don't know if Olaf necessarily thought about this, but it could be one of those things if you want to go back to sort of the thought. Guardian might have some trouble. It might be something where Olaf was kind of reading the economy situation in his head prior to that situation and just saying if they want to force buy around 1 AWP, they should feel more than welcome. You know, we'd rather take a round with 1 AWP and 4 pistols than 5 AKs, so no need to risk his weapon. Guardian's going to win that fight. That's the gun down, and that's the gun down out in the open. Adren turns from the flash. Decent damage, but he's going to fall. The armor of Celsius helping him out in a big way.
Still just the AWP to play with, though. And Guardian is watching the tight angle, does miss out on his chance, but information gathered, and now Rain from the side can strike with 1. It's enough to funnel Cloud9 away from a fast B hit. Elsewhere, Rush, or pardon me, Flusher, is lurking in Squeaky, just trying to keep 2 of these CTs over here. Now Nico's found him. They can retreat back over to the B side of the map. Rain pretty much stuck in this position. He knows there's an AWP over on B, so can't afford to peek too many times. Does get caught. Now Guardian's actually alone. This is doable for Cloud9. He could get caught out in the open. He does! Cloud9 have to go and pick the bomb up, though. This is an absolute disaster. The site was theirs, ripe for the taking, and now Olaf Meister has him on the cross. This round could be going out of control. Olaf just needs to survive. He knows his teammate of Nico's already on B side, and that's the round done. Purely off the basis of not keeping control of the bomb, Rush now has to just plow onto the site. See if he can get this kill onto Nico, who's playing Ring Around the Rosie, a game of hide and seek, but it's deadly for Rush. He's been found, and Nico will get faced to an 11th round.
Yeah, that round, Guardian makes a big blunder, but the fact that the bomb was so far away bails him out of that being the highlight of the round. Cloud9 have to retreat. Olaf and Celsius both hear each other, and that causes them to freeze and just choose more time off the clock. Allows Nico to get there. That could have been Cloud9's way back into this game. Now still stuck on 3. They might have been up to 4. They might have had a chance to have a respectable T side, but it's not looking that way. 1 round left for Cloud9 to gain as much breathing room as possible. Here we go, through the smokes. They've really picked up the pace. They've had success with it in the past. The slow strategies haven't worked. Nico's gonna get one, Zellsis down low, and Rain's already here in the flank. This could be so much trouble. Kio's in middle. I don't think he heard Rain though.
Kio's busy trying to take down Guardian, and does get it, but now Rain can show his hand. Pouring down onto Cloud9. Kiyoshima gets his second from Garage, but very isolated. Flusha has control of the bomb. They may not realize he's here just now.
It'll be really interesting. Kio's gonna go door. I was wondering if he would wait for that smoke. He's gonna have a double flank, and the spam even puts him back a little bit. Smart play from Rain. Flusha already knew he's there, so he's not giving anything up. Olaf is gonna go for the big flank. So all of a sudden, Cloud9, this has turned into a very, very strange round for them. Kio's got to keep his eyes on 2 locations, and Flusha still not able to move out of quad.
Oh, Nico too premature, saw the barrel of the gun. Maybe assuming that Flusha was going to run across, but Flusha is going to peek him with the bomb. It's out in the open. Kiyoshima can't get it done either. And FaZe get a phenomenal 12-3 half on their CT side.
That is, yeah, fantastic. You had it right. 12-3 dominance out of FaZe. This is a different FaZe than we've seen throughout the event. Nico at 17, Rain and Olaf at 16. We'll see if they can close it out when we come back.
And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out.
It's 12-3, and FaZe is showing us a level they talked about, a speed that they said they could hit that we hadn't quite seen, but here on Cash, they are running all over Cloud9.
There's not much to add, really. It has been an absolute clinic on how to play CT side from FaZe. Cloud9 never really felt like they were in this one. And it's important to mention that FaZe lost against Complexity on this very map.
That first half just felt like phenomenal preparation for FaZe. They were so patient. They knew Cloud9 was going to go slow to start that out, and they were just like, you know what, let's just sit back, let's not be aggressive and push into exactly what that strategy is designed to counter, and let's just let them walk into our crosshairs. Here we go. Retake on the A bomb site for Cloud9. You have a kit and 2 flashbangs on Zelsis, a kit and a smoke on Rush. And you have a fortunate Goosh at long range from Flusha.
The Goosh is not going to stop FaZe from getting the bomb down, however, so the retake still needs to come in. 2 kits, interestingly. A lot of teams will just run with 1, but Automatic is going to be the first player to fall. Forklift is proving to be cursed ground for Cloud9. Zels is going to be making a move in. He takes a bit of damage on the approach. Going to be closing the squeaky door just to make sure none of the terrorists can get close. But here goes Rush. He's landing headshots left and right. It's going to be on the bomb, but going to get denied from Olofmeister. And FaZe Clan pick up the second pistol. There was just a glimmer of hope there as Rush was teeing off on all those headshots.
Yeah, just a very small glimmer because the time was running out as well, and Rush had to stick that defuse if they wanted a chance of winning. Olaf coming through that smoke denies all the opportunity, and the comeback seems to be slipping away. 13-3. No one on Cloud9 is in double digits in terms of frags.
Yep, closest Kiyoshima and Flusher, both on 8. Zelsis, Automatic 7. Rush on 6. It's pretty rough times for Cloud9. Coming up into this game over the last 3 months, they got a 100% win rate on Cash. Played 4-1-4, one of which was actually against FaZe back in Blast Lisbon, I believe it was. So FaZe Clan certainly turning this round on its head. Starts well again. Gonna be a pop flash into peak. Guardian takes the brunt of that to the face, but it's just USPs, and the flashbang is not gonna do enough to neutralize all the vision on A main. So it's going to be more of the same from FaZe Clan. This time it is another clean sweep. 14-3, but Cloud9 will have a full buy.
Yeah, they're playing much more focused right now. I mean, that's Rain far back with the Galil playing anti-flash. Even though you have Guardian close up, he gets completely blinded by the pop flash. But Rain behind the wall is able to swing out and provide cover. Let him take a breath behind the box before swinging out with the MAC-10 and adding one more onto it. Big lead for FaZe. They're 2 away from a 1-map lead in this series.
Next up will be Dust2. This is Cloud9's choice of map, which kind of feels like we're repeating ourselves from the previous best of 3. Certainly doesn't bode well. Cloud9 will hope that they pull off a Vitality. In the meanwhile, though, round 18, can Cloud9 finally strike some gold? Can they start to turn this around in their favor? Rush has heard squeaky door open. That's going to be Automatic that takes the damage, but it's going to be an even trade. Now Cloud9 take the advantage. It does go in their favor.
That doesn't feel like a set piece for FaZe where they wanted to commit. I think they thought perhaps some research, they might have been able to catch someone off guard with that play outdoor. Rain does get the opening kill on Automatic. It's immediately traded. Felt like they thought they could get a little bit more. Olaf, I don't know how he wins that long range of the MAC-10, but he's not expecting Kiyoshima. That's going to pull players off of A. Flush has started hesitating down highway. He's coming back. Good kill from Rush. He's played that position so much. He was so effective in it yesterday. Backing away from the spam, and Nico, half HP in a 1 versus 3. He's got 30 seconds. And he's bailing it out for the other side of the map. When does Kiyoshima start moving? It's now. But he's got to be mindful of mid. And Nico's not slowing down.
I think Cloud9 think this could be a double bluff with Nico going back towards A, but that's not the case. So effectively this comes down to a one-on-one. It's Kiyoshima against Nico. Now the Molotov has landed in heaven. The rest of his teammates are going to know exactly what's up. Flashbang gets him safe passage across to the site. Now out into the open goes Kiyoshima. He guesses himself back in with the AK-47, but it's going to be a bomb plant. Nico actually in a position to maybe pull this off, but there's Rush. Down Vents picks up his 3rd. But for Nico to even get a kill on a bomb plant from there is really solid going.
Yeah, that's great, because the money for Cloud9 is absolute trash. Rush has 1,000. Keo and Automatic at 300 because of their kills, so those rebuys are going to hurt. Those dropped weapons are going to hurt. Good round from Rush. Flushes a little bit of trickery, making some footsteps up top so that Nico's attention stays in that direction. Easy kill for Rush when he drops down. 14-4. Long way to go for Cloud9 still. And a long way to start it off considering the weapons they're going to be fighting with here. Rush is able to drop an AWP over, which is quite nice.
Three players without any grenades though for Cloud9. Firepower looking good, utility very poor indeed. Molotov in to Checkers. And a second on Kiyoshima's feet. I think he's gonna be able to stay in the middle of it. He's on an island right now between pure lava. Smoke helps him out. But he has been smoked off from the rest of the sites. They need to deploy another one just to get him out of there. Be able to relocate back towards B.
It's a lot of pressure being applied to B, but Cloud9 hasn't seen numbers yet. Kio's committed to that fight. Zelsis as well committed here. Flusha just straight spams Nico.
Just Flusha things.
Yeah, why not? Guardian's alone with the bomb, and he's going to start taking a peek. He can't adjust in time, and that's a disaster. Zelsis realizes there's no more players here. Ooh, I don't know how Adren recovered in time for that one, but 2-on-3 scenario. Molotov out. Zelsis going to be in some trouble. That's going to cause Flusha to come help him to try and get him out. And he's accomplished that, so he backs away from the fight. Now Automatic's got the angle with the AWP.
That Flusha kill was so huge. It turned into the dynamic of this round, but Zelsis not anticipating the vent play. 25 seconds, they've picked up the bomb, and there's no way for Cloud9 to know if this is a fake or if it's legit. So they have to split up.
Oh, actually, Adren just throws a smoke at the last second, and Automatic gets nervous. He calls Flusha back. The A-bomb side is wide open. Rain's gonna get this plant. And if you're Cloud9, if you're Automatic, your heart just sunk into your stomach at this point. Adren in middle, he's gonna be able to cut off anyone trying to push into the site. Now in CT spawn, he's gonna move in, but now he's gotta turn back, and there's no way for him to stop this defuse. This round has turned around about 6 different times, and unfortunately for FaZe, they're gonna come out on the losing end. Flusha on the bomb, and the diffuser is out of vision. Good kill for Adren.
Why
did he come off? Oh no, Adren has a chance. Flusha normally so clutch, and now Adren can get into the site. He's sticking it one more time. Adren, certainly not. He gets off it once more, and Adren capitalizes on the mistakes. You will not see that happen to Flusha too often. He is normally rock solid in his decision-making.
He's normally ice cold, and he'll ride or die. But he second-guessed himself. I can only assume he thought Adren was way closer than he actually was. Maybe it was a poor call.
Look how close he is when he gets off.
Yeah, I mean, he's literally just about to defuse it, and he comes off the... I'm speechless.
Trent just thanking his lucky stars. A little lapse of focus. He might have even been able to pull that one off considering how deep he was.
Well, what can you say about that, Moses? It puts Cloud9 in an 11-round deficit. FaZe gonna tie this map up sooner rather than later, you'd have to assume, especially with this force bite. And that's a play that's gonna be haunting Flusha's dreams. Nico gonna go and get traded.
Yes, he is. Automatic's gonna push up close to the smoke. And there's a gap in that smoke that he doesn't like too much. Olaf's gonna find that. Final round of the opening map, more than likely. Just pistols to fight with, no utility, and no kits.
FaZe gonna take this one very cautiously. They know that Cloud9 gonna have very little to play with. One of the keys to success for Cloud9 is if FaZe get too confident, overextend, don't play as a united force.
There's just not enough manpower to watch all the different choke points. Even if FaZe walks into the stack, which it looks like they will, Rain coming up highway with the backstab is gonna be so impactful.
Well, if you're a Cloud9 fan, now is the time to begin praying, because this FaZe Clan is looking absolutely monstrous. Rain 20 for 9 with 107 ADR, one of the remaining 4 terrorists. He's been found first. They can at least lock off Highway for the time being. Without Olofmeister showing his hand, 2-on-2. A bit of deja vu.
Yeah, exactly. These rounds, although actually they could go back to A now with that boost up if they wanted to. Guardian wanted to get up and cut off rotations. It's not going to happen. He's going to hear these footsteps. I think Zelsis knows. Zelsis certainly heard something. Adren's going back towards A. Zelsis attention, he gets the kill. A chance, a 2-on-1, and Adren gonna cross over, just jumping, gets tagged. But he will get this bomb plant. Can Zelsis be there to punish him as soon as it goes down? Yes! Cloud9 with their 5th.
A 5th round with 2 AK-47s saved in the process. Still not gonna be a great buy. And again, FaZe Clan, even though they get a bomb planted, they're not gonna have great funds either, so do they realistically want to force into this and get it finished sooner rather than later? If they do force and it doesn't work out for them, Cloud9 are going to get a bit of a streak going.
They have such a luxury of so many rounds to play with that there's not necessarily a wrong answer. Obviously, you'd like to see them maybe like a small buy or just a full-blown save because you just don't want to put yourself in economic hell. But they're still going to have plenty of chances in the future as they can reset their money. They can get a strong investment in the future so many different times before Cloud9 can even up the score.
Well, the investment is minimal. P250, a couple of them, smoking a flashbang. Oh, that grenade! The nuclear warhead is landed in B main, and it's going to be a case of who cleans up the rest. Kiyoshima, the janitor of this round, with 3. Nico may be able to catch them unaware, but flash up to the task. Cloud9 pick up a 6th, but the patient play from FaZe may yield them a buy here. Again, though, it's like similar situation. Guardian and Rain can afford, but they wouldn't have too many grenades.
Yeah, this could be where they do a half buy. That was a full save last time. This could be just light armor and some deagles, some P250s, a little bit of utility to get into his sight. Right on the edge of being able to buy. Olaf has plenty, but he's going to go for the deagle. So I think it is going to be the half buy. Nico showing some restraint in his economy management.
I think this is the kind of situation, if you're looking at like a 13-13, you probably buy there, but with such a huge buffer of rounds, may as well just wait. Not even a case of Cloud9 building their economy up. Nice flick from Automatic. Because simply put, if they lose one round, they're done. So you don't really have to worry about that, the bigger picture. Meanwhile, if FaZe can land some of these 1-digs, things could get interesting. But starting off with the flick from Squeaky, it's looking pretty good for Cloud9. There is a player up on the boost. That's going to be Nico, and Rain is the player that he just put over. So he's already getting a move into Highway with his Desert Eagle. Guardian going to join him.
That smoke doesn't matter much when the op can peer right over it. Good kills from Automatic at range. Just solid performance. Flush has gone hunting. He's gonna get put down. Nico has an M4, a chance to cause some economic damage, but once the tags come in, the lack of armor is really, really tough. The aim punch really hurts him. So he's got 117 ADR, Nico, 23 kills. There's 3 players on FaZe at 20 or more frags. And Cloud9, just in these last few rounds, finally got their players into double digits to begin with. So you can see where the disparity is coming from. It's just been so much dominance from FaZe in this game so far.
Yeah, 3 players. Nico's 117 ADR, Rain and Olaf just shy of 100 each. 8 damage inflicted on both sides is pretty significant. Flush is tagged down to just over half. Nico 35 has been finished off by Zelsis, who goes in for the aggression on B main. No avenging kill either, so that's a free frag for Cloud9. Just what they were looking for. It's a position that we saw Rush play very aggressively. Had a couple of pretty ridiculous rounds with 5-7s. This time he has some backup. I think Flusher peaked with him.
This is a risky play from Rush, but down this much, you have to make some of these risky plays, and he's going to be able to get a flank around this red box. Olaf never going to expect it. He may even be able to double up on Rain. He's going to hold the trigger, going to see the second, takes far first. Beautiful execution. And now it's just Guardian and Adren, although Adren does get one bursting out of door, but the bomb is on the other side of the map. We've seen this situation so many times somehow in this game. Guardian does have one kill, so you could see Rush looking towards mid because he realizes he could get flanked out, but Adren is coming down highway. It's all down to timing. There's the peek. Rush doesn't see it early enough, and now Guardian has an avenue open to the A bomb site. Flusha, a line of defense if he can peek up quickly enough, but Adren's already around the corner. Guardian slowed things, and there's 19 seconds on the clock.
You'd assume he still smokes the cross here.
Yeah, he's got all the utility.
There's no reason not to. Oh no. He's not going to. Flusha, can he land this shot? If he does, it could put the round to rest, and he connects. Guardian dies with the smoke. That would have been the round potentially, and instead, Adren has to save the AWP.
There's been some real head-scratching moments later on in this. It looks so clean and it looks so clinical from FaZe heading into the second half. And now we've seen the odd Flusha defuse to allow FaZe to get on to 15. Guardian forgetting or just not realizing he had a smoke for the cross, or maybe he just thought it was clear since Adren was just there, but these are mistakes not usually seen at this level. Intriguing situations, intriguing rounds. Cloud9 are just 7 rounds away from forcing overtime. I say just. That's still quite some distance.
They've already saved 4. So they're getting that, slowly but surely. But yeah, it's still quite the mountain to climb. That being said, in this round, FaZe Clan just possessed the AWP that was saved in the round prior with some Desert Eagles and a Glock, and Flusha put a bunch of damage downrange onto Nico.
I'm just so kind of thrown off by that round. Even if you're not going to smoke it, like, jump.
Yeah.
But, like, he had the awareness of saying, you know what? Might as well Molotov quad in case someone's there, so I don't know.
They got baited in because Adren was on the truck, but you're still going to assume there could be a player in highway at that stage, especially with how strange and skirmishy the round was with Rush getting around the back.
Oh well. Still some chances for FaZe to close this out. He'll have 6 after this round, unless Olaf and Guardian can turn it around in their favor. Rush, they know he's on boost. He's going to go down a 2-on-3, and the Cloud9 defenders are still at the B bomb site. Zelsis rotating over, but Guardian's going to get aggressive. He wants to end this right here, right now. Misses the shot. He's so close, and what an awkward angle for the AWP. Now a 2-on-2, and now Zelsis is delivering. Olaf, the only one left. I don't think the bomb's planted for him. It is kind of.
Yeah, they could. I think they can defuse it around the corner if they can get there, but he'll see the wires coming out, as he has now, so he knows he's on the site. He's going to be having to come through. He has got the AWP, misses, and that's the round going the way of Cloud9. Back and forth encounter to the end.
Oh my god. Even dropping the AWP, he was hoping that Keo would get off it, hear those footsteps, but Keo just sticks it. What a round from Zelsis to save the day. These kills are instrumental. Adren doesn't need to face there, but I think he got pulled into that to kind of help Guardian out of a tough spot. And unfortunately, just a little bit late, and they both go down. So, this gets interesting. I think we're at that point now where it's gotten interesting, where you kind of start to believe. It's still far away, but this game has gotten so sloppy that you can't really predict what's going to happen next.
Yeah, I think that's fair, and that's why...
I think that's why we're getting the timeout.
Exactly.
I think Yanko is just like, YNK, Coach YNK of FaZe is just saying, guys, stop being idiots. If I know Yanko.
Yeah, he's a very direct person. I'm sure that be drilling some common sense into FaZe at this stage, because they've had such a vast lead. There's been a chasm between these two teams, especially going through into the second half when FaZe pick up the second pistol. But here we go. This could still be it for Cloud9, as valiant and as heroic as their fight has been. Flusha and Nico going to take the early damage.
It's not the Molotov Flusha wanted.
Yeah, he wanted to bank it off the wall, pretty much where Rain currently is behind the box.
Rush is waiting in his spot along the fence, often called NBK corner. Keo's close up in mid. He's got no backup. He's committed all on his lonesome. Going to be a late boost. Nico will have a chance to contend. And I don't even think there's any chance for backup for Kiyoshima. This is a ride or die situation for him. Flush is pretty committed to that A bomb site. Keo blind now. Nico's coming out over the top, and Keo doesn't consider it. Doesn't hear the footsteps in time. And with the cover of the Molotov and vents, Nico only has to worry about the one angle. Now how does Cloud9 recover?
Often you see that shadow before the player peeks, but he was flashbanged. So couldn't see anything, had no idea that Nico was about to peek at him. Oh, speaking of timing, Nico, this time on the receiving end of it, Zelsis with his Orc Rush, also point-blank range. Decapitates Rain.
And how FaZe is being just whittled down before they can even kind of commit to anything, before they can take the fights they want. That's bold from Olaf Meister. He comes out on top. That's going to really expose this B bomb site. Flusha smoked off. You know he's going to go through that when the hit comes in. But it's 2 AWPs.
Automatic is going to land. Here's 10 seconds to go. Need to get up close against these Orcs if they're going to make anything happen. But Flusha has made a move upon headshot. Is there enough time? No. It's been denied anyway from Rush. The round is going to go Cloud9's way. And if Guardian dies after time, even worse. Oh, dear.
Cloud9 themselves have to just be like thanking their lucky stars that some of this is happening. They're making some phenomenal plays to stay alive in this, and they're getting bailed out not only by their great plays, but by some sloppy play from FaZe. This is getting scrappy down the stretch. 10 to 15, just 5 away. Another buy for FaZe coming in. Guardian had plenty of money to invest even without the bonus, but it's only 5 AK-47s. They don't have the ops. Almost feels like it's time maybe for FaZe to consider a set piece, some kind of fast, aggressive play, and just take that mid-round decision-making out of their hands. They're not doing well with it at the moment. Just have them get into a bomb site, get the bomb planted, and play smart afterwards.
Oh my goodness. Nico tagged into a grenade and more shrapnel can be found. Automatic finds Olaf Meister.
This can't happen if you're FaZe. You're letting Cloud9 back into this. There's too many players dying before you're even able to do anything. Smoke hadn't even cleared. Nico gets absolutely destroyed by Keo's brain. The nade spam combo into the corner, and he's just lucky someone's there. Dren lurking outside of the door behind the cover of the smoke, gonna work his way in. He's close up to Redbox, completely blind. Rush is waiting up top. He dodges another flashbang. How has he dodged every single one? It's just Guardian. 1 versus 4, 35 seconds on the clock. He does have the bomb, but there's no situation in which he can go to B. Flusha's pushed up the truck, so he is trapped.
Yeah, if there's no retreat here, if he walks backwards, he's a dead man. If he walks forwards, he's a dead man. And he knows if he stays there, he'll get chased down anyway. So Guardian gonna try and take the fight to Cloud9, but Rush gonna just push him out of this round. FaZe Clan, 15-11 in the lead. That is 7 rounds in a row now.
Vince, this has gone from scrappy and sloppy to just plain ugly. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I think that's a fair assessment. And Yanko may think about pulling the trigger and calling another tactical timeout. Not this round, but the one afterwards, and they'll have more rifles because they just need to simmer things down a little bit. This momentum is starting to get out of control. That snowball is building up speed down the hill.
The worst part about it is you had at one point what was going to be just a suffocating, dominant victory on Cash. Now you've let Cloud9 back into it. Now you've let them warm up and you've let them feel some confidence. And even if FaZe ends up winning, that's going to mean something for Cloud9 into the next map. Automatic far back with the AWP, so is Rush. This is going to be a set piece onto the A bomb site. And with this passive defense, they should be able to get a plan. And you never know what happens afterwards. Again, we're seeing utility expended to prevent the terrorists from swinging on towards forklifts. Bomb coming into the site late to avoid the spam. And it is going to go down. How do they set up? Nico's going to wrap around towards mid. Adren now over at Forklift. No one from Cloud9 has taken that mantle. And aggression through the smoke. They want to push this truck. Automatic's going to get a kill, and Rain can't manage it. And Adren stuck in no man's land.
Guardian going to be playing up close, though. There are still Molotovs in play being tossed out towards Quad. Still some flashbangs if they want to proceed the push. Guardian insta-headshotted by Flusher, and Nico in no position to stop this defuse. Cloud9 will strike for an 8th time in a row.
And I feel like that's a good round. I mean, it's still a far cry from FaZe having a great chance of winning it, but if you think about it, if you're going to send Nico on this massive flanking mission back from the A bomb site all the way around mid, why are you getting this aggressive? You want that flank to come into fruition. You want that flank to have impact, and in order to do that, you just have to stay alive and be a presence long enough to keep Cloud9 from retaking until Nico's prepared to strike. Just seemed like counterintuitive decisions made by FaZe in that scenario. Either way, it's not, I mean, like I said, not a great chance of winning that round. But still, Cloud9, 3 rounds. They've come all the way back, and they just have 3 rounds remaining to tie things up. And if you look at it in that direction, it's extremely doable. A man advantage in round 28.
Yeah, the pressure is mounting. FaZe know that this could have been tied up. We could have already been on the second map at this stage. And yet here we are. FaZe Clan not only conceding so many rounds in a row, but they've also lost one of their star players. Make that a Dren down too. Flusher is finding all the picks. And there's nothing in terms of an avenging frag in sight for FaZe. They're being picked off one by one.
Flusher making up for his mistake from earlier. Look at him challenging. He wants these fights. Almost with the spam. He's going to go back for one more. That's his former teammate, Olaf. You should know that Flusher is going to take these peaks all day long. Nothing to force him away. Guardian finally finds a kill into the A bomb site, but it's a 2-on-4. Olaf going to start moving up highway, but I think Flusher should hear this rush. We'll know it's coming. We'll at least know of the possibility. He can stand in front of door. He knows where both players are. Olaf with one more kill. Guardian goes down. That's the bomb as well. This round should be all sealed up.
Yeah, just 25 seconds to play with for Olafmeister. Question is, does he want to go for this? 20 health, yes, he does.
Timeout.
He will find his demise. Yeah, I'm a bit surprised they didn't call a timeout before, seeing as they still have 3 remaining, now 2. They have pulled the trigger on the timeout.
They need it. This is nasty. It was a 12-3 first half for FaZe. And then it was 15-4. Cloud9 have won 9 in a row to get to 13, and they only need 2 more to force overtime. And FaZe seem to be out of answers. FaZe seem to be stuck. They were even gifted their 15th round by a crucial mistake from Flusher. Still haven't been able to close it out.
It does feel like with a complete lack of discussion on the players, didn't see any of them talking there. This is just more of a detox sort of period where they try and let things calm down a little bit, try and take some of the wind out of Cloud9 sails.
I think the hard part is because they've gotten so loose and sloppy, they've lost players before they could even execute anything, so you don't even really have a good idea of what could possibly work, right? Like you've been trying to attack bomb sites with just 3 players alive and a 3-on-5. Frequently in this comeback from Cloud9, so you can't even say, guys, that you know, that A hit worked or that B wrap worked or the mid to B, you know, whatever it might be. You haven't even really been able to test anything.
Grenade damage destroys Nico.
Yeah, he's not liking that.
Not for the first time either. He's been hit by quite a few grenades. Feeling like a magnet at this stage. There's a flashbang over. The trade should be coming in. Kirishima finds Olaf. And again, no one's there for FaZe to deal with it. Not even 1-for-1s. It's just a free kill. Kirishima hasn't lost a single point of health.
But they at least have the mid to B split open to them right now, but they have to hit it immediately because Flusher's rotating over. There's the smokes into the site. There's the Molotovs. Over the top. Oh, blind and burning. Automatic hits a stunner, and Automatic burns one in return. Rain's close up. He's got Flusher, but there's still 2 players to deal with. I don't even think they've spotted Zelsis quite yet, hiding in the smoke. They might think this site is clear after this kill on automatic. And now Zelsis, he's going to get aggressive. He pounces at the right moment, and it's just down to Nico. No HP, no life. Cloud9, 1 round away from forcing overtime. And if you're FaZe now, you have to imagine they're having flashbacks to some degree of Boston Grand Finals, the comeback that Cloud9 had on Inferno to force, what was it, a triple overtime win to take that trophy away from FaZe, and again at a major, a stunning comeback from Cloud9. And I'm stunned.
As am I, Jason. I honestly at a bit of a loss for words. I thought after that first half it was over, and yet here we go. Mad respect, props to Cloud9 for holding on, but you have to say this T-half from FaZe has been shambolic at times.
That's putting it nicely. It's putting it very, very nicely. Flush has got a treat for us in this round as well. The 1 star above the logo signifying the major trophy that was snatched away from FaZe in Boston. Flush has got an auto sniper. You imagine that would just tilt FaZe off the face of the earth. If Nico hates the AUG, surely he's hearing this gun go out and just crying inside.
Flush is not being shy about it either. He's not trying to use this as some kind of a surprise attack. He's like, look, I am going to wreck you through these walls.
He just spammed it and just goes back to spawn and picks up his M4. So he's just like, he just wants him to know. Got to admire that play.
And why not? They had so much money built up. This is the last round of regulation. Kiyoshima's going to instantly extinguish the Molotov from Sunroom. There's no push behind it, though.
It'd be interesting if Cloud9, or excuse me, if FaZe kind of executed a mirror of what Complexity did to them on that B bomb site. Throw some utility, get the counter nades out, have them use their smokes in the bomb site, and then throw it again. And Adren's lining up. He's got a Molotov. He might just do it. This is all a fake. FaZe going to come to this A bomb site, but they're going to do what they can to make it look like a B hit. They've already pulled Flusha over away from mid. Automatic can keep eyes on that at top highway. But it's those 2 isolated A defenders. Rush and Automatic, they're going to have everything to do. And Automatic rotating away as well. Rush is getting aggressive. He's being pulled right where FaZe want him. Good kill from, oh god, Rush. This must be huge. It must be big from behind, and now he's got to stay alive.
Guardian, beautiful shot onto Zelsis, and Rush has gone down. The fake has been a success. But now a 2-on-4, Automatic wants to push, finds the first, not going to get counteracted just yet, but he is the last man standing. Guardian can't perforate the smoke to take him down, and now the sidearm of the CZ is going to have to come up massive. Will he just stick the defuse?
Oh, no.
He is. He's going for the defuse. No, he comes off it. He may have been able to have it, misses the no-scope, and Cloud9, the heartbreak of coming back so many rounds, but stumbling at the last moment. FaZe will take the first map.
There's no way for Automatic to have known that they were that far away, but I certainly think he could have got that defuse, and that's so tough. 2 rounds that Cloud9 lose are miscues on the smoke. The first one certainly a mistake, that one questionable, but fair play. Cloud9 come all the way back and give us a game. This series is on for map 2, don't go anywhere.
One more time. Are you ready? Let's get it
Think he can't clutch through a smoke while recording in full resolution and streaming the play to the world? Watch this.
Counter-terrorists win.
Think he can't get famous in a flash? Like become your own meme famous? Watch this. Think he's been there, done that? With Intel Core i7, he's just getting started. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, HyperX, Bedway, and Pay Safeguard.
FaZe fans across the world collaboratively unpucker. They just about get across the line on Cash. A 12-3 half in favor of FaZe Clan. Turns out T's side was not going to be the breeze it looked like it would be. And Cloud9 fans take to Twitter because they, of course, are a little dismayed. They felt like they had that one. And when the conversation starts with defuses, and it also starts with our analysts, of course, Sponge and Pimp. Guys, this was a weird game of Counter-Strike.
I think we should start with the 15-4 scoreline round, right? The one where Adren gets gifted a clutch. We need to talk about that because while we're watching the game unfold, it feels inconsequential, right? You don't actually think that that's going to have any impact on the game. It doesn't really matter at the time. They're down in such a massive way. But really, when you look at that flusher, could have defused twice in that situation.
So let's theorycraft.
One without a kit, a full 10-second defuse. He was. I can't use the terminology.
So I have weird left-handed key buttons. What's the normal defuse button?
E.
Okay, hang on. So do you think people are tweeting me saying he accidentally let go?
He may have. He actually may have.
In what universe can I accidentally let go of this button?
Well, one that you're panicking and that you could potentially be knocked out of the major and not making it to the championship.
$1 million major.
Yeah, there's all those kind of things factoring in.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so he had two opportunities where that could have happened, and at the time, it didn't really feel like a big deal. And the point I wanted to talk about there was that that isn't a mistake that you normally see Flusher make.
Here it is. Oh, great. We get to see it again. So
this is the end of the game one here. Where
no, that's the other one. That's automatic.
Automatic could have sat the defuse as well. So they had multiple occasions in this game where if they just stuck the defuse, now it's easy for us to say we don't have the context, but it could have changed the tide, right? They would have held them off for 15 rounds.
I think the more likely scenario that transpired in this round must have been communication issues.
Sure.
There must have been going on some very hectic communication between the players. Flusher maybe getting told that a certain player was closer to him than actually expected, and in that regard, he made the decision to leave the key from the E-hold. It was a little bit messy because it happened twice in a row. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it.
I can actually see the world now where you hear the words pushing as you're on the bomb.
Sure.
Yeah, so this
is the round. So look, Adren wasn't looking towards highway and Flusher was actually really close, right? And at this point, Adren is behind them. So
watch that
this is a full 10-second defuse. Even if he had ran that whole way, he wouldn't have had a chance to have taken him down, right? It would have just been like the last second. He stopped just there. So now he gets off. He actually gets a defuse kit in the time. So from the 10 seconds, now he only has to go 5-second defuse.
If he can keep going.
And he's unable to get that one as well. And that one was in a different vein, I guess, because there's more pressure in the one-on-one.
I actually take that back. That must be lack of communication.
Lack of communication?
Lack of communication.
Yeah.
He should have told him that he was nowhere near as close as he may have expected himself. He would never have left that bomb defuse had he known or got told that he was still towards CT spawner in that middle area. That must have been a lack of communication, and that is just, again, pressured situations. And as you said, it didn't seem like it had a consequence to it, but it definitely had looking into the game.
But what we witnessed, of course, the last time we saw Cash FaZe CT side, it was a very different picture, of course. Complexity executing onto them, and we were kind of taken aback by how weak FaZe looked on their defense. They come into this game, only a day has passed, and they're picking up 12 rounds. Can you explain that discrepancy to me? Help me understand that.
Two complete different style of display. Yesterday we saw Complexity coming in very strat heavy, a lot of executes in towards the A bomb side, towards the B bomb side, constantly playing with the rotations of the FaZe players. Whereas today we saw Cloud9 at numerous occasions just walk out of A main, walk in towards the B bomb side. Some of the times they had luck with it, but most of the times it was just a shooting gallery for the likes of Nico, Guardian, and Olofmaster. You want to force them out of position, you want to put pressure towards them, otherwise those individuals, they're going to be too strong.
Yeah, with these players you can see on your screen right here, there are so many individuals who are just fraggers, right? You look at them as just people who put the crosshairs on head and they get the job done on both teams. So when you have a style of CS and both teams with relatively poor or weak strats on the T sides, and they're just playing heads-up CS, they're playing default CS, really just relying on explosions and aim, then the CTs, of course, they're going to have a field day. Because you said, as we're watching in the green room, Nico is so scary when he's standing still. When he's made to feel uncomfortable, that's obviously when you can fluster him. He has to watch a whole different bunch of angles. No one's going to make a frag with a flash in their face. But in this game, it felt a lot of the time they were just getting to stand, hold angles, take fights on their own on their own will.
But I do feel like Cloud9 are poised to continue to cause upsets here in this elimination match. Our second map is coming up, but first, why don't we hear from a likely very sweaty coach, YNK, who has managed to get the first map under his team's belt. Words. Let's check it out.
In an interview yesterday, Yanko, Nico told me that yesterday in their performance against Complexity, we saw the worst version of FaZe we'd see at the Major. Obviously, things changed. You had a stunning CT side, but then what happened?
Yeah, I think we should have closed out there. We had a 4v3 at 15-6, I believe, and they just gambled. We didn't really enter the site correctly, and then they started coming back. We took a lot of ecos because we knew we just needed one round, and even though the game was 16-14, I think it's just because we were taking our time and we were trying to figure out how it is that they're playing. They started gambling a lot. I mean, that's their style on CT side. They just like to take guesses, so they guessed a lot of times right. Sometimes we just messed up, but in the end we made the correct call after that timeout, figured it out what it is that we needed to do. The guys executed it great, and we managed to close it out luckily before overtime.
But what were you saying to the team, Yanko? Because it looked stressful.
It did, kind of, because you have such a big lead and the team is coming back. You're supposed to win it, and there was some confusion, in how we wanted to play. How we are supposed to win that one last round. So in the end, I just took a timeout, kind of gave an idea to the boys that I thought from the outside team, because they seemed too focused on their game, and it worked out luckily for us. So we managed to close it out.
Well, listen, Yanko, you might have the next map on your side because we haven't seen Cloud9 play Dust2 in months. Is that a good thing?
I think it is. I think it just shows the veto was really weird to us. In terms of their confidence, kind of, because okay, they're vetoing Train, so they're leaving a map they never played. I guess they're going, they watched our Complexity game. We could see even some of their stuff on the T side. They try to do some of the similar stuff that Complexity did. So I guess that's their plan for Dust2. It's a simple map. You don't need, I don't know what, to be able to play Dust2. So I think it's just going to be more of the same. We're super confident on the map, and I think we're going to be able to close it out in 2. But even if we don't, I'm not scared for this series at all.
Quick question to end. Are we going to see the best version of FaZe in this map?
No, we're not. The best version of FaZe comes in the playoffs.
Okay, well, hopefully you're not going to leave it too late. Yanko, thank you so much for talking to me. Let's head back to the desk.
Oh, I love that, man. Fantastic work. But yes, FaZe still limping towards the top 8, and Cloud9 looking to hamstring them further. Dust2, what a perplexing map to be descending into in an elimination game. And of course, now 1 away from elimination for Cloud9. Looks like the fist bumps are in. Any final thoughts, Chatty?
No, I just think we need to let the Counter-Strike do the talking here. Alex, both teams with star-studded players.
Let's go ahead and jump straight in then. None other than Vince and Moses to guide you through what could be the last map for Cloud9.
It could be, but how would you ever tell? That match was insanity, a back and forth affair on Cash. And here we are on Dust2. Rush gonna push up early. So is Keo. Aggression from the CT side, and Rain's being cautious. Flashbang comes out. They want to swing out wide to take these fights. They've got the early advantage. Keo's forced back. He might be compelled to help protect Rush, but for now, Cloud9 have weathered the storm.
Ooh, and they've actually turned it back around in FaZe's face, quite literally. The USP round, a flusher connecting, but Nico's going to counteract with one of his own. And now they're going to make a move across onto the A side, taking quite a bit of damage through the smoke, but Nico's going to get himself a second. Bomb now traversing onto the side, going to get planted. There is a rotation from Zelsis this round from the T spawn, which could catch Adren unawares, but the damage is being inflicted so heavily across the Cloud9. If they go for this boost, it may end up costing them dearly, as there are a multitude of players on the side. Here comes Adren from the side. He's going to get 2, and now the flanker of Zelsis has been found, but still lands the headshot. This is the point where his life should become forfeit, as he makes a move across to the A side through Car. FaZe is going to know exactly where he is. He's making a lot of noise on his approach. Double peek should come in. This round should be pretty much tied up, but Rain actually just does it one-on-one. Adren sits there and waits.
Yeah, I mean, Adren's just playing the bomb. At that point, with that late in the time, even if he wins that battle, he still has to hop on the defuse and spend all that time to defuse the bomb. So Adren just saying, I'm going to play for the bomb. Don't give him a chance to get some kind of incredible double headshot and then just straight up win the round, steal it away from you. It's pretty smart play, but FaZe obviously getting an advantage early. 1-0. AK is going to come out, scout on automatic. And that's the only investment. That will delay when he can get an AWP in his hands. Guardian far, far back with a scout of his own, changing his position, and they're just having a little bit of a duel.
That one lonely scout now making a move over through CT spawn towards long, where the bulk of the CTs currently are. There's 4 players here. This leaves just Kirishima alone on the B side of the map. Still 3 smokes at the disposal of FaZe. Going to start to be tossed in for the cross. Automatic is going to connect 1 shot. Loads of flashbangs. And a second. The terrorists are taking severe punishment on the approach, but sanity has resumed as Rain finds 4 with his AK-47.
Yeah, his head's on a swivel. Spinning around, finding all the opponents. A 2-0 lead now for FaZe, only losing Nico. Scout shots connecting, but not taking anyone down early. Automatic's gonna go right back into the scout as well, as the rest of his team buys up. We'll see what FaZe has to play with. Yeah, this is great. Very quick sequence for Rain. Even able to get that 4th there as Flusha backs away while he tries to reload. Not a whole lot of weaponry for Cloud9 to fight within that round, so nothing too crazy there. Automatic again peeking up towards mid. Guardian has an AK now. 2 MAC-10s on Adren and Olaf. Feels like Olaf on that cache had probably his best performance of the majors so far. Unfortunately, it's almost overshadowed by the weird nature of that comeback and just how flat FaZe felt when they had so many chances to close it out.
Yeah, I think that's definitely fair. If the match had have ended sort of 16-4, 16-5, we'd all be talking about how great Olaf was and how excellent FaZe looked. Instead, it has been somewhat tarred by that T-half, which was, as we said, pretty shambolic towards the end. But that's all in a distant memory. FaZe got the win. That's all that counts. Bit of a heartbreak for Cloud9 getting so close yet so far. And now they have to try and repel this push with over a minute to play with just 2 smokes and a flashbang. In terms of the firepower, it's not fantastic either. Scout, FAMAS. As you highlighted, with Automatic going in for an early scout, he's on another one now. He did land a lot of shots in the previous round.
Cloud9 is running out of utility. They have a kid on Rush, who's all the way towards long, so it can be difficult for that kid to get involved in the action. If he falls at long, there's no way to recover it. So much utility on FaZe, and they're going to turn this into a mid to B split. There's the smoke towards CT spawn. Both of them. Keo waiting for a timing, but there's no flash to send over. He's done great damage to Rain. He's going to go back for more. Can't find a Dread. The MAC-10 very mobile, and Zelsis is just waiting. He's got to bide his time, but Nico's already swung behind him, and Cloud9, they must save now. Flush on Automatic. Those mid smokes just now fading as FaZe gets into the bomb site quick enough to utilize their cover. And all 5 players will live into the next round for the moment. Olaf is on the hunt.
As Zelsis felt a little bit like a deer caught in the headlights, just stuck in the middle of the site, players all around him. Oh, didn't see that shot, but it looked like it was through the wall and the head of Guardian from Automatic, from CT spawn.
We were laughing a little bit last night, having a chat, some of us at the end of the day, about defending the B bomb site, because this is what us Counter-Strike nerds talk about at the end of a long day of Counter-Strike. We just discuss more CS. And how much it sucks being the B defender during mid-split, because, you know, Zelsis anchoring that, and you know at some point there's going to be a hit through those B tunnels. You don't obviously know if it's going to be 2 people, if it's going to be 3 people, or if it's just going to be the one that it was in this situation. So it's really, really difficult to choose where you want to do your aggression, especially when you have no utility, because frequently we'll see those 2 B defenders, the anchor and the rotator, if there is a mid to B split, if those smokes come up, they'll wait to have some kind of a timing of a flashbang over the wall, and they'll both fight mid together and just live or die by the results of that one, because that way at least you're not sitting and waiting for a pinch.
He's going to be given a second chance. I think Nico got killed just behind him. Taking those bullets, a meat shield for Guardian to strike. And I suppose on a map like Dust2, you want your AWPer to be the man.
Automatic wanted that gun so bad. He does get it, but he's so close to death. Are they going to flash around this corner? Oh, doesn't even matter. Great headshot from Adren.
Headshot for Adren, going to cost him 96 health, but elsewhere Olafmeister catches a pixel of Flush's head protruding over the top of short. Not able to capitalize on it. FaZe turning the heat up once more. Through T-spawn will come Olafmeister to join the rest of his team on long. There is just the one player up there. That's going to be Flusher with his AK-47. They don't really have a great amount of nades either. No smokes in play for Cloud9.
Yeah, just a huge advantage. And now Adren with low HP is going to stay back in the pit with the AWP just to make sure no one can peek upon his teammates as they crouch up. And here comes the hit, and should be pretty overwhelming.
Yeah, Flusher's going to have to dip out of there. There's so many Molotovs, he runs into another one. He just can't catch a break, but he's going to find some spray. Lands 2 kills. How is he still alive? On 16 health, he's done so much work by himself. Unbelievable. And he's picked up another one. What?
Just when you said he couldn't catch a break, Flusher gets the gift of, I don't know, VIP armor, missed shots, rubber bullets, take your pick. But for whatever reason, FaZe just carpet bombed that bomb site, and it's perfect. This is exactly what they want. He's out in the open, and he's committed to a spray because he knows he's going to go down, and somehow no one from FaZe can land the kill. Which is so weird, because normally when you look at this FaZe roster, you'd say the one thing they'll never have an issue with is actually fragging somebody.
Nico's turn this time with the AWP. Had the better of the spawns between him and Guardian. And the position he died in last round, he's going to make work for himself. Now they're going to trade back again. Here comes a run boost into mid. No one's home anyway for the CTs.
It's Rush who's picked off twice at that long corner, even with a Molotov in towards the cave.
Sorry, I'm still somewhat like speechless and Flusher surviving that round. I was so caught off guard by that.
I feel like Flusher is the only person in this game who would have survived in that scenario. Everyone else would just get eliminated. Great flank from Keo and Zelsis. They both pushed into upper dark. And now Keo down to lower, might be able to find Olafmeister, who's not aware. Adren's going to be on catwalk with the bomb so they can combine, but now he's giving up his position. Flusher with the peek. He knows they're going to look towards lower. He takes that chance. The bomb is down by Xbox, and Zelsis is flanking around top mid. FaZe might not have any idea what's about to hit them because Zelsis... Oh, Guardian! Of course! He keeps his wits about him, and that was such a dangerous element of this round, and FaZe are going to get away with it.
Automatic's going to bide his time. He doesn't want to give his position away. He knows if he wants to win this round, he's going to have to come off the back of a flank, but Olaf is a step ahead of him, throws the Molotov behind, and even though Olaf's life is forfeit, he will take Automatic with him. And with that passage of play, FaZe should be able to move forward to a 4-1 lead.
I can't believe that FaZe was ready for all of those flanks. There are about 3 separate flanks in this round. All of them could have proven deadly. All of them could have won the round for Cloud9, and FaZe just barely gets away. Guardian with, what, 1 HP? Watching the walk through suicide, and that's just incredible. Olaf as well, the Molotov on the back of Cat for automatic, the follow-up flank, and Flusher just probably felt so close to turning that round and just never given an ample opportunity. 4th round for FaZe, and a reset of the economy of Cloud9, so a chance for FaZe to start building up a pretty decent lead. And Cloud9 simply, I mean, we saw an incredible comeback. You can't imagine that's going to happen twice. Cloud9 cannot afford to go into a huge deficit into the second half.
Here's the play. Guardian just watching behind. Spins across to Zelsis. What an integral kill that was.
What a baller.
He's had quite the tumultuous time of majors, of course.
Yeah.
So he is desperate for FaZe to make a legend spot to get to the top 8 positions. I mean, from there, it's just a whole new ball game. Each best of 3 will take at a time. Gives them more time to get some tactics implemented. You never know.
No, I think that they brought it up on the desk before that first map, is that it's obvious that FaZe is going to have to make some short-term sacrifices for a better situation long-term, which is starting to build, you know, a tactical base and a structure that you can kind of work with. That's just where the meta is kind of heading, and this idea that you can just be superstars and out-aim everybody. The skill of individuals the gap in that is closed, so you can't get away with that anymore, as has been obvious for quite some time with this FaZe roster. But there are going to be your difficult moments. There are going to be the games where you kind of struggle trying to change the way you think about a round, think about a situation in more team-based terms. And I think that is kind of some of the issues, some of the struggles we've seen with FaZe. Not all of them.
Well, speaking of FaZe, they are going to be making a move now through tunnels. There isn't anyone on the B side for Cloud9. They only have the one AK-47 to play with anyway. But 30 seconds. Gonna need to start to make a move sooner rather than later. Plenty of grenades though. 4 Molotovs, 3 smokes, a ton of flashbangs. They're gonna be walking in to Zellsis, who does get an insta-dink off, but he's actually only got the USP. They'd have loved to have Flusher in this position right now. Could have done some real damage. Rush has gone down as he tries to wrap around through tunnels, and now Flusher has moved into position. He also has a kit, but there's no chance in a clutch, so he's gonna back away. Nearly gets winged on his way out, but he's gonna be able to survive for the time being.
Zellsis gonna get into a position to try and take a gun away, and I don't know if Nico's gonna have any idea. I wonder who's going to hear the other first. Zellsis now far away, and he's going to be free statistic. Take it all back.
Just escapes somehow. 27 health. If he survives out this round, then I don't even know what's real anymore.
Why does that have to happen like that? Yeah, I mean, no one's going to chase him. They don't care if he has the USP, right? So he was going to survive. So yeah, a little bit crazy. 1-5, Cloud9 needing to mount a small comeback for the moment, but that could change very, very quickly. Guardian with an AWP. Still. And now we're going to see Automatic get one of his own. Light armor and 1 flashbang to work with. We saw him challenging with the Scout earlier. Now that the AWPs are out, I don't think he's going to want to do that. That's a big risk in CT mid. Indeed, he's just going to go towards long, where they've suffered some early casualties a couple times. Guardian looking for any information who's jumping across, and picking up the pace. Nico was so good at this position against complexity. It continues here. Keo peeks right into it. Thought that smoke would save him, but Nico knew exactly how to use it.
Yeah, this really the map against complexity in their previous best of 3 where Nico came alive, and he was going absolutely huge. Zellsis has been caught. Olafmeister gonna eviscerate his head, and with that, FaZe Clan will take over B site and get a 6-1 lead. I don't really see the CTs going for this. Flusher was just kind of caught out in the open, kind of has to commit fully, but he's found himself Guardian. I wonder if that baits him into going in, because there's 2 terrorists actually away from the B site as it stands.
I don't think he could have possibly known that Olaf would just be in the B tunnels. There's a flashbang out. He's got to find Olaf, misses the mark. And there was probably a world where if he had known the position, he just smokes the bomb and goes to defuse and just kind of lives or die by the attempt. He's had a tumultuous time with defuses. Maybe a little bit, you know, not even wanted to mess with it at this point.
Yeah, the round on Cash is still hurts.
That was a simple round from FaZe. That opening kill from Nico, it's just the only winning factor that as Automatic tries to save his AWP. He's going to go down after killing 1, but that's just FaZe saying, okay, we took out Keo very, very quickly early on in the round. He's the B rotator. There's only 1 player left defending this B bomb site. And just, I mean, there was a smoke down, so you never really know if maybe 3 crossed, but you take that risk. You take that educated guess, and obviously they were able to exploit the fact that Zellsis was all on his own. 6-1. And again, Cloud9 out of money and no guns saved means they don't have anything to fight with. Just a couple HE grenades, few upgraded pistols, and a flashbang on Keo.
No smokes for the cross means that Zellsis has had his kneecaps blown off. He's down to 29 on the approach to B. There is a flashbang on the utility belt collectively for Cloud9, but that's all. Aggression from Rush. He's pushed up on long, but he's pretty much by himself. As both Zellsis, in fact, pardon me, Kiyoshima and Flusher are making a move on A. So it's going to be a fairly uneventful round you'd have to expect from Cloud9's perspective, unless FaZe start to make a move on the A side. That's where things could get a little bit interesting, because Keo's got a Deagle over there, and Flusher has a P250. Keo's got a flashbang as well, so just Molotoving to the top to make sure there's no Deagles on that box. It's the same position you'll see Orpus sit on, take the shot, then drop down to CT spawn. It's kind of a systematic shutdown of the map again from FaZe. It's not the most exciting of rounds, but it's efficient.
Also just making sure they're not taking any damage, any unnecessary losses, or getting themselves in a sticky situation. They're all going to readjust to the B bomb site. Nico can hold the mid flank if he'd like. Actually going to just straight walk out the door. They hear the footsteps from Zellsis. Guardian gets picked off again. Just a few rounds ago, Guardian put in chat, why did you kill me out of the 3 people that were there? And it just happens twice.
It's a solid feels bad man, but at least FaZe are going to get a 7-1 lead, so he can feel comfortable, rest assured in the fact that his team is off to a cracking start on their T-half. In the back of their minds, though, they'll need to put away the very close comeback from Cloud9.
That'll be the real test because, I mean, listen, that sloppy half of Cash and the weird mistakes aside, that was such a sick performance out of FaZe to get up to, what, 15-4, I think it was?
Yeah.
And you know, YNK said in the interview we should have closed it out way earlier. And it looks like FaZe is going to be able to rack up a pretty big scoreline in this first half, and we'll see if they have that ability to close it out, because that's going to be, you know, you have to be able to do that, especially moving into the playoff stage, where the teams are going to be, you know, a little bit more difficult, I mean, Cloud9's had some issues. They have new rosters, they have a new player. Once you get to these teams, they're going to be settled in their lineups for some time. They're going to be much harder to put away, so you need to take every opportunity you can. Olaf going to stand in the flames, but Rush was eliminated by Nico doing just that a few rounds back, and he's going to delay a little bit longer.
Always helps when you have multiple AWPers on your team, so it depends on the spawn position. So many can go for that early peek, whiffing on the run boost a little bit.
Yeah, they need to go back and practice that one.
But the other part of it as well, Jason, is if you remember back on Cash, it was the CT side where they posted up that ridiculous half. It was the T side when they had to engage and they had to be the ones taking initiative that it kind of struggled a little bit. So you'd have to think that if they can get a really solid T half here, they are in really great shape.
I've said this before, I think this happens to be one of the more difficult CT sides in all of Counter-Strike. So, I mean, it can be difficult when they switch over. Cloud9 can do a very similar thing to them. It's not always easy, especially when it comes to communication, teamwork, and rotations, and theory crafting. All things that we've seen FaZe kind of struggle with at times through various times in this lineup's history. Nico's waiting. Olaf just straight up took a one-on-one with Zelsis, and it seems like FaZe is more than willing to go test the youngster, see how he holds up. Nico's waiting for his timing to peak, but that's a teammate smoke, and that might piss him off.
Yeah, I was about to say, it was like he was waiting to peak once Flusher had made more of a move backwards, and the smoke's not even that good. There's a big gap in the right-hand side. You'd see it, Nico was desperate to get out there and start fragging.
What a riveting round Nico's had.
Just sat in smokes the whole time.
Standing in his smoke in a corner for a minute. You know, he's going to get a chance on Flusher. He's found that. He's rewarded for his patience. Chance to be picked off, but automatic backs away. Doesn't want to lose the ult. Keo might not even take this fight. He doesn't want to lose the M4. There's great shots from both to at least keep guns alive, but they have to start fighting for rounds. This is getting too far out of their reach.
Yeah, that's the problem. We've reached the part now where keeping your economy and keeping weapons, it's only half the struggle. It's about round wins at this stage. That's the only currency that matters. At the top of the screen, it reads 8-1 in favor of FaZe Clan. 3 players going to cross to B, one of which is going to be automatic, just peering into mid, hoping he can get the opening pick. A lot of the first kills have been going the way of FaZe, whether it be up long. The Guardian has done a bit of damage, chipping across on the B site, and then Olaf's finished off the rest. Just been a sad day on Dust2 for Cloud9 so far.
Nice nade. Soften up Nico. Maybe just temper him a little bit, make him more passive. Already in half blind from that flashbang, he's gonna miss the shot. But at least Cloud9 has sustained into the mid-round. Automatic blind as well, gonna be forced into CT spawn, and Nico's on the hunt. He's gonna continue being aggressive. He might just turn that corner. There's Flusha, he's out in the open, he's dropped. Frustrating times are just trying to rotate into a stronger position or a safer position, and Nico's not gonna let it happen. I was wrong, that HE grenade did not temper Nico's aggression whatsoever.
Yeah, just feeling that confidence again. FaZe are in such fine form, and it doesn't seem like Cloud9 have any answers. They have no way of stopping the onslaught. Automatic. Gonna be a beacon on the A side of the map for Cloud9. If he can get himself a couple of kills on the approach, maybe this is doable. But you expect with all these nades, he's gonna be flashed out before he can really do anything.
Well, Rush has to come back to help him. It's way too difficult to do this with just one player. So Rush is going to leave long, which will open it up for a Dren, but there's no smoke, no flashes in automatic space. He's handling it fine, looking for the drop. There's the repeat. They don't punish him. 8 seconds on the clock. Now he's in the smoke. He's going to stop this again. A great sequence from automatic. Rush chiming in with 1 kill. But that is all the op of automatic, and a Dren can't do anything.
And the worrying sign for Cloud9 is, yes, they've got their second round, but you can't expect that Automatic's going to pull out a 3K solo hold every round. FaZe Clan, up until that point, have just been looking great across the map, but let's see. Maybe that's the moment where they just get a bit inspired and wake up.
Here's the thing, in this strategy, it's a Dren's job to push out long and eliminate those players on that railing. He should be out there fighting automatic, but he obviously has to take a little bit of time and caution just because there could be a long player. He doesn't know if Rush is still out at long. Without that information, he just was a little bit slow on the draw on that push. And again, Zellsis is, I mean, fair play, one of the most, the ultimate legend in Olofmeister against a guy playing in his first major. I think we'd all kind of take Olofmeister in that battle any day. Automatic's got to get aggressive to try and even out the player count. A chance here against Guardian, just barely misses the pixel.
Yeah, the Rush play was certainly not what Cloud9 were hoping for, just walks into his death after they'd already conceded Zellsis' life. And after getting around on the board, resetting your loss bonus, this is really the worst turn of events for Cloud9. This is FaZe Clan now. They're eyeing up a phenomenal half. At least 10 rounds. Could be a lot more than that, though.
I don't know if there's time for this, but Cloud9 needs to make an adjustment. What you need to do for at least 1 round is go send automatic towards the B bomb site. If Olof is just going to take that fight in the halls, just put automatic there with an op. That's the exact fight an opper would love. If automatic wins that, then all of a sudden Olof is going to have to second guess when he takes that fight, because he's going to say there could be an op here. They've been able to do that. And you at least stop him from just being so confident in dry swinging on Zellsis.
Nico's found some prey, but bit off more than he could chew. Flusher's going to punish him. I don't think they're really in a position to feasibly go for this retake.
No, they're not, but they're in a position to go for weapons at the very least. Flusher's going to go through that Molotov. Guardian doesn't expect that, but Flusher equally does not expect Olof to be there. Salvage the AWP. Keo and automatic going to be heading towards T-spawn to try and save their weaponry. Still an op in the hands. Automatic and Keo will be able to drop some weapons over, and they'll have to, because they have to fight for rounds. They can't afford to sit these rounds out when you have a chance of investing in some rifles. Flusher will be stuck on a UMP.
I mean, surely around this time is where a timeout needs to be called for Cloud9. Just stall things out, just talk it over, as you say, make an adjustment, just anything.
It might be, but we have to remember as well, Cloud9 usually having a coach behind them is not able to do it at this major. As in order to have this roster work, they had Zellsis signed up as the coach. So I guess the thought process might be, since we don't have a coach who's going to give us any new ideas, why take the timeout? But I agree, they can still be useful. Just to take a breather. At the moment, they're just being blitzed by FaZe over and over. This might be the switch. Instead of automatic at that B bomb site, Kiyoshima a little bit more experience to take that fight.
This time Cloud9 not going aggressive through the likes of Long, or peeking too hard on the B side. This is a position I was talking about earlier, where the Molotovs came into play in that round 2. Automatic can go for the shot, then pull back. It's the same Molotov again, and it does spread to automatic, so he's not going to be able to have any impact. It forces him away, gives Catwalk control across to FaZe Clan, which they can look to pivot off when they choose. They can either go for that set play that we saw earlier, and to be fair, automatic destroyed them last time around, but this time he's taking a bit more of an aggressive play and actually drops down. I'm not sure if that was intentional. He didn't see anybody. Either way, there's 35 seconds left here, Moses, and there are so many grenades at FaZe Clan's disposal.
They have pretty much the whole map open to them. They can. It looks like they might want to fake an A hit and execute a mid to B split. Nico's going to come out mid, 20 valuable seconds. And actually, no, they're just going to head up towards the A bomb site. They could choose to drop. Rain's going to do just that. Automatic doesn't realize it fast enough, and it's just the deep. What can you do with that? Rain's got a great angle on towards Rush, and Nico's going to be there to cut off rotations, and Zelsis just has no idea. He's got to be so frustrated in this game so far. Nico and Olaf really giving him a lesson. Welcome to the pros. And FaZe have an 8-round lead.
106 ADR to Nico. Last time he played Dust2, he was a monster, and he is continuing that form. Rest of his team helping him out. Interestingly, Guardian's not really had much of an impact with the AWP. Hasn't really been required a great deal, but only has 4 kills with 3 assists. For a second, I thought he was going to drill one of his teammates in the back of the head, but manages to miss out on that one.
That would have been awesome. I would have really enjoyed seeing that.
Just after I'm saying, yeah, he's not really had an impact. He kills his teammates, of course.
Just bangs them out. Well, Cloud9, this is the last save that you get to have. What was the first half on Cash? It was 12-3? Yes.
I believe so, yes, 12-3. And then, obviously, FaZe won the second pistol. They got to 14.
Let's not talk about what happened after the
Then we'll just pretend that
yeah, it
they
was
finished
12-3 half. Nico looking for some eco frags. The B bomb site is lost, and Cloud9 can't fight for this round. It's all about seeing if you can grab an AK-47 for the next round. Anything you can salvage and bring forward is valuable, and you might as well go for it because you don't have anything invested here. Nico pulls them into the waiting arms of Adren. I don't think they'll be able to get away with the AKs that they'd like.
It's been a bit of an anticlimactic second map. I really thought after Cloud9 nearly took us to overtime that they would be coming out and swinging with FaZe Clan, but props to FaZe as well for being able to just settle themselves and not get too carried away by what nearly was a ridiculous choke.
Yeah, what I'm happy about is that we're seeing a good level of FaZe in these games. I think he's just trying to fake the defuse to try and pull someone back, but no one is baited by that. Just the fact, I mean, yeah, the second half on Cash, that was not pretty. But the first half was awesome out of FaZe. They just dismantled Cloud9 in every way, and it showed a good level of preparation. It showed a good level of individual skill. It showed a good level of coordination between the individual players on FaZe. Obviously, the inability to close it out is, you know, make from it what you will. And here on Dust2 doing the exact same thing, just showing that, you know, they've prepared well, they know what they're going up against, and they're just kind of executing their game plan properly. They haven't had to adjust or adapt too much. But as we've seen from so many teams, NIP, even Cloud9 to a degree, now FaZe, building into this event. It is a long 3-week event. And, you know, remember London, Liquid looked hot in the group stage, got destroyed once the playoffs came. You have to build into this at your own pace and kind of peak at the right moment. And as long as FaZe can get there, I think we could see a pretty dangerous team come playoffs.
Let's see if they can close this one out quicker. Learn from the Cash performance towards the end. As you say, CT side can be very difficult for teams to get a stranglehold over their economy. Utility is so important, but of course AWPs are too. The most expensive of the weapons that you're typically going to see. Automatics can use that smoke to his advantage for Guardian. Lightning fast with the AWP shot. Dismantles the long control. That's the second player that's fallen for Cloud9. 45 seconds left. Flusher finds himself Olofmeister, able to trade across to the AK-47, and maybe, just maybe, Cloud9 have something in store for us. Maybe they can finish this half strong. 4 rounds would not be great. It would not be the end of the world. But their 2-player stack are both CT and Box. They're playing this one slowly because they're working off this rotation. T-Spawn is going to have Zelsis making a move around again. The question is, can he get there quick enough to stop this from coming into play? No. Nico's going to be able to get the bomb planted. Guardian finds Kirishima, and Zelsis will be able to take down Guardian, but the damage is being inflicted. Nico's landed a beautiful one-tap onto Zelsis, leaving it a one-on-one. Flusher against Nico. Nico's trying his best, but Flusher holds on for dear life, and Cloud9 will get a 3rd round.
Yeah, that's rough for Nico. You do love to see that, even at 11-2.
Wow.
This is why we like Flusher.
Even switching out guns.
I love everything about that. Even playing with the defuse, which, you know, sketchy. Would be straight banter if he just let go of it right at the end and then got back on it. I was going to say something. Yeah, 11-3 in the favor of FaZe. Oh, I was going to say it's just unfortunate for Nico. He has to take that battle out towards long when he's getting shot at, and then he just has to fight the flame. So HP is so low, so tough for that one-on-one. It's a classy replay. We're all about the fun and the BM here at IEM Katowice.
I mean, he was even BMing the BM. He wasn't even shooting Nico. He was shooting to his left-hand side.
He's carving it like a chalk outline, like one of those old detective noir.
The crime scene.
Yeah.
The troll in full effect. Meanwhile, this buy is looking a little bit sketchy. 2 for Massia's MP9. Flusher, of course, saved the AWP from the previous round. Curious if he'll drop that across to Automatic. Oh, they've actually got double AWP set up. Pardon me. So Automatic does have one of his own. Just picked it up from the ground. Nico takes a lot of damage for not much in return, so he's down to 44.
Don't think he does that if it's like 6-6.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Obviously feeling pretty confident, pretty comfortable. His teammates haven't had a whole lot of issues taking their fights as well. Kiyoshima's put back to 8 HP in mid. Automatic's gonna find that opening pick onto Rain. That's from CT middle over the smoke. And all of FaZe is just being patient. Nico's still in T-spawn. He's got an AWP. He can swap that out last round of the first half. You can swap that out for an AK-47 if you'd like.
I mean, this really has been the standard strat from FaZe. It's been pretty slow. It's been pretty steady. I haven't seen too many rushes or aggressive plays. Gonna draw out as many nades as possible, but that slow peek from Guardian, he's gonna yield a kill towards Cloud9. Nico is going to try and pick up the pieces, but Flush has now moved to that secondary position. There's also a player behind the staircase. Rush has been spotted. Oh, but still gets the kill on Nico.
I think Nico is trying to get the headshot. He's trying to figure out the exact angle to find a quick kill. Flash over the smoke. Adren's got to fight from 2 different angles. He's forced Automatic back. And it's Flusha in the other corner, 2 AWPs. He's got 1. There's the nade. He dodges that as well, but he can't dodge Kiyoshima. 11-4 half in the favor of FaZe. They started out quick. Cloud9 scraped together the last 2 rounds. They have another big comeback to make, and we'll see if they can do it. Stay with us. from Olofmeister, reaching every single major top 8. This one was the most in question, and he's somehow found himself knocking on the door one more time. Him and FaZe Clan have an 11-4 lead over Cloud9. It would have to be another miraculous comeback from C9 if they want to force a third map.
It sure would, but we've already discussed that the T side of Dust2 can be a pretty rewarding half if you can keep the economy low. First order is this pistol round, though. Nico's going to find himself 3 heads bobbing up and down in tunnels. Not able to land on any of them, but at least information gathered. Going to start to push through mid, where Rain is looking. Nico, double team from Kiyoshima plus Zelsis, but it's Kiyoshima that gets the last hit in. This does open up an avenue of aggression towards the A side, where Adren is laid in wait. He's already picked up 2, looking for a third, but Kiyoshima takes it away from him. Advantage now moves across to Cloud9. They've got to try and beat this rotation. Coming in from Rain, who can't stop this bomb from being planted for the time being, but may get the play on the cross. Insta headshot onto Kiyoshima, and now Rain is looking for 2 more. He doesn't have the kit currently. He's moving over, just checking all of his angles. He knows one player is now down in ramp. Long range with the USP. This is going to be a rough ask, especially considering that Rush was right next to him. And Cloud9 do take down the second pistol. This is now doable.
Yeah, Rain jumps down because he wants to go get the kit. He realizes he has to have that if he wants to win the round, and he has no idea where that second player is. So Rush, just really good movement to move right underneath the bomb site. An angle Rain's not expecting whatsoever. 5-11, Cloud9. At least getting started on the right foot. Investment as well for FaZe in this second round. 2 scouts picked up, upgraded pistols around them. There's an early peek towards doors, and automatic forces that away.
It's being exchanged, but no real ground has been covered just yet.
It's going to be, I'm excited to see what kind of style Cloud9 comes out with. Remember from the T side on Cash, it felt like their faster tactics worked way more than their kind of slower, typical style out of Cloud9. FaZe was more than content to just kind of sit back and watch that happen and let him stumble into the crosshairs in the late rounds. Dust2 is a map where you can mix in a lot of different fast and slow strategies with success.
Pop Flash completely destroys Olofmeister. Now Flusher did probe onto A earlier and found out that the scout was there. I think Nico just tagged up through the smoke. Onto Rain. Onto Kiyoshima, pardon me. It's Rain that gets taken down courtesy of Kiyo. And that's pretty much the round summed up. They're going to try and save CZ and Armor on Adren, and the scout for Nico does give them something to play with in the round coming up. And they're also going to take another couple kills out of this. Automatic and Flusher get caught. Could be costly.
Yeah, it's costly. Not a huge deal, though. It's just the MAC-10. It'd be obviously way worse if it was an AK-47. But Kiyo, Zelsis, and Rush are kind of put on notice. Zelsis might go for a bit of a hunt just because he's got full HP and he's got the MAC-10. So again, if he loses that, it's not like they're getting some weapon that can change the tides of the round. Zelsis gonna head in towards long. The shadow gives him away, and he wants to back off, but Adren just keeps up the pressure. This is the AK, but Adren doesn't turn the corner. No knowledge that Kiyoshima is there, so a sigh of relief from C9 and Kiyo as he lives to fight another day. But they close the gap, 6-11, and no buy can come in this round from FaZe. That's gonna come a little bit later due to the second round investment, and all of a sudden, this can be a very close half pretty quick. 1 gun round win, and Cloud9 is very much right there within striking distance.
Yeah, that's why we were kind of touching on it earlier, that if Cloud9 can finish the half, even though it was a horror story, if they can finish the half with a couple of round wins, it does give them something to play off. It does give them a chance at bouncing back. Nade damage is significant, though, on the approach. Automatic takes it straight to the face. Now Adren with a MAC-10, able to spray in, but only gets 1 kill for his troubles. Rush is down to 3, Automatic down to 50. So they are in the range of the USP and the scout. Rush gonna go for the plant. There's no grenades. FaZe would love to have a HE or 2 at this stage, or a Molotov. He boosting over, is not really yielding too much. As Kiyoshima's playing passive at the back. Not gonna give anything away. Nico going in first with the scout. Can he land some majestic shots? Oh my goodness! The shot onto Rush is sublime, but it's not gonna be enough to yield the round more than likely. looked absolutely disgusting. But in the grand scheme of things, won't change a great deal for Cloud9. olofmeister can't get his hands on the Scout, can't get his hands on any of these AKs. But Nico, that was filthy, mate.
That was pretty dirty. You don't see that every day. Still a 4-round lead for FaZe. Double op setup coming out immediately. And with the fact that they didn't have a stellar economy and they invested in that second round, this pretty much puts them on empty in terms of their money. So Cloud9, if they win this, a reset on FaZe could be huge. Rush peering down mid, but he's not looking for the cross. He's just looking for someone to come in towards lower B. autimatic wants to take that fight. Flashbang comes out. He grabs the angle again. Gonna go for a timing, and he just barely missed it. Nico had just walked past his scope, his crosshair, and Adren already in pit knows that that smoke at the corner is doing nothing. It's not giving anyone any availability. Look at the setup for FaZe, though. This is designed to just obliterate a mid to B split. Guardian with the op on mid. Pulls them in towards Rain, and Olaf watching tunnels. And it looks like with Flusha having the bomb outside of B, that looks like their Cloud9's exact plan is a split towards that B bomb site as soon as they make presence at A.
Has come to a bit of a standstill, though. Haven't fully pushed out of catwalk to try and draw any grenades, but here we go. This is the play you were highlighting. The B split, already getting some presence down with a couple of smokes. Locking off the CT side. Rain up in the scaffolding is going to look to try and pincer as many players as he can. olofmeister's Org is all too strong, and it's going to be almost a clean sweep for FaZe. Although autimatic did just take down olofmeister, Guardian missed one too many shots with his AWP. With that smoke, he could maybe try and get his hands on the bomb. He's done just that. And also lands a shot into Guardian. This is now getting really costly for FaZe Clan.
He's never going to expect Adren to be this close. Nico's going to call out the cross, so Adren will creep ever closer. autimatic taps the bomb. No one is even within position to hear it. Nico still so far back, being cautious, but he just oh, autimatic! That is incredible!
Oh my God.
I cannot believe he's able to do that. Nico played it perfectly just until the end. Too far away to really even hear that fake, but the fact that he goes up towards window, Nico never expected that, and what a reaction over towards Adren. FaZe played that so well, they had everything.
And what about that as well? It's such an integral, important moment in this match. You touched on it earlier. The economy for FaZe, if they lose, is broken. autimatic comes out with the godliest of plays, and now FaZe are in a half buy. That 11-4 lead, it has been cut into pieces.
That's, yeah, just that one miraculous, one incredible effort from autimatic. And all of a sudden, Cloud9's right here, 8-11, a real chance. Just pistols for FaZe, and all of a sudden we have a game, and all of a sudden if you're FaZe, you gotta be thinking, oh no, not again.
Yeah, here we go again, at least. This time, they're not on 15 rounds. This time, Cloud9 can surpass them. It's not playing for overtime now. Cloud9 could just straight up overtake and take map 2. FaZe are in real trouble. This is 4 rounds in a row. It's been very comfortable overall for Cloud9, apart from that clutch. Double smoked across. Only one player has head armor, and that's Adren. So most of these are going to be in the range for Flusha to just melt through with a Mac-10.
He's being quiet. They're going to have no idea that cross. That's a big fight to win for Adren, but Flusha with that position is just too strong and autimatic. Still just raining down death from afar. He does fall. I don't think Flusha can get there in time. Not exactly, yeah. It's not even close enough to attempt it. autimatic has plenty of money to rebuy. Just 2 rounds away now for C9.
Have to keep morale high here, FaZe. They've got 2 ops in play once again. Second time we've seen this on the CT side. I'm still at a loss for words for just how good that automatic clutch was. He's going to be standing on a Molotov. And that's actually gone deeper, so he's going to lose more health as a result. Didn't want to push out the front way. So nearly 3/4 of his health is gone, just off the basis of that Molotov. So worth for FaZe. Of course, they have no idea of knowing it was that brutal for him.
I still can't believe he won that clutch.
If Cloud9 win from here, that surely has to be said. Probably the moment.
What a god-tier clutch from Automatic. A draft off angle in the pit. He's got the first. He has no chance. Backup converts onto the second. That's Rush. Nade's going to come out. They finish him off, but at what cost? 4 on 3. There's a minute to play with, and they now have long control. Olaf's going to start pushing into upper dark, so he's clearing out half the map. This is going to start shrinking things, and Cloud9 now on a timer.
The clock becoming more and more impactful as each second passes. 40 seconds now. Cloud9 don't really have too much to the name. They're starting to get long presence, but once again, there's going to be a rotation from the CTs. It's Olaf Meister. May not be required if NiKo continues to land shots with his AWP. Flusher going to try and make a move up catwalk, try and catch the CTs as they're all focused on long. Olaf's gone in for another one, but FaZe are going to hold on their first round of the CT side, and they regain a 3-round lead as a result.
Yeah, they just stalled out a little bit too long to allow Olaf to get in a position for that flank. And there's not a whole lot of cash on this team, despite the fact, I mean, Automatic wins that clutch. It resets the losing bonus, but this is tough. Excuse me, they didn't even have a losing bonus. They're just running out of money. Automatic the only one alive in that round. Rush has 7,000. He can drop, what, 2 AKs or buy one for himself and drop one? He's actually going to drop an AWP. So Cloud9 are going to invest in this round. This is massive. That might be the only weapon they bring into it. I'm really kind of curious because outside of this AWP, Flusha can get an AK, and that's about it. So I don't think if you're Cloud9 you want to bet the farm on a buy like that, but they're going to.
Uh-oh. This could be everything for this match. If Cloud9 lose this, FaZe could move up to 13-14-9 in the lead. At that stage, it may be too far gone. Cloud9 with a hugely important round coming up. They're going to have a double AWP set up in play, though. Flusher does pick up an AWP for himself. Tries to land the shot through the double doors. Not quite going to connect. But with a setup like this, it doesn't really afford you too many luxuries in terms of aggressive play. You're going to have to send your pistols in first, and any kind of engagement, they should be coming out second best. There's a flashbang into a peak, but Rain's been flashed twice. One of those was from the T's, one from the CTs. This is now allowing the terrorists to start to swarm onto the site, but Rain comes through. Double spray, bomb's gone down. That's a body blow for Cloud9, with so much on the line for this round, and it's gone even worse. Flusher on the receiving end of a battering courtesy of NiKo's AWP.
That's so smart from Rain, using the flashbang just to get into position for a follow-up flash from the B bomb site. He comes through, Tim is blind. And Rain gets a double spray down, and the 2 players trying to make it in. The bomb even being dropped in the open is just the cherry on top for FaZe. I can't believe Automatic even tagged Olaf on that jump. I don't know if it'll matter much. FaZe pretty spread out, though. Adren is still out of long. NiKo at the railing of A. An Automatic. Do you have another one in you, sir?
Nope. That was a whole different ball game, though. More players to fend off against, no real control. FaZe Clan move 4 rounds clear, and this is the nightmare. Cloud9 invested everything. They put all their chips on the table, said all in. It didn't work out for them.
No, not at all. It backfired. They didn't even get enough damage to really make that investment kind of, you know, really hurt the economy of FaZe building up. 21 kills for NiKo, 20 for Adren. And Rain wants his stat pad. He's going to try and catch up. Although he's forced away pretty quick.
Just by himself. They absolutely do not want to give an M4 across. Take any unnecessary risks. Keeping them at arm's reach allows Guardian to use his AWP to devastatingly strong effect. Did he just tag Flusher there as well? Indeed he did, partially through the door. Molotov out.
Flusha just daring it. How's Flusha winning a fight against the off at long range?
Oh,
How's Kiyoshima done that? 2 block kills. It's not going to matter in the end, 14-9. I know Guardian doesn't have the greatest numbers. He's 12 and 16, but his op feels like it's in a pretty good place. Seems pretty accurate.
Yeah, he's landing quite a few shots, isn't he? I mean, his ADR is pretty down there, only 62. That's nuts. Both players were tagged, though. Obviously, the Glock not great against armor. Here comes another tactical timeout by Cloud9. They know this could be their last chance at this major. After this, it's going to be pistols or very low buy if they concede. FaZe Clan 2 rounds shy of securing their position in the top 8 of the major. 2 rounds shy of continuing AleksiB's incredible streak.
That is a streak. That is, I mean, it is incredible to think about that. When everyone else has fallen by the wayside, missed some top 8s, AleksiB's still here, still trucking. What a phenomenal career he's had in Global Offensive. Rush towards lower B, 9-14. Cloud9 just 5 rounds away from evening things up. They still have a chance to be able to win this in regulation. Olaf is playing the eliminator of American Gladiators, and he's going to make it across.
Pretty obviously the crowd wants to see victorious today. All FaZe, all day. Kiyoshima's going to take the brunt of the grenade damage, but everyone gets chipped a little bit. That's a money nade. Molotov just behind it's going to stall for a little while longer. Cloud9 need to make sure they don't all get clumped up here and lose map control as a result. Oh, Cloud9 are going all in for this. There's no flashes there. Finally it comes out, but Rain's already struck for one. Nico is going to be able to get one as well. Oh, it's all coming apart. It's all coming apart at the seams for Cloud9. They're not going to get a single kill in the round. And FaZe have 6 opportunities to secure their position in the next stage.
And they're going to close it out quick. This is not the FaZe that we saw in Cash that's going to let this slip out of their hands. This FaZe is on point on Dust2, and I think more importantly, this is a Cloud9 that doesn't seem like they really know how to penetrate this defense in any kind of meaningful way. Nice shots from Nico, very, very fast. I think this is where you have to start talking about Cloud9, this run in the major that they've had to get to this point. Going to be a lot of question marks in this lineup, not in terms of performance of who needs to stay and who goes, but just, you know, in terms of the Europeans, are they going to stay committed living in North America, competing in those leagues and divisions throughout the year? But this has been a, I think, impressive run from Cloud9 considering where they began in this event and how bad they looked early on. They really kind of grew up in the performances, the inspiring performances that Flush has had. I think there's a lot of positives that you can take away from this Cloud9 that has a relatively new roster in terms of Zelsis joining in. And Kiyoshima as well. Played with a completely different lineup just back in mid-December.
This could be it. Could be the final passage of Cloud9 in the IEM Katowice Major. Kiyoshima and Automatic gonna find 1 kill. But they don't have control of the bomb. Kiyoshima realizes they're gonna have to go back for this now. And in doing so, they have to go out into the open. Just about gonna get away with it, but AleksiB's perched up. He is ready. He is waiting, willing, anticipating this push-up tunnels. It should be a double spray. This should be all she wrote. And indeed it shall. FaZe Clan, they've really weathered through this stage, but they've got it done. They move to the top 8.
And so fitting, Olaf gets the last few kills there, the ultimate legend. He's made it to every single top 8 of every single major. And that was an impressive FaZe. Cash, they can talk over those mistakes, but this is much better than what they looked the other day. And we're starting to see some of the pieces forming, some of the pieces developing. For all the talk they've had about how good the boot camp was and how well they can play. Starting to see a little bit of that, glimpses of it. And we'll see if they can manifest all of their power in the quarterfinals. We've got Alex and the boys at the desk. Take it away.
Yeah, that was an amazing game to finish that one off there. I think FaZe showing moments there of what we can expect, hopefully, when they move through to that championship stage. But Cloud9, they weren't able to get it done here today, Alex.
No, not at all. I mean, FaZe, they have found the form they needed. It was a tough task for them yesterday versus Complexity, but do seem to be able to use that time for wisely and come back with just a little more of a glimmer of that form we were anticipating coming into this tournament, Jacob. It was a while since we saw them play, that's for sure, Chad.
Yeah, and I think, you know, when you have this team of FaZe Clan who can have their moments, who can have their, you know, individual plays stepping up and just locking out opponents, that's when you know that this is a team that can actually make it and actually test teams once we get to that playoff bracket. It's the FaZe of old that we need to see more of as we move forward to the championship stage.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I mean, Dust2 as well. It felt like the veto raised some eyebrows, and I suppose those eyebrows are still raised now you've seen the results?
I was not convinced by this Dust2 pick, or at least allowing Dust2 to be part of the map pool for Cloud9. It was 148 days since they last time played the map. That was also a loss back to, I think that was MIBR back in the day, so they haven't really played Dust2 at all, and it didn't seem like they came in that prepared in Dust2 here either. So they took a gamble, and it just didn't pay off.
But can you fault them for trying to throw a curveball in an elimination match? I mean, that takes a lot of cojones, a lot of confidence to be doing something like that in such a...
I think they both did. I think they actually, by having Nuke come through as the last map, were trying to bluff each other through the veto. But that tells me that both teams, we saw it from Cloud9 earlier in the tournament, that they actually played the map and they looked okay. Yeah. You know, they did what they had to do against Winstrike. But FaZe, for them to allow it to go through all that way, that tells me that maybe we're going to see that once we get to the bracket stage, because they wouldn't have allowed this in elimination match.
Perhaps we'll get some of the answers on the stage. Frankie standing by with a member of FaZe Clan.
Guardian, just around a year ago, Cloud9 took the Boston Major away from under your nose. How does revenge taste?
Obviously it's sweet. I mean, they play good and we finally showed up in the game. We gave them the chance on the first map, but I think we had everything under control. And yeah, finally we played how we should play, and we still can play better, but yeah, we'll see.
You say that you still could play better, and actually when we were having a chat before we came on the camera, you did actually mention you weren't happy. So what do you need to do to become happy about your performance?
Probably we had to practice individually more. I was getting wrecked every single round, so I didn't have a good individual game, but we had a good team game, and players showed up, and yeah, I got carried myself, but I can say that team-wise we played really good, and hopefully we'll keep it. I think we can still play better. We were a little bit nervous on the Cash T side, and if we will be calm and ready for the other opponent, then I think we can play even at least 2 levels better.
Well, the fans have definitely not lost faith in you. They're all standing ready to cheer you guys on. In fact, they're doing it right now. Can you hear that? And can you imagine what it's going to be like next week? Because I know you love the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, and I know you love the Spodek Arena. Can you wait to meet the fans next week and bring some victories home, Guardian?
I hope we'll show some good results, and Spodek feels like home for me because I'm from Slovakia and it's next to its border. We can speed there and see it. So it feels like home, and hopefully we'll show up and show a good game and make it to the finals, hopefully.
Well, there you heard it there. Guardian is coming home. It's all going to happen next week in the Spodek Arena. Let's head back to the desk to break down that match.
That's the plan. Thank you so much, Frankie. A match so exciting, I forgot my jacket. And let's not forget to talk a little bit about Olof Meister's dynasty continuing. There is just one man in Counter-Strike Global Offensive that has been to every single top 8 of every single major. That is quite an absurd feat, isn't it?
It's pretty impressive when you think about it. All over the years, you know, all the different rosters that he's been a part of. Yeah. The very first time he played was back in a team called LGB, and that was with Crims and Twist, you know? And that feels like a lifetime ago, but he's done it time and time again. And here, I think the performance of Rain and Olof has slowly been lifting throughout as the tournament has progressed. I think Adren has actually been one of their best performers, or at least impactful players, in my opinion.
I mean, seeing him with that rifle, he looks so scary in comparison to perhaps the Adren I'm used to expecting from Gambit. I suppose leadership woes taken away from him in this team.
I mean, he's in a complete new role now, playing in FaZe and under complete new pressure, having to talk English as well in a much more efficient way. So I'm a little bit I wouldn't say surprised, but I'm happy on Impressed behalf. Impressed is probably the right word to put at him. I think he's doing good, and I think, as you said, Chad, they're doing better and better, and it seems like FaZe is growing into the tournament, and that is also a sign of class, being able to start out slow, but showing the qualities.
Oh, this clutch, yeah.
This was, sorry to talk over you, Jacob, I'm a little excited. Automatic. Like, I mean, jokes aside, if Cloud9 had forged a comeback, that's graffiti levels clutch.
It felt like he had done them dirty, you know, with that kind of play. In a 1-on-3 situation, we're 1-on-1 with Guardian. Okay, it doesn't seem like this is still possible. Closing in from tunnels, he's going to get pinched any minute, but he played it to perfection. And I know that had us yelling in the green room. I can only imagine how everybody was at home. That's a fire-up moment right there.
Yeah, it was so fun to watch the social media world just blow up in about a 60-second window of seeing Automatic go 1v4. He's playing with them. And that was, of course, just a glimmer of hope for Cloud9. They are shut down 2-0, but let's reflect on the North Americans for a moment. Let's not forget, with a stand-in at this tournament and yet managing to make a deep run to the point where they are just one map away, or one game away, I should say, Jacob, from securing a top 8. That's not too shabby.
That's not too shabby, not at all, to be honest. In terms of managing expectations, I think Cloud9 did more than I expected from them. I think they came in here, they gave a good fight, and unfortunately for them, they faced a better team today. They faced a FaZe that is slowly but surely starting to fire up. Cloud9 can be proud. Automatic had a good tournament once again with the AWP. I think that's a talking point that we need to discuss soon. Is he going to be a primary AWPer for this team? Is he going to continue being that? Because he's good with the rifle and he's doing a good job.
Yeah, he certainly is. But I mean, we just saw what he could do with the AK too. I mean, both weapons are
Yeah, just use all the guns.
Screw it. Why doesn't he just use everything? That should be the plan. Let's go ahead and show you what this looks like. The Legend stage concludes, and it's time for us to reflect on exactly who managed to rise to the Champions stage. These are your results from the day, of course, as well. ENCE did manage to battle through Avangar. That was a hotly anticipated match, but the Finns found form, unlike previous days. NIP Vitality, what a series, Jacob.
Yeah, that was close, right? That was way closer than many probably would have expected. That said, though, NIP coming out and showing some real good Counter-Strike level. One thing I took note of, that was Dennis, the individual performance coming in from him. That was a vital part, not only for this matchup and for them to progress in the tournament, but the fact that he's able to do this after such a slow start to the tournament and then leading into the playoff, that's going to be a vital part for them. Without Dennis firing on all cylinders, there's no doubt, there's nothing that tells me, that NIP can beat anyone in the playoff. But with Dennis in top shape, that is a scary prospect all of a sudden.
Couldn't agree more. Now we have to talk a little bit about what we have to look forward to. 8 teams. Let's think about this. Let's just start brainstorming. We have 8 teams locked in for the Champions stage. Now I'm going to read them to you, and you tell me if that sounds right. Astralis, NIP, Renegades, MIBR, Na'Vi, FaZe Clan, ENCE, Team Liquid. Aside from the Renegades revelation, that reads pretty true.
It feels like everybody who we thought coming into this was going to make it has made it, right? There was a lot of dark horses. There was a lot of teams who we couldn't quite put our finger on. MIBR was one of them because we don't have any data on the team reforming, getting the band back together. But everyone's performed up to their expectations, I think. And I think maybe one of the only teams who maybe will feel a little bit hard done by could be Vitality, because they did show good form, but they also didn't beat any world beaters. And when it got to the crunch time, they were unable to get it done against the veterans of NIP.
And we aren't pointing fingers at a format to complain about their departure.
Funny that.
Isn't that lovely? It's a lovely feeling. Like, yes, Vitality actually had a very good chance, NIP, to qualify. That feels just and fair.
We had 2 massive failures over both even the minors as well. So you go Mousesports, complete flop. Fnatic, the same in the Challenger stage, and NRG dropping the ball completely. If they went out 1-3, if they went out, in this game right here at 2-2, maybe acceptable. But the fact they went 0-3 for a team who I, thought was going to be in the top 8, those 3 teams right there are the big disappointments over this major series so far.
I just love that you're not mentioning North as a flop.
Yeah, that was hey, that did happen. They did lose to Vici.
They did. Well, honestly, to be fair, so did Fnatic, of course, once we got to the Challenger stage. But now the Champions is on the horizon, and we have the bracket. These are the best of 3s that will seduce you into your semis. That's right, we have got a whole lot of Counter-Strike to come next week. Astralis, NIP in the top side of the bracket, and Renegades, MIBR. I'm intrigued by that one. Na'Vi versus FaZe Clan, of course, a tale for the ages. And then ENCE Team Liquid. It's going to be the experienced and seasoned pros of Team Liquid taking on this Finnish dark horse.
Yeah, I think for me right here, it has to be the Renegades versus MIBR game. And that's because Renegades, round after round, game after game, continue to impress. And I want to see if they can keep that up against major champions of MIBR, the legacy, the history, you know, the pure skill of that roster. If Renegades can grab that one, if they can do it again and make it to the semifinals of a major, that is a fairy tale story run for the ages.
Renegades, of course, have picked up some huge wins across their run here, not forgetting a win versus FaZe Clan, and of course that best of 3 versus Vitality, who we've already talked about their omission in this stage of competition. Jacob, which one's really jumping off the page to you? Because I'm kind of struggling to choose a favorite.
Yeah, me too. There's so many good matchups. I feel all of them have a storyline to them that is going to be super exciting to follow. One thing I do look forward to is going to be Na'Vi taking on FaZe Clan. I think those two teams have a lot of history in between. They have a lot of individual skill on the team. You have the best player in the world in terms of Simple going up against potentially the second best player in the world in Nico, who's slowly but surely starting to find form in this tournament. Also, two teams that leading into the tournament haven't really been looking at their best, but as the tournament has progressed, they're both starting to fire up slowly but surely. So I think that's going to be a barn burner of a match, and I think it could be potentially a match that could lead all the way to the final, because one of those are going to go through, gain a lot of confidence, facing potentially Liquid, and that's going to be, again, you know, another great matchup. So FaZe, Na'Vi, I don't really know which one to go for.
And of course, you know, the fact that Astralis and Liquid are on the other end of the bracket is a very promising sign for some spectacular grand final potential action.
Yeah, we don't get our grand final in the semi-final, which has happened plenty of times before. You know, the ideal format here, if, you know, you have the two favorites and they get a clear run and they make it all the way, it means we do get Astralis and Liquid, which could be the tantalizing prospect that we saw plenty of times last year.
But I'm pretty sure that happened exclusively because of Liquid's win versus Na'Vi. That was the crucial match, right?
Well, look, there was a couple of opportunities, but them guaranteeing splitting that in that had to be done then, right? If they had gone through and they'd played another match and they'd lost, that's when seeding starts to come into play, and they might not have actually ended up on the opposite side of the bracket. So we got lucky in that regard right there. But this is a bit of a sleeper one that I don't think people would be thinking of right now, is NIP versus Astralis. Right. NIP in the later stages of last year were one of these teams who just kind of felt like, you know, they're an annoyance for Astralis. Occasionally they come along and they, you know, give them a bit of a punch in the arm and keep them honest occasionally. So if that can happen again and NIP continue to, you know, show that good form and everybody clicks, that might not be a run over like everybody's thinking.
NIP have done it before. I think it was at the DreamHack Cluj Poké Major back in 2015, if I'm not mistaken.
Right back.
Woof. I think Astralis back then called TSM. They were the huge favorites coming into that tournament. They were winning everything. They were the best team in the world also at that point. Now NIP had a rough showing. They had a rough lead into the tournament. They managed to get their way to the playoff, and somehow they managed to beat back then TSM in a semifinal, I believe it was, or in a quarterfinal even, and make it to the way to the semifinal. So they have a lot of history, and knowing those Danish guys, they still have a little bit of a grudge towards the NIP guys from that one, because they felt they got robbed of the first major ever, bringing it back to the Danes. Now, obviously, they won since then, but that one right there, that's going to be spicy.
Yeah, well, especially because, I mean, Get Right's even said it himself. He says, we struggle with the unknowns, but when it's a team that we know, a team that we're familiar with, we are one of the few that can push Astralis.
Yeah, if you look just back to ECS Season 6 finals, which was in November of last year, NIP took a map off them of Train, right? So you consider Mirage is another map that Astralis have been struggling with.
Much to look forward to.
You could build all these different narratives and storylines to why it might be possible.
Okay, I just realized we've got so excited that we've got the bracket that we've just done almost an entire pre-match.
Yeah. Oops.
Sorry, as exciting as it does sound, you don't get that until next week, where the champion stage does commence. But I think we might as well say our good night. You can go jump into your matchmaking games and see if you can pull off all of those sexy smokes you've been seeing lined up all day. And we're going to go ahead and take a bit of a break. But do not panic. Counter-Strike is coming your way. Counter-Strike is coming your way. And I need to go away and practice English. But anyway, Counter-Strike does continue next week at the Intel Extreme Masters. And let's not forget, here in Katowice, the CSGO Major Championship continues next week.
When you spill that ramen coke on my t-shirt, yeah, your eyes made it difficult to get my baby. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high-pitched feel, baby. We shared a cigarette, like East Versailles, the way
pending in the clouds, and I'll take it. Yeah, reminding myself to just let go. Don't wonder how far I can fall. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out.
The champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all? ESL One returns to Cologne in 2019.
Are you searching for a better Counter-Strike experience all in one place? Compete for over $1 million in PUG and League prizes all on one platform. Track and share your performance with our advanced stats pages. Frag out and rank up on the industry-leading anti-cheat. Sign up for ESEA today.
All eyes are on you. So give them greatness with Intel Extreme Masters certified PCs and notebooks and game like the pros. When you see the unique IEM certified stickers on the outside, you'll find high-grade components with Intel Core i5 and i7 processors inside. Every purchase includes in-game content and supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Game like a pro, because the world is watching.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
On my own, when you spill that ramen coke on my t-shirt, yeah, your eyes made it difficult to get my baby. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high-pitched feel, baby. We shared a cigarette by East Riverside. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby, you make me feel to get my baby. And the next thing I know,